I quickly packed my things, making sure to hide my most valuable possession, a silver bracelet, inside my secret storage space. I had only arrived in this world a month ago. We lived in a village near the northern border, where life was incredibly harsh due to a 3-year drought and constant raids by enemy tribes. Now, a general had warned that a massive attack was coming, forcing everyone to evacuate. My family, which included my grandmother and 2 younger siblings, had stayed behind because we were too poor to flee. However, the village had finally decided that we would all move together for safety. I had no objections to leaving. I felt no attachment to this dangerous place. Before we left, my younger brother told me we had to go to the market one last time. My grandmother and I walked there quickly. She was exhausted and handed me our last 10 taels of silver and a silver hairpin. She instructed me to buy grain and warm items, fearing we wouldn't survive the winter. The market was mostly empty. The grain shop was closed, which was a disaster since food was our biggest need. I went to the general store and bought heavy oiled paper for shelter, along with 50 pounds of salt and sugar. The prices were double the usual amount, but I had to pay. I surprised the shop clerk by carrying the heavy load with ease. I had discovered that my new body possessed incredible natural strength. Once I found a quiet spot, I hid most of the supplies in my secret space, keeping only a small amount out to avoid suspicion. I still desperately needed food. I spotted a grand, abandoned courtyard nearby. Using martial art skills from my previous life, I jumped over the wall to investigate. It was a lucky decision. The wealthy owners had left in a rush, leaving behind plenty of rice, flour, oil, and beans in the kitchen. I also found a storeroom filled with new cotton clothes and quilts. I took everything I could find, feeling satisfied that my family now had a fighting chance to survive the journey ahead. After failing to buy grain at the market, I returned to the villagers who were gathered and waiting. The mood was hopeless because even those with money could not find food to buy. Seeing their despair, I privately suggested a plan to the village head. I proposed that we return to the town at night to scavenge food from the abandoned homes of the wealthy families who had already fled. He reluctantly agreed, knowing it was our only chance to survive. I went home to prepare. My younger brother and sister were packing far too many heavy items. Since we had no ox cart, I forced them to be practical. I made them leave behind furniture and heavy jars, keeping only essential clothes, quilts, a cooking pot, and 1 jar of pickles. I also instructed my sister to sew sturdy bags from the oilcloth I had bought. That night, I took my brother and joined a group of about 60 villagers. We moved silently back to the town. Using the darkness as cover, we climbed into the empty courtyards. The mission went smoothly. Everyone remained calm and disciplined. We searched through the storehouses and found enough leftover grain for every person to carry a full sack back to the village. Upon our return, the village had warned everyone to keep this raid a strict secret and to leave some supplies behind for other refugees. My brother and I carried our share home. My grandmother was waiting up for us, looking terrified. When she saw the food, she was relieved but hid her emotions by scolding me for being hungry. However, she had already prepared warm dumpling soup for us. I ate happily, knowing this raid served a double purpose. I actually possessed thousands of pounds of grain hidden in my secret magical storage space, but I couldn't reveal it without acting suspicious. This raid gave me a legitimate reason to have food, allowing me to slowly add my secret supplies to our meals later without anyone questioning where they came from. Now, my family finally had a fighting chance. Early the next morning, my family began the final preparations for our departure. My grandmother and sister made dry grain cakes, tasteless food that would keep us from starving on the road. Meanwhile, my brother packed our heavy iron tools. I allowed this because I knew they could double as weapons if we ran into trouble. I returned to town alone for one last trip. I visited the blacksmith to pick up a custom-made iron rod I had ordered. It was sharp and durable, perfect for self-defense. I also bought strong liquor and dried chilies. While in town, I searched the empty stables of wealthy evacuees and luckily found 2 sturdy wooden carts, which I hid in my secret storage space to bring home later. Back at home, We spent the afternoon reinforcing the carts with extra wood and wrapping our bedding and winter clothes in waterproof oilcloth. My grandmother seemed depressed and distracted, clearly heartbroken about leaving her home. Just as we finished, a loud commotion occurred outside. To our shock, a convoy of 6 expensive carriages arrived at our humble house. It turned out to be my grandmother's estranged sister, Zhang Yuping, and her large, wealthy family. They had come looking for refuge. My grandmother, usually a kind and soft-hearted woman, was instantly cold. She refused to accept her sister's fake tears and told them to leave, saying we had no room for them. However, these relatives were manipulative. When their initial pleas failed, they brought forward a young woman holding a baby to greet my grandmother. Seeing the innocent child, my grandmother's anger froze. I realized that despite her harsh words, these people had successfully trapped us into helping them. I silenced the noisy crowd to deal with our wealthy relatives, the Li family. A man named Li Ruan argued that they should join our evacuation because they had 16 guards and men who could provide protection. I laughed at his reasoning. I bluntly explained that their large carriages would be useless on the narrow mountain paths we planned to take. I pointed out that their family had many elderly members, children, and women with bound feet who could not walk far. I warned them that once the carriages were abandoned, they would become a massive burden on us. My grandmother understood my point and worried that our family would end up doing all the work for them. However, Li Ruan swallowed his pride and begged my grandmother for mercy. Despite her coldness, she couldn't turn them away completely when he was so desperate. She signaled for me to handle the negotiation. I told Li Ruan to bring gifts to show his sincerity and led him to the village head. He was smart enough to bring carts loaded with meat and grain. While he negotiated with the village head, I spoke with the head's son about our route. We had decided to head south, but the official roads were blocked by the government, and the water route was impossible without boats. Our only option was the difficult mountain path. It was a dangerous, winding route filled with wild animals, but it was the only way to leave unnoticed. The village head accepted the Li family's bribe and agreed to let them follow the village, provided they took care of their own needs. Li Ruan came out of the meeting looking relieved and proud. I prepared to set strict ground rules with him before we started our journey, knowing that managing this wealthy family on a rugged trail would be a difficult challenge. I made it very clear to my uncle, Li Ruan, that our families were separate. He tried to act like a leader, claiming my family needed his protection because we had no adult men. I saw through his act immediately. He just wanted to control us. I told him bluntly that we didn't need his fake kindness and left him standing there in anger. Back at home, we finished our final preparations. My grandmother roasted flour to make portable food for the road. However, the wealthy Li family camped outside wouldn't leave us alone. Because they had fled in a rush, a family of 30 people had foolishly brought only one cooking pot. A servant came to borrow ours, but my sister angrily sent her away. Later, my cousin Li Chunxian came to ask for the pot again. He tried to use family duty to make me feel guilty, accusing me of being cold-hearted. I didn't care. I told him that their lack of planning was not my problem and that we were not their parents. I firmly refused to lend our essential supplies and shut the door for good. We slept well, but my grandmother woke up before dawn to prepare a hot breakfast and pack water. We loaded our 2 sturdy handcarts and set off. The Li family looked miserable. They hadn't managed to cook and had to eat dry bread while walking. At the village entrance, the village had distributed rice and meat to the families. It was a very generous amount, too much to be just from the bribe my uncle had given the day before. That was when I noticed something strange. There was a group of outsiders among us, over a dozen strong guards pushing high-quality carts with iron wheels. In the center of this group stood 2 brothers who looked very refined and wealthy. It seemed the Li family weren't the only unexpected travelers joining our escape. I was suspicious of the 2 wealthy strangers traveling with us, but I trusted the village head's judgment. Our journey began on a route planned by the village's old hunters, heading toward a forest. My family walked in the middle of the procession. My brother and I pushed 2 handcarts while my younger sister carried a small bundle, allowing our grandmother to walk freely. This setup was unusual, as most villagers carried heavy loads. The wealthy Leaf family followed behind us in their carriages, seemingly unprepared for the fact that they would soon have to abandon their vehicles. The walk was exhausting and painful. The thin shoes offered no protection against the rough road, and the heat was intense. Many villagers cried as we passed their dying crops, mourning the loss of their homes. I didn't share their sadness. I just wanted to survive and find a new place to live. At noon, we took a short break. I quickly prepared a simple meal of flatbread, pickles, and fried flour paste for my family. The Leaf family, however, was miserable. They hadn't eaten enough for breakfast and didn't have time to cook during the short stop, so they were forced to eat dry snacks again. As we continued walking, the mosquitoes became unbearable. While my sister pushed the cart, I gathered specific herbs and flowers from the roadside. A neighbor criticized me for playing instead of working, but I ignored her. The intense heat caused 2 women to faint, forcing the village head to call for a longer rest. During this break, we encountered another group of refugees heading for the main road. I felt that neither route was truly safe. It was all about luck. While the others rested or dug for vegetables, I crushed the herbs I had collected to make a soothing juice for mosquito bites. I shared it with my sister and grandmother, grateful for a small relief in the midst of our harsh journey. While taking a break from our journey, my grandmother led us up a small hill to dig for wild vegetables. I was tired of eating them, but I understood her desire to save our grain. Before we started digging, I applied my homemade herbal juice to my family's mosquito bites. They were amazed by the cooling effect, and my grandmother questioned how I knew the recipe. I lied and said I had found and memorized an old medical book before burning it to avoid trouble. When my grandmother worried about the owner returning, I told her we would claim my late grandfather had taught me. She accepted this, but scolded me playfully for not making the medicine sooner. My sister suddenly spotted a large patch of water celery near a stream. My grandmother immediately sent her to alert the other villagers. Everyone rushed over, and within minutes, the entire patch was harvested. The villagers were grateful for the fresh food, which tasted much better than usual wild greens. Back at our resting spot, everyone began cooking the celery. My grandmother made vegetable dumplings. However, the wealthy Leaf family stood out again. Instead of gathering vegetables, they were cooking meat. The delicious smell was torture for the hungry villagers. I asked my grandmother if we could cook our own small portion of meat, but she loudly scolded me, calling me wasteful and warning me about attracting robbers. I realized she wasn't just scolding me. She was using me to send a loud warning to the Leaf family. She wanted them to understand that flaunting their wealth and food in front of starving people was dangerous, even if the villagers were currently peaceful. The wealthy Leaf family was already falling apart. My uncle, Reborn, was stressed because his family of 15, plus guards and servants, were demanding meat at every meal. The cost and food consumption were becoming unsustainable. Suddenly, their 4 hired guards quit, citing the uncertain future and lack of payment. Reborn tried to bribe them to stay, but they refused. Being smart, he decided to part on good terms and gave them bolts of expensive cloth as a parting gift. However, his mother, Zhang Yuping, made things worse. She angrily announced that any servant who wanted to leave could go, offering them grain and their freedom. She thought she was saving food, but her harsh words backfired. Almost all the servants, 5 young men and 2 maids, immediately took the offer and left. Only the old and weak remained because they had nowhere else to go. Reborn was devastated. With no one left to drive the carriages, he and his male relatives had to do the work themselves. He even looked at me, hoping I would help, but I stared back coldly. In the end, they had to abandon one carriage and redistribute the goods. They finally ate their meat, but the mood was ruined. By nightfall, we reached an abandoned village near the forest edge. The village had gathered us and delivered shocking news. The wagons and carriages could not enter the forest tomorrow. Only handcarts and pack animals could pass. This news destroyed the Leaf family. They had assumed our shortcut would accommodate their carriages. Now they faced a terrible choice: abandon their luxury vehicles and goods, or try to return to the dangerous main road alone. My family found an empty, broken-down house to sleep in. We used burning mugwort to keep the mosquitoes away. My grandmother organized our sleeping arrangements, using an old door as a bed for my brother. We ate a simple dinner of celery dumplings and cured meat, preparing ourselves for the difficult trek into the forest the next morning. The night before entering the forest, my family soaked their sore feet to recover from the long walk. I gave everyone my homemade herbal liquid to repel mosquitoes, which allowed us to sleep peacefully. The next morning, I used strips of cloth to wrap my family's legs, explaining that this would protect them from scratches and insects in the dense forest. My brother recognized this trick from local hunters. When the villagers gathered, I saw that the Leaf family had been forced to join us on foot. They had abandoned their carriages, but their pack animals were overloaded with useless luxuries like silk. Their women, including the elderly Zhang Yuping, were completely unprepared, wearing skirts and bound feet that made walking on the mountain path nearly impossible. As we entered the forest, the mosquitoes attacked everyone viciously. The villagers suffered greatly. Babies cried with swollen faces, and people were miserable. My family, however, was safe because of my herbal repellent and leg wrappings. The Leaf family quickly fell into chaos. Zhang Yuping demanded to be carried, but her son Li Ruan explained that no one was free to help her. He suggested abandoning the heavy silk to free up a horse for her, but she threw a tantrum, accusing him of being unfilial. Seeing the village head struggling with mosquito bites and considering turning back, my grandmother urged me to share my secret recipe. I approached the village head and told him that my late grandfather had left behind a book with a mosquito repellent recipe. The village head was skeptical at first, knowing my grandfather wasn't a scholar, but when he saw that my family was bite-free, he was convinced. He asked if I would share the remedy, and I agreed to help the village for the greater good. I agreed to share my mosquito repellent recipe with the village head, Li Jing, who was deeply moved. He called the village doctor, Shen Ian, to prepare it. I respected Shen Ian for making the villagers take an oath of secrecy and for cleverly adding extra herbs to disguise my original recipe. The villagers quickly applied the mixture, relieved to be free from the insects. While observing the crowd, I locked eyes with a handsome young man from the mysterious wealthy group traveling with us. His name was Yang Ziyu. We shared a brief, intense look before turning away. His younger brother, Yang Ziqing, also used my remedy and found it much more effective than their own. Meanwhile, the Li family continued to create drama. The grandmother, Zhang Yuping, loudly complained that I was selfish for not sharing the medicine sooner. I calmly told her she didn't have to accept my help if she didn't want it. Her son, Li Ruan, was embarrassed and tried to smooth things over. He forced his young daughter to help my sister push our cart and offered me 10 pounds of fresh meat as a peace offering. I refused to take it directly and told him to give it to the village head instead. The village head then officially gifted me 2 pounds of that meat, which I accepted. This made Li Ruan realize his family had no status here. Back in the Li family group, tensions exploded. Li Ruan's wife, Wang Zishi, who was suffering greatly due to her bound feet, finally snapped at her mother-in-law, Zhang Yuping. She told the old woman to shut up, blaming her constant complaining for driving away their servants. Zhang Yuping was furious and demanded that her son divorce his wife for being disrespectful. Li Ruan, exhausted and desperate, silenced them both, just wanting to survive the journey. The entire village watched their family drama unfold, treating it as entertainment on our difficult road. Shen Dongwei gave the meat to her grandmother, feeling pleased. She thought happily that they might have meat for dinner tonight. But when she saw her grandmother taking out salt to start curing the meat, she looked at her with a pitiful expression. Her grandmother couldn't help but laugh and sigh. "We'll cure it today and eat it tomorrow," she explained. "Otherwise, the celery dumplings we made yesterday will go bad." Shen Dongyue was satisfied. Her grandmother was such a good person. She understood the situation, read people's moods, and never caused trouble. After tidying up the middle of the cart, Shen Dongyue said, "Grandma, are you tired?
Come sit for a while."
Grandma Shin glared at her granddaughter's eager face and said gruffly, "I'm not sitting. We've only walked for half an hour. Don't be so delicate." In truth, the old lady was still tired from yesterday. Her feet were swollen that morning, but she forced herself to keep walking. She needed to get used to it slowly and didn't want to slow the children down. Shun Donghua lifted her foot to show her grandmother. "Grandma, my shoes are worn out. Can you make me a new pair? These won't last much longer." Her grandmother looked and saw that the toes were indeed badly worn. She muttered, "Donghua, have your feet grown?" Shun Donghua grinned. "That's good. It means I might still grow taller." Her grandmother gave her a light slap. "You're already tall for a girl, and you still want to grow?" Shun Donghua said proudly, "Of course. The air's better up there." Her grandmother felt that she had never been so speechless in her life and decided not to bother responding anymore. Seeing that she couldn't tease her grandmother further, Shun Donghua helped her up and firmly settled her onto the cart, pushing it with one hand. The old lady couldn't resist but understood her granddaughter's good intentions. She took out her sewing kit and an old piece of clothing, planning to make shoes for all the children. Shun Donghua was strong and pushed the cart steadily. Even on the rough mountain path, the way ahead was clear because others had already cut away most of the grass. The old lady didn't feel any bumps as she sat. Behind them, Zhang Yuping watched with a mix of envy and jealousy. She thought bitterly that her 5 grandsons together weren't as thoughtful as that one girl, the granddaughter of someone she had always looked down on. Every family in the village has at least one elderly person. However, there are too many things to carry, and they simply can't sit down all at once. Also, they don't have enough strength, and they worry that the cart might be unstable and cause the elderly at home to fall. For a while, the elderly woman became the most admired person in the village. Fortunately, this part of the journey was manageable with a cart. If everyone had to carry their things on foot, many would probably give up halfway. When the old hunter led everyone to a large open field, the village chief announced that everyone should rest for a while and set out again in an hour. It was still the hottest part of the day. Since there were no trees providing shade on this open space, making a safe fire was difficult. Some people had already started to build fires and boil water. Shun Donghua took 2 celery bunches and said to the elderly woman, "Grandma, I'll go for a walk around. Stay with Dongli and the others. Don't wander off. I'll be back in an hour." Hearing this, Shun Dongli chewed on a celery bunch and jumped up, saying, "Sister, I want to go too." Seeing Shun Donghua nod, Shun Dongli looked at the elderly woman, who nodded helplessly. Some villagers had already started to explore the surroundings, but they were in small groups. At this time, each family might have 6 or 7 men, and when they banded together, there could be more than 10 cousins or relatives. While walking, villagers weren't allowed to wander freely, but during rest, they could look around and search for food. Now, only the elderly, women, and children remained on the open space. Of course, the wealthy Li family didn't go out. The forest was dangerous, with many wild animals. Without a large group, wild animals might suddenly appear from other places. Shun Donghua carried a weapon made by the blacksmith and led Shun Dongli toward their destination. Shun Dongli held a hoe and followed Shun Donghua. He looked uncertain about the direction Shun Donghua chose and asked, "Big sister, is this the way we're supposed to go? No villagers have passed this way. If we go, we might scare away the wild animals, and it could be dangerous." Right now, Shun Donghua was thinking only about meat. She hadn't tasted meat in a month, and the original owner hadn't smelled it in half a year. Shun Donghua felt depressed from craving meat so much. Her main goal now was to encounter wild animals, so she could naturally hunt and eat meat. Shun Donghua raised her hand to stop Shun Dongli from nagging. She quickly walked forward, and Shun Dongli helplessly followed behind, paying attention to his surroundings. After walking for about 2 incense sticks worth of time, Shun Donghua suddenly stopped. From the front, on the left side, a rustling sound came. She quietly said to Shun Dongli, "There's a big creature ahead. Walk slowly and stay behind me. Don't be reckless or cause trouble." Then she looked steadily at Shun Dongli. Shun Dongli felt a bit speechless. He was naturally very strong. Even though he was young, he was much stronger than an average adult. Was he being ignored now? Seeing Shun Dongli nod, Shun Dongyue quickly moved toward the sound. When she got closer, she realized it was a wild boar, with 4 piglets nearby. It was clear that the mother pig was out foraging. Shun Dongyue moved slowly. Wild boars are very alert. When she was about 10 meters away, the pig noticed her. Maybe Shun Dongyue alone wasn't enough to scare it. The pig let out a loud squeal and charged at her. Wild boars are very strong and powerful. If hit, even a grown tiger would struggle. Shun Dongyue gracefully jumped from her spot onto a nearby rock. The pig made a sharp turn and hit a tree trunk about the size of a bowl. It broke the tree in half and then turned around to charge at the rock. Shun Dongyue shook her head with a sigh. As expected, pig brains don't turn around easily. While the pig was dazed after hitting the tree, Shun Dongyue grabbed her iron rod and stabbed it into the pig's eye. She was very strong, and the tip of the rod went through the pig's lower jaw. When Shun Dongli realized something was wrong and hurried over, he saw a large wild boar twitching on the ground. His older sister was walking toward the piglets with a fierce look. Shun Dongli stared in shock. Is his sister really that powerful? Suddenly, he shifted his steps to the side and darted a few meters away. Shun Dongli immediately crouched down and rolled to the side, hiding behind a rock. Shun Dongyue only just stabilized himself and hadn't yet seen who shot the arrow when he heard a clear voice scold, "Yang Ziqing, stop being rude." Shun Dongyue looked up and saw it was the handsome man with a jade face. He immediately felt something was wrong. These people had bows and arrows. If his sister, and he found them now, they might be silenced. Shun Dongyue stood straight and moved defensively in front of Shun Dongli, watching the few people who suddenly appeared across from them carefully. Yang Ziyu cupped his fists to Shun Dongyue and apologized. "My younger brother doesn't know better. Sorry for disturbing you, miss." Shun Dongyue nodded, about to speak. "Big brother, why are you so nervous? I know I didn't mean to hit her with the arrow. Besides, you know I'm good at archery," Yang Ziyu said casually. Yang Ziyu glanced lightly at Yang Ziqing, who immediately shut his mouth and took a small step back. Yang Ziyu looked at Shun Dongyue and said, "It seems I've disturbed you, miss. I'd like to make it up to you." Shun Dongyue wasn't sure what his purpose was, so she spoke loudly. "If it's just a misunderstanding, then let's clear it up. No need for compensation. My brother and I have been out for a long time, so we'll take our leave now." After saying that, she gave a quick signal to Shun Dongli behind her. Shun Dongli, who had already killed a wild boar, carried it and left first. Shun Dongyue looked at Yang Ziyu and then turned to walk away. A man in armor stepped forward, but Yang Ziyu raised his hand to stop him, saying, "Don't act rashly." An older man said, "Young master, I think this young lady might not be simple." Yang Ziyu slightly curled his lips. "Uncle Hai, not everyone who isn't simple is necessarily bad." Uncle Hai looked down thoughtfully and said, "This young lady seems to have no hidden intentions." Yang Ziyu didn't reply to Uncle Hai, but looked at Yang Ziqing, hummed softly, and then took the lead to walk forward. Yang Ziqing shrank his neck and looked at Uncle Hai for help. Uncle Hai gently shook his head, indicating he couldn't help. Shun Dongyue relaxed only after confirming no one was following her. Could it really be about stealing the little wild boar? What a pity for those 4 little boars. How would they eat them? Roast suckling pig or braised? Shun Dongli was panting heavily as he carried a wild boar weighing 200 or 300 jin. Although he was very strong, he didn't know how to use his strength properly. Pay attention to breathing and energy flow. Focus on your dantian. Shun Dongli followed Shun Dongyue's instructions on breathing, and as he got the rhythm right, it became much easier than before. He looked at Shun Dongyue with surprise and said, "Big sister, how do you know so much?" Shun Dongyue proudly replied, "There are many health and breathing techniques in traditional Chinese medicine." "I know quite a few." Shun Dongli nodded and asked, "Big sister, should we tell the village chief about what those people did?" Shun Dongyue shook her head and said, "The village chief probably already knows." Dongli, remember, for many things, don't get involved or tell others. That's the key to staying safe. Shun Dongli obediently nodded. "Keep practicing your breathing. The more you do it, the stronger your strength will become. Shindongli continued to nod. When the two returned to the village resting place, half an hour had passed. The old woman was sewing soles onto Shindongyue's shoes, thinking she should add a few layers since she walks so much every day. The shoes would wear out quickly otherwise. Just then, Shindongning suddenly pulled her arm hard. The child didn't realize how strong he was. Shindongning looked back at her with a mix of fear and admiration. The old woman turned around and sat down abruptly on the ground. Shindongli was carrying a wild boar bigger than himself, walking beside Shindongyue. Shindongyue was holding a wild chicken. Yes, on the way back, they were lucky enough to catch a wild chicken. Many villagers saw them and stood up to look, forgetting their work. Shindongning quickly helped the old woman to her feet. The old woman suddenly reacted and let out a cry, rushing to Shindongyue, her hands trembling as she touched her face and arms, crying out, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Shindongyue wondered why the old woman didn't ask her precious grandson first. But seeing Shindongyue holding a bloodied weapon, everyone could guess who had hunted the prey. The old woman knew Shindongyue had gone to the blacksmith to make the weapon and had even touched it. Shindongyue pouted and stretched her hand toward the old woman, saying, "My hand is cut." The old woman quickly looked and saw a small scratch about the size of a fingernail on her hand, with only a tiny drop of blood. The wound was so minor that it would heal very soon if she didn't look closely. The elderly lady's concern was completely overshadowed by Shindongyue, who suddenly shouted, "Put it down. If you're so eager to carry it secretly, don't push the cart this afternoon. Just carry it on your back." Shindongli threw the wild boar onto the ground and groaned, "Grandma, is this how you treat me?" The elderly lady ignored their playful antics and called over a strong man from the crowd to help clean up the wild boar. This man Shindongyue knew was a butcher who had been killing pigs for many years. He had 3 sons, all looking like him, big and strong, one of the few families in the village that others didn't dare to mess with. But even a skilled butcher couldn't handle a wild boar weighing 200 or 300 pounds alone. In front of Shindongyue's family, the butcher didn't dare act arrogantly. Unsure of what the elderly lady was thinking, he rubbed his hands and asked, "Auntie, how you want to handle this pig?" The elderly lady said, "Cut off a hind leg for me. The rest, tonight, everyone can enjoy some meat." The butcher happily agreed and went to get his tools. The villagers, hearing this, expressed their thanks happily. A few women eagerly took Shindongyue's hand, mostly asking if he was hurt or scared, but nothing serious. Shindongyue waved his hand and said, "Lucky enough to catch a silly pig that ran into a stone and got stunned. I saw the chance, grabbed an iron rod, and hit it. I'm strong, so this wild boar is now our food." Everyone thought this was incredibly lucky. Of course, some who knew the situation well didn't say much about killing the wild boar, but they were mostly relieved to see someone calm and not panicking. Not long after setting out, the elderly lady's family started giving everyone food. Although everyone was now close, no one owed anyone anything, so even the stubborn one still said the elderly lady was kind. The elderly lady took a large piece of the hind leg meat cut by Shin the butcher and asked him to help cut off a piece about 10 pounds. The remaining 30 pounds or so was salted and preserved. Shindongyue looked at the 10-pound piece and pouted. It seemed they were limited, but it was better than having nothing. Villagers kept returning one after another, some bringing wild chicken, others wild vegetables. No matter how much, it was still a harvest, better than sitting around doing nothing, so everyone was happy. When they returned in the evening, they were surprised to find they could eat meat. This was a special treat usually reserved for festivals, so everyone was very happy. Shindongyue was puzzled by Yang Ziyu and his group. They remained low-key and didn't show off, only bringing back a small wild boar that had been shot. The others were not seen. By the afternoon, everyone was in good spirits as they set out. Although fatigue was starting to show, the thought of eating meat that night kept everyone's enthusiasm high, especially the young boys around 10 or 8 years old who usually ran around the mountains. Now, it felt more like a family outing than a difficult escape. They had good food and could play openly. Shindongyue was happy to see his 2 younger siblings, who were about the same age. They were much better than the wild kids, knowing how to work. They didn't complain about being tired and kept switching to push the cart. The old lady was still sitting on the cart, mending shoes, and would get off every hour to stretch. By evening, everyone arrived at the place they wanted to settle down earlier than expected. The old lady first asked Shindong to go gather firewood. Then she set up a simple stove with stones and prepared to cook. Now, the thing Shindong had been waiting for finally happened. The old lady cut the 10 pounds of meat into square pieces. She also scooped half a pot of rice, just half a pot. At that time, the pot was large, enough for 3 days' worth of food in Shindong's view. Was she really going to finish it all? When Shindong returned with the firewood, the old lady started heating oil, then stewed the meat. She also used another pot to cook the rice. Wild boar meat was tough and chewy, so it needed to be cooked for a long time. Shindong took his axe and chopped some thick bamboo from the nearby forest, removing the branches. He carried the bamboo back to the camp. He found a piece of oilcloth, which Shindong had earlier asked the old lady and Shindong to sew. The oilcloth was square, but one side was not sewn shut. Shindong measured the size of the oilcloth pocket and nailed the bamboo sticks into the ground at that distance. Then he tied the oilcloth to the bamboo with a rope. The bamboo was about 1.8 meters high, just enough. It didn't need to be taller. The opening faced the direction of the fire, which could also help keep away small animals. Shindong took out the mosquito net from her home and tied it at the opening of the oilcloth bag, allowing air to flow and keeping mosquitoes away. She hesitated, looked at the simple tent, which was basic but effective at keeping out insects and moisture. The villagers were also building their sleeping places for the night. Some planned to lay down branches and straw, as Shindong had provided mosquito-repellent herbs. It couldn't prevent all bugs, but at least it would keep half away. Since it wasn't cold yet, they saved a lot of effort. Some planned to set up a tent by supporting 4 sides with branches and covering it with oilcloth, then laying a layer on the ground to prevent bedding from getting damp in the morning. Others, with larger families, planned to find a big stone and lay oilcloth over it to sleep directly. Shindong observed Yang Ziyu and his group nearby. Their tents looked better. She could tell they were military tents, now patched with oilcloth for camouflage. It was autumn now, with big temperature differences between day and night. The midday sun was fierce, like the so-called autumn tiger, but sleeping outside at night would still be cold. Shindong asked the village doctor, Shen Yan, to tell the villagers that the herbs only repel insects, not snakes, so they should be careful. Shen Yan nodded and said, "I understand. When I distribute the herbs later, I will remind everyone." Curious, Shindong asked Dr. Shen, since it's autumn and people are sleeping outside, what if someone gets sick? Can they still keep going? Shen Yan looked at the others and shook his head. They are used to it. In winter, they have no bedding, just a thin quilt. They start to get cold now, but they'll get used to it. Shindong remembered and said, but at least before, there were 4 walls to block the wind. Now, with just the sky as a cover, if the humidity is too high, it will be uncomfortable later. Shen Yan became interested and asked, "Do you know about that?" Shindong nodded and said, "A little." Shen Yan asked softly, "Is it from that medical book?" "I only know the general idea, so I don't know much," Shindong replied, avoiding the question. Shen Yan seemed to notice and asked, "Do you know how to remove dampness from the body?" Shindong nodded and said, "There is a prescription, but the herbs are hard to find." Shen Yan knew that this difficult-to-treat illness would require rare herbs that are hard to find. "Does anyone in your family have this illness?" he asked. Shen Yan nodded and said yes, then looked puzzled. "Isn't your grandmother affected?" "Most people in the village have cold and damp issues, and their symptoms are quite serious." Shindong rubbed her forehead. Of course, her own elderly grandmother had bad legs and often felt joint pain. "I forgot, I overlooked that." Shen Yan smiled and said, "Since we're heading into the forest to walk the mountain paths now, if I see any suitable herbs, I'll pick some. Maybe by winter, I can gather enough herbs, which will make things easier for everyone." Shindong nodded to Shen Yan with a fist gesture to thank him. Shen Yan shook his head with a smile. The eldest granddaughter of the Xinjiang family was quite unusual, clumsy, but full of kindness. Shindong, however, couldn't quite act according to the manners of women in this era. She felt uncomfortable all over. After saying goodbye to Shin Yayan, Shin Donghua returned her home and saw Shin Dongli and Shin Dongning sitting nearby, each holding a bowl and watching over something. They hadn't eaten meat for half a year, so everyone's appetite was very high. The wild boar meat had been simmered for an hour before the old lady said it was ready to eat. The rice was already cooked, and Shin Dongyue and the others couldn't wait. They had already eaten a bowl. When the wild boar was finished, each person was served a full bowl topped with a thick layer of meat chunks, which were very flavorful. "Did you add some dried vegetables?" "We don't have those at home," Shin Dongyue asked curiously. "Yes, the villagers brought some, along with a few other small dishes. My mother kept some aside," Shin Dongli said while eating. With the pickled small salted vegetables the old lady had made, everyone ate very happily. Finally, Shin Dongyue and Shin Dongning each took another bowl of meat. Shin Dongli ate 2 bowls of just meat. Everyone was so full they could hardly stand straight. Only the old lady, worried about digestion, ate just a few pieces, but also drank a full bowl of meat broth. They didn't eat much despite feeling hungry. The 3 of them had only finished half the meat, and Shin Dongyue was happily thinking she could have another meal of meat tomorrow morning. It was the villagers' first time camping outdoors. Besides the occasional howling of wolves from the distant woods, the dark surroundings made people feel scared. No wonder enclosed spaces can give a sense of safety. Although the tents were very close, almost side by side, they still felt afraid. Shin Dongyue's family didn't hide their modesty. They just used a curtain inside the tent to block the view. There were 2 mats and 2 blankets, just enough, though the blankets were thick winter ones, a bit too hot. The night was very quiet. Clouds covered most of the moonlight, and the surrounding trees were pitch black, making them look intimidating. In the middle of the tent, the fire was still burning. Suddenly, a loud scream broke the silence. Everyone nearby immediately became tense and started to make noise. When the scream sounded, Shin Dongyue quickly grabbed her weapon and stood up. She saw Shin Dongli also stand up fast and whispered, "Stay here and protect your family." Shin Dongli looked worried but nodded obediently. Grandma and Shin Dongning also got up. Shin Dongyue ran out of the tent quickly toward the source of the sound. At that moment, Kaihua, Shin Siju's wife, was jumping and crying loudly. Shin Siju was nearby, trying to stop her, and said, "It's gone, it's gone. I chased the snake away. It won't come back." It turned out that Shin Siju's family was sleeping outdoors. They only laid a piece of oilcloth on the ground with a blanket on top. 2 adults and 2 children were sleeping there. In the middle of the night, a snake crawled near Kaihua. She was half asleep when she suddenly felt something cold in her hand. She opened her eyes and saw a snake over 1 meter long. She was so scared she screamed loudly. Kaiwa hugged her 2 children and cried. Her fear of soft-bodied animals made her ignore her mother-in-law's sharp scolding nearby. Zhao Zuko scolded. If only that girl had better luck. She's causing trouble again. What's there to be afraid of with a snake? Every farmer has seen snakes in the fields. You still trying to act like that girl? Do you have that kind of luck? Kaiwa rarely argued back and said, "Mother, you're living comfortably inside the tent. You should take the kids in too. My younger brother and sister are grown up and can stay in the tent with you. Little and I and Shirtu are still so young. If you're not afraid of snakes, why don't you catch that snake and add it to our meal?" Zhao Zuko heard this and couldn't believe it. Her daughter-in-law dared to talk back to her, even in front of so many people. She lost face and, furious, slapped Chawa hard. She shouted loudly, "This is too much. A poor family's daughter-in-law can bully me? Do you believe I'll make my son divorce you and send you back to your poor family? Listen, we're in hard times now. We have plenty of food at home. When the time comes, I can trade a bowl of rice to find my son a new wife." Hearing this, the person nearby was shocked by her words. He loudly said, "We need to keep moving tomorrow. If you don't want to sleep, don't. The village won't stop just for one person. Whether you like it or not, Shen Laoyan, you should control your wife. Favoritism is wrong. We have enough food, so share some with everyone," Shun Laoyan, also known as Shin Sichu's father, stepped forward and gently pulled his mother-in-law back. He looked at the person carefully and whispered softly, like a mosquito, "Don't say anything more." Seeing Shun Laoyan's weak appearance, the person was so angry his forehead twitched. He turned around and stormed off, angry. Zhao Zuko was still a little afraid of the person. Knowing she shouldn't cause a big fuss, she grabbed Xiaohua's arm hard. Xiaohua cried out in pain. Erniu and Shirtu saw this and tried to step in to stop Zhao Zuko, not wanting their grandmother to hurt their mother. This made Zhao Zuko even angrier. She slapped Erniu hard, causing her to fall to the ground. Erniu immediately vomited and then collapsed softly onto the ground. Xiaohua saw this and shouted loudly, holding Erniu in her arms. "Erniu, what's wrong? Don't scare Mom. Look at Mom." At this moment, Shin Sichu also got worried. He called out to his mother, "Mom, why did you hit Erniu? She's just a child and doesn't understand anything." Zhao Zuko, looking fierce but feeling weak inside, said, "That little brat wants to tear you apart? You kill these two people now. If you do, I'll find you a new wife later. I promise you'll have more sons." Seeing Erniu so weak, Xiaohua cried loudly, "A new wife? If you get a new wife, I'll change her for your son. If Erniu isn't good, I'll die inside your tent. I'll see who dares to come into your house." Zhao Zuko was shocked. Was she asking to leave her family? Then she suddenly realized she was scared. She cried loudly, like she was mourning. "This is too much. It's against heaven. Sichu, do you hear me? I want you to divorce her immediately, do you hear me?" Kaiwa did not argue further. She picked up the second girl and went to find the village doctor, Shin Yayan. Shin Dongyue had been watching the commotion from afar. She knew that the young girl, Nyo, probably had a concussion from being hit, but she wasn't sure how serious it was. Since she wasn't confident about this illness, Shin Dongyue first went to find Shin Yayan to explain the situation. When Shin Yayan arrived at Saihua's place, Shin Dongyue returned to her own tent. The old lady heard the noise for a while. Although she knew it wasn't a big deal, she couldn't calm down and kept waiting for Shin Dongyue. After Shin Dongyue came back, she told everyone what had happened. The old lady sighed and said Kaiwa was also a poor girl. Shin Dongli was angry and said, "That Shin Zhao is too mean." Shin Dongyue looked at Shin Dongli and felt a bit nervous. She asked, "Big sister, why do you think I am involved in this?" Suddenly interested in talking, Shin Dongyue asked, "Dongli, do you think only Zhao Zuko is at fault here?" Shin Dongli started to doubt himself and asked, "Is that true? Who else could be blamed?" Shin Dongyue shook her head and said, "Zhao Zuko did wrong, but why did Shin Suzuzuo always spoil and support his mother?" Shin Dongli was confused and asked, "Is it wrong to stand up to elders? Filial piety isn't about blindly obeying. Kaihua is respectful to her in-laws and caring to her children, but Zhao Zuko often talks about divorcing her and hits and scolds her. Shun Suzuzuo doesn't oppose or help, and he lets his mother mistreat his wife. To me, Shun Suzuzuo's inaction is Caihua's biggest sorrow." Shin Dongyue paused and then said, "Dongli, do you think everyone disrespects their close family? If others don't respect you, how can you expect respect? Respect starts with yourself." Shin Dongli nodded as if he understood, but wasn't quite sure. Shin Dongyue added, "Of course, it depends on the situation. If it were me and my future mother-in-law hit me, I would hit her son right in front of her. Pay back her debt with her own son until she admits defeat." Seeing Shin Dongning go from confused to determined, with brighter eyes, the old lady suddenly realized the topic had gone off track. She patted Shin Dongyue and said, "Talking like this is not proper. Which girl would say such things about her future mother-in-law? Isn't that embarrassing?" Shin Dongyue felt it was nothing special. She hugged the old lady and said, "Grandma, do you want me and Dongning to be like flowers and Dongli, just like Shin Siju? You're the only one with strange ideas. Don't teach Dongning and Dongli bad habits," the old lady said as she swayed with Shin Dongyue, giving her a quick look. Shin Dongyue chuckled softly. Not far away, inside a tent, Yang Ziyu was listening openly and secretly, then shook his head with a smile. He didn't expect such a remarkable woman to come from the countryside. A woman with unique ideas. The old lady still woke up early and packed all the leftover meat from the night before into rice balls. They were easy to eat, just take them out and enjoy. In this weather, cold food for lunch was fine. After Shen Donghua got up, she felt a bit disappointed. She wanted to tell the old lady that she could support them and they could eat meat every day. But she didn't have the confidence. It wasn't that she couldn't hunt wild animals, but when the old lady glared at her, she felt scared and even felt sorry. When Shen Donghua saw the wild chicken on the cart, she suddenly remembered she could have chicken soup for lunch and became happy again. The old lady still boiled a pot of hot water and filled both water bags. Shen Donghua was very happy about this. The river water was unpolluted, and since it was live water, everyone could drink it raw. But Shen Donghua wasn't used to it, worried about bugs getting into her stomach. Luckily, the old lady never let others remind her, probably a habit formed over many years. Shen Donghua packed away all the oilcloths. She didn't take the bamboo poles, as she was walking in the woods where sticks and branches were plentiful. At noon, when everyone rested, Shen Donghua heard that Nyo had just woken up, carried by Kaihua the whole time. Shen Siju told Kaihua that he was always flattering his mother to prevent her from forcing his wife to leave him. Kaihua bowed to Shen Yan but looked dazed and confused, drifting through her day. At noon, Shen Donghua didn't go hunting again. She stayed at the camp and cooked chicken soup honestly. She didn't know how to pluck chickens but could skin them. Seeing her attempt, the old lady took the wild chicken away, boiled water, and quickly cleaned it. There were no seasonings, just plain water with a little salt. Soon, a fragrant smell spread out, attracting many people to secretly look over. A 6 or 7-year-old boy smelled the chicken soup and kept asking his mother to let him eat chicken. His mother refused, so the boy lay on the ground, rolling and crying, shouting loudly. Soon, an elderly woman ran over and slapped her daughter-in-law, shouting, "You bad luck! The child is starving, and you don't know how to help? Do you want my grandson to die?" The daughter-in-law lowered her head, tears in her eyes, and softly said, "Mother, we only have the wild pig meat we divided yesterday, and it's at your place." Wang Suehua shouted angrily, "You're thinking about the meat I have? No wonder Iron Root was so loud. It turns out you're encouraging him." The daughter-in-law shook her head and whispered, "Mother, I didn't do it. The child hasn't eaten meat in a long time and is craving it. I didn't teach him that." Wang Suehua cursed under her breath and pulled the child toward her resting spot. Shen Donghua didn't pay much attention to this at first, but soon Wang Suehua shamelessly came to Shen Jiang's house. "Old sister-in-law, look, the child is craving so much. It's really embarrassing, but could you give us a bowl of chicken soup to satisfy him?" Wang Suehua smiled politely. The elderly woman felt uncomfortable inside. The wild chicken was caught by her granddaughter herself, and her own child hadn't eaten yet. Besides, it wasn't only her family cooking wild chickens in the village. Yesterday noon, a couple of families brought back food, and they were all cooking now because the weather wouldn't allow the meat to stay out too long. Shen Donghua looked at Wang Suehua across from her, then lowered her head and added some firewood to the pot. She stood up. "Grandma Wang, the wild chicken, after cleaning, weighs only about 2 jin, and there's not much meat. It's mainly for the broth. My old folks need good nourishment, so I can't give you the chicken. I think there's still time. Why don't you go back and cook the wild pig meat from yesterday?" Wang Suehua's face showed some embarrassment. She shouted, "Donghua, we're all neighbors here. It's just adding a little water. Don't be so stingy. Besides, I'm talking to your grandma now. Why are you interrupting? Are you the one in charge here?" The old woman's face darkened. She thought she could scold her granddaughter, but who gave others the right? "My younger sister-in-law, our family has already finished cooking, and there might not be enough left. Please hurry back to cook the meat. The wild boar meat is tough. It won't be tender unless it's stewed properly. Also, I am getting old now. My family always follows Dongyu's decisions. Whatever she says goes. Our family rule is to listen to her. If anyone dares to scold the head of our family, be careful, or I might hit them." Seeing the old lady's bad mood, Wang Suehua couldn't help but think to herself that this family is very stingy. Despite her serious face, She smiled and said, "Old sister-in-law, everyone knows Dongyu is a good girl. She always shares her good things with the villagers and never keeps anything for herself. She is a kind girl in the village. If anyone dares to say anything bad about Dongyu, I will be the first to stand up for her." Wang Suihwa's eyes twitched as she said to Dongyu, "I won't say anything bad. Dongyu, don't be mad at me." The old lady was too lazy to look at Wang Suihwa. Seeing that the chicken soup was almost ready, she called Dong Li and Dongyu over to eat. Wang Suihwa carried her bowl over, waiting for the old lady to serve her some soup. The old lady almost choked and shouted at Wang Suihwa, "What are you doing? I told you there's no more. Why are you so shameless? We've only been gone 2 days. Is there no food or drink at home? Are you begging for food now?" Wang Suihwa held her bowl with a smile and said, "Old sister-in-law, just a bowl. Let the kids have a taste. Dongyu is raised by you, and Granny Zhang definitely wouldn't want her to go hungry. Your family is so kind. You even share such big pieces of pork. Do we really need this bowl of soup? Hurry up, don't let it get cold. Chicken soup tastes best hot." Shin Dongyue was amazed. She had never seen anyone like this, so flexible and thick-skinned. The old lady didn't like her attitude. She took a spoonful of soup and handed it to Shin Dongyue, then filled another bowl for Shin Dongli. Just as she was about to fill more, Wang Suihua suddenly snatched the spoon from the old lady's hand and tried to fill her own bowl. The old lady was angry. She pushed Wang Suihua away, causing her to stumble backward. Wang Suihua didn't expect the old lady to lose her temper. She immediately started crying loudly, crying as she said, "Old sister-in-law, don't be mad. It's just that the kids are craving something and making a fuss. I wouldn't do this if I didn't have to. It's only a bowl of chicken soup. I thought you, being so generous, would understand. You gave everyone wild boar meat and took us to pick wild vegetables. I didn't think you'd mind this little bowl of water. I really didn't expect it." The elderly woman was so angry she was breathing heavily, almost ready to go and scold Wang Suihua. At this moment, villagers saw the commotion and started gathering around. Wang Suihua's young grandson pulled his mother over, walking and shouting, "Grandma, is the chicken soup ready? You said we could drink it soon, right?" When Wang Suihua saw her precious little one, her tone changed instantly. She cried loudly, "Old sister-in-law, if you won't give it, fine. Let the child go hungry." "Shut up," Shin Dongyue shouted loudly. Wang Suihua was still a bit afraid of Shin Dongyue, mainly because Shin Dongyue's reputation for being able to handle wild boars alone was well known. So, Wang Suihua lowered her head, wiped her tears, and didn't say anything more. Shin Dongyue looked at the villagers watching the scene and snorted coldly. She said loudly, "We are all from the same village. I don't have to share my meat just because everyone is watching. The wild boar meat is shared, but I want to make this clear. I am not a fool. My things are not just for the village to take. If you want chicken soup, you can trade something I want. If you just want to take it without asking, that's not allowed." She pointed at Wang Suihua with her finger and scolded, "Don't think you can take advantage of me without considering your own strength." Wang Suihua saw Shin Dongyue's angry eyes and was so scared, she stepped back quickly. Yang Ziyu, standing in the crowd, was secretly surprised. How could a poor village girl have such a strong aura? Just then, the elderly woman's younger sister, Zhang Yuping, who was nearby, started to stir things up. She said provocatively, "Dongyue, it's just a bowl of chicken soup. We're all from the same village. You shouldn't be so stingy. As a woman, you should be kind and virtuous. Otherwise, you won't find a good husband in the future. Listen to Annie, go and serve a bowl." Shin Dongyue almost laughed out of anger and said, "What are you? When has my family ever needed your opinion?" Zhang Yuping's face instantly turned red with anger. She shouted, "Shin Dongyue, I am your elder. How dare you speak to me like that? Are you afraid of being struck by lightning?" The elderly woman also got angry and scolded directly. "The one who should be struck by lightning is someone unkind, unfaithful, and unfilial like you." Seeing the elderly woman, Zhang Yuping's bravado faded. She muttered, "I'm only doing this for her good. Why don't you understand what's best? The elderly woman glared at Zhang Yuping, but did not argue further. She turned to Wang Tsuehua and sternly shouted, "You shameless person! Didn't I clearly tell you that even my family can't finish the chicken soup? You come over pretending to take it, secretly mocking me and trying to force it on me. Then you slap a big label on me, as if you want everyone to gang up against us. I want to ask you, is my family yours or owed to you? Why do you get things for free? Why?" Shin Dongyue saw the old lady breathing heavily with anger. She comforted her and stepped forward, loudly saying, "Today, Dongyue, want to state our position. Our Shin family has been in Wadawood village since our ancestors. We are not outsiders, and we have no ill intentions toward you. But for those who think we are helpless or alone and want to bully us, they should first consider if they can get past our 3 siblings. And if anyone comes to cause trouble without reason, don't blame me for being rude next time." After speaking, Dongyue picked up her iron rod and stabbed it into a nearby stone. The stone, weighing over 100 jin, was pierced instantly. Dongyue pushed hard, and the stone shattered, scattering small pieces everywhere. Dongyue smiled slightly, calming her anger. She then loudly said to the village chief nearby, "Uncle Village Chief, isn't it true that the more you contribute and help the village, the more you get bullied? This behavior is truly ungrateful. Today, it's just a small chicken soup, but my family of 4 is about to be divided up. When we reach a dead end or if other villages or refugees come, won't we end up fighting among ourselves before struggling to survive?" The village chief took a step forward, understanding that although today's trouble started with a small chicken soup, it ultimately revealed human nature. Bitterness over favors, expecting others to always give. That's real ingratitude. He shook his head repeatedly at Wang Tsuehua and said, "If you want to be ungrateful and bully others, then our Shin family has no place for you." Wang Tsuehua's face turned pale. She quickly stepped forward, grabbed the village chief's sleeve, and cried, "Village chief, I know I was wrong. I won't drink anymore, really. I'll apologize to the old lady right now." She hurried over to the old lady and knelt down suddenly. "Old sister-in-law, I know I was wrong. I truly understand now. Please forgive me. Removing someone from the Shin family tree is not a small matter. It's a life-changing decision. You've always been kind to others, so please forgive me this time. I was just greedy for a small benefit, with no bad intentions." After saying this, Wang Tsuehua started crying loudly, tears and snot flowing freely, which made Shin Dongyue feel quite disgusted. The old lady had never argued with anyone before, nor had anyone outside her family ever knelt before her. When Wang Tsuehua knelt, she wanted to help her up but felt embarrassed and didn't want to forgive her easily. She hesitated, feeling conflicted. At this moment, Shen Dongli stepped forward, supporting the old lady's arm and taking a few steps back. He said to Wang Tsuehua, "Grandma Wang, this matter is very big or very small. If you hadn't been pushing so hard, we wouldn't be in such a deadlock today. I have a clear conscience and stand by my actions. I've decided to let this go for now. But you've given me a lesson, showing me that kindness can turn into hatred. Helping others has its limits." After speaking, he helped the old lady to walk away. The village chief looked unhappy, glaring fiercely at Wang Tsuehua, then turned around and stormed off. Wang Tsuehua collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Next to her, Tegan was confused about what was happening. He stepped forward, fussing and demanding chicken soup. Wang Tsuehua suddenly went crazy, grabbing Tegan and hitting him. Tegan cried out in pain and struggled to his mother. Tegan's mother dared not say anything. She could only hold Tegan in her arms, letting Wang Tsuehua slap her. Shin Dongning saw the noisy scene and sneered, turning back to the stove and snorting. Shin Dongli looked at Shin Dongning and leaned in to explain softly, "I know you're upset, but forcing her family out of the family tree over this isn't right. It makes us look petty. Grandma and the eldest sister are both angry, so I have to play the good guy. We shouldn't make this bigger than it is. I'm not upset about that." Shin Dongning pouted. Shin Dongli looked at Shin Dongyue with a puzzled expression and exchanged a strange look with Shin Dongning. They wondered, Why did Wang Suehua cause all this trouble? But in the end, her daughter-in-law was the one who got hit? What did her daughter-in-law do wrong? Even if Tegan wanted to drink chicken soup, it was Wang Suehua who asked for it. But why didn't they discipline the children from the start? Now something has happened, and they're hitting the children and the daughter-in-law. Shen Dongning feels very upset. Shen Donghua asks with a smile, "What would you do if it were you?" "Go hunt for food myself. If I can't catch anything, I won't eat." Discipline the children well. Even elders shouldn't hit people without reason. What's wrong with the daughter-in-law? Does she have to be beaten just because she got married? If that happens, I definitely won't marry into that family. The old lady listens nearby with a stern face and says, "Not all mothers-in-law are like that. There are some who love their daughters-in-law very much. Your great-grandmother is one of them. But when choosing a family, you need to find out if their household is chaotic." After saying this, she glares at Shen Donghua and says, "Look at how you teach them." Dongning keeps talking about finding a family to marry into. If she can't marry someday, let Dongli take care of her. If my older sister and younger sister don't marry in the future, I will take care of them myself. I promise they will be well fed, Shen Dongli says confidently, patting his chest. Shen Donghua laughs happily beside him. Seeing Shen Dongli also trying to cause trouble, the old lady is angry and stops paying attention to the three of them. After everyone finishes the chicken soup, they are about to leave. They pack their things and see Li Ruowan walking over with a worried look. Shen Donghua raises an eyebrow. They've only been in the forest for a day and a half, and he already can't hold on. Li Ruowan bows politely to the old lady and then secretly glances at Shen Donghua. The shock from earlier, when Shen Donghua used an iron rod to break a large stone, still lingers. The seemingly unremarkable girl was able to do it easily, and she walks all day pushing hundreds of pounds of things. She went into the forest and caught a wild boar. How impressive she is! Li Ruowan has checked her family tree for 3 generations, but couldn't find anyone like her. "Auntie, my mother is old. She walked all day yesterday and is exhausted today. I carried her for half a day this morning, and I really can't walk anymore. Could you please help us?" Li Ruowan asks shamelessly. Shen Donghua clearly remembers that the old lady from the Li family, Zhang Yuping, was just there, scolding her and cursing her for not being able to marry. She seems quite spirited. The old lady glances sideways at Li Ruowan and snorts, "Can't walk." "I don't think so. Just now, I saw how spirited Dongyu was when she scolded. Besides, what's the use of you coming to see me? I am older than her and I don't have 2 sons supporting me. Do you want me to carry her on my back? Where would I get the face for that?" Li Ruowan awkwardly smiled and said, "It's just that my niece has that cart. She's strong enough to push it, so I thought maybe my mother could also rest her feet. What a clever plan. I wouldn't even let my own granddaughter get tired. Where does your mother get the nerve? With so many sons and grandsons, let my granddaughter push the cart? Dream on." "That's a silly idea. I think you're daydreaming every day, dreaming so beautifully," the old lady snapped angrily. Li Ruowan tentatively said, "Dongli seems pretty strong too." Hearing this, the old lady looked around on the ground, found a stick, and started hitting Li Ruowan fiercely. While hitting, she scolded, "Dongli is so young, and you dare to say that? Your family's always eating well, but she can't even walk properly. Why don't you let your son push that old lady? Yes, the one about the same age as Dongli, just a little older. Let him push her." After a few hits, she stopped, panting heavily, pointing at a boy about 12 or 13 nearby. Seeing this, Li Ruowan's face fell. That really was his son, his second son Li Qinlin. He was about the same age as Shen Dongli but weaker and thinner since childhood. Now he was assigned to lead the horse. Li Ruowan then bent down and begged the old lady, "Auntie, besides my mother, my wife can't walk either. She had her feet bound when she was young and can't walk for long. Yesterday, her foot bled all day, and today it's swollen and can't move. Please, Auntie, help us." The old lady was already speechless. Doesn't everyone understand what she's saying? Did she not make herself clear? She said it was impossible, yet they kept pestering her. People can be so kind that they get taken advantage of. Are you dead or what? If your feet are hurt, just carry her. If no one's leading the horse, kill the horse and eat the meat. If that's not enough, give the cloth on the horse's back to the villagers. Are you planning to keep the silk in the woods or get robbed on the road? Now Li Ruan is firmly unable to carry Zhang Yuping anymore, and his wife's strength has also given out. Annie, can my wife sit in the cart for a while? Otherwise, our family might fall behind, he asked. The old lady looked up at the group from Li's family and muttered to herself that they were all useless. She pointed at the two remaining women from Li's family and said, "Put the things on those two women onto the horses. Share the blankets on the horses so that these two women can take turns carrying your mother, who can't walk." Li Ruan thought this idea was good. It was much better than him carrying two people alone. Seeing his mother still somewhat energetic, she could walk for half an hour sometimes, which would help. At least, it wouldn't be his 13-year-old son carrying his over 100-pound mother. He didn't bother with his mother's tantrums anymore. He only left half a piece of cloth on the horse to carry, so the old lady could take a break and relax for a while. Before starting their journey, the silk cloth from Li Daxi's stock was divided among the villagers. The village chief was happy about this. Even though only a small amount of cloth was distributed, having some stock was better than nothing. Shen Dongyue was very tired of all the trouble. She even wondered if she could protect the other three and make it safely to the south. But she only thought about it. The old lady believed that even if their home was gone, as long as they were alive, it was enough. The villagers weren't very close, but since they had left their homes, seeing each other was like seeing family, people who missed their old lives. In the afternoon, the journey went smoothly. At least Shen Dongyue felt that way. When it was her turn to lead, she caught a rabbit easily and showed it to the nearby villagers, who looked at it with envy. When they could camp for the night, Shen Dongyue went to a small stream nearby and skinned the rabbit. When she returned, she handed the rabbit skin to the old lady, asking her to clean it up. Then she chopped the rabbit into big pieces. Shen Dongyue quickly prepared a simple stove. Shen Dongning gathered enough firewood for the night nearby. Soon, without needing the old lady's help, the wild rabbit was cooking. Shen Dongyue didn't give the old lady any chance. She thought to herself, "This time, I don't need your help. You can't stop me from eating meat." The elderly woman also realized that keeping the meat might cause trouble later. Since everyone had enough food, eating the meat now wouldn't be obvious. So, she suggested everyone eat it. In the past, it didn't seem important, but now her granddaughter had become quite skilled at hunting. As long as they weren't hungry, it was fine. When possible, everyone wanted their children to eat better. Actually, not only Shen Dongyue could hunt. The village hunter, called Uncle Lao Zhuang, was very good at hunting. Although catching big animals like wild boars was difficult, catching birds and rabbits was easier. Shen Dongyue had seen Uncle Lao Zhuang carrying game back to his camp several times. It was likely that his family already had some wild meat stored. As for Yang Ziyu, they didn't need to trade for meat often. They only exchanged for some wild vegetables when they wanted greens. Shen Dongyue had never seen their group lack meat. However, in recent days, Shen Dongyue's family of four was too noticeable. People thought they were very strong and overlooked that others had special skills. The villagers used to think the forest was very dangerous. But now, after 2 days inside, they hadn't seen large animals or poisonous insects. No danger was encountered, so villagers began to doubt that the forest was truly dangerous. Once the tents were set up, Shen Dongyue took Shen Dongning and the elderly woman to find a place to wash. It wasn't yet late autumn, and after a day of walking, they were very sticky. Plus, they had applied a lot of herbal insect repellent, which made them uncomfortable. Fortunately, there was a small pond not far from their camp, hidden behind a large rock. It was quite concealed. Shen Dongyue laid a cloth on the rock to signal others that someone was bathing there, then took Shen Dongning and the elderly woman into the water. The pond wasn't big, and the sunlight made the water just right for bathing. The three of them washed thoroughly. After they finished, the smell of roasted wild rabbit meat was already filling the air, attracting people with its delicious aroma. Shen Dongyue dipped a rice ball into the rabbit stew. The ball quickly dissolved, revealing the wild boar meat inside. They ate heartily, enjoying the tasty meal. With some homemade pickled vegetables from the elderly woman, the meal was very delicious. After eating, Shin Dongli went to find the water pool to wash himself. Shin Dongwen knew that after traveling for another day the next day, they would leave the forest. At that point, there would be a stretch without trees blocking the way. It would be better if they didn't encounter people. If they did, things could become much more complicated because of many uncertainties. So, tonight was the best time to rest well. Before resting that night, the village leader told the villagers that they would stop and rest again at the edge of the forest tomorrow evening. The day after, they would hurry to move forward. They couldn't afford to rest as comfortably as they had in the past 2 days, especially at noon. They needed to reach the next old forest within 3 days to avoid being robbed on the road. Not everyone was prepared to leave, though. People are like that. When others stay still, they don't feel uneasy, but once others start moving, they become restless. Waterwood Village wasn't the first to leave, but it wouldn't be the last either. In the village leader's view, their village was already prepared. They had everything they needed. The only worry was meeting those who had run out of food and weren't ready. If they were robbed, they would lose their way of life. Actually, Shin Dongyue wanted to go hunting again. There weren't many animals in this forest, but at least she could catch some. It would save food and provide meat to eat. However, the old lady was determined not to let Shin Dongyue go hunting this time. According to the old lady, they should eat the stored meat first in the next few days. Otherwise, if they meet refugees on the road and see meat hanging in their carts, they might be robbed. The old lady also didn't salt the meat much when curing it, because the weather was warm and she was worried it would spoil if kept too long. So, they needed to finish eating it quickly. Shin Dongyue couldn't do much else, but at least in front of the old lady, she could follow her wishes. The three sat inside the tent, chatting idly. The old lady and Shin Dongning were sewing shoe soles with a needle and thread. In this forest, shoes wore out faster than usual, especially because of the mountain jujube trees and thorns that tore the fabric shoes. So, the old lady and Shin Dongning kept sewing whenever they had time. Shin Donghua looked at the faint glow of the small kerosene lamp, thinking she needed better leather. Otherwise, these two would have to sew shoes every day. Stop sewing. The light is too dim. It will hurt your eyes. You should sew during the day when you're on the cart. Shin Dongning obediently put down what he was holding and said, "Big sister, walking in the forest with straw sandals should be better than with cloth shoes. Tomorrow, I will make a pair of straw sandals for you. I don't even need to take a cart. I can make them while walking." Shin Donghua wasn't interested in straw sandals. Made from weeds, they might be uncomfortable to wear, and besides, she looked at Shin Dongning, just a 10-year-old girl. How well could she make them? No need to make them. When I reach the next forest, I plan to hunt a deer and make shoes from deer hide. They will be strong and durable. How do you know there are deer in that forest? Shin Dongning asked curiously. I heard it's an old forest and I'll be walking inside for over a month. There should be many wild animals, and we'll be able to eat meat every day. Hearing this, Shin Dongning nodded happily. Can we catch a roe deer? I heard its meat is very tasty. Uncle Lao Zhuang used to hunt one when he was young. But after the nearby forest disappeared, no one has eaten it since. No problem. As long as there are some, I can bring them back for you, Shin Dongyue replied. Seeing that the two children had just finished eating and were now talking about food again, the old lady looked at the children playing in the dark, digging wild vegetables near the village. She sighed, feeling that her two grandchildren might be a bit too different from others. Shin Dongning had been gone for a while, and Shin Dongyue was a little worried. She stood up to go look for him, but saw Shin Dongning running quickly toward the tent. Shin Dongyue grabbed a nearby iron rod to meet him. What's wrong? She asked. Big sister, the younger brother of that stranger has drowned. Come quickly and see, Shin Dongning panted. Hearing this, Shin Dongyue immediately understood it was Yang Ziyu and his group. But from their attitude, that little boy was probably a young master. Such an important person would be well protected, so how could he have drowned so easily? Lead the way, she said. The two hurried to the big pond where the boy had drowned. In just a short time they arrived. Many people were gathered around the boy, and several strong men were kneeling on the ground. Yang Ziyu sat on the ground with red eyes, kneeling beside Yang Ziqing. Shen Yan had already examined the boy. Drowning has always been hard to treat. When there's still a pulse, acupuncture might help, but now the young master had no breath left. He was beyond help. How long has he been underwater? Shen Dongyue asked Shen Yan. Not long. Only half a tea's time, but the young master has no breath anymore. Shen Yan answered honestly, unsure why. Whenever Shen Yan was near Shen Dongyue, there was a feeling of trust that made Shen Yan naturally listen to her. Maybe Shen Dongyue had a way to save the child. Shen Dongyue stepped forward, but Uncle Hai moved aside and held up his hand, tears in his eyes, saying, Miss, our young master is in trouble. Please step back. Let me see. Maybe I can help, Shen Dongyue said to Yang Ziyu. Uncle Hai, please let Miss Shin come over, Yang Ziyu ordered with red eyes.
Also, hai not that politely.
Shen Dongyue approached, gently touched Yang Ziyu's neck, feeling for a faint pulse, then loudly said, Everyone else, step back first. She unbuttoned Yang Ziyu's collar and began first aid. While Shen Dongyue was asking people to step back, Yang Ziyu made a gesture to the armed men, who immediately blocked Yang Ziyu and Shen Dongyue to prevent villagers from watching. Shen Dongyue cleaned the dirt from Yang Ziyu's mouth and started CPR. Come help, Shen Dongyue told Yang Ziyu. She taught Yang Ziyu how to do mouth-to-mouth breathing. During Yang Ziyu's surprised and confused look, she continued CPR. If you don't do this now, your brother will be gone. Yang Ziyu couldn't believe that this might save Yang Ziyu, but it was worth trying. Any hope was better than none. Yang Ziyu had only been underwater for a short time. Shen Dongli had called Shen Dongyue just in time. After about half an hour of emergency treatment, Yang Ziyu finally coughed up the water and started breathing. Yang Ziyu stopped in shock, tears falling down. Shen Dongyue watched nearby, amazed. She was beautiful, and even crying looked beautiful. Uncle Hai also knelt down suddenly, crying on the ground. Shen Dongyue called Shen Yan over to prepare medicine for Yang Ziyu. Shen Yan was so excited he couldn't hold back, wanting to ask about the secret method but afraid it was something not to be shared. Despite witnessing a miracle, he couldn't understand it, feeling anxious and restless. After giving Shen Yan the prescription, Shen Dongyue looked at him, noticing how carefully and nervously he tried to hide his excitement, and she chuckled softly. Her voice sounded a bit abrupt at this moment, but it was like waking someone from sleep, making everyone instantly alert. Yang Ziyu stood up and bowed deeply to Shen Dongyue, saying, Thank you for your great kindness, young lady. In the future, if you need anything, my Yang family will do our best to help. Shen Dongyue nodded at Yang Ziyu and replied, Young Master Yang, there's no need to worry. If I need your help in the future, I won't hesitate to ask. Yang Ziyu said nothing more, only thinking that if something really happened later, he would be willing to risk everything to repay her. After bringing Yang Ziyu back to the tent, Shen Dongyue went to check on him again. Although Shen Yan was a village doctor, he was quite skilled. Following the prescription Shen Dongyue gave, he prepared medicine and also told Uncle Hai that the child might develop a fever at night. Sure enough, that evening, Yang Ziyu started to have a fever. Shen Yan called Shen Dongyue over, asking if she knew any good methods to reduce the fever. Shen Dongyue brought a small jar of strong wine, instructed Uncle Hai to wipe Yang Ziyu's body, and prepared some fever-reducing medicine. After boiling the herbal mixture, she returned to the tent. It was late at night. The old lady was still waiting for Shen Dongyue. When she saw her return, she finally relaxed and went to sleep. Shen Dongyue, feeling drowsy, thought to herself that she had done another good deed. The next day, they set out as usual. Shen Dongyue woke up a bit late. The old lady had already served the meal. Shen Dongyue quickly washed up, then took a rice ball and started eating. Shen Dongning and Shen Dongli quickly packed up the tent and their belongings. Shen Dongyue clearly felt that Yang Ziyu and his group were paying more attention to her family, or perhaps just taking care of them. Originally, they were walking behind, but now they had moved ahead of Shen Dongyue's group. Besides the people pushing the carts, Some others were holding tools and continuing to widen the road. Shin Dongyue found pushing the cart easier. Of course, the villagers also knew that Shin Dongyue had saved that family's young master the day before. Although that family looked quite distinguished, they never interfered in others' affairs and stayed quiet, which made people like them very much. Not to mention that now the road was smoother and the people behind would benefit. Also, having a young master from such a noble family traveling with them made their journey safer. That night, the village chief had already arranged for hunters to find a good spot at the edge of the forest to set up camp. Shin Dongyue set up her tent as usual and then wandered around the area. Of course, she was followed by two people. One was Shin Dongli and the other was Shin Yayan. Shin Dongli now greatly admires Shin Dongyue. His older sister suddenly became skilled in martial arts and medicine, which feels very unreal to him. Shin Yayan is very focused on Shin Dongyue's medical skills. Especially the day before, Shin Dongyue personally treated a child who had no breath, who had drowned. This was something he had never heard of before. Shin Dongyue was actually trying to stock up some supplies in the space, not expecting what might happen on the road ahead. Even if they could continue hunting, what if they couldn't leave at some point? Wouldn't that mean losing their food? But these two followers just wouldn't leave her alone. Dr. Shen, I promise I will tell you everything about the drowning method. I won't hide anything. Rest assured, tomorrow, just tomorrow, we will study this method together during the day, Shin Dongyue said a little helplessly. Shin Yayan immediately blushed. As a proud young man, it felt strange to follow a young unmarried girl just for a medical recipe or a way to save someone. Even though they both have the surname Shen and come from the same family line, they are no longer close relatives after so many generations. Even if her younger brother is nearby now, it's better to keep some distance. It just feels uncomfortable.
I'm sorry.
Shin Yayan didn't know how to express himself. He wasn't trying to force her to reveal the recipe, but it felt like he was doing just that. If he said it was for the recipe, then according to tradition, such a rare medical skill and recipe shouldn't be shared outside. What is he doing now? Shin Dongyue waved her hand and said, It's okay. I understand, Dr. Shin. I have no problem telling you this method. I only have one request. Shin Yayan immediately bowed deeply to Shin Dongyue and said, Speak freely. Shin Dongyue looked steadily at Shin Yayan and said, My only request is that you spread this method so that every doctor can learn it. Shin Yayan looked at Shin Dongyue in shock. He had already thought of many possibilities, but he never expected her to make such a request. Shin Dongyue smiled slightly and said, Dr. Shin, don't be surprised. I do this just to give children a little more chance to survive. Not everyone who falls into the water can be saved. This method isn't magic, just an ordinary way to help people. To save more lives, more people need to know about it, even ordinary villagers, just in case. Shin Yayan's mind went blank and he muttered, Shouldn't this method be kept as a secret recipe? Shin Dongyue laughed loudly, saying she was just repeating what she had heard, not claiming it was a secret technique. Seeing the beautiful face in front of him and thinking about this 15-year-old girl with such great kindness, Shin Yayan couldn't help but feel a bit respectful. Let's talk more about the steps of this method tomorrow. Shin Dongyue waved her hand and led Shin Dongli into the forest. Shin Yayan stayed behind, standing there for a long time without leaving. From a shadow nearby, a figure stepped out and watched Shin Dongyue's retreating figure thoughtfully. Shin Dongyue and Shin Dongli moved slowly through the forest. Since they had just come out, over 400 people had disturbed the animals' usual caves and activity areas. So, they took a different route. They didn't find much. Animals rarely come out at night to look for food. They also met old hunter Zhuang, who was carrying 2 rabbits and a wild chicken. Seeing them, the hunter warmly greeted Shin Dongli and handed him a wild rabbit, signaling him to take it. Nothing special, just some food for a snack, he said. Shin Dongli looked at Shin Dongyue, who nodded, and then he took the rabbit. The old hunter chuckled and patted Shin Dongli on the shoulder, saying, Good boy, following your sister. You'll have a bright future. Thank you, Uncle Zhuang, Shin Dongli said happily, scratching his head. Shin Dongyue knew they probably wouldn't find any more prey tonight. The old hunter came from this direction, and it was clear the area had been checked. Some traps might have already been set, so Shin Donghua decided not to go that way again. Following the old hunter, we headed back along the road to our camp. The elderly woman had already prepared the meal, and both she and Shin Dongning had finished eating. They left rice balls for Shin Donghua and the others. Shin Donghua was a bit tired of them, even though they had meat inside. They had been eating the same for 2 days without change, which was enough. Shin Donghua looked at the elderly woman with some resentment as she continued to busy herself. It seemed she was making more food for the next day's journey, another type of flatbread. It looked dry and hard, but probably easy to store. At least during these 3 days on the road, they wouldn't need to cook fresh food for their main meal. Shin Donghua cleaned a wild rabbit and handed it to the elderly woman. She stir-fried it with chili. The elderly woman was worried about using too much oil and kept complaining that Shin Donghua's mouth was too picky. Shin Donghua didn't mind and chewed on the spicy rabbit meat. She liked it this way, spicy and tasty. Shin Dongli and Shin Dongning also ate the spicy food, breathing heavily from the heat but reluctant to put down their food. The next morning, as they set out, the villagers looked more nervous than before. They weren't as relaxed as in the past few days. After nearly 4 days of travel, they had emotionally left their hometown and entered someone else's territory. Shin Donghua let Shin Dongning push the cart, while she and Shin Yayan huddled together. Actually, Shin Donghua could only teach basic emergency first aid, mainly the modern procedures. She also warned Shin Yayan that not all drowning victims could be saved. There was an optimal rescue time, and they shouldn't boast about their skills, as it could cause trouble. If everyone could be saved, it would be like a miracle. Shin Yayan nodded repeatedly in agreement. They discussed drowning rescue methods for about an hour. Shin Yayan then returned to his own team. They spoke openly, without lowering their voices, so anyone nearby who wanted to listen could hear. Shin Donghua emphasized some important points, letting the villagers listen and understand as much as they could. When they left the forest, the villagers followed the instructions from the day before. Elderly people, children, and women stayed in the middle, while the strong men walked on the edges. Every few steps, some carried weapons to prevent possible bandit attacks. After half a day, they encountered some refugees walking in a scattered group. It seemed the entire village hadn't escaped together. The village chief signaled everyone to stay alert. Actually, the villagers are more afraid of the large group of several hundred people who seem to be banding together. Such a big group usually deters others from provoking them. Right now, the barbarians haven't attacked yet. Although food is most needed, everyone is prepared to escape and not left empty-handed. Most of these people are choosing the official roads because they are easier to travel. When they reach the city gates, if they see many refugees, kind officials might let them pass. Some hesitate, wanting to take the official route but afraid of lacking official support. Others consider going through the old forest, but fear wild animals. There are even rumors that bandits have taken over the forest and are ruling there. However, everyone who sees the Wadawood village people tends to avoid them a little. This shows the power of sticking together. It's also why the Li family stubbornly refused to leave when faced with difficulties. At noon, the village chief said they could rest for only 2 incense sticks time. The villagers took out their prepared food and sat on the ground to eat, giving their animals a break too. Shin Donghua took Shin Dongning and the old lady to a nearby hillside to relieve themselves. Switching between Shin Donghua and Shin Dongning helped avoid awkward situations. Shin Donghua is very glad that her body is still young and her period hasn't started yet. She saw 2 women, blushing and avoiding others' gazes, changing out of dirty clothes. That's considered good. But looking at the pregnant women with big bellies, slowly moving along, Shin Donghua already feels a headache coming. At this point, wild vegetables along the roadside are hard to find. The few that are available are tough and old. Even after cooking, they still make your throat sore. Animals can eat the dried wild grass by the roadside, so they won't go hungry. The village chief is most worried about whether the animals can stay in the next old forest. The previous forest was manageable because a skilled hunter led the way and knew the area well. Even with many animals, they could find a passable route. But if they enter a wild forest like that, the animals probably won't survive. Too incensed, Stick's time passed quickly, and the long journey resumed. For the first time, Shin Dongyue felt tired. She has strong muscles, but walking quickly for a long time made her exhausted. Since early morning, they walked all the way until the villagers lit their torches for illumination. The elderly woman also stopped and rested several times on the handcart. Shin Dongyue realized that human potential is limitless. The pregnant women had already been replaced and were sitting on the carts. The road was fairly smooth, so the men pushed the carts steadily. The only thing to watch out for was that the elderly, children, and pregnant women took turns riding. Whoever couldn't hold on would be replaced. What surprised Shin Dongyue most was Li Ruan. He went from being a wealthy young master to this situation, but managed to hold on. Although they left the forest, and his horses could carry more supplies, walking for nearly 7 hours in a day was too much for many people. Li Ruan's wife, Wang Zixi, had already been sitting on a horse for a while. At this point, appearance didn't matter anymore. No one cared about how they looked or dressed. Her biggest regret now was that her parents had bound her feet when she was very young. She was only 4 or 5 then and had no choice, but back then, she used to show off among her friends. Now, she felt like a useless person, either carried on someone's back or sitting on a horse. The village chief sat on the ground, frowning and smoking dried tobacco. After a while, he called Shin Shiming and asked him to find the village elders and leaders. Soon, more than 10 people arrived, including Shin Dongyue, a young girl. Among the strong men, she looked quite noticeable, but everyone knew her skills, so no one objected. Right now, we have 3 options. The first is to follow the refugees and take the main road to the city. The main road is easier and smoother. The village chief stopped a villager from speaking. Let me finish first. The second option is to go into the old forest, which we are not very familiar with. The old forest is well known to the older villagers, who can find a place to stay each night. The paths there are usually easier to follow, but in the deeper parts of the forest, we can only go as far as we can see. The third option is a route between the 2 forests. It's longer, but eventually leads to the south, where we want to go. The road used to be a main road, but was abandoned a long time ago. No one knows exactly how good the road is now. I've heard that bandits sometimes block this route. So let's discuss and decide which way to go. A strong man with muscles shouted, "Uncle Li Zheng, walking in the forest is good for us. No one disturbs us, and if those bandits come, they probably won't bother to come into the woods just for us. Even if they do, they might not find us." Li Zheng nodded and asked, "Does anyone have other ideas?" An old hunter shook his head and said, "I think walking in the forest isn't safe. It's better if we don't get lost. If we do, and can't find our way out before winter, heavy snow could trap us inside. The old forest has many wild animals, and encountering wolves or tigers isn't a joke." The strong man was clearly unhappy and shouted, "We already decided to go through the old forest. Why change now? I can tell directions. If I follow one way, I will find my way out." The villagers nearby nodded in agreement. Old Zhuang frowned and said in a deep voice, "I can tell directions, but who knows if the next step will be into a hole? Will the wild animals see us and run away early? Can you guarantee that? Besides, if only 1 or 2 of us can walk at a time and a wolf takes someone, you won't have time to save them. If a child cries at night and calls the bear, can you go and rescue them?" Old Zhuang continued. "Didn't you think of these things when you said we should go through the old forest?" A villager angrily asked. Old Zhuang was also annoyed and said to him, "I already said that the old forest has too many uncertainties. Didn't you hear? Last time, when Li Zheng asked for opinions, why didn't you speak up? We chose this route among 3 options. I also said I was familiar with the original forest, but this forest is too big and far away.
I don't know it well."
"Why are you blaming me now? You are the only hunter in the village. You confidently said we could get out. I clearly said it was the neighboring village's forest. Even now, we can turn onto the main road from here." Everyone shut up. The village head coughed loudly and commanded, Shin Shiming hesitated and said, "What if we take the third route?" The villager was shocked and asked, "What if we encounter bandits? Can you fight?" The village chief was a bit angry and said, "No one can guarantee others' safety. It all depends on ourselves." When I gathered everyone to leave, it was for mutual support on the road, and since there are many of us, others trying to block the way will think twice. Now, if anyone has other opinions, they can leave at any time. But those who stay must understand that helping each other is one thing, but guaranteeing others' safety is another. Who has the right to guarantee it? Your father? Your mother? If you feel that way, you can leave on your own. No one will stop you. The villager blushed and looked a bit resentful, but was stopped by someone nearby. The village chief glared at him, and he finally quieted down. The village chief then turned to Shindongyue and the people behind her, including Yang Ziyu. Yes, Yang Ziyu also came to listen to the plan. "Everyone, tell us which way we should go." Shindongyue had thought for a moment and asked, "Do you know approximately how many bandits there are?" The village chief shook his head and said, "The passing villagers said it was over 10 years ago. Back then, there were about 100 or so bandits. After all these years, we don't know what the situation is now. Our village has over 100 strong men, plus people from the Yang and Li families. We can give it a try." Yang Ziyu nodded and said, "I agree with Miss Shin." Shindongyue looked at Yang Ziyu strangely, but said nothing more. Everyone trusted Shindongyue's fighting ability, but she was just a girl. No matter how skilled she was, how many could she really fight? Those bandits are dangerous and deadly. Besides, if something really happens, who wouldn't first protect their own family? The villagers argued loudly with their opinions. Finally, the village chief decisively said, "One representative from each family, raise your hand for a vote." The first option to be rejected was the official road. The route was always a problem, and more refugees gathered. If they met a good official, it might be okay. At worst, they could refuse to open the city gates. But if they met a corrupt official, they could be labeled as vagrants or rebels, which would ruin their reputation and solve nothing. The people would suffer in the end. Next was going into the forest. Out of 15 households, 7 raised their hands to choose that, while the remaining 8 preferred the third route. So it was pretty evenly split. No one knew what the future held or what kind of path they would take. They were just exploring, unsure if their choice was right or if they would regret it later. Finally, the village chief made the decision to take the third route. He clearly stated that those who disagreed could choose another way. If they wanted to go, they should do so early, sooner was safer. Since everyone agrees to take this third path from now on, no matter what happens, do not blame others. If you have different ideas, that's fine. We can part ways immediately. If you choose this side and something happens someday, don't say it's someone else's fault, because this is your own choice. Li family is very happy about changing the route because they won't have to deal with their horses anymore. They don't need to worry about losing or killing the horses if they can't enter the forest. These horses are very important for transportation. Thinking that his mother and wife can sometimes sit on the horses and he can rest too makes him feel very good. Recently, he has been carrying his mother and wife on his back for 2 days, walking for 7 hours today. All 3 are exhausted and can only breathe heavily. The 2 women are so tired that they didn't even cook dinner today and are lying on the ground crying. He just hopes the road won't be too badly damaged. The village chief is also happy inside. As one of the only 2 families with livestock and owning a cow, in this time, cows are more important than people. Many people prefer to suffer themselves rather than let their cows suffer. Even now, when everyone is resting, they unload the carts so the cows can rest, and they cut grass along the way to keep the cows chewing. Killing oxen is against the law in this era. At this moment, they don't think about bandits. Every road is dangerous, but with so many people, even bandits will think twice before attacking. Once the route is decided, everyone feels more at ease and stops feeling restless. When Shen Dongyue returns to her family, the old lady has already finished cooking and eaten some oily noodles and dry, hard biscuits. Although the biscuits are tough, she feels a bit better now. The old lady asks about the route they will take next, and her brow furrows again. Shen Dongyue forces a smile and says, "Don't worry, I am here." I promise you won't go hungry or get hurt. The old lady looks at Shin Dongyue steadily and quietly advises, if anything happens, first protect your younger brother and sister. I've lived enough. You're still young and the road is long. Shin Dongning nearby hears this and quickly asks, what do you mean? Did something happen? Hearing this, Shin Dongli also comes over. The old lady waves her hand and says, it's nothing. Just go do what you need to do. Shin Dongning was starting to get anxious. He shouted, what do you mean by protecting us? What should you do? Shin Dongli clenched his fists and looked down without speaking. Shin Dongyue saw the situation and quickly stopped the others. He said, what are you talking about? We're taking the path with the bandits. I'm afraid something will happen. She just doesn't trust me. Shin Dongyue turned to the old lady and said, Grandma, do you want me to show you a magic trick, like breaking a stone on my chest? Or splitting a piece of wood with my hand? The old lady saw that Shin Dongyue was acting silly again. She patted him and was about to say something. Shin Dongyue fell down on purpose, holding his arm. He said, Grandma, you're still as brave as ever. Today I lost, but wait 10 years, and I will challenge you again. Shin Dongning still had tears in his eyes, but Shin Dongyue made him laugh with a joke. Shin Dongli looked at Shin Dongyue deeply. He didn't say anything and got up to go to the side to set up the tent again. Shin Dongyue saw this, pouted, and continued teasing the old lady. He said, see? We've made your precious little one scared. We 3 strong people can't even protect a little old lady like you? You think we look down on you? Before going to sleep, Shin Dongli pulled Shin Dongyue out. Shin Dongyue looked at the old lady before leaving. She was sewing shoes quietly and didn't say anything. Shin Dongning wanted to follow, but Shin Dongyue stopped him with a look. Shin Dongyue looked at the young boy in front of him. His face was innocent and a little worried and confused. Big sister, will the bandits come to rob us? Who knows? Maybe the bandits are doing better than us. Look at how many of us there are, and we're not doing so well. If they attack, it might just hurt both sides. If they're worse off than us, what are you afraid of? Bandits with less strength and empty stomachs are just a bunch of ragged people, a group of poor folks fighting for the mountain. Shin Dongli didn't know why, but hearing Shin Dongyue say this, he felt a little less scared. What about Grandma? Shin Dongyue hugged Shin Dongli's shoulder and whispered, you know, when people get old, they worry about all sorts of things, whether they'll have enough to eat or too much to eat or other worries. You have to be gentle with her, go along with her. Don't join in her fussing. Besides, if she says she doesn't care, then she doesn't care. Tell me, if you run away with Grandma on your back, how many can catch up? I don't believe the bandits would chase us 2 miles just for an old lady. Shin Dongyue quietly glanced around and softly said, don't worry about the old lady not talking. She's very afraid of trouble. Think about it. Our 3 siblings seem promising, and the old lady is still enjoying her happiness. Why is she so worried? It's because she's afraid something might happen. Our family only has us 3 left, actually just you. The old lady fears accidents and the worst. But don't worry, you know my medical skills very good, and I've looked at her face. I believe she can live to be 100 or more. Shin Dongli now had blind confidence in Shin Dongyue, but he still asked, Sister, do medical books really teach how to read faces? What do you know? Those features tell a lot. The old lady is very healthy, without illness or trouble. Shin Dongli relaxed and smiled. Shin Dongyue comforted one person after another. But even if she said comforting words, it didn't change the fact that her worries still lingered. Her feelings were still uneasy. However, Shin Dongyue could only tell Shin Dongli, in front of real strength, tricks don't work. Right now, you should focus on practicing breathing exercises to strengthen yourself. Shin Dongli nodded and said he understood. After walking such a long way, Shin Dongyue was already tired. She went back to the tent and immediately fell asleep. The next morning, she woke up late. The old lady kept muttering that Shin Dongyue was lazy. Shin Dongyue stretched and went to wash at the small creek. Using licorice root as toothpaste didn't feel good, especially since the so-called toothbrush was just wild grass, and she couldn't even find a willow branch. Shin Dongyue felt a little sad. thinking that her crossing into this world had been quite tough. When they returned, Shun Dongli had already packed up. The old lady handed Shun Dongyue 2 dried cakes and then set off. The biggest advantage of rushing ahead was speed. Even if they were being chased, they hadn't yet assessed the danger, and they had already gone far. But these past 2 days, everyone was very tired. It was easier if there was someone to take over, but for those carrying hundreds of pounds of supplies, some with their wives, children, or mothers after stopping, their legs trembled. Shun Dongyue even saw 2 pregnant women struggling to walk, still holding their bellies. They occasionally rested on the carts, but she felt sorry for their husbands. In this environment, it seemed the babies might be born early. Although they are all farmers' families and busy farming can be tiring, now there is a hanging sword above their heads. They don't know when it will fall, so their hearts are always tense. The only comfort is that fewer people are walking on this road now. Most probably, they have gone to official routes. They hurried along quickly for 2 days, walking more than 7 hours each day, and finally reached the old official road entrance. On both sides are tall trees that seem to touch the sky, with thick leaves blocking the sun. Over the years, weeds have grown in the middle of the road, and some trees over 10 years old can be seen in the middle. Is this still a road? It's only distinguishable because the trees nearby are taller and older. The villagers looked at the road entrance and stayed silent for a long time. It was getting late, so they decided to rest there and discuss their plans later. Shun Dongyue did whatever needed to be done without overthinking. The road was just there. As long as they could tell it apart, it meant the road wasn't dangerous. It was just like walking through the forest before, wasting some time but safe. Bandits in such terrain would either starve or be self-sufficient, so there was no need to worry. He told Shun Dongli and Shun Dongning to watch their belongings, then slipped into the nearby woods, acting as if he was afraid Shun Dongli might follow. After more than 10 years of neglect, this road was no longer just at the edge of the forest. Soon, Shun Dongyue saw some wild pheasants. They are easier to catch than rabbits. The thick bushes and weeds made the pheasants fly up more slowly than they would on flat ground. He easily caught some, even picking up 5 small wild eggs from the ground. He threw the eggs into his space pouch and continued moving forward. There were also rabbits, which ran fast behind the low bushes. Shun Dongyue didn't want to disturb their burrows. At the last moment, he used a small stone about the size of a chicken egg to hit and kill one rabbit. His aim was precise, and he was strong. Once hit, the rabbit wouldn't run away. Shun Dongyue was annoyed that he hadn't seen any wild boars. If he had, he wouldn't have let any go. After walking a short while, about the length of an incense stick, Shun Dongyue found a stream. It wound down from a high place in the distance. The water flow was slow, but it had been there for a long time. Thick green moss covered the surrounding rocks. This is fresh water. People can boil it and drink. Animals around here also need water, so if he stayed here quietly, he was sure to encounter some. The weather is getting darker, and the distance we can see is getting closer. It seems we will have to come back the next day. Shun Dongyue has a good sense of direction and a strong memory, so she is not worried about getting lost in the forest. After about half an hour, she returned to the camp carrying a wild rabbit, a wild chicken, and 5 eggs. The old lady looked at the items with a slight smile. She was not wasting food, and was eating much better than at home. This was the happiest thing so far. Most villagers also had some success. Although it was dry everywhere, the forest areas had more water. Shun Dongyue saw Uncle Lao Zhuang, the hunter, exchanging a wild rabbit for a colorful piece of cloth with Li Ruan. He took it home for his wife, and the pattern suggested it was for their daughter. Li Ruan, ignoring his mother Zhang Yuping's nagging, immediately cooked the wild rabbit. Other villagers also caught wild chickens and cooked them right away, not saving any. Some villagers only found wild vegetables, and combined with the wild boar meat they pickled a few days ago, their food was much better than before at home. The next morning, the village chief ordered everyone to line up and start heading along the official path into the old forest. Before entering, villagers followed Shun Dongyue's instructions to tie their pant legs. A few tied them too tightly, and Shun Dongyue scolded them, repeatedly warning that if they tied too tight, their legs could be useless. Finally, they applied the mosquito-repellent herbal medicine given by Shin Yan and set out in a large group. 2 people cleared the way at the front, switching every half hour. Those empty-handed carried a stick, hitting the bushes to scare away snakes. This method worked. They had already scared away 3 snakes in the morning. The village chief repeatedly warned everyone to sleep tightly at night and not sleep outdoors, as a snake bite could be deadly and there might be no time to save them. Traveling was still difficult. With families and limited space, only 2 people could pass through narrow paths. Those pushing carts could only go one at a time. Some branches needed to be broken to clear the way, which slowed progress. It was a slow process, but they couldn't afford to rush. The only comfort was that, despite the decreasing food supply, this route was safer than others for now. At noon, there was no large open space available, so everyone sat down on the nearby grass, all having prepared beforehand. They ate some ready-made food and drank water from their pouches. Then they set out again. By mid-afternoon, the village chief called the old hunter over and asked him to find a place to rest that could hold about 400 people. It should not be a narrow, straight line, in case something happened and they couldn't respond quickly. The old hunter nodded and went into the nearby woods. The others kept walking steadily. After about an hour, the old hunter emerged from the woods, taking a route at about a 30-degree angle, forming a triangle. He then turned back onto the main road and surprisingly reached the front, showing how easy it was to travel lightly. The village chief was happy when he heard they found a place full of large rocks. They had found a good spot to camp. After walking for about 2 incense sticks worth of time, they saw an open area that could hold everyone, with a small stream nearby. Shin Dongyue smiled slightly. That stream was probably the one she saw yesterday. It was still daylight, and from the open space, they could see clearly that the sun hadn't set yet. Shin Dongyue estimated that animals would be coming to the stream to drink and rest soon. She thought about going alone, but she knew she would have to leave behind the eager Shin Dongli. However, Shin Dongli saw her plan and immediately left the tent, following closely behind her. After walking a few steps, another person appeared behind them, Yang Ziyu. Today, Yang Ziyu was dressed in black, looking tall and handsome. Shin Dongyue thought for a moment and decided to let them follow. The 3 of them hurried upstream toward the water. Sure enough, after walking only about 2 incense sticks time, they saw animals stopping at the stream to drink. They crouched on the ground, watching a beautiful deer nearby, already thinking of several ways to catch it. At the stream, about 10 or so deer of different sizes were drinking. A male deer was alertly watching the surroundings, while a few carefree young deer ran back and forth. Shin Dongyue pointed to a slightly larger deer and said to Yang Ziyu, "The fattest one is mine." Yang Ziyu's eyes showed a smile, and he nodded, saying, "Miss Shin, you choose first." Shin Dongyue was pleased and slowly moved closer to the herd of deer. Shin Dongli was eager to try and followed behind Shin Dongyue. Shin Dongyue was straightforward and bold. She suddenly charged straight at her target. The deer was startled and ran nervously to the stream, then quickly turned back into the woods. This delay gave Shin Dongyue a chance. The deer was very fast, and once it had a chance to escape, almost no one could catch it. Shin Dongyue grabbed a metal stick, aiming the tip at the deer, and stabbed. The deer was clever and made a sharp turn, running back toward the stream. Shin Dongyue leapt up and stabbed again. This time, the deer was less lucky. The stick pierced through one eye and out the other. The deer didn't even cry out and collapsed on the ground. By now, the herd was panicked. Shin Dongli and Yang Ziyu each headed straight for their targets, which they had already spotted. To Shin Dongyue's surprise, Yang Ziyu looked calm and capable. Shin Dongyue hadn't seen him make a move before, but now she realized he was very skilled, quick and precise. In just a few moments, he had killed a deer. Shin Dongli was a bit embarrassed. The deer he was after was darting around, almost teasing him. He couldn't find the right rhythm and kept bouncing after the deer. Shin Dongyue stroked her chin thoughtfully. This was a good way to train Shin Dongli. Suddenly, Shin Dongli felt a cold shiver on his back while chasing the deer. By the stream, the other deer, big and small, were already panicked and running away, led by the biggest buck. The deer Shin Dongli was chasing also ran after them. Shin Dongli was exhausted, panting heavily, sweating, and hadn't even touched the tail of the deer. He looked down in frustration. "Big sister, next time I want to use your weapon," Shin Dongli said stubbornly. He didn't mind the big sister, but the young man next to her, who looked so delicate, could also hunt deer. Aren't young masters from wealthy families usually very delicate? Shin Dongyue smiled warmly and said, "All right, we'll come back tomorrow. I'll give you a weapon to use." Yang Ziyu, labeled as a young dandy, watched the siblings argue about the weapon. He glanced at the so-called weapon, a pointed iron rod, and couldn't help but chuckle. The laborer was, of course, Shin Dongli. This big deer weighed nearly 200 jin, and Shin Dongli carried it easily. Once again, Yang Ziyu was impressed, thinking that both siblings must be naturally strong. Shin Dongyue walked leisurely behind the two workers, watching them carry the deer, feeling very happy. Yang Ziyu felt he had never been so clumsy before. He secretly clenched his teeth and looked away. Where were Uncle Hai, Yang Yi, and Yang Er? Even if just one of them appeared, he could put down the deer. He had forgotten that it was his own decision not to let those people follow. Back at the camp, the village chief trembled as he watched the two men each carry a deer. He thought to himself, "God bless, as long as Shin Dongyue is here, everyone can just have some soup and not go hungry." Truly blessed is our Wadawood village. Shin Dongyue handed the deer to old Zhuang, asking him to keep the deer skin, antlers, and blood. He also kept one hind leg for himself, while the rest was given to the village chief. The village chief's mouth was already wide open, watching old Zhuang carefully divide the meat into even pieces. He remembered a lucky time when he had tasted deer meat in his youth, and the flavor still lingered in his mind. Yang Yi carried a deer missing one leg and handed it to the village chief, then turned back to his master. The village chief felt like a windfall had fallen from the sky, one after another, making him dizzy and feeling as relaxed as after drinking a little wine. Soon, Grandma Zhao brought a big bunch of dates. This was a rare treat. The old lady and Grandma Zhao politely declined at first, but in the end, they accepted. More villagers came one after another, bringing small gifts of food. Though simple, it was a gesture of kindness. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much. Finally, the village chief ordered 2 large iron pots to be set up, to boil the deer bones for soup. Shun Yan even provided some herbs, which, combined with the bones, could help strengthen muscles and bones. Meanwhile, Shin Donghua took out a clean jar, poured in the deer blood, then added about 1/3 of the wine he bought. He stirred it with chopsticks a few times, then covered the jar and set it aside. Grandma Zhao had already heated the rice before they returned, but Shin Donghua said the deer meat should be eaten fresh. Their family didn't join the villagers in the lively meal, leaving the leftovers for themselves. Shin Donghua asked the elderly lady to slice the deer leg meat very thin. Then she placed a large flat stone she found by the creek over the fire to heat up. She put the salted meat on the stone to grill. She also ground some chili peppers. Several people enjoyed eating the grilled deer meat with freshly made chili oil. The aroma was so rich that it made everyone drool. Yang Zicheng rested for a few days and was now lively and full of energy. Except for the occasional cough, she had recovered completely. From afar, she smelled the delicious aroma of roasted deer meat. Suddenly, she felt that Uncle Hai's big pot of stew didn't smell as good anymore. She kept glancing at Shin Dongyue's family, sitting up straight for a moment, then looking again.
Yang Ziyu hummed softly.
Yang Zicheng immediately sat up straight, but after a while, her eyes drifted back toward the family. They sat close to each other. Even if not gathered around the same table, their eyes kept meeting. Shin Donghua noticed, and was surprised by the bright, clear eyes. She thought to herself that the Yang family's genes were really good. She waved at Yang Zicheng. Her face lit up with a smile, and she said something to Yang Ziyu before rushing over. Seeing her younger brother's awkwardness, Yang Ziyu's face turned red. He turned to look at the stew in the pot, and suddenly, It didn't smell as tempting anymore. Meanwhile, Yang Ziqing sat beside Shindongli, staring eagerly at the meat on the stone slab. The elderly lady saw that the young master from a noble family was there, so she quickly scooped some grilled meat onto Yang Ziqing's plate. Yang Ziqing didn't refuse and even added a spoonful of chili oil. The slightly salty, flavorful deer meat, with a hint of spiciness and a roasted aroma, immediately whetted everyone's appetite. Seeing how deliciously the young master was eating, the elderly lady and Shindongning hesitated to eat more. They put down their chopsticks. Shindongyue ignored them. After finishing the stone slab, she divided the meat into 5 portions. No one was full yet, so they waited for the next pot. No one took more than their share. Since the elderly lady was older, she couldn't eat too much meat. She was the first to leave the table, quietly warming herself with some deer bone soup in a small pot nearby. Grilling meat was slow, and by the time the 4 finished eating, the moon was already high in the sky. Those who had gone to rest early had already fallen asleep. Yang Ziqing felt uncomfortable and was made to walk back and forth outside the tent to help digest the food. Poor families didn't have many rules. After eating, Shindongyue's family went to sleep, which made Yang Ziqing feel envious. In the morning, the air was damp and a bit heavy. The weather looked gloomy, as if it might rain. If only it had rained a few months earlier, that would be so good, said the villager, looking up at the sky. Shindongyue felt a bit annoyed. She hated rainy days. It's okay if there's a place to take shelter, but what should we do on the road? The village chief called Lao Zhuang over and discussed with him. Look at this weather. It might rain. What should we do? We can't travel in the rain because the road is too slippery, and getting sick would be a big problem. Lao Zhuang also looked worried. In the past, when it rained in the forest, he would hide in a tree hollow. The longest he stayed was 3 days, 2 days of rain plus another day to wait before coming out. But now, where can we find such big tree hollows or caves? The village chief was right. If someone got sick from the rain, it would delay our trip. And if 2 people catch it, what if everyone gets sick? They both sighed heavily. Shindongyue grew more and more anxious. She didn't know whether to leave or stay, and there was no clear plan. The village chief thought for a long time, looked at the darkening sky, and told the villagers to prepare for rain. Once it stopped, they would check the road conditions to see if they could leave. The villagers silently packed their things. They packed what they could, but what about the people? Were they supposed to stand in the rain? Shindongyue looked up at the nearby trees. Some branches were very dense, with several trees intertwined, letting very little sunlight through. She first cut some thick vines from the forest. Then, she found a good spot between a few trees and tied the vines back and forth around them, about a meter above the ground. She layered the vines over and under, weaving them tightly around the fixed vines. Soon, she had made a large, spiderweb-like hammock. It was about 5 meters square, fixed to 6 trees, and very sturdy. The villagers stopped packing and watched Shindongyue busy at work. They didn't know how to avoid the rain. Some turned their carts upside down and covered them with oilcloth, hoping to stay dry underneath if it rained. Others just thought a piece of oilcloth would be enough. Shindongyue looked at the villagers around her, then smiled and said, "Aunties and uncles, aren't you going to follow the plan?" Suddenly, everyone seemed to wake up and started working quickly. Shindongyue asked Shindongli and Shindongning to help cut more vines. They were strong, stronger than most men, and light, so they climbed trees easily. They cut long, thick vines for the hammock. The elderly woman happily watched her grandchildren busy working, a gentle smile on her face. She called out, "Grandmothers, come with me to fetch water from the creek. It's raining now, so we can't drink the creek water. It's always good to prepare extra." Soon, the older villagers carried jars and followed her to the creek to collect water. Shindongyue told the younger children to go pick flat, thin stones from the creek. She also showed them a piece of meat from last night's barbecue, encouraging them to gather as many stones as possible. After giving these instructions, Shindongyue started setting up her tent. She tied a simple oilcloth tent, sewn by Shindongning, to the trees above the hammock. The tent was large enough to cover the hammock. To prevent leaks, She added several layers of oilcloth, securing the edges to the trees and placing 2 layers over the hammock. Since the area was big, Shin Donghua left her cart untouched and pushed it under the hammock to keep everything dry. The bedding had already been moved onto the hammock. Thus, a simple treehouse-like tent was built. Villagers kept chopping vines and returning, looking for suitable spots near their homes. The clearing was large but surrounded by trees, so finding a place was easy. Soon, everyone finished making their hammocks and tied them to the trees. There were big and small hammocks, enough for a family to rest. Though they swayed, they provided a place to lie down and stay dry from the rain. The elderly woman and some others carried water twice, filling 2 large jars each, then stopped and placed the lids under the hammocks. She looked at the sky and said, "If some families don't have enough prepared food, they should cook now. If the rain lasts several days, we might run out of firewood." This reminded Shin Donghua. She quickly chopped a dead tree in the forest, cutting it into several pieces and stacking them under the hammock. Now, Shin Donghua was busy doing something, and everyone else followed her lead. While she chopped wood, others started gathering dry branches from the ground. Since chopping trees was hard work, not everyone had Shin Donghua's strength. After finishing their own work, the villagers checked if others had finished. Shin Donghua and her 3 friends went to help. Some tied oilcloths, testing if the hammocks were secure, while others gathered firewood. No one was idle. The village chief was happy. He had just been thinking about where to find shelter from the rain, and now there was a place. The young boys also collected stones. Many were not good enough. Shin Donghua thought they were too thick or not strong enough. So, she took them to the stream to find better stones. They found about 10 suitable stones. The small boys couldn't lift them alone, so 2 of them worked together to carry each stone. Shin Donghua carried a big stone slowly toward the tent, surprising the villagers with her strength. She placed the big stone under the hammock and sat down, thinking that as long as she wasn't struck by lightning, she didn't need to worry about the rain. Shin Donghua wasn't really worried about lightning. She couldn't remember how many lives she had lived. She always helped those around her whenever she could, and she was generous. She believed she had accumulated some good karma. She thought, since the heavens allowed her to travel through time with her memories and space powers, she must have a special advantage. She watched the old lady busy cooking. The old lady took out wild boar meat, measured it, and then cut about 4 jin, around 2 kilograms of meat. She stir-fried it with chili. Shin Donghua found it amusing and joked, "Grandma, if it rains for 3 or 4 days, that meat won't be enough. We'll need to stew it all." The old lady glared and shouted, "What 3 or 4 days? You think I don't know how messy it is? Besides, we can't eat meat every day. We have dried food too. I've cooked enough for 3 days." A villager nearby asked Shin Donghua, "Will it really rain for 3 days?" The old lady immediately waved her hand and said, "Don't listen to her nonsense. She can't see the weather. I'm just making stew." Shin Donghua added, "Third aunt, if it rains for 3 days, the cured meat will go bad. We should eat it quickly to be safe." She winked at a little girl next to the third aunt. The girl smiled shyly. Seeing Shin Donghua joking, the third aunt relaxed and looked at the children nearby. She decided to take the meat out again. It was rare to have free time, so she wanted to enjoy a good meal. Soon, the third aunt's husband finished his work and returned. Seeing the pot of stew her wife had made, he was surprised and asked, "Is this enough?" The third aunt didn't even lift her head, probably because she lacked confidence. She said to her husband, "Donghua says it will rain for 3 days. Since there's not much salt in the meat, it's better to eat it now rather than let it spoil." The man immediately stood up and hurriedly went out. A simple misunderstanding was born from this. In a short while, more than 10 families had all started cooking meat. The smell was strong and drifting in the air. Shin Donghua turned over in her bed and called out to the old lady under the hammock, "Grandma, they're cooking a lot of meat." The old lady shouted back angrily, "Calm down. Just having meat to eat is good enough." Shin Donghua pulled her head back into the tent. Shin Dongning was nearby, giggling. "You love teasing Grandma." Shin Dongli rolled his eyes. Not far away, Yang Ziyu shook his head with a smile. Yang Zicheng saw this and stepped forward, asking, "Big brother, what are you laughing at?" Yang Ziyu cleared his throat and said, "Nothing. I heard it will rain for 3 days. You should tell Uncle Hai to prepare more food." Yang Zicheng nodded and went to find Uncle Hai. He even ran over to ask the old lady for 2 chili peppers, saying they would be added to the stew. The old lady handed Yang Zicheng a handful and thought for a moment before adding 2 peppers to her own stew. On rainy days, dampness is heavy. Eating some chili might help dispel the dampness. Shin Dongyue remembered the deer blood wine she made the night before. She got out of the hammock, took out the jar, and gently poured the top layer of wine into a clean jar. She carried the original jar to the creek, rinsed it briefly, then looked up. The weather had become even gloomier. A gust of wind blew, stirring up a few leaves, making her feel a slight chill. "Dongyue, come back for dinner," the old lady called from nearby. Shin Dongyue agreed and carried the jar back. Today, everyone ate earlier than usual, probably because they didn't know when the rain would start. Shin Dongli was eating quickly, which surprised the old lady. She asked, "What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry?" "Erwa asked me to go catch fish. He saw some in the creek. Since it's going to rain, it's a good time. The fish are surfacing. But don't go too far.
Call a few more people.
If something happens, shout loudly so the adults can hear." Shin Dongli nodded and continued eating quickly. The old lady muttered to herself, "Many children have had accidents in the water, but no one can stop them from going to the river. Just a few days ago, that young master had an accident. He had several attendants with him, but it still happened." Shin Dongyue didn't speak. Since the young boys went fishing and bathing by themselves, she couldn't watch over them. The only thing she could do was stay nearby, ready for any emergency. After a rainstorm, the weather turned colder. Once this rain stopped, it would probably be the start of autumn. The sky grew darker, and it seemed the rain would be heavy. After finishing her meal, Shin Dongli hurried out to find Erwa. Shin Dongyue watched as the old lady and Shin Dongli usually took out shoe soles to sew shoes. Suddenly, she remembered the deer hide. She took it down from the hammock and found it on the cart, then carefully went to find Uncle Lao Zhuang. Uncle Lao Zhuang was nearly 40. He hunted often, so he was in good shape and knew how to treat animal skins. Why are you here? Do you need help?" Uncle Lao Zhuang asked, surprised. "Uncle, can you help me tan this deer hide? I want to use it." "Sure, it's not hard. Just put the hide here." "Thank you, Uncle." Shin Dongyue handed the hide to Uncle Lao Zhuang and went back to her tent. Suddenly, loud noises came from the area. Shin Dongyue stood up and saw that the noise was coming from the creek. Something had happened. She quickly ran toward the creek. It was close to their camp, and Shin Dongli and the others hadn't gone far. They were just near a water hole catching fish. Next to the water hole, a few boys were gathered. One boy was lying on the ground, looking confused and scared. "Big sister, look at Erwa. It seems he was bitten by a snake," Shin Dongli said urgently when he saw Shin Dongyue coming. Shin Dongyue went forward to check. There were 2 clear snake bite marks, with some blood seeping out. The area around the wound was slightly blackened. The blackened wound clearly indicated poison. Shin Dongyue's heart sank. "Can you see what kind of snake it was?" Shin Dongyue asked Shin Dongli. Only Shin Dongli remained calm among the boys. Some were crying, and one ran to get an adult. Several adults were already rushing over. Shin Dongli said. Shin Dongyue nodded while tearing a piece of cloth from his body to tie up Erwa's leg. He then said to Shin Dongli, "Go borrow a dagger from Yang Ziyu and bring a torch." Shin Dongli nodded and was about to run back, but someone grabbed his arm. It was Yang Ziyu. Yang Ziyu took out his dagger and handed it to Shin Dongyue. Shin Dongyue thanked Yang Ziyu and shouted to Shin Dongli, "Get the torch, quickly." Shin Dongli ran behind. The villagers had just finished eating, and there was still fire at the bottom of the pots. Some didn't know what was happening and saw Shin Dongli rushing back with a torch, so they followed. When the torch was brought, Shin Dongyue carefully held it over the fire to warm the dagger. Then he cut open Erwa's wound, and black blood started to flow out. Erwa's parents arrived just then. Seeing their child bitten by a snake, they burst into tears. They were afraid to go closer, worried about disturbing Shin Dongyue's treatment. Shin Dongyue squeezed out the poison blood from the wound forcefully. Then he turned and saw Erwa's parents. "Fufu, do you have any wounds in your mouth?" Shin Dongyue asked. Fufu nodded hurriedly, then shook his head. Shin Dongyue frowned and asked, "Do you have any?" "It's very important." Quickly, Fufu said, "Yes, I bit my tongue last night when I was eating deer meat." He looked a bit embarrassed. "What about the ant?" Shin Dongyue asked again. I do too. Boo, Fufu replied. Shin Dongyue was silent for a moment. Erwa was already 13 years old, and Shin Dongli was 15 in this ancient time when boys and girls had strict rules. Giving Erwa snake venom to suck out wasn't impossible, but he was worried about being blamed. He couldn't care less now. Just as Shin Dongyue was about to do it, a hand grabbed his arm. He looked up and saw Erwa's grandmother. He quietly relaxed. Grandma Zhao looked serious and said, "Dongyue, teach me." Shin Dongyue explained what to pay attention to, then told Shin Yan, who was standing nearby, "Dr. Shin, I have a prescription. Go pick some herbs. There should be a few near the water pond." Shin Yan immediately nodded and agreed. After quickly telling Shin Yan what herbs were needed, Shin Dongyue looked at Grandma Zhao. She had already taken 3 sips. Seeing that the blood she spat out was red, he quickly held her back and let her take the water bamboo tube to drink. Shin Dongyue took the bamboo tube handed to her and poured it over Erwa's wound. Inside was plain boiled water, perfect for cleaning the injury. Soon, Shin Yan found several herbs, washed them, and handed them to Shin Dongyue. Shin Dongyue mashed the herbs with her hand and applied them to Erwa's wound. She stood up and told Uncle Yofu, "Uncle Yofu, carry Erwa back. The cloth on the wound should be loosened after 2 incense sticks burn, then give him medicine. After half an hour, rebind it. I will ask Dr. Shin to prepare some herbal medicine for Erwa to drink later." Uncle Yofu nodded quickly in agreement. Grandma Zhao grabbed Shin Dongyue's hand, tears falling without a word. Shin Dongyue understood what Grandma Zhao wanted to say. She smiled and said, "It's okay. He was bitten just now, so the blood was squeezed out. He might feel dizzy for a few days, but it won't be serious. We still need some medicinal herbs. I'll go look for them. He'll be fine soon." Grandma Zhao cried so much she couldn't speak. When she first saw the snake venom, she looked serious and emotionless. Now she was crying non-stop. After comforting Grandma Zhao, Shin Dongyue told Shin Yan what to watch out for and also advised Grandma Zhao to take some medicine, worried that the toxic blood might have been accidentally ingested. "The day is almost over. It will be dark tonight. Tomorrow I need to go into the forest to find some herbs. Remember to loosen the bindings on Erwa after half an hour and give him the medicine I just prepared. When I return with the herbs tomorrow, we'll see." Shin Yan nodded seriously. Just then, rain started falling heavily. In a short time, visibility was reduced to a few meters and it became very dark. The next morning, Grandma Zhao handed Shin Dongyue a raincoat and a large oilcloth bag. Her eyes were red and full of worry. She was reluctant to see her granddaughter travel in the rain, afraid she might be in danger. After all, that was an old forest no one had entered before, full of wild animals and venomous snakes. Seeing Grandma Zhao's swollen, tearful eyes from crying all night, she couldn't bring herself to say, "When the rain stops, we'll go." Shin Dongyue hugged Grandma Zhao's shoulder and said to Shin Dongli and Shin Dongning, "I'll be back by tonight. You two take good care of Grandma. She loves to cry, so comfort her." Shin Dongli clenched his fists and said, "Big sister, I'll go with you." Shin Dongyue frowned and said with a hint of annoyance, "Are you coming just to slow us down?" Shin Dongli's face turned bright red, but he still insisted, "No matter what you say, I'm going with you."
Fine, then come.
Seeing Shin Dongli's sudden smile, Shin Dongyue added, "But tell me, if a wild animal comes looking for food and runs into the villagers, do you think Dongning can take good care of Grandma?" Shin Dongli hesitated. He knew Shin Dongyue said that on purpose to make him stay, but he couldn't help worrying. What if something really happened? Shin Dongyue patted his shoulder and said, "Remember what I told you before. Only when you become truly strong can you protect us." Right now, I'm leaving my most precious people in your care. Shun Dongning burst into tears and held tightly onto Shin Dongyue's hand. What's this? I'm just going out for a bit and we'll be back soon. Maybe I'll find the herbs quickly and make it home in time for dinner. And if that wild animal runs into me, it'll just mean extra food for us. What are you all so worried about? Old Lady Zhao watched with guilt. The rain had been falling all night and showed no sign of stopping. It was even heavier now. With rain like this, how could anyone see clearly enough to find herbs? She said, Dongyue, the rain is too heavy. It'll be hard to find anything. Why not wait until it stops? Shin Dongyue replied casually, It's fine, Grandma Zhao. My eyes are sharp. If the herbs are out there, I'll find them. He put on his raincoat, tucked the oiled paper packet into his chest, grabbed an iron rod, and stepped into the rain. Following the stream upstream, he had only gone a few hundred meters when he turned around and called out, Come out, stop hiding. Yang Ziyu stepped out from behind a tree. Shin Dongyue was surprised. He had thought Shin Dongli had secretly followed him, but it turned out to be Yang Ziyu, a young master out in the pouring rain. Why are you here? Shin Dongyue asked. Yang Ziyu walked closer, looking a bit uneasy. Didn't you say you were going to find herbs? I can handle it alone.
You don't need to follow me.
I just wanted to see more of the world. Shin Dongyue frowned and asked, Why? Yang Ziyu, of course, couldn't say. He didn't know what was happening. Unintentionally, he kept paying attention to Shin Dongyue. This feeling was very strange, wanting to get close but also afraid to do so. Yang Ziyu thought hard to find a reason. This time, I can't just be pretending to save your brother again. Okay? Shin Dongyue replied, a faint smile appearing in his eyes. Shin Dongyue turned and continued walking upstream along the stream, head down. Yang Ziyu followed behind. The rain had lessened a little, but only slightly. It was just enough to see things within 10 meters. Walking by the stream, there were more rocks, which made the path less slippery, but moss still needed careful attention. Both of them were skilled, walking steadily. However, soon, the raincoat started to leak water. The cloth shoes were already soaked, making walking difficult. They hurried along for about an hour until Shin Dongyue saw a hillside. The trees on it weren't tall, and there was more grass and weeds. Finding medicinal herbs wasn't hard, but heavy rain made it more difficult. Seeing Shin Dongyue looking down and searching on the hill, Yang Ziyu asked, What do they look like? Before Shin Dongyue could answer, he spotted a plant. He went over and saw it was exactly what he needed. He picked it and then looked down to continue searching. Yang Ziyu didn't bother him and just watched nearby. Maybe if he had taught him earlier, they would have finished gathering all the herbs by now. Watching Shin Dongyue searching carefully, he soon collected 3 herbs. Shin Dongyue then looked at a large valley behind the hill. That's probably where the last needed herb was. The rain had carved small streams down the hillside, winding downward. Climbing up was easy, but coming down was hard, especially on the dirt path. Shin Dongyue carefully watched a step, supporting himself with an iron stick, slowly descending the slope. Just a few steps in, he heard a slipping sound. Turning back, he saw Yang Ziyu standing safely behind him. There was a clear skid mark on the ground. Shin Dongyue looked blankly at Yang Ziyu's flushed face, then turned his head and continued down the hill. Yang Ziyu felt a bit annoyed. He couldn't help much and only made things more chaotic. This was the first time he used such words about himself. The slope wasn't big, and it took 2 incense sticks to get down. But the backside of the hill was obviously larger than the side they came from. Rainwater and existing water had pooled into a sizable pond. Shin Dongyue carefully looked around and saw a medicinal herb nearby. Just as I was about to step into the water, I heard Yang Ziyu shout, Be careful. Shin Dongyue reacted quickly, dodging to the side and stepping back several times. A large snake swam past where Shin Dongyue had just been standing. It was really big, about the width of a water bucket. Shin Dongyue hadn't noticed it before. The snake turned its head and bit at Shin Dongyue, its foul smell making her feel sick. Shin Dongyue quickly moved aside and stabbed with an iron rod. But the snake's skin was very tough and slippery. The tip of the rod just slid off without leaving a mark. Shin Dongyue's eyes lit up. This snake skin was really valuable. The snake, frustrated, swung its tail to attack. Knowing her stab wouldn't hurt it, Shin Dongyue swung the iron rod and hit the water, splashing everywhere. At this moment, Yang Ziyu rushed over, drew his sword, and stabbed at the snake. A tiny scratch appeared on its skin, so small that you wouldn't notice it unless you looked carefully.
Yang Ziyu froze in surprise.
His sword was one of the top 10 famous swords, capable of cutting through iron like mud. He never expected it wouldn't pierce a snake's skin. The giant snake, clearly angered, curled its body and lunged at them. Shin Dongyue shouted to Yang Ziyu, "Don't move. Don't ruin my snake skin." She quickly ran forward, aiming at the snake's vulnerable spot, swinging her iron rod again. Yang Ziyu watched helplessly as the 8 or 9 meter long snake was struck dead by several blows. He looked at Shin Dongyue, who was smiling at the corner of her eyes, and suddenly realized it wasn't that he had been acting strangely lately, but that this girl was truly extraordinary, so special that it was impossible not to notice. Shin Dongyue turned and grinned at Yang Ziyu. He seemed to see her pride from within, shook the rain off his face, and stepped closer. "This snake skin is really good stuff. The meat is delicious too. We didn't come out for nothing this time." Yang Ziyu looked at Shin Dongyue and said, "This snake probably weighs over 400 jin. Are you planning to take it back?" Shin Dongyue looked at Yang Ziyu with a hint of complaint, thinking, "If you're not here, I wouldn't have to carry this back. Now I have no choice." Yang Ziyu was puzzled by Shin Dongyue's expression and hesitated, saying, "I'll carry the front part for you, and you can drag the back. Is that okay?" Hearing, "Is that okay?" Shin Dongyue got goosebumps. The young master suddenly changed his attitude. How strange. In the end, Shin Dongyue picked some better herbs from the bottom of the pit, lifted the snake's tail, and signaled with his eyes. Yang Ziyu obediently carried the snake's head. Well, Yang Ziyu once again regretted not bringing Yang Yi and Yang Er along. It seemed that going out with this girl meant there was no chance for a quiet, romantic moment. It was better to bring more people next time. Quiet time? Yang Ziyu was surprised. Did he really want to be alone with that girl? What was he thinking? He tilted his head and glanced at Shin Dongyue, just as Shin Dongyue called out, "Walk carefully, this slope is difficult." Yang Ziyu suddenly felt he must be losing his mind. The heavy rain soaked him to the bone, making him dizzy. They used 1 incense stick's worth of time going downhill and 3 incense sticks going uphill. Yang Ziyu was so exhausted he lost his noble demeanor. The snake's skin was too slippery. Carrying it was very difficult, and since the snake was long, its tail dragged behind for a long stretch. They staggered back along the stream, and finally, halfway through, they met Uncle Hai and Yang Yi and Yang Er, who had been waiting in the rain. The 3 took over the giant snake, and Shin Dongyue and Yang Ziyu were replaced. Shin Dongyue tugged at his torn raincoat and said to Yang Ziyu, "See? Don't go out alone if there's nothing urgent. Bring more people to save time and effort." Yang Ziyu nodded in agreement, blushing and turning his head aside. Seeing this, Shin Dongyue looked at himself, his soaked clothes clinging to his body, with half of his raincoat torn. Yang Ziyu took off his own half-torn raincoat and draped it over Shin Dongyue. Shin Dongyue cursed silently at this troublesome time. Wearing 2 torn raincoats was very uncomfortable. Fortunately, the rain had eased a lot, and they traveled more easily. In less than half an hour, they returned to their camp. It had been nearly 4 hours, and the sky was gradually darkening again. With the rain, everything around looked very gloomy. As she approached, a few well-dressed men came over to help. Shin Dongyue greeted Yang Ziyu, and then returned to her own tent. Shin Dongyue heard the noise, lifted the tarpaulin, and saw Shin Dongyue had returned. She jumped down from the hammock. "Big sister, are you hurt?" The old lady and Shin Dongyue also came down. The 4 of them squatted under the hammock to avoid the rain, looking very strange. The old lady pulled Shin Dongyue aside and said, "Change your clothes first." Shin Dongyue told Shin Dongyue, "I'm not hurt. I'll change first," then climbed onto the hammock. The old lady had already found Shin Dongyue's clothes and placed them on the hammock, ready for her to change. Soon, Grandma Zhao arrived with a big bowl of ginger soup. It was clear she had added brown sugar, and a few red dates floated inside. Grandma Zhao looked at Shin Dongyue with tears in her eyes and said, "Dongyue, I want to bow to you." She was about to kneel. Shin Dongyue quickly stopped her. "Grandma Zhao, you're risking my life. I don't deserve that." Grandma Zhao choked up and said, "It's worth it, absolutely worth it. No matter if the treatment works or not, this kindness is enough." The old lady hurried over to comfort her. Shin Dongyue drank the ginger soup in a few big sips, feeling her body warm up considerably. Then she found a paper-wrapped package from her wet clothes, containing herbs and the food the old lady had brought. It had gotten wet from the rain, but the herbs were fine. She handed the herbs to Grandma Zhao, telling her to give them to Shin Yan. The old lady looked at the contents of the paper package and guessed Shin Dongyue hadn't eaten. She quickly started a fire on a flat stone under the hammock and cooked a bowl of spicy dumpling soup. After eating, Shin Dongyue started sweating and finally felt better. Looking at the sky, although it was dark, the rain had eased a lot. Shin Dongyue opened her oil paper umbrella and went out again, first checking on Erwa, who had fallen asleep after taking medicine. She kept thinking about the snake, and then went to see Yang Ziyu near her own tent. Yang Ziyu's tent was supported by tree branches underneath, so it wouldn't be soft like Shin Dongyue's. Shin Dongyue called out, "Uncle Hai." Uncle Hai lifted the curtain, saw Shin Dongyue, and immediately jumped out of the tent. "Miss Shan is here. The young master is thinking about you," someone said. Shin Dongyue wondered, "What is he thinking about me?" Uncle Hai smiled and said, "It's the first time I've seen such a big snake. He's very interested and wants to go hunting with you next time." Shin Dongyue refused. "No, that's not possible. My servant is slow, and they can't compare." Uncle Hai nodded happily. Yang Ziqing overheard their conversation and opened the curtain, saying to Shin Dongyue, "Sister Dongyue, my bow and arrow are very accurate. I never miss. But what if you don't have a bow and arrow? Or if you're too close and you can't use them?" Yang Ziqing hesitated for a moment, then moved aside, revealing Yang Ziyu's face. He looked different now, no longer clumsy. He changed his clothes and looked like a handsome young gentleman. "I'll go get the snake," Yang Ziyu said softly. Yang Ziyu chuckled. "Are you in such a hurry because you're worried I might eat it?" Shin Dongyue looked at Yang Ziyu's smile and thought, "No wonder they say beauty can cause trouble. His good looks are dangerous. You don't understand. If we don't process the snake meat quickly, it won't be fresh tomorrow," he explained. Yang Ziyu jumped down from the tent, took the paper umbrella handed by Uncle Hai, and pointed to a simple shelter nearby, saying, "Over there." "I didn't dare handle it myself." Shin Dongyue went inside the shelter and found it filled with snake parts. She frowned, thinking about how to deal with it. Yang Ziyu suggested, "You can peel off the whole snake skin, keep the snake gallbladder, and let the others be divided by the village elders." Shin Dongyue nodded, happy with the plan. "Is it easy to peel the snake skin?" she asked. Yang Ziyu pointed to Yang Yi and said, "Yang Yi is the best at it. Do you also like eating snake meat?" Shin Dongyue asked happily. Yang Yi, under the gaze of the young master, nodded. He felt uncertain about his future, realizing his weakness was his greed for food. He quickly peeled the snake skin, took out the snake gallbladder, and put it into a small jar. He divided the snake meat into 6 large baskets, filling them to the top. Shin Dongyue carried the snake gallbladder in one hand and a dozen pounds of snake meat in the other, holding her umbrella, and returned to her tent. Yang Ziyu wondered again if he truly liked this girl, but his eyes kept following Shin Dongyue. The snake skin was left for Uncle Hai to handle. Shin Dongyue then realized that Yang Ziyu's people were very skilled in many areas, each with their own special talent. Shin Dongyue secretly put the snake gallbladder into her space, where it could be kept safe. The old lady saw the snake meat Shin Dongyue brought back and trembled as she pointed at her. Shin Dongyue was so frightened she kept calming her down. "How bold you are." Shin Dongyue chuckled and said to Shin Dongning, "Dongning, once the snake skin clothes are ready, you have to wear them with Grandma. Those clothes are almost invincible, I tell you." The old lady slapped her and said while hitting, "Still dare to wear that?" You're a girl. Are you planning to get married or not?
Huh.
Such courage. Shin Dongyue dodged and complained, Grandma, I am the eldest sister. If you hit me like this, Dongli and Dongning will see, and it will ruin my reputation. Shin Dongning stopped the old lady and said, Grandma, as long as the eldest sister is safe, that's enough. Next time, we won't let her go alone, so she won't cause trouble. Shin Dongning, you're not helping me. Shin Dongning made a funny face at Shin Dongyue and hid behind Shin Dongli. Shin Dongli looked at Shin Dongyue and also said, It's okay. Next time, I will stay with her all the time. Shin Dongyue pulled the blanket and lay down, pretending to be angry. Everyone in the family bullies me. I won't say more. I'm going to sleep. The other three knew Shin Dongyue was tired, so they stayed silent. After a day of rain and fighting a big snake, and not eating for 4 hours, it was more than most people could handle. Inside, the village chief was very happy because Yang Ziyu had brought back snake meat. These days of fleeing were the most meat Shin Yayan had ever eaten in his life, almost every day, and each meal was different. That night, the snake meat was divided among everyone to handle as they saw fit. The next morning, it was still raining. Shin Dongyue was lying on a hammock, swinging lazily. She rarely went out, and the old lady thought Shin Dongyue was exhausted from the day before and didn't want her to move. Erwa had already gotten up. Although he looked like he was recovering from a serious illness, he was no longer in danger, which eased everyone's worries. During this time, Shin Yayan came by, asked about all the ways to treat a snakebite, and then left feeling satisfied. Shin Dongyue spent the whole day and night feeling bored, lying around. Finally, the weather cleared up. She lifted the tarpaulin, and the wind blew in, bringing a cool breeze. The weather was starting to get cooler. The ground was muddy and difficult to walk on, so they couldn't set out. Luckily, the villagers hadn't been caught in the rain these days, stayed healthy, and even ate several meals with meat, which helped them recover from their exhaustion. The villagers gradually came out to wash up and cook. Shin Dongyue also moved around to stretch her muscles. Being inside the tent during the rain was okay, but it was very inconvenient. Shin Dongyue felt exhausted because of it. The village chief told everyone that they could only leave in 2 days. In the meantime, they should explore nearby areas but not go far. If anything happened, they should shout loudly. He specifically told Shin Dongyue not to go far because they needed her. Hearing this, Shin Dongyue felt frustrated, but the old lady was happy. As long as she stayed close, she was within sight, and no big trouble could happen. The village chief also kindly exempted the old lady's family from night watch duty, saying Shin Dongyue had already watched during the day, so she only needed to do 1 night. The villagers agreed happily. Seeing that Shin Dongyue could hunt, treat illnesses, and help others without hiding her skills, everyone was genuinely grateful to her. Even Li Ruin hesitated before bringing some food, which surprised the old lady. She thought that finally, the Li family had moved into a new house. Li Ruin's mother, Zhang Yuping, had recently started to show off again. Not for any special reason, but because her horses could carry people and goods without being abandoned or killed in the forest, which made her forget her previous hardships. When she was tired, she could rest on her horse, giving her a sense of superiority. She even thought the escape route wasn't so bad. Her family was well respected, and her children were filial. She still considered herself among the top 400 people. Despite her granddaughter being impressive, Zhang Yuping thought it was useless. She worked hard, but the meat from hunting had to be shared, and her family was just a bunch of fools. If it were her, others would have to come to her for help. But no matter what, Shin Dongyue's hunting skills still made Zhang Yuping envious. She wished her own children and grandchildren had such abilities. Looking at her grandchildren, who had been causing trouble these days, she secretly clenched her teeth. None of them could compare to Shin Dongyue. When Zhang Yuping saw Li Chunxian, she suddenly had an idea. She tiptoed over to the old lady, who was cooking. Although she had already hidden some firewood under the hammock, the rain over the past few days had soaked it, making it hard to light. Everyone knew that once the fire was started, they could go get some wood, roast it a bit, and dry the dampness, so it would burn well. Seeing Zhang Yuping approach, The old lady's heart skipped a beat. She thought, what troublemaker is coming again? Big sister, you're busy. What are you cooking? The old lady ignored her and kept flipping pancakes by the pot. Big sister, I told you, pancakes taste better if you stew some meat underneath. The old lady shot Zhang Yuping a sharp look and quickly cut off her words. Say what you have to say. If there's nothing important, don't hang around in front of me. It's annoying. Zhang Yuping's eyes flicked around and said, Big sister, your daughter Donghua is 15 now, right? Has she been promised to someone? The old lady had been worried about this in her heart these days. On the road escaping from hardship, it might not take long. Shin Donghua was already 15, and in the village, not many girls of that age remained unmarried. But as Shin Donghua grew more capable, the old lady became afraid. She worried that others wouldn't see Donghua as a proper girl, and if she went south, she might be delayed or taken advantage of. But right now, there was no suitable match. Most villagers had the surname Shun. Even if they had married into the Five Blessings family, there was no match with the same surname. The few outsiders in the village didn't seem suitable either. From the old lady's expression, Zhang Yuping guessed she probably hadn't promised Donghua to anyone. Zhang Yuping smiled proudly and leaned in, whispering, Big sister, what do you think of my grandson? I tell you, he passed the imperial exam as a child scholar. If I hadn't been reluctant, he would have been betrothed already. Seeing the smug look on Zhang Yuping's face, the old lady felt annoyed and said, No. In her heart, Zhang Yuping thought her grandson was perfect.
Why not?
She didn't dislike Shin Donghua, a village girl. But the old lady already looked down on her grandson. The old lady looked at Zhang Yuping with disdain and said, That boy looks okay, but your Li family isn't good. I'm worried my granddaughter will suffer hardships if she goes to your family. Why? How would she suffer hardships? What's wrong with my Li family? Zhang Yuping said, feeling unfairly treated. The elderly woman glanced at Zhang Yuping and said bluntly, Because the Li family has you. Zhang Yuping, my granddaughter can never enter your house. Zhang Yuping opened her mouth, but was left speechless. She returned disappointed from the elderly woman, feeling very upset. However, when she saw Shin Donghua far away, watching a group of young girls picking mushrooms nearby, with her tall and graceful figure, Zhang Yuping felt a surge of anger again. She didn't believe that among these 400 villagers, there could be someone more outstanding than her grandson. If Shin Donghua found out, she would definitely scold her. Should she just keep this inside? Besides, life is good now, no hunger, no worries. Even the most delicious food can become boring after eating it for several days.
Shin Donghua was like that now.
Although she had cooked different kinds of meat, after a while, it all just became meat. Snake meat is tasty, but after 2 days of frying and cooking, Shin Donghua was tired of it. Even though the meat was fresh and delicious, it no longer satisfied her craving. After the heavy rain, many mushrooms sprouted in the woods. They had small caps and looked tender and delicious. But be careful when eating mushrooms, as many are poisonous. A little girl, about 5 or 6 years old, brought a bright red mushroom to Shin Donghua and asked, Sister Donghua, can I eat this mushroom? Shin Donghua saw white spots on the mushroom, took it, and threw it to the ground. She said, It's poisonous. Wash your hands. The girl obediently took her sister, who was also picking mushrooms, to the stream to wash her hands. Everyone now trusted Shin Donghua very much. No one doubted that when she said it would rain for 3 days, it really rained for 3 days. Even Shin Dongli secretly asked Shin Donghua if the weather records in that medical book included weather patterns and if she could teach him. Shin Dongling looked at Shin Donghua with admiration, as if she was a wise person. Shin Donghua thought to herself that this was really a misunderstanding. The girls had been picking mushrooms all morning, lining up with their baskets to have Shin Donghua check if any were poisonous. One little girl even handed Shin Donghua a small basket and said, Sister Donghua, these are for you to eat. Shin Donghua patted the girl's head. This little human was just adorable. Did you see Shin Dongling's basket? Those are all for my family. I don't want yours. The young girl looked back and saw that Shin Dongling had collected a lot of vegetables, and the basket from Zhongda was already full. The girl blushed and ran back home. Shen Donghua looked carefully and realized that the girl was from the Erwa family. She could still tell the older ones, but she couldn't remember the younger ones. Lunch was about to be ready, but Grandma Zhao started arguing with Zhang Yuping. It turned out that Zhang Yuping was feeling more and more dissatisfied and was asking her neighbor, Grandma Zhao, about Shen Donghua. When it comes to marriage, you need to know the other person's background. Even if there was a previous engagement, if it was broken off after fleeing hardship, it shouldn't be considered valid anymore. Otherwise, it would be unworthy of her precious grandson. Even just talking about marriage was not acceptable. In Grandma Zhao's eyes, Shen Donghua was the best girl. Beautiful, kind-hearted, skilled in medicine, and most importantly, loyal and caring. Zhang Yuping felt that although she liked Shen Donghua as a future daughter-in-law, hearing others praise her so highly made her uncomfortable. Her own grandson was also very good, handsome, tall, wealthy. She glanced at the 8 horses behind her and felt more confident. Who else had so many means of transportation? Her family was unique. She praised Shen Donghua as if she were a fairy, making it seem like her grandson wasn't worthy. Old lady, I asked you if Shen Donghua was previously engaged. Why are you talking about all this? Shen Donghua is a good girl. What's wrong with her? Zhang Yuping finally couldn't hold back after enduring Grandma Zhao's words. What's wrong with you? Why are you getting angry over a casual chat? And why are you asking about Donghua? Aren't you relatives? Even if your relationship isn't good, how come you don't know this? Are you trying to cause trouble? Thinking of this possibility, Grandma Zhao suddenly jumped up and grabbed Zhang Yuping, starting to pull and tear. You heartless woman! That good old lady Zhang is so kind, yet she shows you her face. It shows you're not a good person. Now you're coming to ask about Donghua. Surely you're up to something bad. I'm not up to anything bad. I'll tell you, Shen Donghua has great luck. She's been chosen by my family to be my son Qinshuan's wife. My son Chen Xian is a scholar. Do you know what a scholar is? Usually he's a student of the officials, very impressive. You better show me some respect. I am the grandmother of a scholar, Zhang Yuping said proudly. Everyone around fell silent, including Li Chenxian nearby, whose face was red with embarrassment, frustration, and confusion. Shen Donghua looked at the chaos from a distance, snorted softly, then turned and walked away. Feeling provoked by her snort, Li Chenxian threw his tools to the ground and quickly headed into the woods. Li Ruan saw things might go wrong and hurried to stop him, saying, "This forest is not a place to play around. We shouldn't go in. Let's discuss it first. Nothing is decided yet. Listen to your father, don't go in." Wang Zhishi's eyes filled with worry and turned red. She thought her mother-in-law was being too careless. She then walked over to Zhang Yuping, pulled her by the arm, and approached Li Ruan and the others. Zhang Yuping was pulled off balance, thinking to herself that her daughter-in-law was probably just pretending to be fragile. Seeing her daughter-in-law and mother-in-law coming over, Li Ruan pulled Li Chenxian a little further away from the crowd, trying to avoid attention. Zhang Yuping didn't think she had done anything wrong. Looking at her son and grandson, she felt a bit wronged and tried to comfort her grandson, saying, "Don't be angry. The marriage isn't settled yet. Besides, I wouldn't harm you." Li Qinshuan's expression softened. He thought his grandmother always loved him most, so why would she suddenly arrange a marriage? There must be a reason. Li Ruan noticed her mother wasn't addressing the main issue and asked, "Mother, why so sudden? Was it the Shen family who suggested this?" Zhang Yuping proudly said, "We're just acting first. Whether it works out or not, we'll take this marriage first. I think Shen Donghua is capable. With this marriage, she'll take care of us on the way. Anyway, they can't get married until they reach the south. If Li Chenxian likes her, let them marry. If he doesn't, we can cancel it. We're the groom's side, so we won't lose anything." After saying this, she chuckled. The 3 people opposite looked furious. "Li Ruan, mother is trying to ruin our good days."
Boo-hoo.
Wang Zhishi couldn't hold back anymore and started crying loudly. Li Chenxian clenched his fists, lowered his head, and asked, "Mother, let's not talk about whether I like Shen Mei. If this marriage doesn't go through, what'll happen to her? She is a woman. Even if she doesn't act like other women normally, she is still a girl. Don't you feel a little guilty when you do this? Guilty about what? If she can become your fiancée, it's her honor. She's just a rural girl. How can she compare to my young scholar grandson? Don't worry, I won't let your reputation be harmed. This is just a temporary plan. Shin Dongyue still has some use. Zhang Yuping said, more and more convinced that this plan could work. Li Chunxian looked at his caring grandmother with shock, hardly believing this was the same grandmother from before. Mother, your actions have caused trouble again. Our Li family is stuck in a difficult situation, Li Ruin said with frustration. There's no need to worry about a deadlock. Once the marriage is truly arranged, we won't be afraid of any problems. I tell you, Shin Dongyue is only 15. In this village, the Shin family won't let their daughter marry someone from another family. Who else is there? Who can compare to our Xiener? Zhang Yuping clapped her hands excitedly, almost jumping. Wang Zixi and Li Ruin exchanged worried looks. If Shin Dongyue or the Shin family heard these words, could they still be part of the Shin clan? Li Ruin's hands trembled slightly. He couldn't focus on thinking of a plan. Is it useful to apologize now? Saying he sincerely wants to propose marriage sounds good, but if he doesn't really want to, it would be bad. And what if his mother causes more trouble? Suddenly, Li Ruin remembered a phrase his father kept saying before he died. Marrying your mother in this life. One wrong step leads to more mistakes. Wang Zixi gently stroked her son's trembling body, feeling heartbroken. Li Ruin wiped his face and said to his wife, From today, you don't need to do any work. Just watch over your mother. Don't leave her side, not even for eating or sleeping. If you can't handle it, find your younger sister and explain everything. Our family can't afford to make another mistake. Wang Zixi eyes filled with tears, and she nodded. Who are you watching? Me? Zhang Yuping looked confused. Wang Zixi bowed deeply to Zhang Yuping and said, Mother, please let our family have some peace. Think about your son. He's already tired from managing this big family. It's only been a few days since we left, and look at him. He's lost so much weight. Please don't cause any more trouble, okay? Zhang Yuping still looked confused and said, Isn't it because I care about him that I came up with this plan? Li Ruin did not look at his wife or mother. He grabbed Li Qinxuan's arm and walked toward Shin Dongyue's family. Shin Dongyue only asked the old lady one question. Grandma, I don't have any confusing debts outside, do I? The old lady was so angry she nearly fell over. Is this what a young girl should say? If you really had a family of your own, that would be better. I would let you get married now to avoid all this fuss, the old lady said irritably. Shin Dongyue kept her heart inside. As long as there was no marriage arrangement, the old lady could say whatever she wanted. Shin Dongning looked from start to finish, very angry. When Shin Dongli returned with fish, he immediately explained everything clearly. Shin Dongli didn't mind. He rolled his eyes at Shin Dongning and said, You're so worried at your young age. Look at big sister. Does she seem like someone who gets taken advantage of? Even if she gets married, who knows who will regret it? Shin Dongning was stunned. He thought about it and agreed. His big sister knew everything, could do anything. Who would dare to bully her? And who could really bully her? The three little ones looked unconcerned, which made the old lady feel upset. It seemed all three children had trouble with marriage arrangements, not just one. Soon, Li Ruin came over with Li Chunxian, first bowing deeply without saying a word. The old lady looked angry, busy with her work, not putting it down at all. Li Ruin looked at the old lady with guilt and said, Auntie, my mother was confused. She was only thinking of taking advantage and made things difficult for my cousin. Please tell others that my cousin doesn't like Chen Xian and isn't interested in him. Don't let her get too upset. The old lady was indeed angry. Zhang Yuping thought others couldn't see her scheming, but she didn't realize that the old lady had been her sister for over 10 years and had suffered a big loss at her hands. If she didn't learn her lesson, she would really be foolish. Now that she saw Li Ruin come to apologize sincerely and openly without making excuses, she felt a bit calmer. Her nephew was pitiful, carrying a mother who always caused trouble for him. Li Chunxian looked guilty, feeling he had let Shin's cousin down. His reputation was very important. If only. He looked up and saw Shin Dongyue squatting on the ground, watching Shin Dongli pack fish with a greedy look. She didn't notice him at all. Suddenly, he felt confused and lost. It turned out she didn't care at all. Shin Dongyue didn't really mind. Worrying about these things was less interesting than thinking about the fish Shin Dongli was holding. The fish had been there for over a month. Should she cook it steamed or braised? The old lady glanced at Shin Dongyue's expression and felt a headache coming on again. From her look, it was clear that Yu Ping was right. Shin Dongyue and Li Qinxian were a perfect match, but they were still out of her league. Feeling annoyed, the old lady waved her hand and told Li Rowan to go back. The weather cleared up for 2 days, but the road was still muddy. Luckily, the road was overgrown with weeds, so walking on it helped prevent slipping. However, people's shoes were badly damaged. It was easy to step into the mud and carts also slipped. Twice, they got stuck in the mud. Shin Dongyue and Shin Dongli were strong and could push the carts out quickly, but they still got a lot of mud on the wheels, making everything look dirty and messy. Earlier, Shin Dongyue was tired of watching young girls pick mushrooms at their last camp. Now, the bad road made her even more annoyed. The village chief didn't dare let the villagers stay in one place. They had only been on this abandoned official road for a day, but they had already rested for 5 days. If the bandits really caught up, they would be in serious trouble. The villagers didn't complain. They understood the village chief's worries and the dangerous situation, so they cooperated well. After stumbling along all day, they finally reached the camp that old Zhuang had found. The land there was flat and didn't have many stones, unlike the previous place. Setting up tents on this ground was better, or else many families would have to put their tents in the wet mud or on the grass nearby. The village chief was not happy but knew old Zhuang had tried his best. He ran around the forest looking for a good spot, which wasn't easy. He looked at Shin Dongyue and saw she was also frowning. Well, it seemed there was no other choice. Shin Dongyue wandered around for a while but couldn't accept the muddy ground. She went into the woods and pulled some tree vines. When she saw Shin Dongyue making a simple single-person hammock, villagers helped by pulling vines too, whether it was useful or not. The village chief quickly got busy because he had many family members. This time, Shin Dongyue didn't make a big hammock. Instead, she made 2 small ones just for one person, very simple, 2 vines for each. She took the things off the cart and placed them somewhere. Then she assembled the cart, which was now bigger because Shin Dongyue had made her cart larger. I told Shin Dongning to prepare a waterproof cloth and bedding on the upper bunk of the cart, so the elderly lady and Shin Dongning could sleep there tonight. I would sleep in the hammock with Shin Dong. The villagers saw that making a small hammock was simple and convenient, and it didn't require sleeping in the mud. Everyone started to get busy. Only Lao Zhuang felt a bit frustrated. If he could sleep in a hammock, why bother finding a campsite? Anyway, the trees in the forest were dense, so they wouldn't spread out. At first, he was just complaining, but unexpectedly, the village chief clapped his thigh and said, "Yes, then you won't need to find a campsite anymore. We can all sleep in these hammocks." Are they called hammocks? Lao Zhuang watched as the village chief confidently walked over to his hammock, taking steady steps. He felt useless now. No need to find a campsite, and he couldn't hunt big animals, only small game for himself. Suddenly, the village chief came back and said Lao Zhuang needed to find a water source. Lao Zhuang immediately perked up again. It seemed the village still needed him. In the past 2 days, Shin Dongli kept circling Shin Dongyue's iron rod, sometimes secretly touching it and smiling like a fool. Shin Dongyue often wondered if this naive kid thought the iron rod was the best weapon in the world. "Big sister, do you like fish? I found some in a small pond by the creek, 2 big ones. Can I catch them and bring them back for you to eat?" Shin Dongli asked. His eager attitude made Shin Dongyue a little annoyed. "Did you find the water source? Go tell Uncle Lao Zhuang first." Shin Dongli quickly ran to tell Uncle Lao Zhuang roughly where the water was, ignoring his unhappy mood, then hurried back. "Big sister, I know there's a place where the wild berries are turning red, sweet, and sour. I think you'll like them. Can I pick some for you?" Shin Dongyue watched Shin Dongli jump around trying to please her. Just say what you want, and then go. Shin Dongli chuckled a few times. Seeing Shin Dongyue not interested, he hurriedly moved closer and asked, Big sister, can I borrow your iron rod? I'll use it to catch fish. I'm sure I'll catch one every time. Shin Dongyue's mouth twitched. Using an iron thing to catch fish. Does he want to eat rust?
No.
Shin Dongli let out a sigh and turned around sadly, heading to find his little friends. Shin Dongyue quickly grabbed Shin Dongli's head and pushed him forward. Shin Dongli made a few sounds of protest, but let his older sister do as she pleased. The two arrived near a water puddle, where some young boys were rolling up their pant legs and fishing in the water. The water was so muddy that they couldn't see the fish. Soon one boy shouted, "Here!" and everyone rushed over to look. After a while, another boy called out from somewhere else, and the cycle repeated. Shin Dongyue watched them with concern. When they saw Shin Dongyue, they hurriedly stood straight and called out, "Sister Dongyue." Shin Dongyue nodded and looked at the boys, remembering how they used to admire her. It reminded her of those days. People want to do good things, but that doesn't always mean they have a good temper or that they won't be bullied. Shin Dongyue has never been a patient person, but she's not the type to fight or cause trouble without reason. Seeing these mischievous boys, Shin Dongyue suddenly felt a strange sense of closeness. "Come up here," she said. The boys quickly climbed to the edge of the water, afraid that Shin Dongyue would get angry if they were slow. They stood quietly by the water, looking at Shin Dongyue as if she was giving them a lesson. Shin Dongyue looked around, picked up a few small stones, and sat down heavily on a large rock near the water. The boys looked at each other, but didn't dare ask questions. After a while, the water in the puddle became clearer, and they could see fish swimming. Shin Dongyue picked up a stone and threw it at a fish. The fish was hit and flipped over, showing its white belly, floating on the water. The boys watched in amazement. Wow, that's possible? They thought. Some boys looked at Shin Dongli with envy. Shin Dongli sat up straight, trying to hide his smile. After hitting about 7 or 8 fish, Shin Dongyue clapped her hands and stood up, walking back. The boys saw her leave and finally shouted happily. They gathered around Shin Dongli, asking questions. Shin Dongli's mouth curved into a smile, but inside, he was thinking. This was the first time he saw how impressive his sister was. It felt like she kept surprising him every day. The fish was caught and taken to the village chief, who was very happy. The children finally understood how to find food for their family. Later, they found out it was Shin Dongyue who did it. They couldn't help but admire her, thinking, "Look at that girl." The group of young boys started doing something new every day. The adults only saw that their children now had free time and started liking to throw stones. They would pick up stones, stand around competing, and even practice secretly after losing. When Yang Zi learned about Shin Dongyue fishing, he was amazed. He ran over and asked her to show him. There was a bird resting on a tree, so that night they used the bird as a snack. Of course, there was a downside. Shin Dongyue was watched more closely. Not only did the old lady keep an eye on her, but the villagers also looked at her. They wanted to see her skills and maybe learn from her. One day, Shin Dongyue was about to go hunting when she noticed she was being followed again. She felt helpless. She gathered the villagers and explained how to hunt animals with stones, how to use their wrists, practice steadily, and keep trying. She showed everyone how to throw stones and pointed out some important tips. Gradually, everyone started practicing openly instead of secretly. That whole day, the village chief learned how to throw stones, and everyone stayed at the camp for another day. Shin Dongyue finally had some personal time. She walked a little way and then noticed someone was following her again. "Yang Ziyu, why are you always following me?" The expected space to fill didn't happen. Instead, in this old forest, she was constantly being watched, which made Shin Dongyue very annoyed. "To help you carry the game. Look, Yang Iyang and Yang Eryang are following behind. This time, we don't need to carry everything ourselves." Shin Dongyue opened her mouth but held back her words. They went a bit farther, where there were many wild animals, fungi, fruits, and plenty of resources. They first came across a very large wild chestnut tree, full of nuts, with a layer of fuzzy balls on the ground. Shin Donghua looked around and was about to climb the tree when Yang Ziyu held her back. He slightly raised his chin, and Yang Yang and Yang Eryang climbed the tree to pick chestnuts. Shin Donghua frowned as she watched. Yang Ziyu seemed to be prepared, as if he had planned everything.
Yang Ziyu asked.
Shin Donghua looked stiffly at Yang Ziyu, feeling that the young master probably didn't know what this was. Without saying a word, he probably hadn't seen anything like peeling a nut from its shell. Both of you use sticks to pick them. It's too tiring to do it one by one. I want all the nuts from this tree. Yang Yi and Yang Er exchanged a glance, then smiled bitterly. They took off their swords and started hitting the branches. Shin Donghua had already hidden with Yang Ziyu nearby and saw a rain of nuts beginning to fall. Soon, the ground was covered with a thick layer of nuts. Shin Donghua took out a few cloth bags from his backpack and handed them to Yang Yi and Yang Er, who had already come down from the tree. Pick the nuts here. When you're done, carry them back. I'll go somewhere else with the young master. Yang Yi looked at Yang Ziyu and nodded in agreement. Yang Ziyu's face turned red again secretly. So these were nuts? How embarrassing. What should I do? Yang Ziyu, who was usually confident, was once again defeated by Shin Donghua. He took Yang Ziyu for another walk and found a mountain pear tree. This was a good find. The old lady had been coughing a bit in the mornings these days, and eating this would be just right. It would be even better if they had honey. Just as he was thinking this, Yang Ziyu suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Shin Donghua turned around in confusion. Yang Ziyu pointed to a spot with a trembling voice, asking, "What is that? It doesn't look like someone lives there, right?" Shin Donghua followed Yang Ziyu's finger and saw a huge oval-shaped sphere appear before their eyes. It was really big, about the size of a small house, a beehive, hanging just over a meter above the ground on an ancient tree. Shin Donghua looked at Yang Ziyu with surprise. Could it be that Yang Ziyu is a lucky charm? With him around, anything seems possible?
Yang Ziyu's pupils shrank.
Why did Shin Donghua look so happy? Could it be? He turned his head toward the sphere and saw insects crawling in and out. Yang Ziyu suddenly thought of a possibility. He pulled Shin Donghua back a few steps, awkwardly smiled, and said, "So, you want to eat honey? I think I still have some. I'll ask Uncle Hai to bring it to you. Let's go back first." Unexpectedly, Shin Donghua nodded obediently and said, "Yes, we should go back. I need to prepare some tools." It seemed he hadn't given up yet. Yang Ziyu suddenly felt his path was blocked again. Shin Donghua excitedly pulled Yang Ziyu toward the way back, while carefully remembering this place. The two of them ran back quickly, moving very fast. Shin Donghua noticed that Yang Ziyu's face looked normal, which showed he was quite skilled at light footwork. Shin Donghua was curious and moved a bit faster, but Yang Ziyu still kept close behind. The last time Shin Donghua saw Yang Ziyu fight was when he hit a deer. His quick and clean movements were very impressive. When they returned, Yang Yi and Yang Er hadn't come back yet. Shin Donghua went to ask the old lady for a mosquito net. The net was quite big, and it wouldn't keep out bugs in this forest. Plus, with the mosquito-repellent herbs they had, it wasn't really needed. Since Shin Donghua wanted to use it, she went to find one. Not feeling very safe, she borrowed another net from Grandma Zhao. She also took 2 large rough cloths. Both she and Yang Ziyu carried big jars and headed back in the direction they just came from. The old lady was surprised and confused. When did the young master become so familiar with his granddaughter? And why were they carrying jars? Was it to hold something? They hurried back and, after about an hour, returned to the beehive area. Shin Donghua directed Yang Ziyu to set up the mosquito net. They joined the nets together and built a small frame nearby to hang the net on. They pressed down the edges at the bottom, leaving one side open for entry and exit. Some bees sensed something was wrong and started buzzing loudly as they flew out. Shin Donghua gathered a bunch of firewood and placed it under the beehive. She poured some water from the water bag onto the firewood and then lit it. The damp firewood produced a lot of thick smoke. Shin Donghua added some dry leaves from the ground, making the smoke even thicker. She built a small barrier with soil next to the firewood to prevent accidental fires. The bees that came out were confused and dizzy from the smoke, buzzing around chaotically. The smoke kept billowing, covering the beehive, and more bees flew out. Shin Dongyue and Yang Ziyu quickly ran into the mosquito net to hide. The bees kept coming out. Yang Ziyu glanced at Shin Dongyue, feeling a little awkward and shy. Shin Dongyue, meanwhile, focused intently, looking at the beehive through the 2 layers of mosquito net. A bug landed on Shin Dongyue's neck. She quickly grabbed it, but then felt a sharp pain. She was stung, and some insects escaped. Looking up, she saw a small group of dark bees flying toward them from the east.
Yang Ziyu, ran.
Hurry and draw their attention away. He quickly stepped forward, and Yang Ziyu followed closely behind. Despite all their plans, Shin Dongyue forgot about the bees outside collecting honey, or maybe some had flown away and come back to attack again. Even though it's already autumn, the hard-working little bees are still very active. Both of them ran fast, but the bees were quick too and seemed determined not to give up. While running, Shin Dongyue thought, "Is this forcing me to jump into the water?" When they finally saw a river ahead, she realized it was true. The autumn creek was cold, but luckily it was noon, so it wasn't too cold. The water was shallow, only reaching their waists, so they had to squat in the water. After a while, Shin Dongyue floated up to look around. A few bees were still patrolling the water surface, and as soon as she appeared, they immediately came after her. She quickly took a few breaths and sank back down. After a while, the bees stopped hovering over the water. Shin Dongyue stood up and saw Yang Ziyu also getting to his feet. Both looked very disheveled. Yang Ziyu had been stung on his left temple and on the back of his hand twice. Shin Dongyue was stung on her neck. She thought that the firewood she had placed under the hive was enough, so it shouldn't go out soon. Today was windless, so it should be safe. The water wasn't deep, only up to their waists, so they stayed on the riverbank to warm themselves. Their clothes were almost dry. Shin Dongyue stood up, and Yang Ziyu quickly turned away. She thought he still had some manners. She looked around, picked 2 herbs, crushed them with her hands, and handed them to Yang Ziyu. Her fair hands were covered in green juice, making them look even whiter. Yang Ziyu wondered, he's out hunting and hauling carts every day, but his hands are still so soft. "Just take it and apply it yourself," Shin Dongyue said when he hesitated. Yang Ziyu finally realized he had been staring at her hand without moving, and his face turned red. After taking the sticky herbal paste, she applied it to the back of her hand. She couldn't bring herself to wipe the green stuff off her forehead, so she pressed it there instead. Yang Ziyu didn't want it that way. Shin Dongyue spread the remaining herbs on her neck. Seeing that Yang Ziyu didn't wipe his, she quickly understood what was happening and couldn't help but smile. Yang Ziyu glared at Shin Dongyue with some authority, but his funny appearance made others laugh. Once their clothes dried, they returned to the beehive. The fire was slowly dying out, and Shin Dongyue covered the fire pit with soil. Using the dagger handed to him by Yang Ziyu, she cut a small opening in the middle of the hive. Immediately, a rich, sweet aroma spread out. Golden wild honey flowed out from inside. Shin Dongyue hurriedly caught it with a jar. It seemed impossible to collect all the honey at once, so she decided to cut the hive to get more. The honey had been stored for many years, thick and sticky. Some of it dripped from the opening and hung on the hive, dripping down. She was careful not to cut too large an opening at once, fearing too much honey would flow out too quickly and she wouldn't be able to catch it all. She made another small opening below the first one, and honey started flowing more freely into the jar. Then she opened another small hole nearby and caught the honey with a jar again. Shin Dongyue looked at Yang Ziyu and asked, "Is anyone else following behind?" Yang Ziyu also realized what he was about to face. If he had known there was so much honey, he would have brought more people earlier. He felt a bit annoyed that no one warned him. He looked at Shin Dongyue with some resentment. He had come to enjoy the beautiful scenery, but now he was part of a honey collection team. Yang Ziyu didn't want to carry 2 jars back alone, especially since they didn't have enough jars. So he decided to go back and call someone. "Be careful and stay safe. I'll be back soon," Yang Ziyu said. Shun Dongyue nodded and agreed. That day was a real test of her agility. She didn't eat lunch and traveled quickly for 2.5 hours. Yang Ziyu thought it was a surprising gain. Finally, she was alone. She took out 2 jars from her space. To speed things up, she cut the openings a bit lower. The honey flowed out much faster. Shun Dongyue was busy like a little bee, quickly filling jars and placing them into the storage space, then taking out more jars and repeating the process. When Yang Ziyu returned, there were already dozens of jars of honey in Shun Dongyue's storage space. Yang Ziyu looked at the jars on the ground, which were not yet full, and asked puzzled, "Why aren't they full yet?" "The collection isn't very fast." Shun Dongyue nodded seriously and said, "That's true. I don't dare go too fast, afraid you might come back unexpectedly." Yang Ziyu understood and nodded in agreement. After a busy effort, they filled 8 large jars of honey. Shun Dongyue even took out a piece of royal jelly and stored it in a separate jar. They didn't damage the entire hive, so when the bees return, the hive can still be used as a home. There was still plenty of honey left inside, enough for the bees to eat, because the hive was very large. Seeing the strong men carrying large jars one by one, Shun Dongyue thought it would be very helpful to have Yang Ziyu come along. Not only could he serve as a good luck charm, but he could also help with the heavy work. They returned to the village camp in a grand manner. The villagers had long been curious about what Yang Ziyu had been doing, and now they knew. Shun Dongyue kept the best jar of royal jelly for himself, and Yang Ziyu also kept a jar of honey. The rest was handed over to the village chief for distribution. They also brought back chestnuts carried by Yang Wei and others. Shun Dongyue didn't share any of those, only telling the village chief to lead everyone to gather wild plants the next day. The village chief was very happy and smiled happily at Shun Dongyue. Soon after, the villagers brought some of their stored items. Uncle Lao Zhuang brought 2 dried rabbits, Grandma Zhao brought a lot of dried vermicelli, and some dried vegetables. A few young girls also brought a small basket of wild grass. Although not much, it was a kind gesture. The elderly woman was content, as she used a small tool to peel the chestnut shells. Several bags of things, once peeled, could last a long time to eat. Shun Dongning quickly prepared some food for Shun Dongyue. Shun Dongyue hugged Shun Dongning and said that only little sisters know how to care for others, which earned her 2 disapproving looks from the elderly woman. Shun Dongli felt a bit regretful. He had been practicing throwing stones and didn't stay close to his older sister. Clearly, it was more exciting to be with her. He has already made up his mind that from now on, no matter what, whenever his older sister leaves the group to gather wild food, he must follow her. Her skills seemed to become very impressive after just learning a few tricks. The next day, the elderly and weak stayed at the camp, leaving half of the strong laborers behind. The rest, including some young boys and older girls, went out together. Shun Dongyue led them to a forest they saw the day before, where there were many wild animals. To Shun Dongyue, chestnuts are the most useful because they contain a lot of starch. When food is scarce, chestnuts are more helpful than meat. Near the camp, there were 2 big chestnut trees and 1 smaller one. Shun Dongyue asked some of the older boys to climb the trees and shake the branches. The young boys from farming families are good at climbing trees. Their parents affectionately call them wild monkeys. Now that they had a place to use their skills, everyone was happy and eager to show off. A greenish-brown spiky ball fell down. After the boys finished shaking the trees, women and young girls squatted on the ground to pick up the fallen nuts. A few strong men stayed nearby to protect them. The rest went to a place a few hundred meters away where there were many wild fruits. There were small wild pears with some juice and bright red wild apples that were sweet. They also found some unknown fruits. Shun Dongyue examined them and decided they were edible. A few girls went to pick them. Shun Dongyue stood nearby with an iron rod, watching the surroundings carefully to prevent dangerous wild animals from attacking. Small harmless animals that could be caught became everyone's prey. For slightly larger animals, Shun Dongyue didn't allow anyone to chase after them. Even with many people, it was better not to spread out. By noon, everyone returned with their harvest. The village chief saw the large pile of food and was so happy that he kept smiling and kept saying they must have a good meal. In the afternoon, they moved to a different place. They picked whatever they saw to eat: mountain grapes, wild hazelnuts, mountain jujubes. As long as it was edible, everyone gathered it. Shen Dongyue even found a monkey head mushroom on a tree and climbed up to pick it. He was pleased to see the young boys practicing their skills. When the opportunity arose, he used a stone to shoot a wild chicken, explaining to the others around him about the right angle and force. Shen Dongli had the greatest strength, so he had more advantage. After encountering a wild chicken again, Shen Dongyue asked Shen Dongli to try hitting it. Although he didn't hit the head, he struck the wings. With his strong power, the wild chicken immediately couldn't fly. Two other boys also had good aim, but their strength was lacking. They still needed more practice. So, besides practicing, natural talent was also very important. After a whole day of gathering wild animals, everyone was excited and kept saying they wanted to go again the next day. The village chief hesitated and asked Shen Dongyue if they could go again the next day. Shen Dongyue refused. "Uncle, the place we went today is already ahead of our camp. If we come back and camp again tonight, it's like we're retreating. The route isn't suitable. Also, if we go again tomorrow, we need to go even farther. It's better to go for 2 days than gather again so we can walk more and also gather more food," Shen Dongyue explained. The village chief nodded and said, "I also think now is the best time to gather wild animals. If we don't take more now, we might miss the season. Uncle, although food is very important now, walking is just as important. Don't forget, in 2 months it will be winter. When that time comes, whether we stay in the forest or find a safe place to settle depends on how far we walk." The village chief looked unhappy. Recently, life had been comfortable, but he forgot that after autumn comes winter. There were only 2 months left, and he couldn't stay in the forest all winter. He nodded at Shen Dongyue and turned back to his tent, but his steps were no longer as light as before. Soon, the village chief sent someone to announce that they would start moving tomorrow and to prepare dry food in advance. The old lady looked at the pile of peeled chestnuts on the ground, still not dried, and sighed softly. Shen Dongyue wanted to give the old lady some space, but he was afraid to. That night, Shen Dongyue ate chestnuts. They were sweet and tasty, though a bit hard to peel. The freshness made up for it. The next day, at noon, he ate chestnuts again, and in the evening, more chestnuts. In the middle of the night, when he was hungry, the old lady handed him more chestnuts. Shen Dongyue looked at her expressionless and threatened, "Grandma, if you keep doing this, I won't take everyone to gather wild food the day after tomorrow." The elderly lady remained very calm and said, "I was planning to give you some cakes tomorrow, but since you mentioned it, I will continue with chestnuts tomorrow." Shen Dongyue gave up, realizing that Jiang really is more experienced. Usually, the hard cakes became sweet and tasty after 2 days. In the end, Shen Dongyue drank a bowl of oily noodles, thinking bitterly that the day after tomorrow, he must gather more wild foods, so he can have a variety to eat. They found a place to settle down. Although they didn't need to sleep on the ground and could rest anywhere, the animals also needed a place to rest, and everyone needed a spot to cook and rest. While cooking, Shen Dongyue first looked around in a small area. Of course, behind him, a bunch of little followers trailed along. Shen Dongli was definitely following Shen Dongyue closely. When some young boys saw Shen Dongli following, they immediately used it as an excuse. Shen Dongyue even saw a young man a year older than herself politely call her Sister Dongyue, which surprised her. What kind of feeling was this of gathering younger brothers? Yang Ziyu still had no presence and stayed around Shen Dongyue. When there were people, he would step back. Only when no one was around did he move closer. Yang Ziqing, on the other hand, had no worries and called her sister at every turn, even more affectionately than Shen Dongli. If someone didn't know better, they might think he was Shen Dongyue's younger brother. Yang Ziyu was happy about this and even hoped that Yang Ziqing would bother Shen Dongyue more, so he could use the excuse of looking for his younger brother to get closer to her. Shen Dongyue also liked Yang Ziqing. The boy was only 10 years old but already skilled with the bow and arrow. His aim was good, his strength decent, and among children his age, he was quite outstanding. Leading a group of young followers, Shen Donghua performed 2 more stone-throwing shows nearby. After that, she was no longer bothered. The boys, all in their voice-changing period, were noisy and made her head ache. She just hoped these young boys would learn what they wanted to learn quickly, so she could have some peace. By the time they went out to gather again, everyone knew how to divide tasks and save effort. Shen Donghua only stayed nearby to protect everyone's safety. She was happy with this arrangement. She led everyone to a place with dense wild animals, sat on a rock, and ate wild fruits brought by the young boys around her, feeling very relaxed. As evening approached, the backpacks and sacks were all full. The strong workers carried their loads, and the women packed up their tools, all heading back to the camp. Shen Donghua walked quickly at the front. Shen Dongli carried a very large backpack and tools, but Shen Donghua didn't seem to want to help. Big sister, I've almost mastered the breathing technique. Look, I can carry things now without feeling tired. Teach me something else. Shen Donghua chuckled and said, I wouldn't say I'm a genius, but I do have good understanding and endurance. I still wouldn't say I've fully mastered the breathing technique. And you're talking like you're already there. Of course. Maybe I have better talent than you. You started practicing at 15, but I started at 12. Can we really be the same? Shen Dongli said confidently. Shen Donghua almost forgot how powerful she was. But in each life, she had to start over. Her quick recovery this time was mainly because of her natural strength. Maybe Shen Dongli is even faster. As they got closer to the camp, Shen Donghua frowned. There was a strong smell of wild animals nearby, and she felt uneasy. She told Shen Dongli, I'll go ahead. You all go back by yourselves. Then she quickly ran toward the camp. Shen Dongli thought his sister was as fast as the wind. No wonder she said he couldn't keep up. Big sister, is something wrong? Shen Dongli called out. Shen Donghua had already run ahead and disappeared from sight. The villagers behind didn't know what had happened. Everyone hurry up. Something might be wrong. Shen Dongli shouted and took big steps forward. Shen Donghua returned to the camp very quickly. She saw a group of people gathered. Sure enough, something had happened. She looked around and saw the elderly woman and Shen Dongning standing calmly nearby, which eased her worries a little. She saw the strong old man with an injured arm, sitting pale on a stone. Shen Yan was bandaging his arm. What animal bit him? Shen Donghua asked. Everyone turned when they heard her voice. Seeing Shen Donghua, they suddenly felt more confident. It was a wolf. Can we just bandage him like this? Shen Yan asked. No, I have a remedy. You go find some medicine. Shen Donghua replied. Shen Yan nodded. Old Zhuang looked weak, and his voice was faint. He said to Shen Donghua, Today I was wandering around nearby. In the morning I set a few rabbit traps, planning to check them in the afternoon. But I found that a rabbit in one trap had been eaten, and there was blood on the ground. It looked like it had been bitten not long ago. I thought I should come back and report. But before I could leave, a wolf spotted me and attacked. Luckily, I have some experience dealing with wild animals, or I might not have survived. Uncle Zhuang's 5th aunt was crying, and everyone was feeling scared and sad. Shen Donghua frowned and asked, Wolves are social animals. How can there be only one? Uncle Zhuang shook his head and said, That wolf didn't fight much. It seemed willing to attack if it could, but if it was challenged, it ran away. That's strange. Shen Donghua thought for a moment and guessed that the wolf was just checking things out. It didn't want to fight and retreated quickly if it couldn't win. Uncle Zhuang, did you notice anything different when you were wandering around? Uncle Zhuang shook his head. I was just nearby, didn't go far. Which way did the wolf go last? Shen Donghua asked. To the east, it headed east. It seemed likely. They had been gathering in the west and came from the south, so the wolf's territory was probably in the east. At this moment, the village chief interrupted. What should we do? Should we leave quickly? Donghua just said that wolves are social animals. We don't know how many there are. What if they come back one day? Uncle Zhuang shook his head and said, You don't know. Wolves are very fierce. Once they target you, it's hard to escape. We have families and a lot of things with us. We can't run fast enough, and we can't outrun wolves. Some of the people around started crying. Usually, they said they weren't afraid when there were many people, but when wild animals come, even one can scare them. Suddenly, there was a loud howl. Someone cried out loudly, "What can we do? We're doomed. We're going to die here in the forest." Everyone was panicking. Some men said they would fight if they had to. Do wolves fear death? At this moment, the gathering of harvesters returned. One group was led by Yang Ziyu and the other by Shindongyue. When they arrived, someone immediately told them what had happened. Hearing this, everyone became anxious. "Do you think they will come?" Yang Ziyu asked cautiously. "Definitely. Wolves rarely hunt alone and are very territorial. Once they set their sights on us, there's no peace until one side gives up," Shindongyue explained. Yang Ziyu thought for a moment and said to Shindongyue, "If they come at the same time, my people can only hold off 20 wolves. More than that, and we can't protect the villagers." Shindongyue nodded. With 400 people, they couldn't surround everyone, so they couldn't protect everyone. Villagers would have to rely on themselves. Just then, a village woman suddenly shouted, "We have Dongyue." "Yes, Dongyue is so strong, we have her." Before Shindongyue could say anything, Shindongyue was upset and shouted at the woman, "My sister can handle dozens of wolves alone. Do you have no shame? Do you have a conscience?" Shindongyue also looked angrily at the woman, as if daring her to say more and ready to confront her. Yang Ziyu slightly smiled, but seeing this, Yang Ziqing shivered in fear. Was his older brother angry? The woman hurriedly explained, "No, I mean Dongyue is so capable. She can lead us through this tough time. We all trust her arrangements." Everyone's expressions eased a little. They understood that, at this moment, Shindongyue was their only hope for survival. But what could Shindongyue do? Fighting wolves one by one, even dozens at a time, she wasn't afraid. But do wolves follow rules of honor? If they all come together, Shindongyue wouldn't be able to protect everyone. Shindongyue didn't make any promises. She only told the village chief, "Uncle, we can't leave. If we're on the road, people can't spread out or gather in groups. If wolves come, it could be disastrous." "All right, we'll listen to you," the village chief nodded. The wolves could come any day. The elderly, women, and children should learn to climb trees first. Wolves can't climb, so we can avoid unnecessary casualties, Shindongyue continued. Okay, the villagers agreed. The remaining young men need to prepare. We can't just wait and see. We must act quickly and solve this problem fast, without constantly being on guard, she added. People's unity grew stronger, and their strength increased. While they could still see, Uncle Lao Zhuang held up his bandaged arm and directed everyone to dig traps. The traps were not far from the camp, on one side, while on the other side, people gathered many vines from the trees. They wove the vines into nets on the branches, hoping that when wolves come, they won't be able to break through quickly. The vines and traps formed a circle, with dozens of large trees in the middle. These trees were left for those who couldn't defend themselves, in case of emergency. It was easier to weave the vines into nets, and the young boys tied them tightly to prevent wolves from getting in. The traps needed to be dug wider, because wolves can jump very high. They hoped these traps could stop some wolves so the wolves would come in groups. Luckily, the distance was not far. After dinner, dozens of strong workers worked for 2 more hours and finished digging the traps. Everyone worked very hard because it was a matter of life and death. After dinner, the others started carving tree branches with knives, preparing to put them into the traps. Shindongyue found some hard wooden branches, sharpened them, and told everyone to prepare their weapons too. Meanwhile, village women and children were learning to climb trees. Even the elderly woman was weaving soft ladders, planning to climb up and bring others up later. At this time, no one could cause trouble. Only 2 pregnant women sat on stones, their brows furrowed tightly. Seeing this, the men tried to comfort them, saying that to reach them, the wolves would first have to get past the men. After following Shindongyue's instructions, everyone felt more motivated. It seemed like they were prepared, and the wolves didn't seem so scary anymore. Shin Dongyue also told everyone to prepare many branches, because wolves are afraid of fire. If the wolves come, they could use torches to fight them off a little. Now, everyone followed Shin Dongyue's orders. If she said there was no need to resist and to wait for the wolves, everyone would believe she had a plan. That was trust. The place was a bit crowded, but no one complained. They burned some hot water and ate dry food for dinner. The village chief arranged the night watch, and everyone relied on each other to sleep. Throughout the night, the guards didn't dare close their eyes. Shin Dongyue said wolves like to attack at night. If wolves sneaked close, it could be very dangerous. This was a matter of life and death for the whole village. For guards stayed awake until dawn, and luckily, no wolves came. The next day, everyone was just staying inside the circle. The space was too small to move freely, so they stayed put. With nothing else to do, they carved branches and picked up stones, hoping they might be useful if a wolf appeared. Shin Dongyue took the chance to tell everyone that if a wolf really came and crossed the trap, they should focus on hitting its waist, because that was the wolf's weak spot and very fragile. He warned them not to relax after hitting the wolf's head, as the head was very hard. On the second day, everyone was worried because the wolf still hadn't come. On the third day, the fourth day, Dongyue, do you think the wolf isn't coming anymore? The village chief asked. Shin Dongyue was chewing on a piece of grass and looked at the deep forest across from them. He said, "Uncle, I don't know the exact situation. But if it's about endurance, none of us are as tough as the wolf. Wolves are very patient, clever, and usually hunt in groups. If they are watching us, they won't give up easily." A villager tentatively asked, "Maybe the wolf doesn't like us and isn't coming?" The village chief sighed. The area they could move in was too small, and everyone was feeling anxious. If the wolf didn't come, people's spirits would start to weaken. Shin Dongyue curled his lips but said nothing. He was thinking that maybe this was part of the wolf's plan. Wolves are very clever, fierce by nature, and prefer to hunt at night. Maybe they were watching them right now. His eyes fixed on a spot, and suddenly he stopped. He curled his lips and shouted loudly, "Get ready, the wolf is coming." The village chief was startled. He was just thinking that if the wolf didn't come soon, they should run quickly. But now it was actually here? At the same time, Yang Ziyu quickly stepped in front of Shin Dongyue, and both of them stared tightly at one spot. The villagers also hurriedly took out their weapons. No matter how many they prepared, nothing was as good as real practice. Most villagers had never seen wild animals before and felt an instinctive fear. They had thought the wolf wouldn't come, but suddenly it did. Everyone tried to stay calm, gripping their weapons and aiming at the forest across from them. The women and children began climbing trees in the dark. They had practiced many times over the past few days, and with the soft ladders, even those who couldn't climb before could now do so. An ancient tree could hold up to 6 or 7 people. Because Shin Dongyue said that wolves have very strong jumping ability, some can jump 4 or 5 meters high, which is very frightening. Climbing higher was necessary. Dozens of trees in the area could hold many people. The strong workers all stood at the edge of the circle, protecting themselves, their parents, and their families. Shin Dongyue also came over holding a long sickle. A few quick villagers hurried to make the fire bigger. Everyone was on high alert for about the length of an incense stick. Only then did they notice movement in the forest across from them. One by one, wolves stepped out. Suddenly, in the dim light, many pairs of green eyes appeared, densely packed. There were too many wolves. Yang Ziyu frowned slightly and looked at Shin Dongyue. He saw a bright light in Shin Dongyue's eyes, full of fighting spirit, which made Yang Ziyu stunned. Yang Ziyu quietly moved to the side. He turned to Yang Qingshi and said, "Lend me your bow and arrow." Although Yang Qingshi was holding a bow and arrow, he was reluctant to lend it. He said, "Big brother, I'm good with aiming. Just tell me which one to shoot and I'll hit it. Give it to me." Reluctantly, Yang Qingshi handed over the bow and arrow, along with the only 10 arrows he had. "Be careful. Don't break the arrowheads. I'll pay you back with 20 arrows later," Yang Ziyu replied. "Big brother, shoot those wolves across without holding back," Yang Qingshi said. Shin Dongyue watched Yang Qingshi change his attitude with some amusement. Thanks to his joking, the villagers' tension eased a bit. They moved more nimbly, which was a pleasant surprise. A quick glance showed there were about 80 or 90 wolves across the way. Some were hidden behind grass, and because it was so dark, it was hard to see clearly. Shun Dongyue didn't find the alpha wolf yet. Yes, Shun Dongyue's goal was the Wolf King. Catching the leader first would cause chaos among the wolves. Without their alpha, the wolves would immediately become confused, fighting among themselves and only then choosing a new leader. It was impossible to keep all the wolves today. Wolves have pointed jaws and sharp canine teeth. When they bite, they can tear off a piece of flesh. A loud howl sounded, and the wolves across the way started to move. They slowly approached, standing in front of the trap. The villagers thought the wolves would jump over it directly, but the hope of that happening didn't come true. The wolves stood at the edge, seemingly observing the trap. The hastily laid thatch in the middle of the road was quite noticeable, and even the wolves could tell it was a trap. The wolves retreated a few steps. Another howl sounded, and Shun Dongyue shouted, "Be careful, they're coming." The wolves leapt forward, rushing toward the trap. Following Shun Dongyue's instructions, the villagers held their weapons. Those who could push the wolves down while they were in midair. Some wolves were pushed into the trap and fell on top of it, all injured. Others didn't fall and jumped over the trap. The brave ones attacked the wolves at their waists, while the timid ones looked for gaps to escape. The space was limited, and only a few wolves came at a time. About 3 villagers fought one wolf, so they weren't at a disadvantage. Though wolves look scary with their teeth bared, it's normal that they couldn't find a place to bite when surrounded by several people. Shun Dongyue swung his iron rod at a wolf's waist. The wolf, probably not old enough to bite properly, was struck and quickly fell silent. He dodged with a quick step and aimed at the wolf's most vulnerable spot. Yang Ziyu was also skilled. He held his bow in his left hand and his sword in his right. With one swift strike, he pierced a wolf's belly. The wolf yelped and fell to the ground. Another howl sounded, and a few more wolves jumped over. Shun Dongyue shouted, "Yang Ziyu!" Yang Ziyu put away his sword and drew his bow, shooting an arrow at the wolves across. One wolf darted to the side, then another arrow flew, and the wolf dodged behind the bushes. At this moment, Shun Dongyue's iron rod slipped from his hand and flew toward the wolves. At the same time, Yang Ziyu's third arrow was shot. A loud yowl was heard, and the wolves stopped. No other sounds followed. Shun Dongyue and Yang Ziyu exchanged a glance, feeling a rare sense of teamwork. The pack of wolves howled at the sky, but there was no response. The wolves on the other side of the trap began to retreat. Those who had just jumped over the trap hadn't finished retreating yet. Next comes the time for a fierce fight. Without any additional preparations, about 10 or so villagers quickly gathered to attack together. Not a single attacker was allowed to escape. Their teamwork and energy reached their peak. Suddenly, a sharp scream sounded. Shun Dongyue was startled. She turned around and saw a wolf rushing toward the horses tied nearby. The horses had already been frightened and were lying on the ground, trembling. The wolf bit one of them precisely. The scream came from Zhang Yuping. Seeing her own horse being bitten, she shouted, "Save the horse!" Shun Dongyue, hurry and help the horse. Shun Dongyue ignored her and focused on the approaching people, joining the attack. Everyone worked together, each doing their part. Taking advantage of the moment, Shun Dongyue swung a pointed wooden stick at the wolves. She struck repeatedly, killing 3 wolves that couldn't escape in time. The wolves that were still alive ran away. Yang Ziyu also shot arrows at the wolves. He managed to take down 4 wolves, and the rest retreated. In the end, only the wolves trapped in the snare remained alive, but weak. Shun Dongyue and a group of young boys threw stones at them, discussing where the wolves' weak spots were and how to finish them off completely. Shun Dongyue didn't pay attention to these details. She jumped over to find the Wolf King. The Wolf King was shot in the front leg, but was pinned to the ground with an iron rod. No wonder the Wolf King wasn't taken away and didn't even make a sound. Some villagers were injured, but none seriously. Shun Yayan had already prepared medicine according to Shun Dongyue's instructions. Everyone took their medicine and applied ointments in an orderly way. The village chief watched the scene with relief. As long as no one died and everyone was safely brought to the south, that was his greatest hope. Meanwhile, two of Zhang Yuping's horses were bitten and looked like they wouldn't survive. Zhang Yuping trembled as she got down from the tree and ran toward the horses. A mournful cry echoed through the air. Shen Dongyue carried the Wolf King and the dead wolves from the other side to the trap. She threw them one by one into the enclosure and then jumped back. Zhang Yuping hurried over, accusing, "I told you to save the horses. Why didn't you? You're so capable, but you couldn't even save a horse. Do you know? I was planning to keep one of these horses for a wedding gift. Now look, two are gone, and before we even entered the house, we lost everything."
You.
Before she finished, she was frightened by Shin Dongyue's stern gaze. Li Ruan stepped forward quickly, covering his mother's mouth with his hand, and smiled awkwardly at Shin Dongyue, saying, "Dongyue, your aunt was so frightened, she lost her mind." "Please don't blame her." Li Chunxian also rushed over to stop Zhang Yuping, looking at Shin Dongyue with an apologetic expression. At this moment, Shen Zhongshi, the elderly lady of Shin Dongyue's family, hurriedly approached and slapped Zhang Yuping.
Bah.
"Who agreed to your family's marriage proposal? Who said what? You have no right to bring up this marriage. You haven't even stepped into our family, yet you dare to talk about it. You're an illegitimate thing, unworthy of speaking for Dongyue. If you want to save the horse, go save yourself." "Ungrateful thing," the old lady scolded angrily. Hearing this, Zhang Yuping felt guilty and also became frantic, saying, "Zhang Yuping, after all these years, you still haven't forgotten the past. Have you forgotten Li Chuanyan? Bah. I've never even seen your Li family. If it weren't for your shamelessness, who would want to mention you? I don't want to see any of you. You've dirted my eyes," she spat. Li Ruan was shocked by what the two elderly women said. Li Chuanyan was his biological father, so why did Shen's grandmother know about him? What did it mean that his mother didn't have a formal marriage certificate? What did it mean that the marriage was not legitimate? Zhang Yuping clutched her chest as if about to faint, and the old lady was also very angry. Shin Dongyue snorted and said to Zhang Yuping, "Do you think I would really leave you behind? If I did, would your son and grandson stay with you? Would they resent you for it?" Zhang Yuping was clearly surprised that Shin Dongyue actually considered abandoning her family. She froze in place, overwhelmed by fear. Li Ruan clenched his fists and looked at his mother. Zhang Yuping took a step back, watching her son. "Aunt, please help clarify this for your nephew." Li Ruan bowed deeply to the old lady. The old lady's resentment toward Li Ruan was not as strong. It was all in the past, and she didn't want to bring it up. But Zhang Yuping was too ungrateful and too reckless. "Back then, your father sent a marriage proposal to my family.
It was a marriage arranged by me."
If you see your father's marriage certificate, you would notice that the name on it was not your mother's. At that time, your father's family was wealthy and talented, a very good match. My parents agreed to it and exchanged the marriage certificate, but on the eve of her wedding, you, a mother who lacks shame and conscience, got me drunk and locked me in the firewood room. She is my biological sister, and I had no suspicion of her. Later, she took my place in the bridal sedan chair. When I woke up the next day, everything was already decided. I had no choice but to marry quickly, arranged by my parents. The old lady recalls the past with anger, helplessness, and a sense of acceptance. Shin Dongyue did not see any regret on the old lady's face. No wonder. Despite many years of hardship, the old lady has lived relatively comfortably. If her biological parents had not died, which was a big blow to her, she might have been truly happy. "Shut up. I knew you still care about the Li family. After all these years, you haven't forgotten," Zhang Yuping said angrily. The old lady looked at Zhang Yuping with disdain and said, "You are always like this. You do wrong but still want to justify yourself. Do you know what I resent most about you? It's not that you stole my marriage, but that you felt guilty and blamed our parents. Since then, you never went back to see them. You didn't even attend their funeral. Someone unfaithful and unfilial like you, I refuse to forgive." After speaking, the old lady looked at Li Ruan, who was deeply hurt and continued, "You still have a good son. Be more virtuous. Instead of enjoying a good life, you stir up trouble. You're just asking for death." Then she pulled Shindongyu aside. The old lady called her three siblings together and said, "Actually, I've thought about all this long ago. I don't hold a grudge anymore. Zhang Yuping is just a troublemaker. But if I hadn't married into the Shin family, I wouldn't have such good grandchildren. This is a blessing from heaven, a form of compensation. I no longer blame anyone." She then held Shindongyu's hand and said, "Don't drive them away. It's not a terrible crime. We shouldn't commit murder over this. If we send them away now, those 10 or so people will have no way to live. The blame will fall on us. I want to make this clear. They won't be able to lift their heads again. Hopefully, they won't bother us anymore. Let's give them one last chance, okay?" Shun Dongyue nodded. After all, the old lady still cares about old feelings about her sister. Yes, they're siblings, and she's the only one. Though it's troublesome, she doesn't want her family to die over this. She can ignore or avoid them, but she can't let her die. It would be too painful to see. The villagers learned there was more to the story and began discussing it eagerly. Everyone in the village knew Xinjiang's kind nature and believed she was a good person. Now, Shin Dongyue had taken on the responsibility of protecting everyone, and their hearts leaned toward her. Moreover, it seemed that the trouble stemmed from the old lady of the Li family, and many villagers looked at her with disdain. Li Ruan looked at Zhang Yuping with complicated eyes, making her feel uneasy. "Ruan, listen to what my mother said. It's not like that. Your father originally liked your mother, so in the end I married him," Zhang Yuping hurriedly explained. "Mother, I saw the marriage certificate from back then. The handwriting on it was my father's," Ruan said. This shocked Zhang Yuping so much that she stepped back repeatedly and then burst into loud crying. Yes, Ruan had seen it before. At that time, she wondered why her name wasn't on the certificate. She asked her father, who hesitated for a long time, and then told her that her original name conflicted with her grandmother's, so they changed it at home. Wang Zixi stood nearby with her sister-in-law, feeling mixed emotions. Despite her mother-in-law's many faults, she still wanted to respect and protect her. She couldn't abandon her or be unfilial because she was her husband's mother. This time, the villagers killed 36 wolves. The village chief asked Shindongyue if the wolf meat was safe to eat. Dongyue replied, "Yes, it's edible, but it needs to be cooked longer. Wolf meat is tough, so slow cooking makes it softer. It also helps remove any harmful substances, so it's beneficial." The villagers began busying themselves with processing the wolf meat. Although it was average, it was still meat. The wolf pelts, however, were valuable. With winter approaching and the possibility of being trapped in the forest, these pelts could be life-saving. Since half of the wolves were killed by Shindongyue and Yangziyu, each family received 3 pelts. The remaining 13 families shared the other 30 pelts, and no one objected. Li Ruan's family cut off the parts of the 2 horses that had been bitten by wolves, and the rest was given to the village chief. The chief looked at Li Ruan carefully, patted her shoulder, and said, "Good job." When Zhang Yuping's true nature was exposed, Ruan didn't feel sad. Instead, she felt more ashamed or angry. But now, the village chief's praise almost brought her to tears. The horses are very heavy, each weighing over 1,000 jin. After removing the parts that can't be eaten, including meat and bones, they still weigh more than 800 jin. Everyone is busy making stewed meat. For leftovers, they prepare smoked meat, and they also work on the hides, asking Lao Zhuang to help with curing them. Lao Zhuang brought over a deer hide and handed it to Shindongyue, saying, "This hide is already prepared. If you want to make something, do it quickly so it doesn't take up space here." "We've been very busy lately, haha." Shindongyue gratefully thanked him, but Lao Zhuang waved his hand and said, "There's no need to thank me. We should all thank you. It's just a small matter, so let's not talk about it." After Lao Zhuang left, Shindongyue took 3 wolf skins from her family to ask Uncle Hai for help with curing them. Uncle Hai took the skins and handed back a snake skin. "This snake skin is very tough and elastic. I think it would make good clothing, even better than those silk soft armor." You should use it carefully and not waste it, he said with some reluctance. Shun Dongyue smiled and said, Uncle Hai cut off a piece for Yang Ziqing to make a coat. The snake skin is big enough. One piece for each of us isn't enough anyway. Uncle Hai was so happy he didn't know what to say, then felt a bit shy and said, Honestly, I'm getting bolder as I get older.
I've been thinking about this.
Thank you, Miss Shin. Shin Dongyue shook her head. Her straightforwardness clearly showed her true feelings. This snake skin is hard to cut off. I need to borrow our young master's dagger. Do you want to help cut it out, Miss Shin? Uncle Hai asked. Of course, Shin Dongyue agreed. She went back to call Old Lady, and they both helped measure the size. When Old Lady saw the size of the snake skin, she took a deep breath, almost choking. It was so big. Turning to look at Shin Dongyue, who was excited, she finally believed that her granddaughter was as capable as they said, truly unstoppable. Cutting the snake skin with a dagger was difficult, so Old Lady decided to cut it into sections directly. She then stitched it around the shoulders, making it into a close-fitting shirt. This method made cutting easier. Shin Dongyue didn't care about all that. She went back to watch Shin Dongning working on the wolf and horse meat, offering ideas along the way, sometimes suggesting boiling it, sometimes stewing with chili, and sometimes drying it into jerky. Shin Dongning didn't say much, but Shin Dongli and Yang Ziqing nearby were eager to try everything, insisting they all give it a shot. Shin Dongning is easy to talk to. He watches them argue and listens to their commands. When the old lady returned and saw what had happened, she was shocked. Her family's salt had been used up by more than a pound. She was so upset that she decided to make all the meat into smoked meat, using less salt so it would last longer. Shin Dongyue told the old lady to make shoes from deerskin first, aiming for 1 pair per person. If there wasn't enough, she would go hunting for more deer. She was tired of wearing cloth shoes, especially since her current pair was almost worn out. The old lady had never made deerskin boots before. She grumbled, saying only Shin Dongyue knew how to wear them, but she still asked Uncle Hai for advice. Uncle Hai didn't know how to make shoes, but he gave her a new pair to compare. The old lady studied them, and then started cutting. She was experienced in making clothes, so she had a good sense of proportions. She knew everyone's shoe size in her head, and with quick skill, she cut out the deerskin shoes that fit perfectly. Seeing everyone busy, Shin Dongyue went to find the village chief. Uncle, should we rest for a while or hurry to move on? The wolves have retreated for now, but we don't know when they'll choose a new wolf king. They might come back. What? The wolves might come back. The village chief was surprised. It's possible, but not certain. They have retreated for now, but there are about 60 or 70 of them. They're confused, so moving now might be safer. Who knows if they've given up on us? Shin Dongyue explained. Some villagers are injured. The wounds aren't serious, but they are strong workers. We haven't lost much, but we have more supplies now. Carrying all this with injuries might be difficult. Shin Dongyue nodded understandingly and agreed. Anyway, the area is still relatively safe for now. Let's rest for a few days. After saying goodbye to the village chief, Shin Dongyue started planning to explore the forest. There must be many good things there. The best medicinal herbs should be plentiful, and once we leave the forest, such chances won't come often. She discussed with the old lady. The old lady didn't look up and said, Do as you like. With your skills, no one can control you now. You're just a girl wandering around. Are you still hungry or thirsty? Shin Dongyue helplessly scratched her face and hugged the elderly woman's shoulder, promising, I will definitely come back in 3 days. I just asked Uncle Li Zheng, and he said he needs at least 3 days to rest. Before you leave, I will be back. Even if I can't make it back on time, I can find you. Is that okay? The elderly woman looked upset and didn't say anything. Shin Dongyue looked for help from Shin Dongli and Shin Dongning. When she saw Shin Dongli's hopeful eyes, she started to feel a headache coming on. Dongli, our grandma and Dongning need you. Hearing this, Shin Dongli got angry and said, Our grandma and Dongning need you more. He then threw down what he was holding and went into the tent. Shin Dongyue looked at Shin Dongning for help and said, My dear sister, only you can help me now. Big sister, can you speak normally? Shin Dongning shivered from the goosebumps on her body. Everyone except herself was against her, but Shin Dongyue still set out the next day towards the woods. The elderly woman couldn't bear to see her go, so she packed enough dry food for 5 days and kept urging her to come back early. Now the weather was starting to get a bit colder, but the dry food could still last. Shin Dongyue was not afraid. As soon as she left the village base, she threw her things into her space and headed southwest with all her might. She had already noticed that there seemed to be more wild animals in the southwest area, so she wanted to try her luck there. After walking for half a day, Shin Dongyue slowed down, walking carefully and paying attention to what was under her feet. The old forest was truly an old forest, untouched by others, so there were many good things to find. She dug up 5 pieces of wild ginseng in half a day, all of which were top-quality, 100-year-old ginseng. She also collected several monkey head mushrooms and reishi mushrooms. Fortunately, at dusk, by a small creek, Shin Dongyue encountered 2 big wild boars with 4 piglets, and she captured all of them. Of course, Shin Dongyue also found many good things that had been damaged by wild animals. After all, good things are often loved by animals. For example, wild boars like to dig up good roots from the ground. She saw a fine reishi mushroom growing at the bottom of a tree, half-eaten by a wild boar. While hunting that wild boar, Shin Dongyue thought that maybe eating this boar would be very nourishing, especially since it looked like a habitual offender. Now it is autumn, and animals are fattening up for the season. Wild animals are at their best, so Shin Dongyue experienced the feeling of seeing wild boars everywhere and wild chickens flying around. He managed to catch them all. On the 3rd day at noon, Shin Dongyue finally found a real top-quality medicinal herb, a 1,000-year-old ginseng. This ginseng was easy to find near a rock edge. It had lush leaves and bright red seeds growing on it. Strangely, no other animals came to eat this wild ginseng. After observing for a while, Shin Dongyue confirmed that a venomous snake was hiding in a crack beside the ginseng, watching it closely. No wonder other animals didn't come near. If they did, they might become the snake's food. Shin Dongyue had experience dealing with snakes. As long as he wasn't bitten, whether the snake was poisonous or not didn't matter. The old venomous snake was dead in Shin Dongyue's hands. He was now someone who kills snakes and takes treasures. Without hesitation, he put the snake into a space. It took him some effort to carefully remove the entire ginseng plant, more effort than fighting the snake. He also caught some other animals, like deer, without hesitation. All of them became part of Shin Dongyue's collection. However, Shin Dongyue still remembered Shin Dongning wanted to eat roe deer meat. He searched for a long time, but couldn't find any. He guessed that the naive roe deer, being at the bottom of the food chain here, had already been eaten. Until noon on the 4th day, Shin Dongyue finally took a good bath in a small pond. Although he was very strong and could go out with Shin Dongning to wash any time, his thick, long hair was hard to bear. The weather had started to cool, so washing his hair every other day was manageable. A few days ago, moving even a little made him sweat heavily, and with his head hot, it was unbearable. Wearing or tying up his hair only made it hotter. Since he had no soap or similar items, Shin Dongyue could only massage his scalp in the water and rinse it repeatedly. After a long time, his scalp felt much better. He tied his hair into a big bun, pinning it with a sturdy tree branch. After tidying up, Shin Dongyue began his journey back. Before leaving, he only took a small bundle containing a few wild ginsengs and some miscellaneous herbs. In the evening, Shin Dongyue returned to the camp. She was just trying her luck, not expecting that the villagers hadn't left after all. As soon as Shin Dongyue appeared, the villagers noticed her. They looked happy, thinking that they had become more aware and knew to watch out for wild animals. When she got closer, Shin Dongyue realized something was wrong. The villagers' faces showed sadness and worry. "Dongyue, you're finally back," one villager suddenly started crying. "Auntie, what happened?" "Something bad happened. After you left, the wolves came again." Shin Dongyue frowned. The wolves had chosen a new leader so quickly and were attacking again? It turned out that on the 3rd day after Shin Dongyue left, the wolves returned and launched a second attack. Fortunately, Yang Ziyu was at the camp, He led a group of guards and villagers to chase the wolves away. However, this time, Yang Ziyu didn't have enough help, and the fight against the alpha wolf was slower, allowing the wolves to take advantage. Yang Ziyu stepped in front of Shen Dongyue and apologized. Shen Dongyue understood. He meant that he hadn't protected the villagers well when she wasn't there. But this attack was more aggressive than the last, and the villagers weren't prepared. Their weapons had been used up last time and not replenished in time, so they panicked when the wolves arrived. This time, the wolves ran straight over and jumped into the trap area, giving the villagers no chance to react. Shen Dongyue shook her head and thanked Yang Ziyu. No one was to blame. Protecting the villagers in such a situation and preventing anyone from getting hurt was already good enough. Shen Dongyue remembered this kindness. She first checked on her 3 family members. Seeing they were okay, she relaxed a little. She put down her bag and asked, "Are you hurt?" Shen Dongyue lowered her head. When Shen Dongyue asked, her eyes turned red. "Big sister, you're back. What happened? Is anyone hurt?" Shen Dongning, with tears in her voice, said, "Big sister, please help Li Chunxian. He hurt his arm trying to save me. The injury is serious." Some villagers gathered around and said, "Dongyue, our family also has someone hurt. Please help us." Shen Dongyue frowned and said, "Gather all the injured together." Soon, the injured were gathered together. Those with minor wounds were not counted. 5 people had serious injuries. Wolves had torn off chunks of flesh, and their wounds were infected and oozing pus. These people had already developed high fevers. Li Chunxian was among them. A large piece of flesh was torn from his arm, leaving a deep, bleeding wound that was also infected. Shen Dongyue borrowed a dagger from Yang Ziyu, heated it over a fire, and used it to cut away the rotten flesh from the wounds. The villager cried out in pain, and Shen Dongyue quickly stuffed a branch into his mouth to help him endure. After cleaning the wounds, the villager's wife used warm water to rinse them, and Shen Yan was instructed on how to handle fever if it occurred. This was a lighter injury. The remaining injuries took more time to treat, especially Li Chenxuan's. His wound was large, and bleeding hadn't fully stopped. Even after applying medicine, the blood kept flowing. Shen Dongyue asked Shen Dongning to prepare boiling water and needles. Once everything was sterilized, Shen Dongyue told Li Chunxian, "It will hurt a lot. You need to bear it." Li Chunxian nodded and stared steadily at the beautiful girl across from him. It was the first time he had seen her so close, and the first time he felt useful. Shen Dongyue first used the dagger to clean out the pus and blood from Li Chenxuan's wound, then disinfected it with alcohol. The pain made Li Chenxuan's face turn pale, and he twitched. Shen Dongyue carefully stitched up the wound with needles, causing nearby villagers to look away instinctively. After finishing the sterilization and bandaging, Shen Dongyue wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Li Ruimin, "You might develop a fever. Rest for a few days. You'll be fine. If anything happens, call me." "Thank you," Li Ruimin instinctively replied. Shen Dongyue shook his head and said, "I should be the one thanking you." Li Ruimin only hoped his son was okay. He carried Li Chunxian back to his tent. Shen Dongyue sighed and turned to comfort his family.
Yang Ziyu watched quietly, feeling shocked.
Could wounds be treated like this? Isn't bleeding and applying medicine enough? Could stitches be done with a sewing needle? If this method was used on the battlefield, it could save many lives. It could save sons and grandsons. There were too many secrets about Shen Dongyue. Seeing Shen Dongyue, looking down and feeling guilty, Shen Dongyue directly said, "Do you feel useless? That you can't protect your loved ones?" Shen Dongyue lowered his head even more. Shen Dongyue sneered and said, "You're just a half-grown kid. Thinking that being strong makes you impressive? There's always someone better out there. Learn from this lesson. From now on, stick close to me. I'll teach you so you won't have regrets again." Shen Dongyue stood up, filled with determination, and said, "Big sister, I will do my best." Shen Dongyue nodded and then looked at Shen Dongning, asking, "Do you feel sorry for Li Chunxian?" "Big sister, I'm scared. I'm afraid Li Chunxian got hurt saving me." Shen Dongning immediately started crying. Shen Dongyue patted the girl's head and comforted her. "It's okay. As long as he's not dead, Big sister can bring him back. We still have feelings for him, and I'll be here for you. Shindongning cried loudly, but now that her big sister was back, her heart felt a little less heavy. The old lady kept frowning and sighing. Seeing this, Shindongyue felt sad too. Grandma, is there anything else? I've always thought we helped the Li family, but I didn't expect it would bring us good karma, the old lady said. Shindongyue didn't say anything. She hadn't expected Li Chunxian would save Shindongning either. This time, the wolves killed over 20 more, but the villagers didn't feel as happy as before. They understood how dangerous the beasts were and that they might face even scarier monsters. The fear and confusion about the long journey ahead were starting to show. Many villagers couldn't continue traveling, so the village chief announced a 3-day rest, waiting for their wounds to heal before moving on. Shindongyue looked toward the east. Could they really just let go of this grudge? She felt a bit unwilling. After dinner, the village chief called Shindongyue over. Shindongli insisted on coming too, so she let him. Dongyue, do you think that wolf has given up this time? The village chief sighed and asked. Uncle, as I said, no one can say for sure. The wolves have lost about 60 of their pack here. The grudge is deep. But since they changed their alpha twice in a row, it's uncertain whether the remaining wolves accept the new leader. The village chief hurriedly asked, should we keep preparing or should we leave now? It's always good to be prepared, and our villagers are not mentally ready. This is the old forest, and encountering wild animals is very normal here. We should have expected this before we entered the woods. Shindongyue paused, looked at the village chief, and continued, relying on others is not as good as relying on yourself. Only when you become stronger can you stay calm when problems happen. The village chief was really worried. He knew Shindongyue meant that everyone depended too much on her. But at this point, how can they become stronger? If Shindongyue stops helping now, only a few can escape. The forest isn't as safe as everyone thought. More people don't mean fewer wild animals nearby. The stronger the wild animals, the less they fear risks and they want to challenge humans. Dongyue, I know everyone in the village depends on you, but we are all from the same village and all have the surname Shin. Please, you can't just abandon us now. Uncle, I beg you. Shindongyue supported the village chief and said, Uncle, I haven't abandoned everyone. But I still believe that to be strong, you must rely on yourselves. Starting tomorrow, pick a few young boys and girls to follow me and learn more. It was a surprising turn. Shindongyue not only wanted to keep helping but also planned to teach everyone. The village chief was very happy and nodded repeatedly, saying Shindongyue was truly kind. Shindongyue didn't seek fame for kindness. She just wanted to be true to herself. Uncle, tell everyone to be careful. I want to go see the wolf den tomorrow. Big sister, you can't go. I don't agree. Shindongli, who had been listening nearby, objected. The village chief also hurriedly stopped her, saying, Dongyue, it's not that I don't trust you. When wolves come, with many of us, each can hit one, and the wolves can't handle it. If you go alone to the wolf den, it's a one-on-one fight. The wolves won't come one by one. I also don't agree with this. Shindongyue curled her lips and looked east, saying, That's exactly why I'm not afraid, because I'm alone. Her confidence was so strong, almost like she was the only one who could do it, making Shindongli and the village chief stare in shock for a long time. On the way back, Shindongli was silent and looked a bit down. Do you want to go with me? Shindongyue asked. In an instant, Shindongli's eyes widened, and he looked at Shindongyue in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe what he heard. Big sister, you just spoke, Shindongli asked. Shindongyue nodded and looked at him, saying, You need to grow up quickly. Shindongli nodded quickly and said, I'm willing. I'll go with you. I can do it. Shindongyue stopped Shindongli and said, Dongli, I want you to follow my plan tomorrow. No objections. Shindongli became serious and nodded in agreement. After they returned, they told the old lady and Shindongning about their plan to visit the wolf den the next day. Shindongning's eyes widened in worry and said, Big sister, is that okay? It's too dangerous. The old lady remained silent, clearly disagreeing. Shindongyue asked her, Grandma, I am very strong, you know that, right? The old lady still didn't speak. Shun Donghua looked around, saw a large rock nearby, and walked toward it. The rock weighed about 300 or 400 jin, around 150 to 200 kilograms. Shun Donghua easily lifted it and carried it toward the old lady. The villagers around grew quiet. They knew Shun Donghua was strong, but they had never seen her move something so heavy. It seemed she could lift even heavier things. Shun Donghua set the rock down. The old lady leaned to one side and said, "A rock is dead. Wolves are alive. They can bite and eat people." Shun Donghua said, "Grandma, watch me." Then she swung her arm at the big rock. Her flesh and blood hit the hard stone. It should have been like trying to break a stone with a stick. But unexpectedly, the rock shattered instantly with a loud bang. The old lady was stunned. Shun Dongli and Shun Dongning were stunned. The villagers were stunned too, including Yang Ziyu, who was nearby and stared with wide eyes. Actually, Yang Ziyu should have known this already. When they fought that giant snake before, Shun Donghua only used a metal rod to hit it. She broke the snake's extremely tough outer skin, making it impossible to ignore her strength. "That's so amazing," Yang Ziyu whispered nearby. "Big brother, can I change my master? I want Sister Donghua to be my teacher," he said. Yang Ziyu didn't respond. He just looked steadily at Shun Donghua. What a remarkable woman she is. Although she didn't perform the act of breaking a stone with her chest, she still showed off her strength. Seeing everyone look at her, Shun Donghua felt a rare sense of shyness. Her rough strength was the best way to prove her power, and she felt a little embarrassed. The old lady finally understood and trembled slightly, saying, "Protect Dongli well, and be careful yourself. Both of you must come back safe and sound," she agreed, and Shun Donghua wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead, thinking that if she didn't agree now, what other talents could she show? Shun Donghua held a knife and was carving a rather hard piece of wood, sharpening one end to make it look like a wooden arrow. Shun Dongli watched nearby, learning how to carve as well. A dagger was handed to Shun Donghua. She looked up and saw it was Yang Ziyu. Of course, who else here would have such a fine dagger? She looked at him with questioning eyes. Yang Ziyu said, "Here, take it. This dagger might be more useful to you." "I can't accept a gift without giving something in return," Shun Donghua said, lowering her head and continuing to carve the wood. Yang Ziyu hesitated for a moment and said, "By the way, I haven't properly thanked you for saving my brother that day. Not just this dagger, even 10 of them would be worth it." Shun Donghua looked up at him, seeing he was serious. She took the dagger. She had wanted it for a long time, but felt shy about asking for it. It looked valuable, but she was drawn to its sharpness. It could even carve the hide of a giant snake, making it a top-quality tool.
"Let's settle this," she said.
"No, my brother's life is worth more than that. This is just interest. When we leave the forest, I will thank you properly," Yang Ziyu replied. Shun Donghua was puzzled. Suddenly, he came over to offer interest. Was this just a friendly gesture? Is something the matter? Shun Donghua put down what she was holding and stood up. "May I speak with you privately?" Yang Ziyu gestured politely. They followed him to the upstream part of the stream. It was quiet here, undisturbed, not far from their camp, and they could faintly see the firelight. "Just tell me what's on your mind. I'll do my best to help if I can," he said. Yang Ziyu bowed deeply to Shun Donghua, startling her. "Miss Shun, I have a favor to ask. I hope you will agree," he said earnestly. Shun Donghua was unsure what he was about to say and asked, "What is it exactly? Can I pass on your method for treating injuries to others?" Yang Ziyu was quite straightforward and said directly. Shun Donghua relaxed and said, "Whatever it is, just use it." "Thank you, young lady, for your kindness," Yang Ziyu said happily, bowing repeatedly. "It's nothing. I'm going back now," Shun Donghua said. "Young lady, you don't ask what method I used or tell anyone else."
Yang Ziyu asked curiously.
"It's about saving people, especially those badly hurt. There's no need to ask. I already know most of it," Shun Donghua said casually. Yang Ziyu asked in surprise, "Why not tell me what you did? You can see that your left palm and your right index and middle fingers are calloused. You must have been practicing archery for a long time." Your younger brother is still young, but he's already good at shooting. That kind of skill isn't common among ordinary children. I guess your family probably has soldiers. The method you use to heal is likely something soldiers or doctors would know, Shin Dongyue explained. Yang Ziyu didn't expect Shin Dongyue to have such sharp observation skills and didn't speak for a moment. Shin Dongyue continued, healing and saving people shouldn't be kept secret. If you have a good method, sharing it will help more people. One day, Uncle Hai can find me, and I'll tell him the formula so he can remember it. Yang Ziyu was surprised that things went so smoothly. He had already planned to offer some benefits or see what Shin Dongyue needed and give her that, but in the end, he didn't have to do anything. With the dagger Yang Ziyu gave him, Shin Dongyue could easily carve hard branches like tofu. She had to be careful not to cut too deep. After making dozens of rough wooden arrows, Shin Dongyue took a rest. The wolf den was probably not far from here, or it wouldn't be their territory. In the morning, Yang Ziyu came again, saying he wanted to go see the excitement. Shin Dongyue said as long as he didn't hold them back, he was welcome. Yang Ziyu, misunderstood as holding them back, felt a bit helpless. Shin Dongyue, Shin Dongli, and Yang Ziyu each carried their own supplies and hurried eastward. The terrain to the east was higher, with more rocks, and the plants were not as lush as on the west side, so there were fewer wild animals. Dongli, do you know what is most important in Kung Fu? Shin Dongyue asked. Big sister, is it our strength? I feel stronger now, so everything seems easier. Like you, if you hit a wolf with an iron rod, it's finished. So powerful, Shin Dongli replied. Strength is one aspect, but speed is the most important. In martial arts, only speed is truly unstoppable. If you improve your speed, you will have a bigger advantage in fights. For example, when fighting a wolf, moving quickly allows you to dodge its attacks easily and find its weak spot to strike decisively. This is also useful when fighting people. Shin Dongli nodded and said, I understand, big sister. Just like you, no one can attack you because of your speed. Shin Dongyue continued, improving speed doesn't mean being reckless and always using force. You need to find patterns, keep practicing the breathing exercises I told you, and practice constantly to keep going. Patterns mean that during a fight, you should think ahead of your opponent, judge their moves early, and respond with the right counterattack. Yang Ziyu interrupted. Shin Dongyue nodded at Shin Dongli and said, Yang Ziyu is right. Attack first, then combine speed and strength. That's like adding wings to a tiger. Shin Dongli nodded. When we get there later, let's go up the trees first. No need for unnecessary injuries. Yang Ziyu and Shin Dongli both nodded. After walking for half an hour, they reached a place full of large rocks, with a cave faintly visible between two stones. A wolf ran past quickly. Shin Dongyue took a wooden arrow from her back and threw it at the wolf. The arrow pierced the wolf's hind leg. The wolf howled loudly and growled at the big stone. Climb the tree, Shin Dongyue said. The three quickly climbed the big tree beside the rocks, waiting for the wolf to send a message and come to attack. Soon, dozens of wolves rushed out of the cave, looking fierce. Only a few wolves approached the tree. The rest stayed farther away. See that? These wolves are very clever. They only send a few to check the situation, probably afraid we set a trap, Shin Dongyue said. Shin Dongli stared blankly at Shin Dongyue and asked, Big sister, are these wolves really that smart? Shin Dongyue smiled and said, Just wait and see. She picked up her bow and started shooting arrows at the wolves. The arrows seemed incredibly heavy, piercing through one wolf's eye instantly. The wolf howled and collapsed to the ground, motionless. Seeing the situation, the other wolves started to run closer and jumped up into the trees. Shin Dongli was startled and jumped very high. Big sister, give me some wooden arrows, Shin Dongli asked Shin Dongyue. Shin Dongyue gave him a few arrows. At this moment, a larger wolf howled from a big rock in the distance, and the wolves under the tree began to jump more fiercely. Shin Dongli took a wooden arrow and, imitating Shin Dongyue, aimed it at the wolf's eye and threw. The wolf dodged quickly, avoiding the arrow. Dongli, judge what the wolf will do next, then aim at the target, Shin Dongyue advised. Shin Dongli picked up another arrow, observed carefully, then shot. This time, the arrow hit the wolf's back, but it didn't hurt much, just a small pain. The wolf bared its teeth and howled at the tree. At this moment, Yang Ziyu picked up his bow and was about to shoot the alpha wolf, but Shen Donghua stopped him. Yang Ziyu raised an eyebrow and asked. Shen Donghua said, "If you kill the alpha wolf now, the others will go wild or run away. We should wait until most of the wolves are dealt with first, then take down the alpha." Yang Ziyu smiled slightly and reached out to Shen Donghua, saying, "Give me some wooden arrows." Shen Donghua handed him a few arrows. Yang Ziyu took one and aimed at the wolf under the tree, then threw it. The wolf fell to the ground, motionless.
Shen Donghua watched Yang Ziyu in surprise.
So this young man is really capable? The first 2 times he only saw him use a bow and arrow, thinking it was something all young men learned. The time he hunted a deer, he didn't see Yang Ziyu shoot because he finished early. He didn't realize Yang Ziyu was so strong and precise. From now on, he couldn't just think of him as a pretty boy. Seeing several wolves fall after Yang Ziyu shot, and annoyed by Shen Donglei's disturbances, the alpha wolf howled and started to retreat, gathering around the alpha at a distance, circling them. Yang Ziyu, shoot a few more, Shen Donghua ordered. Yang Ziyu took his bow and shot at the wolves. Several wolves fell to the ground, and the alpha wolf howled again, continuing to retreat. They retreated until they were outside Yang Ziyu's attack range. The wolves stopped moving, and Yang Ziyu also stopped. Shen Donghua casually took the bow and arrow from Yang Ziyu, drew the bow, and released a swift, sharp arrow that flew out like lightning. A wolf fell to the ground. Yang Ziyu's heart was filled with shock. He had never succeeded in this kind of shot before, even after practicing archery for over 10 years. Among his peers, he was always the best. Now, something he had never achieved was easily done by Shen Donghua. Shen Donglei smiled and said to Shen Donghua, "Big sister, you're so good at archery too. Change is constant, but the core remains the same. When your aim is right, everything works. Plus, do you understand talent? Your big sister here is naturally gifted and good at everything." Yang Ziyu, who lacked talent. The wolves started to get confused and retreated a few steps. Shen Donghua looked at them and said worriedly, "We can't use arrows anymore. They'll run away if we do." Shen Donglei looked at the nearby wolves and nodded, saying, "Let's go down and deal with them." It was simple and direct, but it pleased Shen Donghua very much. The 3 of them came down from the tree. As soon as they did, the wolves began to move. This time, they didn't attack in groups but all rushed forward together. Shen Donghua thought, "This is more like it. We're not fighting alone, so there's no need to hold back." She handed a metal rod to Shen Donglei, then kicked a nearby branch off a tree. The branch, about the thickness of a wrist, snapped off. She broke another branch nearby, making a sturdy stick. "Donglei, watch the rhythm and keep breathing steadily," she said. Shen Donglei nodded and agreed. Yang Ziyu took out his sword. The wolf pack charged at them. Chaos broke out. Yang Ziyu only stabbed the wolves with his sword. Shen Donghua hit their legs with a wooden stick, and Shen Donglei, honestly, kept hitting or stabbing the wolves 1 stick at a time. The wolves howled everywhere, but none of them died. Only 10 or 8 wolves remained. Seeing the situation was bad, they turned around and ran away with their tails between their legs. Shen Donglei, still fighting, asked, "Big sister, why aren't you chasing them?" Shen Donghua shook her head and said, "We need to leave some behind. We can't let them go extinct. They won't dare come back this time." Shen Donghua and Yang Ziyu stopped fighting and watched Shen Donglei continue, occasionally giving advice. "Just now, you should have dodged first and then stabbed the wolf's belly," Yang Ziyu said. "No, with more strength, I can directly stab the wolf's head," Shen Donghua replied. "From the side is easier, and a single strike can definitely kill," Yang Ziyu argued. "No need. Shen Donglei needs to build strength now. His natural power has been wasted. Even carrying something weighing 300 jin might be too much for him. Alright, everyone here is naturally strong. My 300 jin weight is just normal to them." Shen Donglei quickly argued, "Big sister, I can try lifting 300 jin, but earlier, you were shooting arrows at a tree and couldn't kill the wolf. Don't you know how to use your strength?" Shen Donglei didn't reply. He has great strength, but no one could tell him why. After practicing throwing stones for a while, he still couldn't hurt the wolves or even make them bleed. There are many dead wolves on the ground, all with big wounds and bleeding heavily. Shin Donghua shook her head in disdain at Shin Dongli, who blushed with embarrassment. In the end, none of the three wanted to take the wolves back. There were too many, and carrying them all would be too tiring. Shin Donghua thought to herself that she should find a reason to come back later and gather the wolves. They could be used for medicine or cooking, as they are very good ingredients. It was just around noon. Shin Donghua suggested, "Why don't we have a picnic in the forest?" Shin Dongli looked at her speechlessly. "Half an hour is enough to return to the camp. Can't they endure that?" Yang Ziyu immediately agreed, saying he was fine with whatever Shin Donghua wanted. "Miss Shin, what would you like to eat?" "I'll go catch it. Big sister, it's so awkward to call you Miss Shin," Shin Dongli interrupted. Shin Donghua nodded and said, "I find it awkward too. Just call me by my name." She looked at Yang Ziyu. Yang Ziyu's face turned a little red, but he kept his composure and said, "Then I'll call you Donghua from now on." Shin Donghua frowned. "Isn't her name Shin Donghua?"
Just call her Donghua.
"But it doesn't matter." So she nodded and agreed. "Dongli, come with us. Try to catch a wild boar, the fatter the better," Shin Donghua said. "Big sister, aren't you coming?" Shin Dongli asked.
"No, im tiret."
"I just want to rest," Shin Donghua replied lazily. Yang Ziyu looked confused, but quickly agreed to go. Shin Dongli rolled his eyes. Does his big sister really get tired over such a small matter? The two left, and Shin Donghua went back to gather the wolves, placing them all into her space. When Shin Dongli was tiredly carrying the wild boar back, Shin Donghua had already found a flat stone and lit a fire. There were a few mushrooms on the stone, and they were already giving off a nice smell. Shin Dongli quickly moved closer and said, "It smells so good. Can you also roast mushrooms? Did you bring salt?" Shin Donghua picked up the salt and chili powder nearby and showed them to Shin Dongli, saying, "Go cut some pork and eat quickly so we can leave." Shin Dongli felt a bit wronged, thinking, "Who said we're eating in the forest, and now they say we need to leave soon?" Hardworking Shin Dongli followed Shin Donghua's instructions and cut a piece of meat from the wild boar's hind leg. Shin Donghua took out a dagger given by Yang Ziyu and sliced the meat into pieces. The knife was sharp, making cutting easy. Yang Ziyu looked at the gem-encrusted dagger, and his eyes twitched. The girl he liked was truly special. Yang Ziyu had been craving roasted meat. Last time, Shin Donghua made some, and only Yang Ziyu had a taste. He kept thinking about it afterward, which made Yang Ziyu punish Yang Ziqing to rest outside the tent until late at night. Last time, it was venison. This time, it's wild boar meat. Although it's not as tender and juicy as venison, it's especially flavorful and has a unique taste. The three of them ate their fill. Shin Dongli then carried the remaining wild boar back to the camp with everyone. To train Shin Dongli, Shin Donghua deliberately increased his speed, making Shin Dongli so exhausted he was gasping for breath and couldn't say a word. "Did the wolves chase you away?" An old woman came over. Seeing that the three were safe, the old woman joked again. Shin Donghua told the village chief not to worry about the wolf pack. The villagers were very happy to hear this and said it was good news and should be celebrated. The three who had just finished eating roasted meat all refused politely. After 3 days of rest, the village chief told everyone to hurry and leave quickly. They couldn't delay anymore, or they might not get out before winter, which would be very bad. Li Qinshuan's wound was healing well, and he just needed regular dressing changes. Even though they couldn't ride horses anymore, 2 people were free because wolves had bitten 2 horses to death. This time, the villagers set out with more supplies, like marinated wolf meat, horse meat, and gathered wild foods, packed in big and small bags. It seemed they had more than when they first left the village. Although carrying everything was hard, it was also a sign of hope for survival. Shin Donghua had 1.5 children, plus Shin Dongli, making a total of 14 kids, all around 10 to 15 years old. Later, Yang Ziqing saw this and said he was exactly 10 years old enough to join in and help out. Villagers were happy to see Shin Donghua teaching their children some skills, and some even wanted to bring their kids under 10 to join. "I'm not here to babysit your children," Shin Dongyue said firmly. If anyone thinks their kid can handle it, they can try following behind. The first task was to help carry things. The family shared about 20 pounds of meat, and each person carried 20 pounds to walk together. Usually, these young kids helped with chores at home, but honestly, they probably had more free time. In the past, most of the walking was done by strong family members pushing carts. These kids already got tired just walking, and now adding 20 pounds of weight seemed simple at first. After half an hour, everyone started to feel tired, shoulders hurt, legs ache, but Shin Dongyue didn't stop them. She had said earlier that anyone could quit if they wanted, but once they did, they couldn't join again.
No exceptions.
The adults felt sorry for the kids, but seeing Shin Dongli in the same situation, and even the young master from a wealthy family who never complained, they held back their worries. Shin Dongli had no problem. Usually, he pushed carts weighing hundreds of pounds, often ordered by his older sister to carry large game. Sometimes, not pushing a cart felt easier. But soon, Shin Dongning couldn't push the cart steadily, so they swapped it back. Shin Dongyue strolled ahead, pushing a handcart casually. Shin Dongli followed behind, pushing his own, and neither looked troubled. In fact, they seemed to handle it more easily than the boys behind them. The boys' stubborn spirit was fully awakened. They clenched their teeth and refused to say they were tired. By the time they set out again in the afternoon, they truly felt like their legs were filled with lead. Their backs hurt so much they couldn't straighten up, and their legs dragged painfully. It was strange. Despite carrying 20 pounds more than before and having been walking for over a month, they still felt exhausted. Besides helping the young kids carry things, Shin Dongyue also took them into the forest after half a month. They ran quickly, climbed trees to pick wild fruits, hunted animals, and fished in the river. After getting through the initial part, these young kids started enjoying their favorite activity. To them, it was just playing led by someone skilled, and the games were varied and fun. They had been at it for a while when it started to rain. This rain was unplanned. The sky just darkened, and soon, it began to pour. Shin Dongyue, covered with a waterproof cloth, felt very unhappy. The sticky feeling was uncomfortable. The place where she stood quickly collected water, making her slip and slide. After 2 hours, the rain still hadn't stopped. The village leader told everyone to find ways to stay dry and take a break. Shin Dongyue first used a branch to support the 4 corners of the waterproof cloth, then tied it up. She sent Shin Dongning and the old lady inside to stay dry. Thinking again, she couldn't stand the muddy ground. Since she was strong, she went to find some vine to help. She set up her resting tent, then kicked Shin Dongli out and said, "Go help outside." Ignoring Shin Dongli's complaints, Shin Dongyue lazily lay down. The old lady thought Shin Dongyue was sick. She touched her forehead but felt no fever. "What's wrong? You look so tired," the old lady asked worriedly. "Grandma, do we still have cotton?" Shin Dongyue asked. "No, not extra. What do you want cotton for?" Shin Dongyue sighed, lifted the waterproof cloth, and went out with an oil paper umbrella. The old lady was confused. Soon, Shin Dongyue returned holding a bundle wrapped in waterproof cloth. She handed it to the old lady and said, "Grandma, make me some cloth for a few months. Make a few more." The old lady exclaimed and took Shin Dongyue's hand. She asked, "Did you get it? You should rest now. I'll make it for you." When the old lady opened the waterproof paper, she saw a big bundle of new cotton and fabric. "Where did you get the cotton and fabric?" the old lady asked. Shin Dongyue didn't even open her eyes and lied. "I asked Yongziyu. I said I wanted to sew a winter coat, and he shared some with me." The old lady patted Shin Dongyue and scolded, "How can you be so bold? You're a young girl." Shin Dongyue opened her eyes, looked at the old lady, and asked, "Are you going to tell him?" The old lady held back her words. "Grandma, you should go ahead and make it all." The old lady looked at the big bundle of things, almost holding her breath again. She thought about how wasteful her spoiled child was. She glanced at the weather outside and decided to hold back her words. Actually, the items were taken from a space all brand new. There was no way to explain, so Shin Dongyue couldn't be blamed for feeling wronged. After thinking for a while, The old lady decided she wouldn't ask Yangziyu if her daughter Dongyue had asked for cotton from him, because only their group was all men. When Shen Dongli and Shen Dongning came back to help, the old lady had already finished making several things. The two thought she was sewing some random stuff and didn't ask questions. They ate some cold rice, and then the old lady left the tent to prepare hot water for Shen Dongyue. However, after searching everywhere, she couldn't find anything to boil, so she gently massaged Shen Dongyue's stomach with a worried heart. Shen Dongyue wasn't in pain, just feeling lazy and enjoying the old lady's care. It was drizzling lightly, but it kept falling without stopping. In the middle of the night, footsteps approached from afar, and distant voices could be heard, waking everyone around. Shen Dongyue lifted the oilcloth to look outside. A villager ran over and shouted to her tent, "Dongyue, come help. My wife is about to give birth." Shen Dongyue looked confused and said, "I don't know how to deliver a baby. What good would I do by going to see?" The villager was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized that the person he thought was all-powerful was just a 15-year-old girl. Realizing this, he exclaimed, "Oh," and ran back to his own tent. The old lady heard their conversation and quickly got up to come down from the hammock. Shen Dongyue kicked Shen Dongli awake and said, "Help the old lady." Shen Dongli, still groggy, got up and helped the old lady to the villager, then stood outside confused. The villager started to get busy. Without fire, they could only cover the fire pit with more oilcloth. Without hot water, they collected everyone's water bags, which were still warm. Shen Yan was called to check the pulse, and he also said everything seemed fine, though he was unsure. Everything was fine. Amid the noisy sounds, Shen Dongyue fell back asleep. When she woke up, the team had a new baby boy. Since the birth was a few days early, the baby was a little thin, but he cried loudly and strongly, filling the air with his shouts. Shen Dongyue checked the pregnant woman's pulse, gave her some medicine to help her recover, and then returned to her tent. The village chief announced a 3-day rest. It was still raining, and the pregnant woman needed some time to rest. The day before leaving, Shen Dongyue fully recovered. The weather started to get colder. After eating cold rice for 3 days, the villagers realized how important firewood was. Of course, it was impossible to carry some firewood secretly, especially near the old forest. But when the weather turned bad again, before the village chief could say anything, everyone started to gather firewood. After the rain began, they finally had hot water to drink. It seemed like all the rain from those 3 years had fallen in this 1 month. Small and big rains kept coming several times. The old lady finally finished making her deer leather shoes and snakeskin clothes. The timing was perfect. In just a month, winter would arrive. The shoes were very warm and waterproof. The snakeskin clothes were sturdy and dense. When worn, they felt warm and didn't take up much space. This was especially liked by Shen Dongning, who was a bit afraid of the cold. The old lady told Shen Dongyue, "Don't make these strange things anymore. They use too many materials. I've already broken 3 needles." Shen Dongyue smiled and said, "Grandma, this saves fabric and cotton. I think you secretly hid 20 or 30 needles. You won't run out after leaving the forest." The old lady rolled her eyes at Shen Dongyue and said, "If Dongning hadn't poked holes in the deer leather, these needles wouldn't be enough even if we used them all." Shen Dongyue thought that made sense. She called out to the distance, "Shen Dongli, lead the team." The old lady watched her mischievous child, who hadn't finished speaking before rushing off again. Her heart was worried, but she couldn't help feeling proud. Living so wildly every day, she was starting to look less like a girl from the village. In just half an hour, those kids from the family brought back 2 wild chickens each. Shen Dongyue walked lazily at the front, feeling a little proud. The old lady quickly dismissed the thought, but she couldn't help but think that it might be good to be a little stronger in the forest. After all, where would the chicken soup come from at night? These wild chickens were caught by the young boys, either chased or hit with stones. Shen Dongyue just watched them mess around. They had been doing this for almost a month. Suddenly, they felt lighter, their steps steadier, and their strength much greater. Shen Dongli felt that not only had her strength improved, but her aim had also gotten better. She happily ran over to Shin Dongyue to boast. Big sister, look. I can now shoot wild chickens accurately. Shin Dongyue sneered and said, using a fist-sized stone to hit a wild chicken? You could even break its head. Why not use a stone the size of a human head? Then you wouldn't need to cut it. Shin Dongli blushed and admitted defeat. The others who were eager to try saw that Shin Dongli wasn't praised at all, so they quietly gave up. Shin Dongli, feeling a bit annoyed, said, last time you fished with a fist-sized stone too. Shin Dongyue looked at Shin Dongli with disdain, as if he didn't care. She picked up a tiny stone, about the size of a fingernail, and threw it at a recently spotted wild chicken in the distance. Seeing the wild chicken lying still on the ground, everyone fell silent. A boy muttered, only Shin Dongli isn't afraid of danger. We've already given up, you know. Yang Ziqing saw this and secretly smiled. He leaned close to Shin Dongli and whispered, look at how powerful our sister is. How dare you challenge her? Shin Dongli held back the urge to punch Yang Ziqing and said again, that's my sister. If you want to call her sister, at least call her sister Dongyue. Yang Ziqing nonchalantly replied, that won't do. It feels too distant. She's my lifesaver, after all. I can't call her that. Shin Dongli didn't want to bother with Yang Ziqing, and Yang Ziqing didn't mind. He kept circling around Shin Dongyue and Shin Dongli, no longer acting proud and aloof like when they first entered the forest. The weather was getting colder. The villagers started to feel anxious. The forest seemed endless. Although they had enough food and clothes, winter was coming. Even if they didn't step into the snow, they would feel cold. Without a permanent place to stay, they couldn't survive the winter. The villagers had put on thicker clothes. The temperature difference between morning and evening was large. In the early mornings, the old lady even wore an extra layer of cotton clothing. Everyone was in a similar situation. The village chief kept sighing and discussed with Lao Zhuang, asking him to look around and see if he could find an exit or something. The old man was also worried. He knew that relying only on his experience in the forest wasn't enough. Besides, now that he had been in the forest for a long time, the villagers had learned his old tricks. They no longer needed his limited knowledge. The only reason the village chief often came to see him was because, in case of a wild animal attack, at least he could run away. He looked at the young boys nearby, feeling both happy and worried. He thought that now, if he picked any of them, they might be stronger than him. They were just lacking experience. They needed to grow up quickly. The old man's son was among those 15 boys. He was already capable of handling things on his own. This made the old man very grateful to Shin Dongyue. At least, if something happened, there would be someone to take care of the family. Whenever the weather was good, the village chief seemed full of energy. He kept urging everyone to move quickly. Early in the morning, he was already beating a small copper bell and shouting to get everyone ready. Everyone knew why the atmosphere was so tense. They had prepared food the night before for the whole day, and they ate it hot when needed. After eating, they filled their water bags with hot water, ready to continue their journey. Shin Dongyue shouted, get ready, put your things down. Today, we're going farther. Let your family know we might not come back for a few days. These words were meant for the 15 boys. Every morning after they finished packing, they would gather around Shin Dongyue and wait for instructions. Shin Dongli ran back to tell the old lady that his sister said they would be going far today. The old lady didn't say much, but Shin Dongli was very jealous. Brother, where are you and big sister planning to go? Will be fun, Shin Dongli proudly said. Big sister didn't say. Anyway, it's not nearby. We might not come back for a few nights. You help take care of Grandma, set up the tent and cook. When we return, I'll bring you some good food. Since he had already put on his warm clothes, there was plenty of space on the cart. They had been traveling fast and hadn't eaten much meat lately, so they were using up their supplies. The remaining 200 or 300 jin of rice and flour was enough for Shin Dongning to push by himself. Shin Dongli now followed Shin Dongyue every day, running around and not getting close to the cart anymore. Shin Dongning had gotten used to it and felt that his strength had recently improved. Shin Dongyue went to find Yang Ziyu to help watch over Grandma and Shin Dongning. Okay, I will ask Uncle Hai to watch nearby, but you should take Zicheng farther away. I just don't feel at ease, so this time I will go with you, Yang Ziyu said. No, that won't do. The villagers' camp is the main base. This place is the most important. As long as the boys are with me, I guarantee nothing will happen. Only when you're with the villagers can I feel safe, Shen Dongyue half-jokingly replied. Zicheng has never been away from me since he was young. He's quite delicate. I think someone should stay with him. Hearing his brother belittle her in front of Shen Dongyue, Zicheng shouted, Brother, I can do it. I'm not delicate anymore. I can go by myself. Shen Dongyue's forehead twitched. Recently, he'd been running around with these young boys all day, sometimes until late at night. Once, they only returned to the camp in the middle of the night. No one seemed worried then, but now they suddenly care. If that's the case, then Zicheng shouldn't go this time. I'll take the rest of the people, Shen Dongyue said. Hearing this, Zicheng yelled loudly, Sister, big sister, I want to go. Don't leave me behind. My brother just wants to go himself, and is using me as an excuse. He's trying to trick me. Yang Ziyu's face turned red. He turned around and shouted at Zicheng, Look at you now. You have no self-control, and still say you can do it. How can I feel at ease with you like this? Seeing the brothers arguing, Shen Dongyue turned and walked away. Yang Ziyu quickly took a few steps and followed Shen Dongyue, lowering his head to explain. I really want to go. I haven't had a reason before. I just want to see for myself. Is that okay? Shen Dongyue seemed to have no resistance to the words, good or bad, about Yang Ziyu. He rolled his eyes at him and said, Please Uncle Hai to help watch over them. Yang Ziyu couldn't hide his smile and said, I've already asked him. Uncle Hai is very capable, so don't worry. Meanwhile, Shen Dongli had already comforted Shen Dongning. The old lady was no longer involved in matters. She had also realized that children need to grow up. No matter what they face, being able to handle it alone is better than always being held back. This way, the eldest granddaughter will have an easier future. After about a dozen people gathered, Shen Dongyue led them eastward. Last time Shen Dongyue went to the wild wolf den, she noticed there were more rocks on the east side. The wolves lived in natural caves there. Although she had already traveled so far south, she thought there might still be something worth discovering. She decided to go take a look. She hurried east for about 2 hours before she found a place with more rocks, but it still wasn't as many as at the wolf den. Shen Dongyue told everyone to rest for a while. A dozen boys went around hunting small animals. Before leaving, they cheerfully told Shen Dongyue to rest. They could handle things themselves. Shen Dongyue smiled and let them do as they pleased.
Yang Ziyu stayed beside her quietly.
Shen Dongyue sat on a large rock, looking down and playing with her dagger. Yang Ziyu didn't bother her and just watched silently. Yang Ziyu had always been quite unnoticed. He was quiet and didn't usually attract attention like other young noble boys. Soon, those boys returned, carrying wild chickens and rabbits. 2 of them also brought back a large leaf filled with bright red wild berries, showing them proudly to Shen Dongyue. Big sister Dongyue, I washed these. Try them. They're sweet and sour, fully ripe, said one boy. Another boy, more shy, whispered, Cousin, these are sour. Eating one when you're tired helps wake you up. Shen Dongyue looked up and saw it was Li Qinshuan's younger brother, Li Chenlin. He was a shy boy but quite hearty. He often ran around with the others, raised in a pampered way, but now he had grown up. Li Chenlin was different from Yang Ziying. His father was a small-town rich merchant, so his parents spoiled him, thinking he deserved the best. Yang Ziying's family was strict. Although he had the best clothes and supplies, he couldn't ride horses or shoot arrows every day, and he had many lessons to do. In terms of being spoiled, he was actually less pampered than Li Chenlin. Li Chenlin managed to keep going, which Shen Dongyue hadn't expected. After preparing the wild chicken, they salted it, wrapped it in leaves, and covered it with mud. Then they buried it in the fire. A few of them went to the stream to peel the wild rabbit skin. They didn't want to waste the skin, so they tied it with a string and hung it on their waist. They placed the rabbit on the fire to roast, sprinkling salt on it as it cooked. These young boys are now very skilled at these tasks and no longer need Shin Donghua to tell them what to do. When the roasting was almost done, Shin Dongli took a rabbit and gave it to Shin Donghua, who continued roasting it over the fire. Yang Ziying also offered his wild chicken as a gift to Yang Ziyu, who was very pleased. Shin Dongli picked a wild fruit given by Li Chunlin, squeezed it with his hand, and the juice dripped onto the roasting rabbit. Suddenly, a sour taste, mixed with freshness, filled the air. The others, still roasting their rabbits, looked surprised. Shin Donghua always ate the best food and liked to try new ways to improve his meals, so everyone unconsciously started to imitate him. Soon, a few boys gathered around, each asking for a fruit. Those eating the wild chicken even thought about squeezing some fruit juice onto the cooked chicken. Shin Donghua scolded them with a laugh, and they quickly stopped, regretting that the chicken wasn't roasted to eat directly. After lunch, they checked the fire and found it was completely out. About a dozen people started heading north. The rocky path was much easier to walk on than the forest trail, making travel much simpler. However, not all directions aligned with the abandoned pipeline, or Shin Donghua would have called the villagers to come here, saving them the trouble of clearing weeds. After walking for a little over an hour, they came across a small waterfall and had to take a detour. By the time they reached the rocks, it was already dark. They hadn't yet gone around the rocky area, so Shin Donghua told everyone to prepare for camping that night. He had heard about camping before but never tried it, so he was a bit excited. Some went hunting for wild game, while others set up hammocks. Shin Donghua stayed sitting in the same spot, not helping with these tasks. Yang Ziying looked at Shin Donghua with a smile. Yes, Shin Donghua now seemed to have a group of followers, doing everything without needing to lift a finger, almost like having meals served to him. That afternoon, they finally got to taste the wild food with fruit added. It was very good. However, this time, Shin Donghua not only spread wild fruit juice but also added honey. The group of young boys ate their own food and thought that Shin Donghua's food might taste even better. At night, these inexperienced boys finally understood what Shin Donghua meant by not needing to bring anything. The temperature was very low. Without blankets, it was especially hard to bear. A few of them huddled around the campfire, not planning to climb into the hammocks. Shin Donghua laid some dry grass under himself and covered himself with a few large leaves to prevent the dampness of the next morning. He quickly fell asleep. Yang Ziyu saw this and climbed a tall tree about 10 meters high, covering himself with some leaves, and closed his eyes. The young boys looked at each other hesitantly, then climbed onto the hammocks one by one. In the middle of the night, Shin Donghua heard rustling sounds. A few boys got up and moved a little way away to stretch their muscles. It was too cold, and they had woken up from the cold. Later in the night, some of them returned to sleep, while others got up again. This repeated several times. Shin Donghua thought to himself that there was no need for someone to stay on watch, which was quite good. Fortunately, these boys had trained their bodies well, and no one got sick the next day. After walking for half a day, they finally bypassed a small waterfall. Shin Donghua continued toward the official road for about an incense stick's time, and sure enough, they met again. It seemed that the official road was still the best route. The villagers had already passed through, and the grass on the road had been cleared in some places, showing signs of many people walking through. Shin Donghua called out, and the group of about 10 people continued heading east. When they encountered a cluster of rocks, they started moving south to stay close to the villagers, keeping roughly parallel to them. This way, when they chased later, they could be faster. They traveled quickly for about 5 or 6 days. In the morning, they saw frost on the wild grass along the roadside. They also saw a large group of rocks. Shin Donghua smiled slightly and told everyone to spread out. They looked for caves big enough to stay in within the rock cluster. 2 people per group, spreading out. Only a 10-year-old boy was left without a partner, so he had to follow Shin Donghua and Yang Ziyu. Shin Donghua pointed to the boy's chin and said to Yang Ziyu, "You take him." Yang Ziyu shook his head and said, "Let's go with 3 people. No need to rush. They just want to look for us." The boy saw this and called out to Shin Donghua, "Sister Donghua, wait here. I found something. When I come back, I'll call you." Then he ran off toward Shin Dongli. Shun Dongli looked back and felt that it wasn't right for his older sister to be with Yang Ziyu, but he couldn't quite explain why. His sister was so strong. She probably wouldn't get into trouble, right? After about 2 incense sticks worth of searching, Erwa called from afar. I found it. There are caves here, many caves. There really were caves. Yang Ziyu looked at Shun Dongyue, who seemed to have expected this, and smiled. Shun Dongyue went over and saw that there were indeed many caves here. Some were large enough to hold over 100 people, all facing south, perfect for living. There were also many smaller caves scattered around the big ones. She didn't know if wild animals lived inside, but she wasn't in a hurry. Even if there were animals, they would have to move out. Maybe they could even catch some for food. She called out, and a dozen people eagerly headed toward the official road. The road had already been cleared enough for people to pass, so it was easy to travel. After 2 days of rushing, the path suddenly opened up. The road looked well used, with little grass growing on it. Even the trees that had grown in the middle of the road had been cleared away. Shun Dongyue frowned and told everyone not to rest at noon, but to keep moving forward. Finally, after another hour, she saw faint signs of villagers. But now, the villagers were gathered together, talking loudly. Shun Dongyue quickly moved forward. Some villagers saw her and hurriedly said, Dongyue, go ahead and check. There are bandits. Although they said this, the villagers had already developed a sense of trust. No one ran away first. Instead, they took out weapons and prepared for battle, even though others behind them were scared. The people in the middle moved aside to make way for Shun Dongyue and her group. The guards from Yang Ziyu's family stood in front, protecting the villagers. When they saw their master and Shun Dongyue returning, they stepped back. Shun Dongyue approached and saw a few burly men standing across from her, shouting without much confidence, "This mountain is mine to open. This tree is mine to plant. If you want to pass, leave some money for the road." Shun Dongyue watched as they diligently recited their lines, then crossed his arms. They called themselves bandits, but most of them were dressed in ragged clothes. Only the first few looked strong. The rest appeared pale and thin. Bandits are usually fierce and cruel, but these people looked more like a disorganized group, perhaps mountain thieves. Could these people really dare to rob? Our group has about 400 people, and we look very powerful, several times larger than the other side. People over there, put down your food and clothes. We won't hurt anyone. Drop your things and head south. In 2 days, you'll be out of the forest and have a chance to survive. Don't resist. We've taken lives before, so don't say I didn't warn you, shouted Wang Laoda at Shun Dongyue and his group. Shun Dongyue frowned slightly. Taken lives? Even Yang Ziyu raised an eyebrow. Could this ragtag group really resort to killing? Seeing no immediate reaction from the other side, Wang Laoda signaled to the back. Someone behind picked up a copper gong and started to bang it, shouting, "Come on, put down your things and follow me. I'll lead you out of the forest." It all looked like a farce. Shun Dongyue shouted, "Keep your voices down, you're too loud." The man banging the gong, Li Ergu, immediately stopped. Realizing something was wrong, he looked at Wang Laoda. Wang Laoda waved his hand, and Li Ergu stepped back a few paces with the gong. Surprisingly, Wang Laoda still held some authority. "How many of you are there? How many houses are in your hideout?" Shun Dongyue asked. Wang Laoda frowned and shouted, "Robbery." Shun Dongyue suddenly smiled and said to Shun Dongli, "You're too aggressive. Be careful." Shun Dongli, who had been eager to act, waved to the younger men and said, "Go." He looked like a leader. A dozen people shouted and rushed forward, startling the 30 or so on the other side. They swung branches through stones and used various tricks, all effective. Shun Dongli held a small bamboo stick and hit Wang Laoda like he was disciplining a child. Every strike made Wang Laoda run and cover his head, crying out loudly. The bandits were caught off guard and turned the tables. "Please spare us. We won't rob anymore. We're afraid. Please let us go," Old Wang begged with a grimace on his face. Shun Dongyue asked, "Do you have people in your group?" Old Wang nodded and said, "Over 10 years ago, I killed a government officer. He took advantage of my wife, and when I went to settle the score, He falsely accused me. I ended up in prison. When I was finally released, my parents had passed away, my wife committed suicide, and I was left with 2 children to suffer abuse. I couldn't take it anymore, so I killed that officer, and then I ran here to become a bandit. His story was quite clear. Shin Dongwoo nodded and asked, "How many people are in your group? How many houses are in the village?" Old Wang looked confused and asked, "You just asked that. What do you want to do?" Shin Dongwoo raised her chin slightly and looked at Old Wang. Suddenly, Old Wang felt scared. He remembered that the boy who had beaten him most fiercely was the girl with the yellow hair in front of him, who had listened to her. There are 78 people in total. 32 men are here. The rest are women, elders, and children. There are 58 houses, Old Wang obediently explained. "Let's go and take a look," Shin Dongwoo said, nodding and signaling Old Wang to lead the way. Yang Zi stepped forward and asked Shin Dongwoo, "Dongwoo, are you planning to?" Shin Dongwoo nodded, told the villagers to stay nearby, and waved her hand to lead Shin Dong away. They followed Old Wang up the mountain. The path up the mountain was difficult and hidden. There were some thorny bushes along the side. Without someone guiding, it would be hard to know there was a village up there. The village was in a good spot, backed by a rocky mountain with a natural spring flowing down from the top. The 3 sides were steep cliffs, making it hard to climb, an ideal place to defend. The houses faced south, getting plenty of sunlight. It was truly a good location. Shin Dongwoo nodded with satisfaction. This place was much better than the cave they found a few days ago. The cave also faced south, but in winter it would be cold and damp. Plus, not all caves are well ventilated. This place was better in every way. Yes, Shin Dongwoo decided to stay here for the winter. However, the houses were very old and broken, clearly built many years ago. After descending the mountain, Shin Dongwoo found the village chief. "Uncle, I think this village is nice. Later, you should come and see it too. Let's stay here for the winter." The village chief hesitated and said, "Dongwoo, I heard that this place is only 2 days away from the forest. Outside is always better than inside the woods. Should we go and look around?" "Uncle, we don't know what's happening outside. Are the other villages also suffering from the war? If everyone from our village leaves, where can we go? Or maybe we should go to the city. Will they let us stay without proper papers? At least, we need a safe place to stay during this winter," Shin Dongwoo explained. The village chief nodded. If they could take official routes, they would have left already. He looked at the villagers and asked loudly, "Are there any objections to going to the village?" The villagers shook their heads and said, "We all trust Dongwoo and the village chief. We have no objections." The village chief said to Shin Dongwoo, "We'll follow your plan." Shin Dongwoo packed her things and led the villagers up to the mountain village. She also asked them not to damage the bushes along the way. It took a lot of effort to get there. Inside the village, some older women and children looked at Shin Dongwoo and the others with fear, as they suddenly took over their space. Shin Dongwoo told them, "Please clear out your things. There are 58 houses, and we need 40. This commanding demand caused confusion among the villagers. They hadn't expected to be robbed, and now they were losing their homes. Wang Laoda stepped forward carefully and asked, "Are you planning to stay here all the time?" The village chief came forward to negotiate. "Yes, we will stay until next spring. Then we will leave. Please clear out the houses." Wang Laoda saw that the village chief was polite and tried to bargain. 18 houses are too few for us. The village chief replied bluntly, "We can fit about 10 people in each house. Can you spare a few more?" Wang Laoda fell silent, secretly glancing at Shin Dongwoo, then obediently told his people to move out. The houses were in poor condition, not well maintained. The roofs were broken, the inside had no stoves, and the doors and windows were dark and broken. Overall, to stay comfortably through the winter, they would need to repair the houses properly. The village chief called a few skilled people to teach everyone how to do things. Soon, villagers were seen on rooftops thatched with straw and tiled with tiles, repairing doors with wood, and some people were gesturing about how to build a large bed in a big house that could fit at least 10 people to sleep. The Shin Dongwoo family was assigned a separate room. There were 4 of them, men and women, but they could just divide the room with a few wooden boards, making it fairly spacious. Yang Ziyu and his group were given 2 rooms. They were many, about 10 people. If they all stayed in one room with the owner, it would be crowded, with many people sharing one bed. That was hard to imagine. So, Yang Wei and Yang Er decided to take turns staying in tents outside. If needed, they could build a wooden wall outside. Luckily, those who practice martial arts don't get sick easily. This arrangement was unfair, but if they force some outsiders like Yang Wei and Yang Er into Shindongyue's house, the family might get angry. So, the complaints were quickly suppressed by the village chief. Shindongyue's family entered their assigned room. A bad smell hit them, almost making them gag. How could the previous occupants stand it? The old lady opened the window for fresh air, leaving the door wide open. Shindongning started cleaning. He wiped everything that could be cleaned and moved out what couldn't. Shin Dongli moved some stools and stacked them, then climbed onto the roof to check for damage. The roof needed major repairs. Shin Dongyue quietly went to learn how to build a bed. A group of people gathered around an experienced craftsman, learning from mixing mud, building a chimney, to installing a smoke pipe. The whole process was exhausting to listen to. Shin Dongyue watched for a while, then started looking for suitable soil nearby. The village was built on a large boulder, and the ground was mostly stone, so there was almost no land available. To find good soil, they had to go to the forest edge. No wonder there were hardly any fire pits in the village. Bringing soil from the forest required many people. He called Shin Dongli and, carrying 2 baskets, headed down the mountain. The young boys saw this and quickly grabbed their tools, following behind. The soil needed for building a kong, a heated bed, is usually fine and smooth, without sand or large stones. Coincidentally, Shin Dongyue saw this type of soil on the way here. First, she picked some large leaves and laid them inside the basket to prevent the soil from spilling out. Then, one person carried a full basket of soil back. She carried it to avoid using a weak shoulder strap that might break before reaching home, which would be tiring and cause delays. "Big sister, do you know how to build a kong?" Shin Dongli asked. "I don't know. I need to visit my uncles and aunts to learn." Shin Dongli thought Shin Dongyue already knew how, but he was surprised to hear she still needed to learn. "Big sister, building a kong takes a lot of soil. If we carry just a little at a time, how long will it take?" Shin Dongyue looked at Shin Dongli and asked curiously, "Do you have any good ideas?" Shin Dongli chuckled and said, "Those bandits are just sitting around. They are too lazy to move. They haven't built a kong in all these years. Now is a good chance for them to do something. Also, next spring we'll leave, and the house will belong to them. They're just helping us for now." Shin Dongyue nodded silently and carried her basket back. After arriving at the mountain village, Shin Dongyue went to find Wang Laoda. 2 baskets of soil for a bowl of chestnuts. "If you can carry 10 baskets a day, I'll give you 2 bowls of meat. Ask your people if they're willing to do this work." Wang Laoda was desperate and resorted to robbery. The area was rarely visited, and the villagers' food came from a small patch of land they cultivated behind the rocky hill. It wasn't much, and in winter, they would go hungry. But they didn't dare go deep into the forest because animals there were also starving. Once in the forest, they might not come out. That's why dozens of people risked robbing hundreds of others. Now, hearing about such a good opportunity, he eagerly agreed and went back to find others. The men in the village thought that carrying 10 baskets a day was about right. 2 bowls of meat could feed their wives and children for 2 days. If they exchanged it for 5 baskets of chestnuts, their whole family could eat for a day. Maybe this winter would be a little better, and the deal was worth it. Looking at the 32 people standing in front of her, Shin Dongyue was relieved that no one was unusually lazy. She told Shin Dongli to lead the way while she slipped into the forest. Shin Dongyue preferred hunting over carrying soil. Not long after, a wild boar ran into the door, and Shin Dongyue easily knocked it out with a stick. Shin Dongyue carried the wild boar backward and met Wang Laoda and others returning with soil. They surprised the villagers, but luckily, no one resisted at that moment. Who could handle that? After reaching the mountain village, Shin Dongyue handed the wild boar to the village chief, who would distribute it to the villagers. then went back to her own house. Shin Dongning had already cleaned up, and the old lady had torn off the dark window paper and replaced it with oiled paper she brought. Except for the roof, the house was finally livable. Shin Dongyue used grass she cut from the foot of the mountain, mixed it into the mud, and then used a tool to hold the mixture. She climbed onto the roof. The old lady anxiously called from below, "Dongyue, you've never done this before. Come down quickly. Later, I'll find Uncle Fufu to help you. He knows how to do this." Shin Dongyue looked expressionless at the old lady and said, "It doesn't matter if it looks good or not. As long as it doesn't leak, it's fine." The old lady choked and said, "It has to be able to cover without leaking." Shin Dongyue turned around and didn't say anything more, continuing her work. It was just a roof, so she piled mud and grass over the holes, waiting for it to dry and become stronger and more durable. Shin Dongyue believed that the more she applied, the better. Soon, the roof was covered with various-sized mud heaps. She then laid some grass on top, pressed it down, and finally stepped down from the roof. The old lady no longer paid attention to Shin Dongyue, only thinking that once Fufu finished his work, she would ask him to come and see if it was okay. Shin Dongyue felt she was becoming more capable, having learned a new skill. Although she might not use it often in the future, it was quite good to have. The villagers worked hard, and in the end, everyone got some meat. They were happy, thinking this was truly a good deal, even turning into a long-term trade. At night, most people still stayed in tents. The original beds inside the house were broken and too small. But this time, they could set up tents inside, so it was less drafty. Early the next morning, Fufu Shun and some villagers came to Shin Dongyue's house. It was the first house they visited, partly because of Shin Dongyue's care and kindness to everyone along the way. "Dongyue, I'm here to help you set up the bed. What do you want to do?" Shin Dongyue didn't really understand much about it, but she thought that if the bed platform was bigger, it would spread heat better and warm the whole room. So, a bigger one would be better. "Uncle Yofu, please build it from east to west," Shin Dongyue said. The old lady, hearing that Shin Dongyue was about to go overboard again, quickly interrupted, "No need to make it that big.
It just needs to fit 4 people.
She turned to Shin Dongyue and said, "Why do you need such a big bed? There are only 4 of us in the family. You don't know how much firewood a big bed uses. You'll need a small pile just for cooking 3 meals a day. It's not easy to gather firewood from the mountains, so stop making trouble." Shin Dongyue widened her eyes and asked, "Grandma, when have I ever let you freeze? I can carry back a single tree, and it'll last us 10 days or more. Don't worry." The old lady gave her a light smack and said, "You think you're so strong, carrying trees around. I just don't want you to tire yourself out. We don't need it that big." Shin Dongyue chuckled and said, "Then let Shin Dongli carry them. He's training his strength anyway. We shouldn't waste the whole winter. Let's make good use of it." In the end, the old lady couldn't win against Shin Dongyue. The bed wasn't built from east to west, but it was still quite large, big enough for 7 or 8 people to lie on. A small opening was left on the side, and Shin Yofu built a stove next to it, so they could make a fire inside the house. That way, they didn't need a separate kitchen. But if the weather turned bad, the smoke might fill the room, which had both pros and cons. Shin Yofu climbed up to check the roof carefully and gave Shin Dongyue high praise. The roof might not look nice, but it was very practical. Shin Dongyue lifted her chin proudly at the old lady, her smug expression making the old woman look away in exasperation. Shin Yofu reminded them that the bed needed to be heated for 2 or 3 days before anyone could sleep on it, then left with a few villagers to help at the next house. Around noon, Shin Dongli came back from the wild. When he saw the big new bed, he was thrilled. When Shin Dongyue mentioned how much firewood it would take, Shin Dongli patted his chest and promised to take care of it himself. The old lady didn't even want to look at her silly grandson anymore. She turned to the only one who seemed sensible, Shin Dongning, and said, "Let's sort out the grain in the next few days. If we're short on anything, have your sister and brother get it. Once it starts snowing, it'll be hard to manage." Shin Dongning nodded. "All right, Grandma. But now that we have a safe place to stay, can I go into the forest with my sister and brother? I've gotten a lot stronger lately." The elderly lady felt a bit uneasy. The next day was a bright, sunny day. Early in the morning, she opened up her luggage, aired out her winter clothes, let the smoked meat breathe, and also spread out the chestnuts that hadn't fully dried. This was the first time in 3 months of fleeing that she organized these things, so everything was a bit messy. Shen Donghua wasn't interested in these chores. Instead of counting and sorting, she preferred to walk around the woods. At her call, a group of young boys immediately followed her. This time there were more people. In this mountain village, wild animals couldn't easily come up, so it was very safe. Everyone could leave their loved ones for a while and explore nearby. Li Qinshuan's arm had healed. Although he had a scar, he could move it freely. Seeing Li Qinshian, Shen Dongning smiled, feeling less guilty. Li Qinshian remembered Shen Donghua sewing his flesh with a needle, then pulling the thread out little by little. The memory made his teeth hurt a bit. Yang Ziyu and Uncle Hai also came over to join the fun. Uncle Hai kept saying he wanted to see how Shen Donghua led the children to catch rabbits and wild chickens. Now everyone could handle themselves. When they spotted a wild chicken, the little ones immediately hugged Shen Dongli. One threw a stone, another swung a stick to hit the stone away, and a boy did a forward roll and rushed toward the chicken. Suddenly, someone else tried to cut in and grab the prey. Everyone showed their skills until they caught the animal. Then they stopped fighting and looked for the next target. The newcomers were amazed, their eyes wide with surprise. They couldn't believe how quickly people could improve in just over a month. Uncle Hai looked at Shen Donghua with a stunned expression. Seeing this, Shen Donghua impatiently shouted at the boys, "Just a few rounds, and someone else took it. Do you understand teamwork? Work together, watch each other's backs. No one will get anything if you only defend Shen Dongli." Uncle Hai was shocked and asked softly, "Young master, is this Shen girl really a genius?" Yang Ziyu chuckled softly, his gaze deep and firm as he looked at Shen Donghua, then nodded. Uncle Hai was surprised. Seeing his young master's expression, he wondered if, looking at Shen Donghua again, he suddenly felt like he was seeing his own family member. No wonder. Young master always finds reasons to follow the young boy. Turns out, his true intention wasn't just about the wine. "Shen Dongli, you were just standing there foolishly when you got caught? Try to create some discord among them. It's easy to tell who will win. Don't those who are holding you want to win too?" Shen Donghua then turned to the second boy who had just won and said, "You're just taking advantage of the situation, you know? It's just luck. If you keep doing that, they might start guarding against you next time. But if you succeed every time, that's also a kind of strength." Shen Donghua looked at these people with disdain and turned to walk forward. The young boys behind him, used to being scolded, didn't feel discouraged. Instead, they became more eager to fight. They looked at each other, stubbornly raised their chins, and followed behind. Soon, another target appeared, and a new round of competition began. Uncle Hai watched from the side, clapping and cheering excitedly. Shen Donghua looked at Uncle Hai with curiosity. How did he see it as a good thing? By late afternoon, Shen Donghua felt hungry and decided to call it a day and head back. Everyone else was already holding their spoils of the hunt. Even Uncle Hai and Li Qinshian had been given game by Yang Ziqing and Li Chunlin, saying they couldn't carry any more. Li Qinshian finally understood why his shy, quiet younger brother was becoming more cheerful, why he went straight to sleep after returning at night, and why he always defended Shen Donghua in conversations. Looking at Shen Donghua, walking lazily ahead, Li Qinshian felt the distance between them for the first time. In the past, when Grandma caused trouble, he felt resentful. Now he thought it was silly. Back at the villagers saw the group's big harvest and felt very happy. As winter approached, they worried that heavy snow might block the mountains, making it hard to gather supplies later. Li Qinshian came to find Shen Donghua. Shen Donghua's family had just finished eating. He first greeted the old lady, then nodded at Shen Donghua. Shen Dongning stood up first. "Is there something you want to ask?" Shen Donghua asked. "I want to ask if there's any way to treat my mother's foot," Li Qinshian said. "How do you want to treat it?" "Mother's foot has never been good since she entered the forest. She walks such long distances every day, and her foot bleeds daily. I want to ask if there is any way to at least reduce her pain. Shen Dongyue hesitated and said, her foot has been broken for nearly 30 years. The bones are deformed. The pain comes from her toenails growing into the flesh. When she walks, it hurts a lot. Over time, bleeding and infection are normal. Li Chenxian nodded and said, I understand. I know it's difficult for you. I just wanted to try. We can rest here in the village for a while, but next spring, when we set out again, the same problem will happen. I just want to see if there's a way to ease my mother's pain. Shen Dongyue nodded and said, I'll go see your mother's foot first. Wang Zixi had her feet bound when she was very young. Her parents loved her dearly and probably didn't think she would suffer so much on her escape journey because of her feet. 5 toes are broken and curled under the foot. The toenails grow toward the sole, making her feet deformed. Shen Dongyue looked at her foot with a frown. Does it really look good like that? Li Ruan saw Shen Dongyue frown and hurriedly asked, Is there no way? Then he added, That's true. It's already like this, and there's no way to stop the nails from growing. Shen Dongyue endured the smell from Wang Zixi foot, kept a neutral expression, and said, There is a way, but I don't know if you can bear it. Li Ruan quickly asked, What way? Even Wang Zixi looked at Shen Dongyue with hope. Shen Dongyue said, Break the toes again, tie them up, and wait a few months for the bones to heal. Then the foot will be like before. But because of the damage, the toes will probably be higher than normal, and it will look ugly. Wang Zixi's face turned pale. She thought there might be some magic medicine. Does she have to go through the pain again? When she was young, they wrapped her toes slowly. Now, they are forcibly breaking them again. She originally wanted small feet for beauty, but now it seems she will be the ugliest of all. Li Ruan and Li Chenxian looked at Wang Zixi with difficulty. They knew she was very afraid of pain. This choice was really hard. Shen Dongyue said, Let me know once you've decided, so I can prepare the medicine. I will go back first. Shen Dongyue was about to leave when Wang Zixi stopped her. Dongyue, please prepare some medicinal herbs. Thank you, Wang Zixi said. Li Ruan and Li Chenxian looked at Wang Zixi in surprise. Wang Zixi smiled bitterly and said, Treatment will be painful. Right now it hurts every day. Better to endure the pain for a short time than to suffer long-term. It's better to hurt for a few months now than to look bad later, and at least it won't hold you back from walking. Li Ruan's eyes filled with tears. He said, What do you mean by holding us back? If you weren't in pain every day, I could carry you on my back to the south, even if it's a long walk. Shen Dongyue was surprised to see this dramatic scene. She didn't expect that Li Ruan was quite considerate among the ancient Phoenix men. They truly loved each other. She heard that Wang's family was much wealthier than Li's in the past. When they married, Wang's family helped them a lot. Thanks to Wang's support, Li's business grew bigger and bigger over time. Shen Dongyue nodded at Li Chenxian and then left the room. Finding medicine for later recovery wasn't hard, but enduring the pain was. Breaking bones was extremely painful. Could anyone really bear that? As Shen Dongyue walked, she thought about this. Then she turned to visit Yang Ziyu, who was studying Yang Ziqing's homework. Yang Ziqing was holding a book, but his eyes weren't focused. He seemed lost in thought somewhere far away. When he saw Shen Dongyue, Yang Ziqing jumped up and said, Sister Dongyue is here. She must have something important to tell Big Brother. I'll leave now and go find Shen Dongli. Shen Dongyue watched amused as Yang Ziqing hurried out. She was here to free him. Yang Ziyu was happy Shen Dongyue came to see him, but seeing Yang Ziqing like that, he just smiled wryly and shook his head. Rushing too much won't get you anywhere, Shen Dongyue said. Did you come to see me, Dongyue? Yang Ziyu asked. Do you have any medicine here that can make someone temporarily stop feeling pain after use? Shen Dongyue asked directly. How could there be such a medicine? Yang Ziyu wondered. Shen Dongyue looked confused and asked, When you treat wounds, what do you use when someone can't stand the pain? Yang Ziyu looked stunned and asked back, Don't you just endure it? Shen Dongyue was stunned. She realized there was no such medicine available. Yang Ziyu was also stunned. He quickly grabbed Shen Dongyue's hand and asked eagerly, Is there any medicine that can temporarily stop pain? Shen Dongyue awkwardly pulled her hand away. She almost reflexively punched Yang Ziyu just now. The guy dared to take advantage, so she turned the situation into an accident. Yang Ziyu blushed deeply, clenched his fists, and kept his hands behind his back. Shin Dongyue gave Yang Ziyu a warning look and turned to leave. Yang Ziyu was panicked. He hurried to catch up and said, "Sorry, Miss Shin. I didn't mean to. I was just in a hurry." His way of addressing her changed from Dongyue back to Miss Shin. Shin Dongyue kept a serious face, thinking that in ancient times, she probably would have acted like this, so it was fine. Yang Ziyu was anxious and worried, but Shin Dongyue didn't say anything. They walked all the way to Shin Dongyue's house, which was not far. Finally, Shin Dongyue turned around to face Yang Ziyu and said, "Since you don't know, forget it. Don't follow me. It's annoying." Yang Ziyu felt like a thunderbolt struck him. He was at a loss and worried that Miss Shin disliked him. Shin Dongning peeked out and saw Yang Ziyu looking upset. She was a bit confused and asked Shin Dongyue inside, "Big sister, are you upset with that young master?" "No." Shin Dongning looked at Shin Dongyue's serious face. The more she thought about it, the more she believed that was the case. She felt sorry for the young master for a moment and then let it go. Yang Ziyu was anxious and confused, not knowing what to do. Shin Dongyue didn't pay attention to him. She picked up her basket and said to Shin Dongning, "I'm going for a walk in the woods. You tell Grandma." Shin Dongning nodded and said, "Okay, big sister. And bring back some wild vegetables." "We've had enough meat." Shin Dongyue agreed and stepped out of the house. Suddenly, Shin Dongyue thought of a possible solution. Maybe she could use an alternative recipe, but she needed to test it first. This recipe included a very important ingredient, Sichuan pepper. However, she had been wandering in the woods for several months and hadn't seen Sichuan pepper. Most of these months, she had been in dense forests where sunlight barely reached. It seemed the environment wasn't suitable. So, she decided to go to a sunnier hillside to look around. Shin Dongyue headed southwest directly. If she couldn't find Sichuan pepper, gathering other wild plants would also be good. Plus, this direction seemed to be the center of the forest, where resources were very rich. Along the way, I didn't find what I was looking for, but I ended up gathering a lot of good things. I found ripe, almost falling mountain grapes, wild walnuts, wild hazelnuts, and various dried wild fruits. Shin Dongyue swept through every place she visited and collected everything. Fortunately, Shin Dongyue also found a rotten piece of wood in a shady spot, covered densely with wood ear mushrooms. She directly stored the wood along with the mushrooms into her space. Seeing some mushrooms, she also wrapped the old soil and mushrooms with large leaves and put them into her space. After walking and stopping several times, she finally reached a small hill after more than 2 hours. It wasn't big, with a few sparse young trees on top. Shin Dongyue thought, if I can't find anything today, I can come back tomorrow. This trip wasn't a total loss. She crossed the small hill and saw a river flowing winding from west to east below. A flash of light caught her eye. Shin Dongyue squinted, then leapt forward and quickly reached the riverbank. She squatted down, scooped up some sand, and a tiny pile of gold sand appeared. Shin Dongyue smiled happily, looking at the stretch of sand about 50 meters long. She thought to herself, "I've made a big gain. This is truly a no-cost opportunity. Since I plan to stay in the mountain village for a few months, I have plenty of time to collect all this gold. Yes, this is a natural gold-rich area." Shin Dongyue stood up, looked around to remember the spot, then carried her basket back home. Luck was on her side. She couldn't be stopped. When passing another hill, she spotted a wild Sichuan pepper tree. Its leaves had fallen, and the peppers had ripened, some bursting open with seeds inside. Carefully, Shin Dongyue picked all the peppers from a small tree, feeling satisfied as she headed back. Back at the mountain village, she filled her basket with those mushrooms and soil, carried it on her back, wrapped the wild items with a large leaf, and held them in her hand. She also carried the rotten wood on her shoulder. Once she reached the village, her arrival drew many glances. The old lady came out to greet her. Seeing Shin Dongyue's appearance, she hurriedly asked, "What are all these? Why did you bring these back?" Shin Dongyue put down her things, smiled happily, hugged the old lady, spun her around, and said, "These will be our vegetables in winter." The elderly lady was dizzy from being spun around by Shin Dongyue. Once she steadied herself, she slapped Shin Dongyue, who quickly dodged the blow. She gathered 2 wooden baskets and stacked them in the corner of the wall, filling them with soil. She also threw in some rotten wood and poured a little water over it. Shin Dongyue told Shin Dongning, "You are responsible for watering this wood and soil every day. Keep it moist at all times." Shin Dongning, holding freshly picked wood ear mushrooms from the rotten wood, nodded like a little chick pecking at food. He was told to put the mushrooms outside to dry before eating, as fresh wood ear mushrooms can be toxic. After dinner, Shin Dongyue asked Shin Dongli to go fetch water, then she quietly followed behind. Yang Ziyu, hearing Yang Qing say that Shin Dongyue was out wandering, quickly stood up and headed outside. Yang Qing looked surprised at Yang Ziyu walking quickly away, then asked Uncle Hai, who smiled mysteriously.
Yang King lo oket puseslet.
At the water spring, many villagers were queuing to fetch water, chatting about household matters, who still hadn't finished their bed, which pregnant woman had just given birth to a chubby baby, who secretly went out to pick wild vegetables, saying they were tired of meat and wanted a change. Shin Dongyue listened curiously to these gossip stories, pulling a handful of hazelnuts from her pocket and crunching them loudly. When Yang Ziyu approached, Shin Dongyue was happily listening to a story about how Aunt 3 had married Shin San's uncle twice. Yang Ziyu stood nearby, wanting to speak to Shin Dongyue, but she was so engrossed in the story, she didn't notice him. Only after Shin Dongyue finished fetching water and turned around did she see Yang Ziyu. She smiled and waved at him before heading home. Yang Ziyu stood there, confused, among the villagers who refused to leave and kept gossiping. He wondered if this was what Uncle Hai meant about women's unpredictable minds. Did Shin Dongyue think he was just here to listen to gossip? He turned around in shock, looking toward Shin Dongyue's house. The next morning, Shin Dongyue, carrying the dry food prepared by the elderly lady, once again sneaked into the forest. No one else came along, and she hurriedly headed toward the sandy area. The gold was still lying quietly in the sand. Shin Dongyue used a basket to start panning for gold. Simple and dull, yet the more you do it, the more you love it. After 5 days of hard work, as the day to meet the old lady approached, Shin Dongyue gathered some herbs nearby, preparing to return to the mountain village. On the way, he caught another wild boar. Shin Dongyue thought that since winter had just started, there were still plenty of prey, especially since it hadn't snowed yet. When he reached the foot of the mountain, someone saw Shin Dongyue and hurriedly shouted, "Dongyue is back. Quickly tell everyone." Shin Dongyue frowned. Did something happen? With Yang Ziyu around, could there be big trouble? He carried the wild boar and ran toward the mountain village. The villagers calling out behind him didn't catch up. Once inside the village, he realized something was wrong. Many people were gathered, looking worried. As soon as they saw Shin Dongyue return, they seemed to find hope and started telling him what had happened. The children were sick, 5 of them, with severe stomach pains, and they were on the verge of death on their beds. Shin Yan was just a village doctor. He knew a few remedies for headaches and colds, but when faced with more difficult cases, he couldn't treat them. Uncle Hai also checked the children's pulses, but couldn't find the cause of the illness. He shook his head and said his medical skills were not good enough. Shin Dongyue threw down the wild boar and followed the villagers to see the children. He checked their pulses and looked at their tongues, frowning in confusion. The most obvious feature of these children was the white patches on their faces, like birthmarks. Shin Dongyue pressed on a young girl's stomach, and she cried out in pain. He stood up and told the nearby villagers, "I need to prepare medicine first." Shin Dongyue called Shin Yan to help, gave him the prescription and told him to brew the medicine. Then he went home first. The old lady had already heard Shin Dongyue was back, so she prepared hot water and food. What's wrong with those children? They just complained about stomach pain and couldn't get up. At first, the villagers thought it was poisoning. Later, Yang Hai said it wasn't poisoning, so everyone felt a little relieved, the old lady said while watching Shin Dongyue eat and chattering beside him. Shen Dongyue didn't want to talk about this while eating. He just focused on his meal and didn't reply to the old lady. The old lady couldn't stay calm and asked, "Tell me, could something serious happen?" Shen Dongyue looked up calmly and said to the old lady, "It's fine. We found it early, so there's still time." The old lady frowned. What did found it early mean? What did still time mean? This child was making her worry for nothing. After finishing her meal, Shen Dongyue put down her chopsticks and said, "The children are fine. They've just been drinking unboiled water and eating raw wild vegetables for too long, so they have worms in their stomachs. Shen Yan is preparing medicine for them. They'll need to drink it a few times." The old lady looked frightened and quickly asked, "How do you know they have worms? How did the worms get in? That's terrible. What should we do? Do we have them too?" "Usually, adults don't have them," Shen Dongyue explained gently. "Once you grow up healthy, the worms are gone. But there are exceptions. Have you ever heard of someone who had terrible stomach pain and died from it, and after death, worms came out of the body? That's what happens. But children are different. Their bodies are weaker, and if they keep eating raw food, most of them will have worms. Some get better as they grow, but some need medicine." After the meal, the old lady followed Shen Dongyue to check on the children. Sure enough, their faces had pale spots, and they were holding their stomachs in pain. The old lady instinctively stepped back a few steps. No wonder her granddaughter hadn't wanted to talk about this during dinner. Just hearing it made her scalp tingle. If Shen Dongyue knew what she was thinking, she would have denied it. She wasn't scared, just disgusted. The village head came over with Shen Yan, each carrying a bowl of medicine. When he saw Shen Dongyue, he trembled and said, "Dongyue, you're finally back." Shen Dongyue felt a chill on her scalp. Why did that sound strangely emotional? The old village had started crying, and soon the villagers were wiping their tears too, while Shen Dongyue stood there, completely confused. "The children are all right, aren't they?" the village head asked, wiping his eyes. "They're fine, uncle," Shen Dongyue replied. "I was just about to tell you, the stomach pain was caused by worms." She repeated what she had told the old lady to the village head and the other villagers. The crowd gasped. One villager suddenly shouted, "Dongyue is right. My brother-in-law died from stomach pain, and after he passed, worms came out of his mouth and nose." The villagers erupted into loud discussion again. Shen Dongyue brushed off her sweat and moved closer to the elderly woman. The old woman looked at her with a mix of fear and disgust. The village chief smiled awkwardly and looked at Shen Dongyue. Shen Dongyue said, "Later, have Shen Yan make some medicine. If everyone wants, they can drink a bowl. The medicine is harmless, just to be safe. Don't drink too much." Shen Yan quickly nodded in agreement. The freshly prepared medicine had already been given to the children. About half an hour later, the children clutched their stomachs and said they felt unwell. Soon they started crying to go to the bathroom. Hearing this, Shen Dongyue pulled the old woman and hurried back without stopping. She didn't even have time to drink a bowl of the medicine that Shen Yan had almost finished making. The villagers looked on in confusion. Soon, they heard the loud cries of a woman, filled with fear. Shen Dongyue quickened her pace and even pulled Shen Dongning back when he tried to go see what was happening. When they reached home, she looked relieved. Turning around, she saw that Shen Dongli seemed to be missing, the unlucky child. Because of this incident, the villagers hadn't eaten properly for several days. They no longer dared to drink raw water or eat wild vegetables. After Shen Yan finished making the medicine, everyone rushed to get some. Shen Yan ended up making 8 large pots of medicine to satisfy the villagers. Even then, the villagers kept saying they needed another round in a few days. Dongyue said to wait 2 days before drinking again, as it would be more effective. Shen Yan was exhausted and almost in tears, but dared not stop. He was there that day, witnessing the scene, an experience he would never forget. Once the herbs were ready, Shen Dongyue went to treat Wang Zhishi's foot. First, she asked Li Chenxian to prepare the medicine. After giving Wang Zhishi a bowl, she soon fell into a daze. Li Chenxian asked nervously, "What kind of medicine is this?" Shen Dongyue smiled and said, "Good medicine. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand." She quickly laid out the tools. Shen Dongyue grabbed Wang Zixi foot, pressed her fingers inside, and then twisted. There was a loud cracking sound as all 5 toes broke cleanly and neatly. Wang Zixi's face instantly turned pale, and her eyebrows furrowed, but she didn't wake up. Li Ruan and Li Chenxian watched nearby, trembling with fear. Shen Dongyue picked up a small wooden piece, supported her toes and the sole of her foot, and used a small jar to apply some medicine. Then she began wrapping her foot with a disinfected cloth, repeating the same steps for each foot. Finally, she tied everything together again and secured it with a large wooden board. Although she worked quickly, it still took about half an hour, not counting the initial preparation time. She won't wake up for another 2 hours. Remember, don't let her touch her foot. She can only lie on the bed now. I'll come back when it's time to remove these boards, Shen Dongyue told Li Ruan. Li Ruan nodded in agreement. After washing her hands, Shen Dongyue packed up and left. The old lady saw her and asked, "Already done?" "So fast." Shen Dongyue nodded and said, "Just break a bone and tie it up. It doesn't take long, just a little while." She hugged the old lady's shoulder and said softly, "Grandma, I need to go to the woods tomorrow. Please prepare some food for me." "I might stay longer this time." The old lady was surprised and asked quickly, "Why go out again? Is there something else?" "We haven't finished eating the wild boar you hunted a few days ago, so there's no need to go out again." Of course, Shen Dongyue couldn't tell her that she was going to dig for gold. During those 5 days, she hadn't finished digging the gold at all. In fact, she felt like she was finding more because the lower layer had even more gold than the upper one. "Aren't your bones aching in winter? Your body is cold. I'm going to find some rare herbs to help you. Now that winter has started, if I don't do it soon, it'll be a shame when it freezes," the old lady muttered. In the past, no one said it was a shame if you didn't dig. "How long will this take? If it takes too long, I'm worried that the village chief will have to move next door and wait for you." Shen Dongyue also felt a bit helpless. Every time she went out, something would happen in the village, and the villagers watched her very closely. But Shen Dongyue wouldn't be held back. The next morning, she set out early again. It was true she was gathering herbs, but she was also secretly digging for gold. For over half a month, she had been digging in a gold-rich sand strip dozens of meters long, and she still hadn't reached the bottom. Feeling discouraged, Shen Dongyue stood up, thinking she seemed to be confined in a small place. She packed up her tools and decided to stop digging for now. If she really ran out of money in the future, she could come back again. The leaves in the forest are almost all fallen, and only a few dry fruits are still hanging on the trees. Shen Dongning told Shen Dongyue to bring back some vegetables. Shen Dongyue really wanted to shout to the sky, wondering where she could find wild vegetables. Along the way, she only saw animals running around. She didn't bother to pay attention until they were close to the village, where she caught a fat deer. The midday sun was quite nice, with occasional breezes. It didn't stop the old lady from making winter clothes. The old clothes could still be worn, and she had gathered quite a few animal skins along the way. Now she was thinking about making a wolf fur coat. Shen Dongyue threw the deer next to the old lady and squatted down to watch her poke holes in the wolf skin with a small tool. The old lady looked up at Shen Dongyue and gave a sidelong glance, but said nothing. She looked angry. Shen Dongning came out of the house holding a handful of wood ear mushrooms. Seeing Shen Dongyue back, he hurried over and asked, "Big sister is back. How many days will you stay at home this time?" "Wow." She looked angry again. Shen Dongyue looked innocent and said, holding her stomach, "I'm hungry. I don't know if there's any food." "No," the old lady and Shen Dongning said together. They only started cooking after Shen Dongli returned from hunting outside. Shen Dongyue thought she had really made them angry this time. Shen Dongli, however, was carefree and still enthusiastic. He kept asking Shen Dongyue where she had been, what she had seen, and even performed a little trick by throwing stones, thinking he was improving quickly. The next morning, the village chief strolled around with his hands behind his back and then left. Soon after, a few villagers also found excuses to walk around. At noon, even Yang Ziyu took the opportunity to ask Yang Ziqing if she had come by, and she also took a walk. Shin Donghua watched these people fussing around with a blank expression. Is this what it feels like to be hated by everyone? Or maybe her younger brother was better. Someone without a brain was the best. Dongli, why didn't you gather more firewood? I see there's not much piled up behind the house, Shin Donghua asked. Big sister, I have to stay on night duty every other day, practice breathing exercises during the day, and sometimes prepare meals for the family. I'm very busy. As long as the firewood we collected is enough, it's fine. The forest around here is full of wood, so there's no worry about firewood, Shin Dongli replied casually. Shin Donghua frowned and asked, is everyone in the village thinking like that? Shin Dongli nodded and said, carrying firewood from below the village is too tiring. We can only gather enough for 10 days. Even if it snows, it probably won't last 10 days, right? What if a heavy snow blocks the mountain? Then we won't be able to open the gate, and the ground will be so slippery. You might make it to the village, but you can't carry the firewood back. Shin Dongli looked at Shin Donghua with a surprised expression. Shin Donghua thought he was scared, and was about to speak when Shin Dongli moved closer. Big sister, have you figured out something else? When will the snow come? How many days will it last? Shin Donghua. Soon after, news spread that heavy snow would block the mountain. Shin Donghua wanted to explain, but she was caught in a difficult situation. The village chief even came to ask how many days the snow would last. Shin Donghua wanted to say she didn't know, but she accidentally said, more than a month. The village chief shivered and left, then started telling everyone to prepare firewood and food. Since heavy snow was coming, he even went door to door with his small copper bell to warn everyone. The villagers had never seen such a scene before and didn't believe it. They said it hadn't snowed that heavily in the woods for over 10 years. So, the villagers who had become familiar with the situation began to spread Shin Donghua's supposed prediction skills. Shin Donghua's original intention was just to get everyone to prepare more firewood. She didn't expect her words to turn into a big bluff. Of course, that's how Shin Donghua saw it, but the villagers believed her completely. A beautiful misunderstanding happened once again in the same way. The next morning, as soon as it was light, the village chief started beating the drum and shouting loudly. The villagers hurried to get up and eat. Soon, everyone gathered together. Except for the elderly and weak, everyone went down the mountain to collect firewood. Shin Dongli and Shin Dongning led the way, while Shin Donghua yawned and followed behind. The past few days, they had been sleeping in the woods. Although they had a tent, the wind at night was so loud it kept her awake. She was looking forward to sleeping well when they got back, but now she had to get up early to gather firewood. The younger ones picked up dry branches from the ground. The stronger ones climbed trees to break branches. Women tied the firewood into bundles on the ground, and a few boys, who had learned some skills, started carrying firewood back to the village little by little. Shin Donghua found it tiring and wandered around a bit before spotting a dead tree and called Shin Dongli over. Shin Dongli naturally understood Shin Donghua's meaning. There was no way around it. The night before, they had been joking, and today Shin Donghua was checking on him. Shin Dongli moved his ankle and kicked a withered tree. The trunk shook slightly, and a few remaining leaves fell. The tree was fine. Not willing to give up, Shin Dongli kicked again. He didn't believe that his older sister could break a few 100 pounds of stone with one arm, but he couldn't even kick down a dead tree? After kicking about 10 times, Shin Dongli looked at Shin Donghua with a sad face and asked, Big sister, is this tree an iron tree? Shin Donghua chuckled and said, You're so silly. Can't you think a little? You're kicking at different spots, so your kicks don't hit the same place. No wonder the tree isn't breaking. Try again. Encouraged, Shin Dongli kicked again, hitting the same spot 7 or 8 times. The tree fell. Shin Dongli was happy and looked at Shin Donghua, seeking praise. She rolled her eyes at him and stopped. The tree was carried up by Shin Dongli and Shin Dongning. As the older sister, Shin Donghua was helping her younger siblings practice. She sat on a stone, playing with a piece of grass in her hand. Yang Ziyu and Yang Ziqing came over. Yang Ziqing was very friendly and called out, Sister Donghua, you're unfair. You're making Shin Dongli a special meal here. Shin Donghua looked at Yang Ziqing with a smile and said, All right, I'll make one for you too. Then she pointed to a withered tree nearby and said, "Go break that tree for me." Yang Ziqing was startled. "Do you want me to kick it down?"
Yang Ziyu smiled and watched Shen Dongyue tease Yang Ziking.
"Sister Dongyue, I'm not super strong. I mainly rely on my brain to get by." "It's different, very different." Shen Dongyue raised an eyebrow and said, "Okay. Use your brain and break the tree."
Yang Ziking looked at Throwblet.
If he had known it was like this, he wouldn't have come over. It was all because of their older brother, who said that Sister Dongyue was teaching Shen Dongli something. He had just kicked the tree down after a few tries and then came over. Yang Ziqing reluctantly circled the withered tree a few times, almost using his mind to kick it down. Shen Dongli and Shen Dongning returned. Shen Dongli greeted Yang Ziyu and then went over to the withered tree. Seeing Yang Ziqing spinning around, he asked curiously, "What are you doing? Just kick it already." Yang Zi quietly glanced at Shen Dongyue, saw that Shen Dongyue was talking to Yang Ziyu, and relaxed. He moved closer and said to Shen Dongli, "What did your sister just teach you? You weren't so strong before. You broke the tree with just a few kicks." Shen Dongli looked mysterious and whispered, "This is our family's secret skill. It can't be shared outside." Yang Ziqing looked surprised and asked if they really had such a secret skill. In private, those young boys guessed wildly, thinking that Sister Dongyue's family must have a special powerful book full of all kinds of knowledge. Learning just one or two tricks from it would be very beneficial. They didn't expect Shen Dongli to admit it so easily. Yang Ziyu hadn't seen Shen Dongyue for half a month. His feelings for her grew stronger each day. Not seeing her felt like 3 years. For the first time, Yang Ziyu wanted to see someone so badly he couldn't sleep. Seeing the beautiful girl in front of him, he didn't know how to express his feelings. Yang Ziyu hadn't seen Shen Dongyue for half a month. His feelings for her grew stronger each day. Not seeing her felt like 3 years. For the first time, Yang Ziyu wanted to see someone so badly he couldn't sleep. It worries people. His words showed some concern and longing, but he was worried because the girl was Shen Dongyue. "It's okay. Even wild animals dare to come close, so I can handle them. One comes, I take it down. I won't let any go." Yang Ziyu's gentle tone disappeared. Did this girl really not understand romance, or did she just not like him? Not liking him. Yang Ziyu fell into self-doubt. Meanwhile, Shen Dongli started kicking trees again, using her ankle's strength. After a dozen kicks, a tree fell. Yang Ziqing watched in shock, then turned to Shen Dongyue with a look of slight sadness. Shen Dongyue looked at Yang Ziqing with a worried expression. What was wrong with this kid? Yang Ziyu tried to find something to say, but had nothing. Yang Ziqing kept talking to Shen Dongli about the secret skill. Shen Dongning was about to carry a tree, but was stopped by Yang Ziqing. Shen Dongning asked suspiciously, "Can you do it? I was with my brother just now and we almost got hurt. Are you really that strong?" In fact, Yang Ziqing wasn't very strong. After walking just 10 meters, he returned the tree to Shen Dongning, who teased him a lot. After carrying 3 trees, Shen Dongyue stood up and strolled back to the mountain village. On the way, villagers asked what was wrong. Shen Dongyue said she was tired. She was exhausted from carrying trees in front, breathing heavily. Shen Dongli and Shen Dongning looked at her with no words. The old lady was chopping branches with an axe. It took several swings to cut one branch, and her wrist was sore from the effort. Of course, everyone in the village admired her for doing this. When Shen Dongyue returned, she took the axe back and started chopping herself. Soon, she finished cutting down a tree. She called Shen Dongli over and said, "Cut it to the size I did." "It's too big to fit into the stove." Shen Dongli quickly agreed. He felt a bit upset because his older sister seemed dissatisfied with him. He looked at how well her children were doing. After about 10 days of work, every family had plenty of firewood. Snow started falling from the sky. It was light snow, but the cold wind made it feel very chilly outside. Going out for a short trip felt like being slapped in the face with cold air. Shen Dongyue borrowed a clay pot for boiling medicine from Shen Yayan. She boiled a pot of herbal medicine for the old lady. She made her drink 2 big bowls, which were very bitter. "Yeah, "Are you upset with Grandma?" the old lady asked. Shin Donghua put a piece of candy in her mouth and said, "Grandma, medicine tastes bitter, but is good for health. Don't be stubborn." The stubborn old lady ignored Shin Donghua. She cut a piece of deer meat from a wooden board, planning to cook deer meat for lunch. Shin Donghua suddenly craved hot pot. Eating hot pot on a snowy day would be very nice. She stopped the old lady from cutting large pieces of red braised meat. Shin Donghua carried out 2 rabbits and left. Soon, she returned with a dozen potatoes and some rice noodles. Now they had chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and basic seasonings, along with various kinds of meat. The mushrooms on the rottenwood had grown several times, and they had harvested mushrooms twice. With these ingredients, they had enough food. When Shun Dongli came back with a few birds, the house was filled with a delicious aroma, making the neighbors drool for a while. Seeing this, Shun Dongli turned around and left, leaving Shin Dongning surprised. Not long after, Yang Ziqing from a few houses away came back carrying some well-preserved fruit. While eating, Yang Ziqing said, "These mushrooms are really tasty. Next time, I should go into the forest to find some wood." Shin Dongli looked down on them and said, Do you know what kind of wood can grow mushrooms?" "My older sister picked this one. It can't be bad. Since it was chosen, I can't let it down. I will make it grow mushrooms quickly." Yang Ziqing nodded and said, "Me too. Sister Donghua, how can you just bring some dirt and make mushrooms grow?" "It's amazing." Shin Dongli chuckled and leaned in, saying, "My sister has special eyes." Yang Ziqing believed him and said, "It's true. Our sister is more accurate than the monks at Dazhao Temple. Last time, a monk said I would have a big disaster at age 10, but I am still alive and well." Shin Dongli looked surprised and asked, "Really? That monk was probably a fraud." Shin Dongning interrupted and said, "That monk wasn't completely wrong. 3 months ago, Yang Ziqing almost drowned. Thanks to our sister." Shin Dongli looked speechless and said, "That wasn't wrong. He just didn't expect our sister to be so capable." Yang Ziqing nodded in agreement. Seeing the 2 young ones praising her, old lady Shin listened happily. Suddenly, she coughed loudly and said, "Eat more meat and talk less. Even a monk who has achieved enlightenment can't be used as a joke." Shin Dongli and Yang Ziqing immediately stopped talking. They were eating hot pot, some with clear broth, others with spicy broth, all sweating heavily. Yang Ziqing, holding her stomach from overeating, said, "Poor my big brother. When I was about to leave, he was eager to come along. He looked like he wanted to join, but he was too proud to ask." "No luck for him." Shin Dongli nodded and said, "Your brother is really pretending. If he wants to eat, just say so. We have enough meat now." Yang Ziqing chuckled and said, "My brother doesn't crave meat." Shin Dongli nodded and agreed, "That's right. Now that we've eaten enough meat, he just wants something else." Today, the mushrooms were the first to be snatched up. Yang Ziqing secretly glanced at Shin Donghua, smiling mysteriously. The snow was falling softly, not heavily, but continuously. Shin Donghua saw the pile of dirt on the ground and turned to find Old Lady Shin. "Grandma, do we have cabbage seeds?" Old Lady Shin looked puzzled and said, "Yes, I packed a bag when I went out." "Why do you ask? I want a plant. You find it for me." The old lady was stunned. It was snowing, and she was asked to plant cabbage? Shin Donghua carried a basket and went outside. Snow was falling, and it slipped into her collar, making her feel very cold. After going down the mountain, she looked for a place with thick leaves. She used tools to dig up some decayed leaves from underground, put them in her basket, and also gathered some to throw into her space. There was just enough wood at home. Shin Donghua tied the wood with a rope to form a rectangle. She placed it next to a piece of rotten wood. From then on, the small hut had no empty space left. Inside the wood, she spread a layer of soil from when they made a bed, then a layer of decayed leaves, and finally a layer of ash from the stove. She repeated this several times. She sprinkled the cabbage seeds that the old lady found on top, covered them with a thin layer of soil, and watered them lightly. That was all. The old lady and Shin Dongning watched nearby, surprised. Growing vegetables inside? In winter? Because she didn't need to go outside, Shin Donghua was very bored. Most of her days were spent covering the soil frame with ash, and sometimes she secretly took some decayed soil from her space to add on. Shin Dongwoo looked helplessly at her home, which had no other space besides where she stood. She thought it might be better to go out and run around with the children, holding the hat the old lady just made, and then she turned to leave. The snow kept falling without stopping. To stay warm, they kept the stove burning 3 times a day, so the temperature stayed comfortable. After just 3 or 4 days, a little green sprout appeared. Shin Dongyue was very happy and shouted to the old lady, "Grandma, in a few days, we'll have vegetables to eat." The old lady and Shin Dongning hurried over. Seeing the cabbage seedlings grow made them feel how precious they were in winter. "Big sister, in a few days, we might be able to eat fresh greens?" Shin Dongning asked happily. "Thinking about that? It will take at least 20 days, and that's if they grow well," the old lady replied, turning back to her work. Shin Dongning felt a bit disappointed, but looked at the small cabbage plants. She thought it's better to eat them later than not at all. When Shin Dongyue returned, Shin Dongning quickly pulled her to see the cabbage seedlings her big sister was growing. Shin Dongyue scratched her head. Her sister was really amazing. "Hey, now we have vegetables to eat." Shin Dongyue was quite loud. Soon, many villagers came to her house, all to see the cabbage seedlings. Shin Dongyue glared at Shin Dongli. "Why is that boy so talkative? You should know that once people arrive, the door can't be closed. If those few seedlings get frozen to death, it would be a big loss." Shin Dongli felt a bit wronged. He had just shown off to those half-grown boys, and he didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. The villagers asked Shin Dongyue how she planted the crops. She looked innocent and said, "Uncles, aunts, you all know farming better than I do. Just lay the soil and plant. Keep the house warm and open the windows now, and then to let some sunlight in, but not for too long. Opening the door like now makes it easy for the seedlings to freeze." The villagers understood and laughed, then went back home to start planting vegetables. They had no choice. Before, they never went out, and their vegetable gardens always had enough food. Every family dried some vegetables to eat in winter. But now, it's been 2 months without fresh vegetables, and everyone is very eager to eat some. The weather was gloomy, and the wind was stronger. Since they were on a mountaintop, although a rocky hill blocked some wind, it still blew much harder than in the woods. Stepping outside felt like being blown away. Now, the villagers rarely went out. They stayed home, sitting by the fire. It started snowing heavily at night, big snowflakes like goose feathers falling everywhere. The old lady couldn't open the door the next morning and called the children to wake up. Finally, Shin Dongli jumped out of the window and cleared the snow before opening the door. He could push it open from inside, but he was worried the wooden door might not hold. Some villagers also couldn't get out. Shin Dongli helped open the window and then went back to quickly clear the snow in front of his house. But the snow was too heavy, and before long, it covered the doorway again. With such weather, if people don't get enough food, many might not survive. The old lady looked at the sky and sighed. "They say a heavy snow means a good harvest year, but this snow is too much. It's a disaster." Shin Dongyue and the others didn't say anything. They just watched her sigh. After she finished, she looked at the 3 children sitting side by side and suddenly felt she was being too sentimental. Everyone is just trying to survive. Now there's no need to worry about others. After breakfast, the village chief started organizing everyone to clear the snow. They cleared the walkways, the doorways, and most importantly, the rooftops. The village chief came to find Shin Dongyue, but didn't say anything. He just puffed on his big pipe of dried tobacco. Shin Dongyue felt a bit confused and asked, "Uncle, just tell me if there's something you need." The village chief looked at Shin Dongyue with some difficulty and asked, "Will the snow really fall for more than a month? Can it be less?" Shin Dongyue, "Uncle, I just made up the story to help everyone gather firewood." "Do you really believe it too?" The village chief clearly believed that the snow would really last that long, but he didn't expect it to be so heavy. He hesitated for a moment and then left. The old lady turned around, pinched her waist, and scolded Shin Dongyue, always talking nonsense. "Now look at you, you've become a village fraud. What's next?" Did the medical books teach you how to observe the sky? Or how to predict things? Shin Dongyue felt guilty and said weakly, I said it would rain for 3 days, and everyone believed it. I said it would snow for over a month, and they still believe. Can you blame me? Besides, is this something I can control? How can I bargain about it? The old lady glared and shouted loudly, this coincidence just happened. Now the villagers believe everything you say. You can't keep talking nonsense. Shin Dongyue rarely pouted but said nothing, watching the snow continue outside. She wondered, why was she not allowed to speak? After a while, Shin Dongli and Shin Dongning came over quietly and asked, is this story false? Can't we discuss it anymore? Shin Dongyue pushed them away with a slap. It was cold outside, but inside was quite warm. The bok choy seedlings were growing bigger, though the seeds were sown a bit densely. Some could be thinned out for eating now, and the rest kept for the next meal. On the day of harvest, everyone seemed to know about it. Some brought pumpkins, others brought potatoes. Grandma Zhao even brought a big bunch of her own sprouted soybeans, which Shin Dongyue found very special. The old lady carried the gifts and chased after them for about 10 meters, but couldn't catch up to deliver the items herself. Shin Dongyue happily said, with wood ear mushrooms and shiitake, it will be a wonderful feast. The old lady asked Shin Dongli to call Yang Ziyu and Yang Ziqing. Last time, Yang Ziqing said his brother also wanted to come, and the old lady overheard. She thought, since they've been walking together and helping each other all this time, it's no problem to have a meal together. They only prepared 2 meat dishes, and the rest were vegetarian. But in winter, this was the best way to host guests. Yang Ziyu definitely wouldn't come empty-handed, and he couldn't just casually give something like Yang Ziqing did. After much thought, he finally decided to give Shin Dongli a fine sword. This made Shin Dongli very excited. He looked straight at Shin Dongyue. Seeing Shin Dongyue's annoyed expression, he felt a bit guilty. He nodded impatiently. Shin Dongli jumped up, hugged the sword, and pulled Yang Ziqing out to show off, aiming at the young boys. During the meal, the cabbage seedlings planted by Shin Dongyue were the most popular because they were rare green leafy vegetables. Everyone took 3 bites, and that made people happy. The old lady kept urging Yang Ziyu to eat quickly and not to hold back, or the food would be gone soon. She was worried because everyone was proud and shy, which was tiring. Yang Ziyu had never seen such a lively meal before and felt a little uncomfortable. He secretly looked at Shin Dongyue. Seeing her eating happily, he suddenly felt very hungry. He also picked up his bowl and started eating eagerly. The old lady finally relaxed, thinking that they needed to eat enough. But after a while, her brow furrowed. Why was that young master always glancing at the eldest granddaughter? She observed quietly for a while. When Yang Ziyu looked at Shin Dongyue again, Shin Dongyue looked up and their eyes met. Yang Ziyu's ears turned red. The old lady was sure now. This was causing her trouble one after another. After finishing the meal, the old lady hurriedly saw them off. Yang Ziyu and Yang Ziqing naturally said goodbye. The old lady held Shin Dongyue's hand and looked at her for a long time. Shin Dongyue felt nervous inside. What was going on? Dongyue, you know our family is just a simple rural family. We can't compare to the big families, but there's good in being a commoner. We don't have that in-law's backyard, nor the scheming and fighting, and definitely not. The old lady wanted to say they didn't have the concubines, but seeing Shin Dongyue's confused expression, she suddenly realized, could this be that young master's one-sided affection? Shin Dongyue truly didn't understand what the old lady was talking about. It's not that she's slow, she just didn't see Yang Ziyu's feelings. She wondered, big family? Yang Ziyu's family? What backyard? The old lady paused. If her granddaughter didn't mean it and she pointed it out, she might just be making things worse by drawing attention to Yang Ziyu. Grandma Shin suddenly realized and asked, Old Lady Shin, do you think Yang Ziyu is interested in me? The old lady felt a bit upset but thought, yes, she does. Shin Dongyue smiled lazily and said, he has good taste. The old lady felt even more upset. Who does she think she is, acting so shameless? Shouldn't a young girl be shy when talking about her marriage? What's wrong with her family? Well, you can't. The old lady couldn't finish her words. Seeing how anxious and worried the old lady looked, Shen Donghua found it funny and decided to tease her. "Grandma, what kind of person do you think I should find?" Shen Donghua asked, leaning in. The old lady hesitated and mumbled, "Find someone from a good family, someone reliable." Shen Donghua nodded in understanding and said, "In that case, Big Brother Heir might be a good match." Tall, strong, and steady, the old lady was surprised. Had she already started thinking about this? "No, you can't. You have a favor with second brother, and people might think you're using that to pressure him." Shen Donghua stroked her chin and nodded. "You're right. Maybe Li Chenxian. He's a scholar, decent character, and knowledgeable." The old lady's face darkened. She scolded, "His family is so old-fashioned. If you get involved with that old lady, she'll cause trouble all the time." Shen Donghua listened and asked, "There's someone who runs around with Shen Dongli. He's a year older than me. Would he be okay?" The old lady thought for a moment. "He's from Shen Old Third's family, with loving parents and obedient children.
But
His family hasn't split up yet. They still have an old ancestor, and there are many elders like his grandmother and great-grandmother. They live together with dozens of people. If you go there, you'll be treated like an outsider. Besides, 2 of the 3 options you mentioned are surnamed Shen, so no." Shen Donghua stayed silent, looking steadily at the old lady. Suddenly, the old lady realized she had already rejected all options. But what kind of person would be suitable for her granddaughter? Of course, someone excellent in her eyes. Young and talented. Young and talented. "Anyway, you can't be with Yang Ziyu," the old lady said. Shen Donghua didn't mind. She wasn't really interested in Yang Ziyu. She just wanted to tease the old lady. "Don't worry, I am not the kind of person who takes things lying down. No matter what schemes or tricks, they are not a problem for me. I just don't want to get involved. If I really wanted to, no matter who it is, they would have to give way to me. Also, I don't plan to look for trouble right now, so you can relax. Don't overthink it, and if you have ideas, talk to me about them." The old lady immediately nodded. She was fine with not thinking too much now, as long as her granddaughter could stay calm. Yang Ziyu didn't know that the old lady had already dismissed him in her mind. The snow still kept falling, as if someone was pouring it down from the sky. The villagers cleaned the house in the morning, and again before bed at night. Otherwise, the old house might not hold up. Shen Donghua was thinking that if the house couldn't hold, maybe they should go back to the caves they stayed in 2 or 3 days away. They weren't short on food or firewood, so everyone was not anxious. Even the people in the mountain village, who spent every day gathering firewood, hadn't been affected by the cold. Although food was not enough, with the villagers' support for nearly a month, they wouldn't starve this winter. Shen Dongli and some young men decided to take turns guarding at night. One would go out 4 times, 2 times in the first half of the night and 2 times in the second half. The mountain village wasn't big, so 2 rounds wouldn't take more than an hour. This made the villagers feel a bit ashamed. They used to organize night watches every day, but now that they were in the mountain village, they had relaxed and become lazy. Shen Donghua agreed with this and promised, "Keep patrolling the mountain. Once the snow stops and it freezes, we'll go catch some foxes." Shen Dongli asked, "Big sister, how do you know there are foxes on the mountain?" "I've seen them. Foxes often come out in winter to find food. When caught, they make coats for Grandma and Dongning." Shen Dongli smiled widely. The big sister's idea of taking them out to catch things was always about teaching everyone and was very fun. Thinking about how happy the young men would be, Shen Dongli couldn't wait for the snow to stop and hurried outside. Shen Dongning pouted and came over, not saying a word. She grabbed Shen Donghua's arm and shook it so hard it almost fell apart. Shen Donghua swayed back and forth with her, silently watching Shen Dongning. The old lady saw and let out a cough, causing the 2 sisters to immediately behave themselves. "Big sister, I want to go too. Can you teach me how?" Shen Dongning begged sweetly. Seeing Shen Dongning like this, Shen Donghua naturally agreed. "Okay, I can teach you, but you have to listen and be willing to work hard," Shen Donghua said. "I will definitely do it, big sister, don't worry," Shen Dongning promised. But the snow really proved Shen Donghua right. It kept falling without stopping. Sometimes it would snow lightly on some days, but overall, it kept going. Fortunately, the wind was strong enough to blow away most of the snow on the mountain village. But it was also dangerous. When the snow blows away, it's hard to tell where the snow pits are. If someone walks into the woods and accidentally falls into a pit, which could be 3 or 4 meters deep, they could get buried. This could block the path to the mountain village. As the snow kept falling so heavily, Shin Dongyue started to frown. The snow didn't seem to want to stop. It was freezing now, and if the ice gets thick, it could take a long time to melt next year. When will the roads be clear? What will the conditions be like on the way? During their night patrol, Shin Dongli didn't notice anything unusual. The snow was just too heavy. One day, during the daytime, some young men, bored, sneaked down the mountain and found a frozen wild boar in a snowdrift. They were so happy they took turns carrying it back up the mountain. The villagers were very pleased about this. Bringing back such a wild boar was a sign of good luck. It showed they were lucky, at least. Shin Dongyue, however, scolded them harshly. You're all so brave. Maybe one day, go hunt a tiger for me. I hear tiger skins are very warm. And if you see that bear, bring me its paw. I've heard it's delicious. Shin Dongli looked at them and wondered if his big sister was serious or joking. Cousin, should we go again tomorrow? Li Chunlin asked carefully. Yes, go ahead. Bring more people. If someone falls into a snowdrift, others can help pull them out. If they can't, at least someone will be there to keep them company and not feel lonely. Now, everyone was sure that Shin Dongyue was angry. After hesitating for a moment, Shun Rand pushed Li Chunlin forward. Li Chunlin looked around at the group of untrustworthy people and signaled with his eyes, Why me? Shin Dongli grinned and thought to himself, Everyone knows that big sister treats you the best. But Li Chunlin was too honest and muttered, Cousin, why don't you take me? I can carry the prey for you. Shin Dongyue felt a headache coming on and shouted, Everyone run around the mountain village. 20 laps before you can eat. Shin Dongli took a group of confused young boys to run, braving the wind and snow. As they ran, he started to feel something was wrong. Dongli, is Sister Dongyue angry because we went down the mountain without telling her? Erwa asked. Shun Dongli rolled his eyes and said, Could it be she's mad because we didn't ask her to come with us? Erwa was surprised and said, If Sister Dongyue had just told us, we would have gone to call her. Aren't we afraid to do that? Shin Dongli looked at Erwa with confusion. His mind was simple and straightforward. Li Chunlin also came over and said, Cousin, I think Sister Dongyue is angry because we went down the mountain without permission. That day, Dongli said she promised to wait until the snow stopped before taking us into the forest. But we went without telling anyone. Shun Dongli nodded. This was the most reasonable guess so far. After the group finished 20 laps, they gathered around Shin Dongyue. Shin Dongyue and the others had finished eating and were sitting on the kong, looking out the window. Shin Dongli stepped forward and said, Big sister, we know what we did wrong. Shin Dongyue nodded and asked, Tell me. Big sister, you're angry because we went down the mountain without telling our family, right? Shin Dongyue turned around, looked at Shin Dongli, then at the others behind him, and asked, Do you know how that pig you found died? Shin Dongli and the others looked at each other and said, Yes, it froze to death. Shin Dongyue smirked and said, Why couldn't that pig run away? Shin Dongli hesitated and said, Is it because the hole was too big and it couldn't escape? Do you know why I waited until the snow stopped and the ice froze before taking you into the forest? Shin Dongyue asked. Everyone shook their heads. Actually, snow isn't cold when it falls, but after it falls and quickly freezes, the temperature drops a lot. Recently, it has been snowing every day, and when the temperature drops enough, the snow begins to freeze. Under our feet, the snow has frozen and thawed several times. When it freezes, if you're not careful and fall into a snow hole, you can't get out easily. These young boys finally understood why Shin Dongyue punished himself. Thinking about it, they felt a bit scared and hurriedly promised never to do it again. Shin Dongyue waved his hand, telling them to go back. The next morning, Shin Dongyue called Shin Dongli and the boys. Soon, everyone was there. Shin Dongyue took an axe and cut a piece of wood into suitable-sized boards. He smoothed them with a knife, then tied them with a rope to his feet. He also made 2 thin sticks to help keep his balance. The boys watched Shin Dongyue make this strange device. When he finished, Shin Dongyue finally smiled and said to them, "Watch closely." He stood on the 2 wooden boards holding a stick. He pressed it against the ground, used his strength, and pushed off, flying forward. The snowboard slid back and forth on the mountain village's snow. Everyone was amazed because Shin Dongyue could turn easily without falling or crashing into anything, and he was very fast. The villagers came out to watch the fun. When they saw it, they were stunned. Shin Dongyue spun around a few times and then stopped. He said to Shin Dongli and the others, "Make your own tools. When you can slide as smoothly as I do, then we can go down the mountain." He explained the key points of the movement and told them what to do if they fell, to protect themselves. He threw the snowboard onto the ground and told them to copy what he did, then turned and went back inside. "Dongli, can our sister fly on snow?" Yang Ziqing whispered. Shin Dongli looked surprised and said, "This is the first time I've seen it too." A dozen people in the snow worked on the tools for about 2 hours. When they finished, it was already dark. The next morning, they saw the boys carefully standing on the snowboards, ready to slide. Before they could start, one of them fell down. Everyone burst into laughter. Yang Ziqing, feeling a bit proud, said, "Don't laugh at me yet. If you think you can do better, try it." Everyone looked at me and I looked at them. We all stood up carefully, but none of us could keep steady, and we all fell down. Yang Zi chuckled and said, "See, no one should laugh at anyone. We are all the same." Shin Dongli looked serious and didn't want to act like Yang Zi. He slowly stood up, raised his stick, but then he fell right away. A group of young boys got excited. They went behind the house, helped each other stand up, and thought they wouldn't fall again. But after just a few steps, they fell again. Shin Dongli frowned and asked, "What should we do? We can't even stand steadily. How can we be like my sister? How did Sister Dongyue teach us yesterday?" "Does anyone remember clearly?" Erwa asked. Li Chunlin raised his hand and said, "I remember, but I don't know how to do it." "Quick, say it again. Let's think about it together." While they kept practicing, Shin Dongyue also started thinking. These young boys just can't sit still. If they stay quiet for a few days, they will find ways to cause trouble. We need to figure out how to keep them busy so they don't cause trouble and can learn something. I need to think about this carefully. They practiced together and finally managed to slide about 10 meters. Shin Dongli looked proud and shouted to the people behind him, "Like snails, did you walk 10 meters yet?" As soon as he finished speaking, he slipped and fell again. The people behind laughed out loud and said to Shin Dongli, "We told you to be proud. First, stand steady." From a distance, Shin Dongyue saw them laughing and joking. Shin Dongli looked like he was just as guilty. Suddenly, he had a good idea to tease them. Shin Dongyue turned around and went to see the village head. The village head was happily looking out the window, smoking his big pipe, thinking, "These naughty boys. Finally someone can teach them a lesson. Dongyue is here. Come in quickly," the village head said when he saw Shin Dongyue. The village head's wife hurried down from her bed, brought some dried fruit in a box, and said, "Dongyue, you don't come often. Eat something. I just picked these from the forest." Shin Dongyue smiled and said, "Annie, no need to trouble. I just want to talk to Uncle Village Head for a moment. I'll leave soon." The wife of the village head chuckled and said, "Eat while you talk. I won't disturb you." Shin Dongliang smiled and asked, "Uncle, does Shiming know how to write characters?" The village chief nodded and said, "He learned, but not very well." "Bai Chi is a good name. That's okay. As long as you can recognize and write, it's enough. I see those young boys are always causing trouble. During this winter, since everyone is at home, why not learn some characters?" Shin Dongyue suggested. The village chief didn't immediately agree. He asked, "They're all farmers. Even if they learn, they probably won't take the imperial exams route. They might not be very interested." Shin Dongyue raised an eyebrow and asked, "Uncle, when you sent Shiming to school, was it for the exams?" The village chief nodded and said, "Yes. Our family is doing a bit better now, so I thought about letting Shiming try. Maybe I could become the head of the family again. But unfortunately, Shiming isn't very talented, and he hasn't learned well." Shin Dongyue didn't press him further. After saying goodbye, he called over a dozen people who were practicing sliding on snowboards. Would you like to learn how to write? Shin Donghua asked directly. Everyone was surprised and looked at each other uncertainly. Among them, Shin Dongliang, Yang Ziqing, and Li Chunlin knew how to read and write. However, Shin Dongliang only knew a few simple characters. After the old master of the Shin family passed away, no one taught him anymore. He had already forgotten most of it. Yang Ziqing was the best student among them and had gone beyond just practicing writing. Li Chunlin had been sent to school since he was young. He had been studying for 4 years before fleeing from hardship. Erwa was the first to gather courage and said, Sister Dongyue, I don't want to learn. I'm a farmer's son. In the future, I'll just farm. I won't need that. Shin Donghua nodded and said, That's right. If you don't need it, then at worst, you won't have any special skills in your life. You won't even be able to buy an acre of land. Even if you do, you'll just sign with your mark, and if someone cheats you, you'll have to accept it. Erwa was stunned, and the others were also surprised. Shin Donghua had never spoken such serious words before. This was the first time. Shunmeng, do you want to farm in the future too? She asked. Seeing Erwa discouraged, Shunmeng quickly denied, Sister Dongyue, I want to do business. Shun Donghua nodded and said, Doing business requires understanding contracts. If you can't even read a single character, losing money could be easy. Not waiting to see if Shinmeng was willing, he continued, Who will be the second person to agree to practice calligraphy after Shinmeng? Shinmeng, dazed, was grouped into the agree pile. Shin Dongli, what do you want to do in the future? Shin Dongyue asked. Big sister, I want to be a general, lead soldiers into battle, charge forward, Shin Dongli said seriously. Shin Donghua hadn't expected this and nodded in approval. Good, Shin Dongli is the second. Shin Dongli looked confused and asked, Big sister, do you need to practice calligraphy to fight in battles, planning armies, and handling official documents? Do you think any of that doesn't require calligraphy? If a foreigner hands you a peace treaty and insults you inside, you can still praise yourself. Shin Dongli was shocked, so it's not just about charging into battle? Who else? Shun Beiqing, what about you? Seeing everyone else had given in, Shun Beiqing hurriedly said, Yuejia, I want to practice calligraphy. Shin Donghua smiled and praised, You have awareness. Then she added, If no one objects starting tomorrow, I will find someone to teach you for an hour in the morning and an hour in the afternoon. If you don't want to learn, fine. Farming and herding don't require martial skills, so don't bother. Everyone go back to your own homes and do your own things. That's good. After speaking, Shin Donghua turned and left. Erwa stood there, about to cry, realizing he had made Sister Donghua angry. Shin Dongli patted Erwa's shoulder, feeling sympathetic, and said, You fool. Can't you see the situation? Shun Beiqing knows when to change his strategy if things look bad. You should be like that with my sister. Shun Beiqing, standing nearby, blushed deeply. Was that praise or an insult? Erwa pouted, feeling wronged, and asked, What should I do? Does Sister Donghua not want me to follow her anymore? No, she can't do that. She cares about us. She wouldn't so easily let you just farm all day. Otherwise, there's no point in teaching you so much. But after being with us for so long, you're still so clueless. When she asks a question, can you be the first to answer? No, you have to wait until she points to someone, then observe what she wants, and then choose. Erwa looked confused and asked, If Sister Donghua doesn't say she wants me to practice calligraphy, how am I supposed to know what she wants me to do? Everyone shook their heads upon hearing this. This blockhead just doesn't get it. Yang Ziqing moved closer to Li Chunlin and asked curiously, Why don't you want to? Shouldn't you be happy? I heard that children who go to school are very admired in the village. Li Chunlin nodded vigorously in agreement. Erwa looked speechless and said, Didn't you see Brother Shimming when he first went to school? The village chief chased him for 2 miles and beat him. He was so upset he cried and didn't want to go anymore. He said the teacher hit him with a stick, and we saw his hand was swollen like a bun. Shimming's younger brother, Shen Shifeng, nodded in support, which made everyone else agree and nod. Erwa pointed at Shen Dongli and said, You can talk about Dongli. His old master also chased him and beat him for a long time before he could sit steadily at home. Shindongli looked grim and glanced at everyone around him. He chuckled and said, "I'll go tell my older sister that you all want to practice writing at night." Then he turned to leave. But Erwa and Shun Beicheng held him back, stopping him. Yang Ziqing and Li Chunlin looked at each other, thinking, is it really that serious? Shindongli, being held back, had to say, "Hurry up and tell your parents. Also, explain my sister's reason. Not learning to read and write is really not good. Don't let my big sister be a good person who's misunderstood." The young boy shouted, "No way. When has Sister Dongyue ever hurt us? Our parents trust her more than us now." That was true. And the chance to learn to write for free was really, as the village chief said, if they didn't want to learn, they were really ungrateful. Most villagers, after hearing this, happily took food from their homes and brought it to the old lady. They saved a lot of silver each year on school fees. Not wanting to learn was really unwise. Meanwhile, Shindongyue went directly to find Li Chunxian and asked him to teach these people to read and write. Li Chunshuan's face turned red, and he stammered, I can't do it myself." "Well, learning from a scholar isn't hard." "It's really not hard." Shindongyue smiled and said, "Just teach them to recognize characters and write. Teach 20 characters in the morning and 20 in the afternoon. The rest don't worry about. If they don't want to learn properly, just leave it to me." Li Chunxian was still a bit hesitant. Shindongyue frowned and said, "You teach for 3 months, and in return, you get 1 wild boar each month. Is that okay?" Li Chunxian quickly waved his hands and said, No. That's not what I mean." Shindongyue immediately agreed and said, "Then it's settled starting tomorrow." After saying that, Shindongyue turned and walked away. Li Chunxian smiled bitterly behind her. She has a strong personality. Yang Zi watched Shindongyue talking to Li Chunxian from afar. He felt uncomfortable and anxious. He stopped Shindongyue on the road. "Is something wrong?" Shindongyue asked curiously. Yang Zi looked serious and said, "I heard from Ziqing that you want someone to teach the villagers to read." Shindongyue nodded and said, "So they won't get bored and restless." Yang Zi coughed and said, "Why not come to me? Is there anyone here with better knowledge than I have?" Shindongyue thought Yang Zi must be a bit crazy. Why would a noble young man want to teach children to read? Seeing Shindongyue silent, Yang Zi thought she didn't believe him. He said, "You may not have taken the imperial exam, but I was taught by famous teachers when I was young. If I took the exam now, I might still become a scholar." Shindongyue looked at Yang Zi with confusion and asked, "Are you very free?" Yang Zi instinctively felt that wasn't a good thing to say, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. "I do have some free time. If you need anything, just ask." Shindongyue paused and then said to Yang Zi, "Do you have any iron or materials suitable for making weapons?" Yang Zi immediately wondered what Shindongyue was planning this time. "Some, not much. Enough to make about 10 arrows." "Do you need it?" Shindongyue nodded and said, "Can you give it to me?" "I need it." Yang Zi smiled and said, "Sure, I can give it to you. But I need to teach them calligraphy first." Shindongyue looked helpless and stared at Yang Zi, thinking, "You must be seriously ill." She turned to leave. Yang Zi called after her. Shindongyue looked back in confusion and asked, "Is there something else?" Yang Zi hesitated and asked, "Where are you planning to go in the south?" Shindongyue had no specific destination. She just wanted to keep walking and stop wherever she felt comfortable later. Usually, the village chief suggested heading south first, so everyone thought the south was the goal. But no one really knew what the south was like. "I haven't decided yet. Do you want to go to the capital with me?"
Yang Zi asked hopefully.
Shindongyue immediately refused. "No, I won't go." Yang Zi's gentle feelings were suddenly blocked. He asked, "Is it because of the villagers? Maybe we can talk to them and ask them to come along." Shindongyue shook her head and said, "No, the villagers can't interfere with my decision. Wherever I want to go, I can go." Yang Zi hurriedly asked, "Then why won't you go? The capital is a good place. You should see it. Even if you go south without a guide, you'll face many problems. If you go to the capital, I can help you arrange the guide." Shindongyue looked calmly at Yang Zi and said, "It's not that the capital is bad. It's just that I have no strong reason to go there. There's no one I must see or be with. Yang Ziyu stood there like he had been struck by lightning, not knowing when Shin Dongyue left. There was no urgent reason to go, and no one she must be with. No one knew about this conversation between the two, and no one understood Yang Ziyu's feelings. In the end, Shin Dongyue went to Wang Laodao's place and asked for the main hall of the mountain village, where they used to hold meetings. It was quite large, so no one could stay inside, mainly because setting up beds there was too difficult. The next morning, Shin Dongyue asked Shin Dongli to gather people and go to the big hall. Everyone looked at each other, then glanced at the two teachers standing nearby. Yang Ziyu and Li Chunxian both looked a bit uncomfortable. They looked at each other, and then at Shin Dongyue. Discuss among yourselves what you want to teach. Don't repeat the same things. One morning, one afternoon, that's perfect, Shin Dongyue said. In the end, Yang Ziyu would teach in the morning, and Li Chunxian in the afternoon. They discussed what to teach, trying not to repeat. Yang Ziyu looked at his older brother with a helpless expression, wondering if he still wanted to be a teacher. He thought, should I show the ladies in the capital how awkward my brother looks? Maybe they would be even more attracted to him if they saw how uncomfortable he is. Yang Ziyu first recited the three-character classic by himself, then explained its meaning to each of the young boys. Shin Dongyue was in a rare good mood, playing with small stones beside him. Whenever anyone made a small move, a stone was thrown at them, hitting perfectly and quite painfully. The boys were so scared that they straightened up, afraid of angering Shin Dongyue. They listened carefully and didn't dare to slack off. Yang Ziyu felt sad, thinking that Shin Dongyue had just refused him, yet she was in such a good mood. It confirmed that she didn't have feelings for him. An hour passed. Yang Ziyu stopped explaining and looked at Shin Dongyue. Shin Dongyue stood up, waved her hand, and signaled the boys to leave. Everyone hurried out quickly, not daring to stay. Who can slide on the snow for the time it takes to burn an incense stick? Shin Dongyue asked. No one dared to answer, looking at each other. Shin Dongyue snorted and asked again, how much of what Yang Ziyu just said do you remember? Yang Ziyu, along with Li Chunlin, had learned these before, but he didn't dare to speak up now. No one responded. Not bad. Some of you are taught to read and write, but don't study hard. Those learning martial arts still can't do it, Shin Dongyue said patiently. She continued, are you all as dull as wood? She then demonstrated again how to slide on the snow, pointing out the key points, then left the ski board and walked away. A dozen boys stood in the snow, looking at each other, all confused. Dongli, do you think Sister Dongyue is still angry? Maybe, because I said I didn't want to learn to read yesterday? Erwa asked. Shin Dongli shook his head and said, my sister isn't that petty. Just practice quietly. Meanwhile, Shin Dongyue went to find Yang Ziyu. She straightforwardly said if you want to teach them to read, it's not about explaining the meaning, just about being able to read and write. You can't become an expert in a day. In 3 months, being able to recognize 1,000 characters is good enough. You don't need to understand the meaning. Yang Ziyu, already feeling down because Shin Dongyue had refused him, saw her come and felt hopeful. But his poetic mood was quickly dashed. The snow has been falling for over a month and shows no signs of stopping. Recently, it has become lighter, but the sky remains dark and cloudy, with no sunlight. This lack of sunshine makes people who haven't seen the sun in a long time feel sad for no reason. The snow continued to fall off and on for several days, but now it has finally stopped. The weather cleared up. The village leader and villagers swept the snow off the roofs again. The snow on the ground was already cleared, but a thick layer of ice remained. Walking on it requires great care. Shindong has started learning to read and write. Every day, he practices on a homemade sand tray on the ground. His skiing is improving too. He can now glide for a while and protect himself well when he falls. However, Shin Dongyue no longer holds small stones to watch them. Yang Ziyu often feels disappointed because Shin Dongyue's interest in learning wanes, making teaching them to read less exciting. Li Chunxian interacts with Yang Ziyu daily and has noticed some clues. He feels a bit sorry for Yang Ziyu because this path is not easy. Shin Dongyue doesn't know about these young boys' thoughts and continues to do her own thing, as usual. She takes out the materials she got from Yang Ziyu for making weapons and tinkers with them. Shen Dongning sees this and wonders, "Big sister, what are you doing?" "I'm making something for you. I'll finish it soon." Yang Ziyu just returned to his room and saw Yang Ziqing running back, rummaging through boxes for something. "Remember to put things away after you're done, and don't always look for Uncle Hai," Yang Ziyu said casually, while flipping through a book. "Big brother, where did Uncle Hai put my bow and arrow? I want to use them," Yang Ziqing said as he searched. "Staying in this village all day, what do you need a bow and arrow for?" "Be careful not to hurt anyone," Yang Ziyu replied, sitting upright. Yang Ziqing grinned and said, "Big brother, Sister Dongyue said we're going hunting tomorrow. I want to try my luck with the bow and arrow. The snow covers the ground, and there are no stones left to pick up. My bow and arrow have an advantage. Maybe I can get something good." Yang Ziyu's eyes widened and asked, "Tomorrow?" "I want to go too." Yang Ziqing looked annoyed and said, "No, we're going on skis."
How will you go?
"Do you know how? What if you fall into a hole? I don't want to fish you out. You ungrateful little thing. Do you still want your bow and arrow?" Yang Ziyu threatened. "You just like to scare me, acting like a little kitten in front of Sister Dongyue, being two-faced. When I become stronger after throwing stones, I won't care about bows and arrows. Everything can be a weapon, as Sister Dongyue says," Yang Zi said proudly to Yang Ziyu. Yang Ziyu let out a small sound and was about to put on his shoes to go outside. Seeing the situation was not good, Yang Ziqing also stopped searching for things, kicked his leg, and ran out. Uncle Hai watched the two young masters becoming more village-like, shook his head with a smile. The snow was now very solid. Even if the ground was once a pit, now it was covered with a thick layer of ice, and people could walk on it easily. Shen Dongyue was wearing a simple pair of skis, holding an iron rod against the ground, moving steadily. The younger boys had also trained in advance to avoid obstacles on the road. Since the forest had no steep slopes, they moved faster than usual. Shen Dongyue watched happily as everyone quickly and steadily skied past her, which was exactly what she wanted. Then she slightly frowned and looked back at Yang Ziying, who was dragging Yang Ziyu. "Dongyue sister, wait for me," Yang Ziqing said tearfully. His older brother was like a burden, insisting on coming along, even though he had never practiced skiing. Now he could only try to keep his balance and hold on to Yang Ziyu. Yang Ziyu's face was very red, full of embarrassment and frustration. Being treated like a burden was one thing, but embarrassing himself in front of Dongyue was another. If he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have come. Now he's really in a tough spot. Shen Dongyue crossed her arms and looked at the two brothers, asking, "What are you two here for? Do you want to go back first?" "No, okay," both spoke at the same time. Yang Ziqing looked at his brother with tears in his eyes and said, "Big brother, I don't want to go back. I've been in the mountain village for almost 2 months. Yang Ziyu avoided eye contact and said, "Later, wherever you want to go, Big brother will take you." "I don't want that. I only want Sister Dongyue to take me, and I want to go into the forest today." Yang Ziyu looked like he was begging Yang Ziqing, and Yang Ziqing pouted and lowered his head, reluctantly nodding and saying, "All right then." Shen Dongyue found the scene amusing and loudly said, "I'll help you." Yang Ziyu looked up in disbelief, asking Shen Dongyue with wide eyes. Shen Dongyue broke a branch from a nearby tree and held it out toward Yang Ziyu. "Want to go together?" Shen Dongyue asked. Yang Ziyu smiled happily, like flowers blooming in spring. Shen Dongyue blinked and also smiled slightly. Yang Ziyu cheered loudly and ran toward the group of young boys. Shen Dongyue's hand was steady, and Yang Ziyu reacted quickly. Since they practiced martial arts, even if they couldn't walk smoothly on ice, at least when supported by someone, they could avoid embarrassing themselves. It was just a matter of being a little slower. A dozen people hurried southwest, occasionally dodging trees. The ice and snow had frozen the grass and thorns underneath, so they didn't need to clear the path. Soon, Shen Meng found a wild chicken under the ice and proudly grinned at everyone. Shen Dongli looked disgusted and asked, "Are you going to break the ice just for a wild chicken?" Shen Meng stopped smiling and explained, "No, I just wanted to tell you all that I have good eyesight." Shen Dongli patted Shen Meng's shoulder and said, then you can handle finding the prey. I mainly want to find a fox to make a scarf for my mother. I rely on you. Yangzi stepped forward and also patted Shinmeng's shoulder, saying, I want to eat deer meat. Erwa came over to pat Shinmeng's shoulder, but was brushed aside. Shinmeng said, I only have 2 eyes, and I can't look everywhere at once. Erwa was stunned and said, I was going to help you find things too, but it seems I don't need to now. Then he moved ahead. Shinmeng looked surprised and asked Shin Beiqing nearby, did Erwa suddenly realize something? Is he starting to change for the worse? Shin Beiqing held back his laughter, patted Shinmeng's shoulder, and said, if possible, help find a wild boar. My mother says the bones make good soup. Shinmeng quickly turned to look at Shin Beiqing, who was already running ahead, and couldn't believe it. Not long after, Shinmeng really found a wild boar that had fallen into a snow hole and was frozen solid. Shinmeng was excited and said proudly to Shin Beiqing, it's yours now. Go ahead and smash it. Shin Beiqing refused outright and said, we just left not long ago. I don't want to carry this now. When we return, I will find a way to get it. Shinmeng was surprised and asked, can you find it again? Shin Beiqing hesitated and replied, I think so. Shin Dongli looked doubtful and said, that's unlikely. You can't tell the trees apart after a few steps. You might not find your way back. They all look the same. I think we should dig it up now. Shin Beiqing looked unhappy and asked Shin Dongyue, Sister Dongyue, when we come back, will we walk through here? Not necessarily. Shin Dongyue replied. Shin Beiqing looked disappointed and muttered, so, Sister Dongyue also doesn't know the way back. Shin Dongyue chuckled and said, trying to provoke me? It won't work. But I can teach you how to tell directions in the forest. A dozen people gathered around to listen. In the forest, knowing the land well is very important. It's easy to get lost inside. The main thing is to observe your surroundings. First, find a big tree and climb up to see if there's anything noticeable nearby. Second, look at the tree bark. Smooth bark usually faces south. Rougher bark is on the back. Shin Dongyue continued, of course, this is where the sunlight reaches. There are many places where sunlight doesn't get. It's best to climb a tree and look around. Even if you find our original starting point, it doesn't mean you can walk back the same way. You need to observe carefully. You can mark your way, break a branch, or scratch a mark. Shin Dongli asked, what if none of that works? Shin Dongyue said firmly, tree canopies are different sizes. The bigger one faces south, the smaller one north. When the sun rises, it's even easier to tell, Shin Dongyue explained in detail. Actually, old Uncle Zhuang had taught everyone a little before, mostly from his own experience, but very little. Now, with a dozen young people listening, everyone fell silent, paying close attention to what Shin Dongyue just said. Erwa, tell me, which way is this? Shin Dongyue pointed in a direction. Erwa looked at the bark and said, Sister Dongyue, that's north. Good. Keep observing. Let's go find some game, Shin Dongyue said. Every so often, Shin Dongyue would point to someone and ask them to identify the direction. Luckily, everyone paid close attention and could still tell which way was which. Yang Ziyu held Shin Dongyue's hand, or rather the branch in his hand, and listened carefully, gaining a lot of knowledge. Not long after, a weak deer came over. The group of a dozen people looked at each other, but no one went to catch it. The deer was a herbivore, and because of the heavy snow, many grasses were frozen solid. The deer had no food, and was even nibbling on tree bark. They went around and walked for a long time without seeing any other prey. Everyone felt disappointed. It was a rare chance to find something. Suddenly, Yang Ziyu snapped a piece off a stick and struck a patch of grass under a tree. There was a cracking sound, and he hit it. Shin Mengli moved closer to check. It ran away, injured but escaped, Shin Mengli said. Yang Ziyu looked at Shin Dongyue and said, it's a snow fox. Hard to spot. Shin Dongyue stared at Yang Ziyu and asked, what if it ran away? Yang Ziyu awkwardly suggested, maybe we can follow its tracks. Shin Dongyue nodded and said, let's go see. There were some bloodstains and tiny paw prints on the ground. Following the tracks, they soon found a dirt burrow. Shin Dongli dug a few times and shook his head at Shin Dongyue. It's not inside. Erwa scratched his head and said, the tracks are here. Shin Dongyue looked at the dirt burrow covered with footprints and then around the area. his eyes fixed on a tree hollow. The entrance was small, about the size of a bowl, surrounded by some wild grass. The ground was slightly higher and not covered with ice, making it a good hiding spot. Shin Dongyue also snapped off a branch, held it in his hand, and signaled Shin Dongli. The small stone was already used up, with no more to add. Shin Dongli slid forward, took off his skis, and kicked the tree trunk with his foot. The trunk shook, and a lot of snow fell off, hitting Shin Dongli in the face. He looked at Shin Dongyue with a speechless expression, only to see Shin Dongyue laughing. The fox still hadn't come out. Shin Dongli was already covered in snow and didn't care anymore. He kicked the tree trunk several more times. A pure white fox suddenly darted out of a hole, changing its path back and forth, running to the side. Shin Dongyue raised his hand and threw a piece of wood at the fox. The fox yelped loudly and fell to the ground, not moving. Shin Dongli stepped forward, picked up the fox, and threw it into the backpack behind him. When the snowboards were inconvenient to carry, they took them off carefully and carried them on their backs as they moved forward. After one trip, they had gathered quite a bit. Shin Dongyue looked at the sky, waved his hand, and about a dozen people smoothly slid back toward their camp. Back at the place where they stored the wild boar, Shin Dongyue looked back at Shin Beicheng and signaled him. "It's up to you now." Shin Beicheng stepped forward to check, then looked at the iron rod in Shin Dongyue's hand, full of anticipation. Shin Dongyue jokingly threw the iron rod over. The young boys thought this broken iron rod was the best weapon, and each tried to find reasons to borrow it. Shin Beicheng happily took it, looked at it a few times, then used it to chip at the ice surface. With some effort, he found a thinner spot on the ice, and after a few hits, the ice cracked open. Several people moved forward and lifted the frozen wild boar onto their shoulders. Shin Beicheng reluctantly returned the iron rod to Shin Dongyue, then grinned proudly at the others. The frozen wild boar was heavy and hard to lift. Luckily, they had learned from previous experience, so the process went more smoothly. They had left several ropes tied to trees on the hillside of the village. After walking a certain distance, the last person would untie the rope, gather it up, and continue climbing. Otherwise, the slope was too slippery, steep, and lacked leverage points. They didn't know how they managed to climb up last time, but it took a lot of effort. The snowboards had already been taken off and carried on their backs. The villagers seemed trapped in the mountain village. Others couldn't come up, and they couldn't go down. It was sealed off but safe, making for a very peaceful winter. The snow only started to melt slowly after a month. The roads became muddy, but luckily, the village was on rocky ground, so walking on the snowmelt was uncomfortable. When the snow began to melt, Shin Dongyue and his group didn't leave the village anymore. They stayed at home every day. Shin Dongyue was very free, while Shin Dongli was busy. In the mornings, he practiced calligraphy. In the afternoons, he went for a run. Shin Dongyue built simple barriers with some branches on the hilltop to help Shin Dongli practice every day. The weather was still very cold, and everyone went to bed early at night. In a daze, Shin Dongyue suddenly heard a faint sound running past. No, this footsteps clearly sounded like someone trained in martial arts. Shin Dongyue sat up, put on his clothes, picked up the iron rod at the door, and said to Shin Dongli, who was also awake, "Watch over Nai and Dongning. Don't come out." Shin Dongli was used to Shin Dongyue's words and nodded seriously. Shin Dongyue quickly slipped out. As soon as he stepped outside, he heard Yang Ziyu softly call from nearby, "Dongyue, go back inside." Yang Ziyu held a sword, with guards Yang Yi and Yang Er beside him. Opposite them stood about a dozen people in black clothes. The people in black had already noticed Shin Dongyue. They waved their hands behind him, and two of them ran toward Shin Dongyue. Yang Ziyu saw this and immediately rushed over, but was stopped by the leader of the black-clad group. "She's not one of mine. Don't involve innocent people," Yang Ziyu said urgently. The black-clad leader responded in a low, hoarse voice, "Whether innocent or not, since you saw us, stay here." Yang Ziyu was anxious. Although Shin Dongyue was very skilled, he had only fought wild animals before and never killed anyone. These were elite guards with high martial arts skills. Any mistake could be deadly or cause serious injury. An arrow shot out, blocking the two black-clad men. Yang Ziyu stood in front of the door, raising his bow and arrow, always alert. Yang Yi barely managed to block the attack of the black-clad leader. Yang Ziyu took the opportunity to slip over to Shen Dongyue and protect him behind his back. Seeing this, the black-clad leader waved his hand and ordered his men to surround them. Shen Dongyue silently pushed Yang Ziyu, who looked a bit embarrassed. Two black-clad men rushed forward to attack. Yang Ziyu swung his sword, blocking one of them. When he saw the other black-clad man heading toward Shen Dongyue, he turned back to shield him. Shen Dongyue just stood there, watching Yang Ziyu hurriedly protect him. He sighed silently, picked up the iron rod, and swung it at one of the black-clad men, but the man dodged quickly. Shen Dongyue pulled back the iron rod and immediately swung it again, like a wild boar fighting style. The man in black was hit and fell to the ground, losing consciousness. The leader of the black-clad men stood firm, staring at Shen Dongyue with a very unpleasant smile. He said, "Interesting. It seems young Master Yang found a skilled protector." Shen Dongyue curled his lips and said to the leader, "Do you know there's a saying? Bad guys die from talking too much?" The black-clad leader narrowed his eyes, showing a fierce look. He said, "No one has ever been so arrogant in front of me. Today, you won't escape." Shen Dongyue slightly pursed his lips, grabbed a metal rod, and swung it. Since it was so cold outside, there was no need for many words, just action. The black leader was indeed a bit stronger than the previous man. He easily dodged Shen Dongyue's rod and drew his sword to attack. Shen Dongyue blocked with his rod and kicked him. Speed is the key to all martial arts. Only fast enough can break through. The black leader felt a shadow rush past and was kicked away. Shen Dongyue followed quickly, swinging his rod again. After a few moves, the black leader fainted and stopped moving. Shen Dongyue sneered and muttered, "I thought I was pretty impressive." At this moment, Yang Ziyu had been distracted watching Shen Dongyue. Seeing that Shen Dongyue was unharmed, he relaxed and continued fighting the person in front of him. Shen Dongyue placed the rod on the ground and stepped on the black leader's head, watching the fight around him. Without their leader, the black-clad men became chaotic for a while, then gradually calmed down. Yang Yang's arm was injured. When an opponent rushed at him, Yang Yi was in danger. Yang Er wanted to turn back to help but was caught up and couldn't move. Yang Ziyu shot an arrow, but it was dodged. Shen Dongyue raised his arm and threw a stone. The black-clad man was hit, dropping his sword. Yang Yi seized the opportunity and swung his sword. Shen Dongyue kept throwing stones from his sleeve, hitting one after another, none missed. All a dozen black-clad men were subdued. Yang Ziyu waved to the guards, telling them to clean up the mess. He then approached Shen Dongyue, looking a bit helpless, and said, "Sorry for involving you." Shen Dongyue didn't mind and asked, "Will these people come back?" "Not for now. Their actions are secret, and even if they find my whereabouts, not many will know." Shen Dongyue nodded. Yang Ziyu looked steadily at Shen Dongyue and said, "I told you before, once we leave this forest, I will repay my younger brother's life-saving kindness." He took a jade pendant from his waist and handed it to Shen Dongyue. Shen Dongyue took it, looked at it, and asked, "Is it very valuable? Or can I use it to find you if I need help in the future?" Yang Ziyu swallowed hard and said nervously, "I've thought about it for a long time. To repay this kindness, I am willing to give myself." Shen Dongyue was startled and turned to look at Yang Qing, who was still at the door, and said with a strained smile, "No need. He's still a child." Yang Ziyu looked distressed and explained, "It's me, not Yang Qing. I mean myself." Shen Dongyue tried to put the jade back, but Yang Ziyu stopped her and said, "This jade pendant has been with me since I was young. You're the first girl to touch it. Now, it belongs to you." Shen Dongyue snorted and said, "Young Master Yang, you're saying nice things now. A noble son like you, can you really decide your marriage?" Yang Ziyu's face turned red, and he said, "I have made a contribution this time. If I ask for a marriage proposal when I return, I can decide for myself." He then leaned in and whispered, "The attack by the barbarians was something I discovered. I let General Liu spread the word." Shen Dongyue raised an eyebrow and said, "So it was you?" Yang Ziyu, "At least for now, I don't want that. Yang Ziyu's face looked a little uncomfortable, and he said, I know you don't have feelings for me. Can you accept the jade pendant first? If in the end you still haven't found someone you like, maybe you'll consider me. Shen Dongyue shook her head and said, I won't do that. If I really like someone, I will take the initiative. If I don't like them. Shen Dongyue stared at Yang Ziyu. She had never liked anyone before, and no one had ever cared about her this much, so she couldn't really understand such feelings. But seeing Yang Ziyu like this now, she felt a faint sadness in her heart. Feeling uneasy, Shen Dongyue shook her head and said, Are you leaving soon?
Yang Ziyu nodded.
Since those people have already found me, even if they don't come right away, it's no longer safe. If I stay, I might bring trouble to you all. Can you make sure they won't follow you? My biggest worry is that the tribesmen might get the news and come after me. Shen Dongyue frowned. It seemed Yang Ziyu's achievements were related to those tribesmen. Then why hadn't he returned earlier? The roads aren't good for traveling right now, she said. If the tribesmen really come, a small group is fine, but if there are many, it'll be hard to handle. Yang Ziyu frowned slightly and said, I think the best thing is for us to leave together. General Liu in Laixiang City will hold off most of their forces. The tribesmen won't risk a large attack just to chase me. They'll come quietly and not in great numbers. Shen Dongyue nodded. So you mean if we move fast enough, they won't dare to come too deep and won't catch us?
Yang Ziyu quickly nodded.
Yes, that's the best plan for now. Then you should go quickly. Won't the tribesmen just chase after you? Shen Dongyue asked.
Yang Ziyu looked helpless.
To tell you the truth, I discovered important military information about them. Some people in the court are secretly working with them, so they joined forces to hunt me down. The information has already been delivered to someone trustworthy. Now they're only chasing me out of anger. Shen Dongyue nodded. So you're basically a walking problem. Anyone with you will get dragged into trouble.
Yang Ziyu froze.
She was right. He had come to this village because it was hidden in the forest, hard for enemies to find. But now that his location was exposed, staying would only bring danger to others. I need to think this over and talk to the villagers, Shen Dongyue said. As for you, it's best if you leave now. She turned and walked away, leaving Yang Ziyu behind with a bitter smile. At dawn, the marks of the fight on the ground had been cleaned up. Shen Dongyue went to see the village chief and asked directly, Uncle, where are we going in the south? Is there any way to solve the household registration and travel permit issues? The village chief stood up and said, After we reach the south, will the officials from the court send us back? We are going directly to the place, not passing through many checkpoints. That's what we've been trying to avoid by entering the forest repeatedly. Shen Dongyue asked again, What if we are considered vagrants and can't get into the city? The village chief replied, Is that all we can do? Just stand here and wait for death? We are common people, not vagrants. Shen Dongyue calmed down and asked, Uncle, do you think it might be better for us to go straight to the capital? The capital? That's where the emperor lives. If we go there without household registration, it could cause bigger problems, the village chief quickly said. Shen Dongyue analyzed, We are not far from the capital now. We went south originally because the grain there was plentiful, and we hoped life would be better for us. But we have no land, and we're not used to that environment. Our farming skills might not be good enough, he continued, and there's a way to handle the household registration and travel permit for the trip to the capital. What's the way? The village chief asked eagerly. Young Master Yang is willing to help us with this, but the condition is that we can only go to the capital because he has influence there. The village chief frowned and asked, Did you use your favor for saving that young master to get this? Shen Dongyue touched his nose and hesitated before nodding. The village chief trembled as he lit his pipe and said, Dongyue, everyone in the village owes you. Uncle, people are here. Feelings are here. When do we leave? The village chief asked. As soon as possible. We've been living in the mountain village for over 3 months, and spring has arrived. It's time to set out. The village chief nodded and said, If the snow hadn't been so heavy, the news of the barbarian attack might have already spread. Shen Dongyue was also thinking about this. Could this year's heavy snow have blocked the barbarian invasion? The village chief took out his small copper gong and began to strike it, calling everyone together to discuss. A dozen leaders stood at the front, with their family members behind them. This time, I called everyone together to ask if anyone is willing to go to the capital city. The villagers were surprised. The capital city, where the emperor lives, is not a place you can go easily. Now, there is a way to solve the household registration and travel documents to go north. There is no way to go south. Discuss it among yourselves. If you want to go, we will leave together the day after tomorrow. If not, we will part ways. The villagers were noisy, asking the village chief questions. The news was so sudden, with no warning. Just a few days ago, they said the roads were muddy and hard to travel, and now they are talking about changing plans to go to the capital and leaving immediately. One villager asked loudly, "Village chief, why so sudden? The barbarians haven't sent any news. I think the mountain village is quite safe. Maybe we should stay here." Many shared this idea. They were comfortable in the mountain village, not worried about food or attacks from barbarians. The village chief struck a copper bell and said, "Stay?
Dream on.
You might as well go hunting in the woods. Besides, what about rice and flour? Eating only hunted meat every day? Do your children have marriage plans? We just exchange marriages within the village. Think carefully before you speak." The person who asked lowered their head in shame. "Village chief, how is the household registration problem solved? Why can we go to the capital now?" A villager asked. Dongyu's great kindness towards young Master Yang. She used this kindness to give everyone a new chance to survive. We should be grateful. The villagers fell silent. That young Master Yang seemed very wealthy or noble. Dongyu was grateful to him, and they could all go to the capital together. But now, to bring them along, she used her kindness for nothing. This. Grandma Zhao held her grandmother's hand, tears in her eyes. She said, "Such great kindness, how can we repay it?" The old lady hadn't expected Yang Ziyu to be willing to do this. Maybe he had other intentions, but he didn't show any romantic interest in her granddaughter. His unreciprocated kindness moved her. Still, it felt a bit unfair. Since going south was uncertain, and now they have travel documents and household registration, it's better to try going to the capital. In the end, all the villagers agreed to go to the capital. Yang Ziyu smiled broadly, looking in Shindongyue's direction, his lips curling up. Yang Ziyu was reluctant to see his older brother look so silly, so he went to find Shindongli. This time, they were in a hurry to leave. It was almost noon, and they planned to set out the day after tomorrow. Everyone quickly went back to pack their things. They had been here for over 3 months, and not only had they accumulated a lot of stuff, but their original belongings were spread out everywhere. They needed to organize everything carefully. The villagers from the village did not plan to go down the mountain with them. Originally, they had become bandits here because they were forced into a corner and had no other choice. Now, if asked to leave, they wouldn't want to. Shin Dongyue went to find Yang Ziyu and frowned as he said, "I've thought about it a lot, and I think it's better for you to leave first." Yang Ziyu didn't expect that, even after they decided to leave together, Shin Dongyue would still dislike him. He looked at Shin Dongyue with a bit of sadness. Shin Dongyue felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze and said, "How will we find you in the capital?" Yang Ziyu was able to understand what was most important and replied, "I will send someone to guard at the city gate, so don't worry about that." Shin Dongyue nodded and raised his right hand, handing Yang Ziyu something. Yang Ziyu happily took it, thinking it might be a token of love or something similar. To his surprise, it was a small device that looked like a tiny bow and arrow, but not quite. He looked up at Shin Dongyue, asking. Shin Dongyue said, "The materials I asked for last time to make bows and arrows. I plan to make some for Dongning to use for self-defense. I made 2, and I'm giving you 1. Yang Ziyu looked at the item in his hand with confusion. The main part was made of a kind of wood. He remembered Shin Dongyue once said that this wood was very hard. Making something from it required a lot of effort, and the mechanism was made from the materials he provided. Shin Dongyue took it back and demonstrated. He shot a small, sharp arrow that pierced straight through a small tree nearby. Yang Ziyu was amazed by the device, which was small and delicate, but had such great power. Can this be mass-produced?
Yang Ziyu asked.
It's best not to, but you can train a group of people to use it as a surprise weapon. It's good for close-range accuracy, but for longer distances, you still need a bow and arrow. The fewer people who know how to make this, the better, Shin Dongyue replied. Yang Ziyu nodded and said, "All right," then looked at Shin Dongyue. "Use these few arrows sparingly. You're not very skilled in martial arts, so be careful." Yang Ziyu, who is not very skilled in martial arts, feels both frustrated and sweetly happy. The next morning, everyone woke up early to pack their belongings. They only then realized that Yang Ziyu and the others had already left, leaving only Yang Qing behind. The village chief was a bit anxious and came to find Shin Dongyue, asking, "Why did young Master Yang leave early? Isn't he coming with us?" Shin Dongyue was packing his things into a large basket. He straightened up and said, "Yang Ziyu had something to do and left ahead. When we get to the capital, someone will meet us, so no worries." Besides, his brother didn't leave either. "It's fine." The village chief finally relaxed and sighed, then left. This journey was not easy. Everyone worked hard to carry their things down from the mountain stronghold, only to find the road was very muddy. Because they had lost too much time earlier, although everyone was safe and unharmed, they fell behind. The village chief had already said they needed to travel quickly this time and not delay anymore. The snow water was cold, and walking was uneven. Normally, walking should make them sweat, but the cold under their feet kept them from feeling hot. Pushing carts was also difficult. The path had been cleared by the villagers from the mountain stronghold. The ground was flat but muddy, and once the snow melted, it became slippery with wild grass. Originally, it was supposed to be a 2-day journey, but it took 4 days to complete. After crossing this part, everyone looked very disheveled. Shin Dongyue told the village chief to remind everyone not to wash up and to keep going as they were. After walking for another half-day, they saw a village. The villagers had closed their doors tightly, and only faint shadows could be seen flickering through the windows. The village chief found a household and asked about it. The family didn't open the door, but spoke a few words through the window. The village chief returned to the group and said loudly, "We have to walk through this wilderness for half a month before entering the forest. The people here haven't fled from famine, but they are afraid of refugees who have been robbing them recently. It seems we have quite a few refugees ahead. From now on, as Dongyue said, everyone should stay in their designated spots. No sympathy, no showing off wealth. Just stay quiet." The villagers responded loudly, and each took out their dry food to rest. When it was time to continue, the elderly, women, and children stayed in the middle, while the strong young men stood around the outside, some pushing carts, others holding weapons. When Shin Dongyue set out, she had already packed her belongings into a small handcart. This way, she and Dongli could take turns pulling it, and there would still be space for someone to stay alert for emergencies. Doning occasionally came to help switch the load, but she was still too weak, so the elderly woman couldn't sit on the cart. The elderly woman looked at the nearby villagers walking alongside and said, "I'm not useless. I can walk quickly for a while. We just need to rest at noon." They hurried along, covering more than a day's distance. Ahead, they started to see refugees. Most of them were ragged and very thin. Seeing so many people suddenly appear, the villagers hesitated, afraid to approach. But their eyes stayed on what the refugees were pushing, especially since the Li family and horses were with them. It was clear they weren't starving. The villagers clenched their weapons tightly. They didn't stop or look back but kept moving quickly forward. Gradually, a small group of refugees followed behind. The village chief discussed with the old strong man and then ran to Shin Dongyue, asking, "Those people have been following us. What should we do?" Shin Dongyue looked back and said, "They are few in number and afraid to attack. As long as we keep moving fast, they won't catch up. Just stay alert." The village chief nodded, struck a copper bell a few times, and told everyone to speed up. Shin Dongyue carefully placed the elderly woman on the cart and walked steadily ahead. Unexpectedly, after just an hour, the refugees behind had fallen behind, but a large group appeared in front. The village chief waved for everyone to stop and looked across. He frowned slightly and turned to Shin Dongyue, asking, "Why do they seem to be working together?" Shin Dongyue also noticed that these people didn't look like ordinary refugees. Instead, they seemed to be gathered from the same village, much like a band of robbers. Now, they looked more like highway robbers, and there were about 400 or 500 young men. When they stopped, the people in front moved. A leader stepped forward and called out loudly, "Where are you all headed?" The village chief also stepped forward and said, "We're fleeing. We're just going wherever we can. Can we pass through?" The man chuckled and replied, "I'm here to let you pass, but you'll have to do me a favor first." The village chief asked confusedly, "Isn't this road for everyone? What kind of favor do you want?" The man hid his smile and spoke harshly, saying, "I am in charge of this road now. Only if I allow you to pass can you go. As for convenience, leave half of your belongings behind. The rest is a small mercy, giving you a way out. You can ask around. I'm known as the most honest person on this road." Ha! The village chief looked around, and the villagers nearby nodded, gripping their weapons tightly. Shen Dongli stood next to Shen Dongyue and quietly asked, "Big sister, should we be gentle, like when dealing with bandits?" Shen Dongyue smirked and looked at the eager Shen Dongli. She shook her head and said, "Don't kill anyone, but the rest can be rough." Shen Dongli's eyes lit up, and he made a hand signal to the others behind him. The young men, who had been watching, understood the signal and tightened their grips on their weapons. If Yang Ziyu saw this, he would notice that their weapons were made from very tough tree branches, very strong and durable. Shen Dongning also took out a bow and arrow, ready to defend, while recalling her sister's instructions on how to use them. Even the women and children in the middle grabbed hoes or axes. At this moment, stealing grain was like stealing life. Shen Dongyue had already put down her cart and protected the elderly woman and Shen Dongning behind her. She calmly reached into her pocket and pulled out a small stone. Seeing the villager's stance, old master, he knew negotiations had failed. He snorted and said, "It looks like you don't want to cooperate, so don't blame me for being rude." He waved his hand behind him. Just then, a stone shot through the air and hit old master his shoulder. He felt a sharp pain and couldn't move his arm. Sweating and pale, he weakly shouted, Who's attacking my family?" Another stone flew and hit his mouth. "Old master," he groaned, losing a few teeth and spitting out blood. His uninjured arm waved fiercely, and he growled through his broken mouth, "Attack! Kill these people!" Another stone came flying, and now his other arm was also useless. The pain made him kneel on the ground. Seeing this, the others became furious and charged forward. The fight had begun. The villagers formed a big circle, protecting the elderly, women, and children inside, fighting desperately for their families. The dozen or so young boys were the most impressive. They used black sticks, sneaking up to hit with a club or sweep at opponents' legs quickly and skillfully, never wasting time. "If you held me, I would kick you. If you kicked me, I would hit you with a stick." They climbed mountains, played in the snow, and trained daily by running and rolling around, gradually building their strength and fighting skills. Sister Dongyue said, "The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. No matter how you win, as long as you win, it's not a loss." After more than 4 months of training with Shen Dongyue, the results showed. The group across was no match. The villagers saw flashes of sticks, and before they could react, most of the opponents had been knocked down. In just a short time, 300 or 400 people on the other side were all lying on the ground, groaning. Of course, Shen Dongyue had run out of stones to throw, which was a key part of winning. The village chief happily stepped forward and said, "Oh, look at this mess. Why not let people pass peacefully? Instead, it's turned into this. Everyone is busy fleeing. We won't stay any longer. We're leaving now." Old he was in so much pain, he couldn't stand and fainted on the ground. The others, without a leader, couldn't move due to their pain and silently ignored what the village chief said. The villagers picked up their things and hurried on. Some scattered refugees saw the chaos and quickly ran away, afraid of being caught or attacked. When the distant refugees saw this, they realized those people were not easy to deal with and felt lucky they hadn't provoked trouble. The villagers' spirits soared like never before. Every family was busy patting their children on the head, proud and happy. The village chief happily took out his pipe, packed a little tobacco, and took a few satisfying puffs since he had no more supplies. It felt very relaxing. Shin Dongyue, having satisfied his desire for real combat, approached Shin Dongyue and asked, "Big sister, should we take this road? Let's avoid the forest. I think no one can bother us now." Next to him, Shin Meng heard and quickly nodded in agreement. Shin Dongyue chuckled softly and said, "We just finished dealing with the city's travel permits and household registration, and now we forget that there are still several places we can't get through. The reason you can fight the refugees is because over the past few months, they've been eating well and exercising every day. If they can't eat enough and still fight you, what happens if they can't win anymore?" Shin Dongyue looked at the two of them with disdain and said, "Then they are dumber than pigs." Shin Dongli asked, "Can others leave but we can't?" Shin Dongyue looked at her mentally slow brother and asked back, "Are you upset in the forest?" Shin Dongli shook his head blankly. Shin Dongyue then said, "We can go around the city and still find some supplies in the forest. If you stay at the city gate, you might have to wait months for them to open the door for you, and they might not even assign you a place. Do you think just saying you're passing through means they'll let you go?" Shin Dongli and Shin Meng both fell silent, thinking that their older sister's words made the most sense. They always believed she was right. Despite this, everyone's spirits weren't dampened. That night, during the camp setup, they still discussed the matter. Someone said I hit that person several times. Another said I kicked him many times. Another claimed I hit 3 people in total. While sleeping, the village chief arranged 8 people to watch the night, 4 for the first half, 4 for the second. He also warned them to stay alert and not fall asleep, as this was a critical time. They shouldn't relax over small things. Clearly excited over minor issues, the watchmen gradually calmed down and regained their composure. They patted their chests and promised they wouldn't sleep, always paying attention to their surroundings. Shin Dongyue used a handcart to prop up one side, then used Shin Dongli's stick and her own iron rod to support the other side. The 5 of them huddled inside, feeling wronged. Shin Dongli and Yang Ziqing sat nearby, separated by a cloth curtain. There was no choice. This was the best they could do. They weren't in the forest anymore, where they had plenty of sticks to make tents. The ground was muddy, and they couldn't find firewood to cook. Everyone was just enduring it. The damp, cold feeling was very uncomfortable, better than sleeping in a hammock in the forest. Shin Dongning curled up next to Shin Dongyue and slept soundly. In the middle of the night, Shin Dongyue suddenly heard a rustling sound. She got up, lifted the oilcloth, and looked around. She saw a few refugees sneaking in quietly. The villagers quietly followed from behind. Before Shin Dongyue came out of the tent, the villagers grabbed sticks and started hitting. They heard a few painful screams, mixed with the sound of sticks hitting people. The villagers woke up and saw a few refugees who had been following them. They had come in the evening asking for food but were turned away. Now they had sneaked closer. Everyone watched silently as the guards beat the refugees. No one stopped them or spoke. Finally, the village chief shouted, "Enough! Throw these people out. Don't bother with them. Let's get some rest." The villagers felt uneasy. This was different from the bandits blocking the road during the day. These refugees looked very weak, almost skin and bones. But now was not the time for kindness. If they helped one, hundreds or even thousands might come later. They couldn't help everyone. Shin Dongyue lay down and closed her eyes, pretending to sleep. Shin Dongli and Yang Ziqing also quietly lay down, following her example. The next morning, the village chief announced, "We keep moving today." No stopping. The road was mostly open land, flat and wide. The villages along the way had disappeared. Most villagers were still okay because there were many of them and they looked out for each other. Others weren't so lucky. They often saw refugees lying on the ground, with nothing around them. Some might have been robbed, or maybe they had nothing to begin with. No one knew if they were still alive. The village chief led everyone forward silently. They pushed down their sympathy, thinking it was better to keep moving than to see the suffering. What was supposed to be a 2-week journey was shortened by 3 days. By evening, they reached the edge of a forest, and everyone felt relieved. Near the forest edge, there was a small village with just a few families. The village chief went to ask for news. Soon, he returned with a smile and said loudly, I just heard that after crossing this forest, we'll reach the outskirts of the capital. The forest is big, but if we go around it, it will take 2 more months. If we go through, we can save a lot of time." The villagers smiled back, looking hopeful. They looked at each other, feeling a bit of hope. That night, they camped at the edge of the forest. They slept much better than before. Shen Dongli leaned over and sat next to Shen Dongyue, looking at the sky. He rarely spoke at this moment. Shen Dongyue gently patted Shen Dongli's head and asked, "Are you worried about something? Big sister, if we run away to the capital, what will we do there? Continue farming? What's the difference from staying here now? Anyway, there are no barbarians here," Shen Dongli said. Shen Dongyue slightly curled her lips and asked back, "Do you really want to join the army?" Shen Dongli nodded seriously and said, "Yes, I want to join the army, fight the barbarians, and help reduce the number of people like us who have to leave home." Shen Dongyue turned her head away and looked at Shen Dongli, saying, "Joining the army is hard. Can you handle it?" "I can. I can endure hardships and work hard. I don't need your protection anymore. I can take care of myself now." Shen Dongyue chuckled softly and said, "Our family's head has grown up." Shen Dongli's face turned red, and he also smiled. Grandmother listened nearby, shook her head and muttered, "If you want to join the army, you should have done it back in Laixiang City. Why run all the way to the capital? Our family only has you, no backup. If there's no one left, you can't join the army. Things are finally looking better, and now you want to cause trouble again." "I don't agree." Shen Dongli didn't say anything else. He looked at Shen Dongyue with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Shen Dongyue smiled at Shen Dongli, but said nothing. Some words are better left unsaid for now. Shen Dongli was still too young, so it was understandable that grandmother didn't agree. The next day, they entered the forest. Everyone seemed much more relaxed, no longer needing the village chief to arrange things. They only asked the strong old man to help guide the way. The old man's son muttered, "I can also tell the way now." "We all can. We're not worse than you." The old man slapped him and said gruffly, "You want to take over your father's job? I finally found something to do." "What's wrong?" "Planning to follow in my footsteps so early." The old man's son looked disgusted and said, "I will do great things in the future. I won't do the work you're doing now." The old man laughed loudly and said, "Good. I'll wait to enjoy the benefits." Someone was leading the way ahead, taking turns every half hour. This time, entering the forest was harder than last time because there were no clear paths, only wandering and feeling the way forward. Old Zhuang felt a bit embarrassed and said to the villagers behind him, "I didn't expect there to be such a big hole here. We will have to take a longer route around." "Sorry, everyone," a villager behind him chuckled and said, "Old Zhuang, you're so polite, it's a bit strange." "Right, everyone?" Everyone responded in agreement. Old Zhuang laughed loudly and said, "It's just you who talks like that. I haven't had a good adventure in a while. How about I send the kids out for a walk?" Now, each family's mischievous kids had become quite valuable. They used to be the most unruly and least favored, but now they had become proud. Their parents often took them out to show off or just have fun. Shen Dong was eager and looked nearby, then at Shen Dongyue. Shen Dongyue smiled and nodded, saying, "Spring animals can be tricky. Be careful. Take the bow and crossbow from Dongning. If you can't handle it, just shout loudly, and I will come to help." Shen Dongli was happy and nodded, then ran off with the other boys. The villagers also stopped their journey, took out pots, and started boiling water. The village chief was happily waiting for his son to bring back some supplies, so he could start cooking. Shen Dongning pouted and didn't want to go. Shen Dongyue saw this and patted his forehead, saying, "Come on, where do you want to go? I'll take you." Shen Dongning turned away and ignored Shen Dongyue. Shen Dongyue looked at the old lady and begged, but she just smiled happily and said, "Who caused trouble? Who needs comforting? I don't have a way." Shen Dongyue rubbed her face and remembered that she had promised to take Shen Dongning out for a walk. But Shen Dongning didn't learn how to use skis, so she didn't take him. Later, Shen Dongyue apologized and gave him a bow and crossbow, promising to take him into the woods. She still hadn't done that. Yang Ziyu and his guards weren't here. Shen Dongyue was worried about the villagers, so she usually stayed close to them. That's why she still hadn't paid off her debt. Shin Dongyue was trying to think of ways to cheer up her sister, while Shin Dongli and the others ran into trouble. Spring animals are usually aggressive. They've been hungry all winter and are now looking for food. A tiger had spotted Shin Dongli and the others and was lurking nearby, slowly approaching. Shin Dongli and the others felt there were too few prey here. Shin Dongli, carrying a few wild chickens, was in high spirits, thinking of finding more prey. As they got closer, Shin Dongli suddenly stopped. A colorful tiger crouched low, watching them. When it saw Shin Dongli notice it, it lunged straight at them. Shin Dongli shouted, "Be careful." Their long-standing teamwork made the young boys immediately alert. They rolled to the side. Yang Ziqing at the front quickly stepped back a few paces. Shin Dongli rushed forward, grabbed Yang Ziqing, and rolled away together, dodging the attack. The tiger missed its first strike and quickly turned around, charging at Shin Dongli and Yang Ziqing again. Shin Dongli shot an arrow, but it was a small bow, so the arrow hit the tiger but didn't kill it. Angered by the pain, the tiger became more furious and bit at Shin Dongli. Shin Dongli protected Yang Ziqing but was bitten on the shoulder because he couldn't dodge in time. Shin Dongli used his strength to stab a wooden stick into the tiger, but the angle was wrong, and it only scratched the fur. Seeing Shin Dongli hurt, Yang Ziqing drew his sword and tried to stab the tiger but missed. Next to them, Shin Meng swung his stick. Shin Shifeng also struck with his stick. The tiger, in pain, let go of Shin Dongli and charged at Shin Meng again. Shin Meng quickly circled around a tree and swung his stick to hit the tiger. Shin Beiqing stepped forward quickly to support Shin Meng. Now the tiger was the target of multiple attacks, getting hit here and there. Shin Dongli's right shoulder hurt badly. Although his snakeskin coat protected him from the tiger's sharp teeth, his bones weren't broken, but his flesh was painfully bruised. Yang Ziqing's eyes turned red. He was about to attack the tiger. Shin Dongli grabbed Yang Ziqing and said, "Calm down. You're too impulsive now." Yang Ziqing looked at Shin Dongli's shoulder, clenched his teeth, and said, "Wait until I get some tiger meat for our wine." Then he charged forward. Shin Dongli muttered, "Is tiger meat tasty?" but immediately winced in pain. Yang Ziqing joined in, with 3 people attacking the tiger while others kept watch. After a while, Yang Ziqing stabbed his sword into the tiger's belly. The tiger roared and fell to the ground, twitching a few times before stopping. They looked at each other and smiled, then ran over to Shin Dongli, looking at him with concern. Shin Dongli's face was pale as he casually said, "My sister gave me a snakeskin coat. You all know, right? It makes me invincible." "Don't worry," Yang Zi lightly asked. "Then why do you look so pale?" The others nodded in agreement. Shin Dongli looked pained and said, "Tigers can't bite through bones, but their teeth hurt my flesh." Everyone finally relaxed and felt relieved. Unintentionally, they no longer wanted to hunt. A few people carried the tiger together and dragged Shin Dongli, who was injured, back home. When villagers saw they had fought a tiger, they were more shocked than when Shin Dongyue first amazed everyone. Suddenly, villagers started talking excitedly, realizing Shin Dongyue had trained people so well in such a short time. The group of young boys went straight to Shin Dongyue. Seeing everyone with drooping heads and no excitement about catching the tiger, she raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who got hurt?" Shin Dongli stepped forward, holding his arm. Shin Dongyue saw there was no blood on his clothes and knew the snakeskin coat had protected most of his injuries. She snorted and said, "First time out hunting alone, and you come back injured." "How impressive." The others lowered their heads even more. Yang Zi stepped forward and said, "Sister Dongyue, Dongli was hurt trying to save me." Shin Dongyue nodded and said, "That shows both of you need more training. Starting today, add an extra hour of practice." Shin Dongli pouted and said, "Big sister, my arm hurts." Shin Dongyue pointed disdainfully at the old lady and said, "Go fuss over grandma. She promises to call you big grandson and big treasure in one breath." Shin Dongli's face turned bright red, and he dared not act cute anymore. The people nearby burst into laughter. Soon after, the old lady's voice rang out, calling to Shin Dongli. "How did you get hurt?" My big grandson. Take off your clothes so I can see, Shindongli awkwardly whispered. Grandma, I'm fine. Really, be quiet, the old lady pinched her waist and said. What's wrong? Want to fuss over your grandson? Quietly. Shindongli felt like crawling into a hole, injured, and getting no comfort at all. After a while, Shindongli gave Shindongli a box of ointment and said, apply it morning and evening. Rub it in, and you'll heal quickly. Shindongli smiled happily, feeling fully recovered. Shindongli went to get the tiger bones, and not long after, Shun Beiqing brought back the tiger skin. Shindongli saw the many holes in the tiger skin and glared at Shin Beiqing in disgust, thinking it was a waste. Shun Beiqing retreated in defeat. Yang Ziqing had been feeling gloomy ever since Shindongli was injured. He kept circling around Shindongli, which made Shindongli very upset. Yang Ziqing, can you stop doing that? You're so restless. Oh, it's okay now. My sister gave me medicine. Don't you trust her? Yang Ziqing glanced at the medicine Shindongli gave him, stepped forward and said, has it been applied? Let me help you. Shindongli shivered and weakly said, Grandma, help me put on the medicine. All right, coming right up. No one expected there to be a tiger in this forest. In the following days, no one went hunting. They just kept moving forward. This way of traveling was actually faster than before. Lao Zhuang, while checking directions, sighed that this path was not as good as the old abandoned official road. They often encountered deep ditches or piles of broken stones, which slowed them down a lot. Since fleeing the village, the villagers had been taking the hardest roads. Many people had given up on carts and were carrying their belongings on their backs. Even the Li family took their things off their horses and carried them. At noon, the old lady was cooking rice, muttering as she lit the fire. Now everyone has enough meat. Once we get to the capital, they probably won't want to buy meat anymore. Back in the village, we couldn't even eat meat once every 6 months. Shindongli listened thoughtfully nearby. Seeing the two acting like that, Shindongli snorted but said nothing. The old lady put down the pot lid and scolded, speak nicely. What's with all the grumbling? Shindongli immediately quieted down and moved closer, saying, Grandma, do you think I would let you go without me to eat? Home-raised pork is much better. It's juicy with each bite, unlike wild boar meat, which is so tough, Shindongning said nearby. Shindongli nodded in agreement. Wild boar meat was indeed too tough. The old lady smiled and said, that tiger skin, we'll sell it in the capital. When the time comes, we'll catch a piglet, raise it, and slaughter it for you to eat. Shindongli and Shindongning looked excited and nodded constantly. Shindongli didn't mind much. If the old lady really had nothing to do, it was better to find her something to do. The next morning, after breakfast, Shindongli gathered a group of people to go hunting again. Recently, Shindongli's injury had almost healed, so he wanted to go explore around. The old lady disagreed and said, we're about to leave the forest. We don't need food right now, and you just got hurt, so no. Shindongli looked helpless and waved at Shindongli. Shindongli went to talk to the old lady and said, Grandma, we're about to leave the forest. Can we really do that without some stored food? Also, what is Beijing like? That's where the emperor lives. Can we afford things there? If Yang Ziyu helps us settle our household registration and find a temporary place, do you think we can just wait for someone to bring us food every meal? Yang Ziqing, nearby, whispered, as long as you're willing. My brother can arrange work for you. Shindongli glared at Yang Ziqing, who immediately stopped talking. Shindongli continued, we can't be unreasonable and expect others to help us without giving back. The old lady suddenly remembered that her eldest granddaughter had used her life-saving kindness to help over 400 people get household registration. She had already taken advantage of Yang Ziyu. Even if these two matters canceled each other out, it wouldn't be right to keep controlling their future work. After all, Yang Ziyu's real intention wasn't just kindness. The old lady hesitated and looked at Shindongli, then said, why don't you go with them? Shindongli smiled and said, it's fine for them to go. There aren't many tigers. A mountain can't hold 2 tigers. No worries. The old lady disagreed and said, what if it's a male and a female tiger? Shindongli In the end, the old lady still didn't trust Shindongli and decided Shindongyue should go with them. The group hurried forward for about an hour before slowing down. The area had a river, and some green shoots were starting to appear on the ground. Shindongyue waved his hand, and the dozen or so people split into pairs, slowly spreading out to look around. Soon, a sharp whistle sounded. Shindongyue grabbed a metal rod and quickly ran toward the sound. When he arrived, he saw that Erwa and Shin Shifeng had found a group of wild boars, really a big group, with more than 10 of various sizes. The wild boars clearly didn't see the three of them as a threat. They kept their heads down, digging at the ground. Shindongyue clenched his iron stick and aimed at the biggest boar, the one with long tusks, who looked like the leader. He quickly rushed forward and stabbed the boar in the eye with his stick. The boar reacted quickly, turning and dodging the attack. Shindongyue then swung his stick, hitting the boar's head. The boar fell to the ground, twitching a few times before stopping. Erwa and the others also ran toward the boars they had spotted. They swung their sticks and hit the boars, then pulled back quickly to avoid the retaliation, then swung again. The boars got confused and panicked. At this moment, Shindongli and Shinmeng, who had been returning with a wild chicken, arrived. Seeing the chaos, they shouted and rushed over. Shindongyue stepped back and watched the scene, standing nearby. Shin Beicheng and Shinmeng were carrying a wild chicken and arrived a bit later. Seeing there were no more boars to hunt, they looked annoyed and stood next to Shindongyue, grumbling. "Erwa, are you capable? If not, let me do it." Erwa, hitting a boar with his stick, called out, "You two just wait to eat meat." Shin Beicheng stomped his foot in frustration. Soon, there were many boars lying on the ground, big and small. None escaped. Erwa grinned happily and looked at Shindongyue, seeking praise. Shindongyue nodded and said to Erwa and Shin Shifeng, "Good job. It wasn't just about hunting boars but about noticing that they didn't act on their own without permission." They had agreed before that if they split up and encountered an emergency, they should inform others immediately instead of acting on their own. Shindongyue told them that showing off wasn't necessary. Protecting themselves was the most important. They carried the boars to a place where villagers might pass by and waited there. They waited for over an hour before seeing the villagers approaching. When the villagers saw the many boars on the ground, they all smiled happily. That afternoon, everyone didn't set out again, but focused on processing the meat. Their salt supplies had run out, but they still had plenty of preserved meat, which they used to supplement their salt. Luckily, they were not far from the capital, so they could keep going. Everyone worked to smoke the meat with wood, which used less salt and helped preserve it longer, making it less likely to spoil. Shindongyue still had some salt and secretly added a little more a few times. When she thought she had enough, she stopped taking more. The old lady didn't want to waste salt and helped the villagers smoke meat. While smoking, she said, "This big piece of meat, once smoked, can last a long time. We still have some from before. Once we get to the capital, we won't need to buy meat for a year." Shindongyue looked at the meat in the large basket and thought to herself, "Is this enough for a year? Probably not." Just like before, they would eat it only once in a while. Despite the old lady's nagging, the children nearby nodded in agreement. After finishing the pork, the villagers didn't stop. They hurried to travel every day. After more than 10 days of walking, they finally left the forest. Around the forest, there were many villages. The village chief sent people to ask around, then headed toward the city gate. They found out the city was close, but it took a long time to walk there. They spent about 3 days on the road before seeing the tall city gate. They had arrived at the capital. The villagers stopped far away, afraid that they might be caught by the guards before reaching the gate. Shindongyue walked toward the city gate. From afar, she saw Uncle Hai had set up a small shelter, sitting underneath and drinking tea. Next to him, a guard-like person was bowing and showing friendliness. Uncle Hai squinted, then stood up quickly and hurried toward Shindongyue. He said, "Miss Shin, you've finally arrived." Shindongyue smiled and said, "How could I trouble Uncle Hai to wait here? I can't accept that." Uncle Hai waved his hand and said, "We got here early. The young master arranged for me to wait for you, just in case we missed the chance." He looked behind him and saw his young master talking with Shindongli. Then he said to Shindongyue, Today, we probably can't enter the city. We need to record the villagers' household registration first. Once that's done, we can send them in. Shin Dongwoo nodded and asked, "Can we stay here overnight?" Uncle Hai smiled and said, "Miss Shin, you're joking. We can't let you sleep here. There's a village nearby. You can stay there." Shin Dongwoo nodded and said, "Thank you, Uncle Hai." Uncle Hai shook his head and said it was nothing. He first took his young master back home, then led Shin Dongyue and the others to the village. Zhuangzi was not far away. It only took 2 cups of tea to reach there. The villagers arrived quickly. It was clear that prior instructions had been given, and the villagers had arranged everything well. There were 400 people, and no one was crowded or chaotic. Uncle Hai took out a document from his sleeve and handed it to Shin Dongyue. He said, "Miss Shin, your family's household registration is now complete. I need to go back and see our young master. He might be anxious and come to see you tomorrow." Shin Dongyue nodded and thanked him. The village chief came out to thank them again on behalf of the villagers. Uncle Hai straightened his back and said, "Our young master also cares about Miss Shin. He knows you are a person who values loyalty, so he asked me to ask the village chief what he thinks." The village chief nodded and said, "Please go ahead." Uncle Hai continued, "This village is our young master's private property. If the village chief hasn't found a suitable place yet, perhaps you could settle here for now. We can discuss the details at a later time." This meant they were offering jobs to everyone. The village chief naturally agreed happily. Early in the morning, Shin Dongyue returned to their house. It had 2 bedrooms for sleeping, a small kitchen, and everything was well equipped, very thoughtful. Shin Dongning had already gone to the kitchen to boil water. After traveling so quickly, she really needed to wash up properly. The old lady was packing things, gathering what they needed for now, while the rest was still in the basket. Shin Dongli had gone out early to explore the village. Uncle Hai had told him before leaving that the 4 members of the Shin family should serve the lady well and not be careless. Not long after, the head of the village brought a basket of fresh fruits and vegetables. Since it was a rare season for such produce, he delivered it to the kitchen and asked if they needed help cooking. The old lady had never seen such a display and politely said they didn't need help. After the man left, the old lady turned to Shin Dongyue and said, "If living here feels uncomfortable, you should go out tomorrow and see if you can sell those animal skins. Renting a small house might be better so you can move out quickly." Shin Dongyue agreed and said, "The household registration is sorted now. I will go out and look around tomorrow." By dinner time, Shin Dongli came back excitedly and called out to Shin Dongyue, "Big sister, I just found out that Yang Ziyu is the son of the South King. That South King is the only foreign prince in the Great Moon Dynasty." Shin Dongyue raised her eyebrows. "An heir of a noble family with a different surname. Huh?" The old lady gasped and said, "The heir of the Prince of Jinan?"
Then,
She glanced at Shin Dongyue, immediately worrying that her granddaughter might try to reach too high and end up as a concubine or someone's secret companion. But when she saw the faint smile on Shin Dongyue's lips, she swallowed her words. Even that night, the old lady couldn't sleep well. Seeing her grandmother tossing and turning, Shin Dongyue couldn't help asking, "Grandma, are you worried about me?" The old lady sat up quickly and whispered, "That Yang Ziyu is the heir of the Prince of Jinan. He's far above our reach. I won't allow you to become anyone's concubine or secret companion. It's impossible for him to marry you properly, so you two should stop getting involved." Shin Dongyue asked curiously, "Grandma, he's not someone ordinary people can even meet. Aren't you tempted by the idea?" The old lady gave her a light slap and scolded, "You must not even think about it, do you hear me?" Shin Dongyue dodged once, then let her grandmother pat her again before saying, "Grandma, I promise you, I won't marry unless it's a proper marriage. Is that good enough?" The old lady sighed. "You're already 16. I know it's a bit late, but I'd rather let Shin Dongli take care of you than see you become a concubine." Shin Dongyue nodded. "Don't worry, that's impossible. Even if Yang Ziyu came with a grand wedding procession, I'd still have to think about it." The old lady finally relaxed a little, patted her granddaughter's head, and said, "If it really doesn't work out, just choose someone from the village. I won't insist on avoiding marriage between people with the same surname anymore." Shin Dongyue smiled helplessly, hugged her grandmother gently, and said, "Grandma, I'm not worried about finding a husband. The question is whether I want to marry." The next morning, Shin Dongyue went to the city gate. At the same time, Yang Ziyu was riding out of the city, planning to look for her. Unexpectedly, they met right at the gate. Yang Ziyu's face lit up with joy. He got off his horse and hurried toward her. "Dongyue, it's been a long time." Shin Dongyue looked at him steadily and said, "Heir of the Prince of Jinan, it has indeed been a long time." She had known before that Yang Ziyu was a noble heir, but she hadn't realized he was the only heir of a noble family with a different surname. That made a big difference. After all, such families had always been viewed with caution by the emperor. Yang Ziyu's face changed, and he explained to Shin Dongyue, "I didn't mean to hide anything. It was my fault that day. I wanted to tell you the truth, but didn't dare, afraid you would immediately push me away. Please believe me." Shin Dongyue smiled indifferently. "Not confessing didn't mean I was lying or looking down on you. I believe you. Don't worry about it," Shin Dongyue said. "I want to take a walk." "Young master, I will take my leave now." Shin Dongyue headed toward the city gate, while Yang Ziyu looked on blankly behind her. The young servant yawned and stepped forward and bowed. "Young master, shall we chase after her?" Yang Ziyu snapped out of his daze and said, "Yes, of course. Find someone to lead the horse back." Then he hurried to catch up. Shin Dongyue didn't mind Yang Ziyu catching up and was busy asking around if there were any places to rent. Later, she learned that common people could only rent houses outside the city walls. The inner city was reserved for the most powerful officials and noble families. For example, the Prince of Jinan's residence was on the east side of the inner city. Wealthy merchants also bought homes there, but very few. Thinking about it, Shin Dongyue decided she couldn't accept this unfairness and headed toward the inner city. Yang Ziyu followed behind and asked quickly, "Dongyue, are you looking for a place to stay?"
I was just about to talk to you.
"I have a house inside the city, and it's empty." Seeing Shin Dongyue looking straight at him, Yang Ziyu stopped speaking. "Are you asking me to be your concubine?" Shin Dongyue asked. Yang Ziyu's face darkened with anger.
Why would you think that?
I have already spoken to His Majesty about marriage. If you agree, the imperial decree can be issued immediately. You. Shin Dongyue raised an eyebrow in surprise. He already requested marriage? That's pretty quick. What Shin Dongyue didn't know was that Yang Ziyu's marriage proposal had already caused a big stir in the capital. "You're saying you want to marry a peasant girl? The emperor agrees? Your family agrees?" Yang Ziyu looked a bit shy when Shin Dongyue asked about this. "As long as His Majesty agrees, that's enough. No one else needs to know." Shin Dongyue shook her head. "Your family must have a lot of trouble." "I won't marry." Yang Ziyu immediately looked distressed. "My family is a bit chaotic, but I can promise you this. You can do as you please." Yang Ziyu nodded and said, "Of course. Then how can you still say that?" "Do you know what it means to do whatever you want?" Shin Dongyue asked. Yang Ziyu smiled and said, "As long as you can watch over my mother, I won't care about anything else. And my mother will definitely listen to you." Shin Dongyue shook her head with a half-smile and said, "We'll talk about that later." Seeing that Shin Dongyue didn't insist, Yang Ziyu didn't mind and immediately asked, "What about the house? Help me find one. It doesn't need to be big, just with a small yard." "I'll buy it." Yang Ziyu looked hesitant, wanting to ask if Shin Dongyue had money. He was too embarrassed to ask directly and was worried about her misunderstanding if he offered to give her money. "What are you thinking?" "I have money." Shin Dongyue immediately saw through Yang Ziyu's hesitation. Yang Ziyu was confused and asked, "Money? Are you going to sell herbs? Or those skins?" Shin Dongyue played with a golden bean in her hand and handed it to Yang Ziyu. When Yang Ziyu saw it clearly, his face changed. He quickly grabbed Shin Dongyue's hand, looked around, and then said, "You're so reckless." He pulled Shin Dongyue to the nearby Donglishan restaurant and booked a private room number 1. Shin Dongyue followed, forgetting to pull her hand away. After they entered, Yang Ziyu realized they were still holding hands. He hurriedly let go, a mix of joy and shyness on his face, and said, "Sorry, I lost my temper for a moment." Shin Dongyue sat down with her arms crossed and asked, What do you mean? Yang Ziyu knew she was talking about the golden bean. He leaned in and whispered, "Do you know where the gold mine is? Is this golden bean something you dug up secretly? Do you know that if you're caught using gold secretly, you'll be arrested?" Shen Donghua raised an eyebrow and asked, "Can I melt it down and use it?" Yang Ziyu grinned and said, "No." Shen Donghua leaned back, worried. "So she can't use it anymore?" Now, the court controls all the gold and silver mines. If anyone is caught digging or mining secretly, they will be sent to serve military service. Shen Donghua sighed. It seems she can only sell those skins for now. Yang Ziyu looked at Shen Donghua with a smile. Shen Donghua sensed something was wrong and asked, "Do you have a plan? How big is that gold mine? And how are the gold decorations in those jewelry made? Or can they be turned into gold seeds? Would that work?" Shen Donghua continued to ask. Yang Ziyu shook his head and said, "There's a lot behind this. Every year, gold and silver are strictly controlled. You can exchange them, but each piece has a unique mark that ordinary people can't copy. More importantly, making fake ones breaks the laws of the Great Yu Kingdom and would bring punishment to one's whole family." Shen Donghua looked at the slightly proud Yang Ziyu, lifted his chin, and said, "Tell me your plan." Yang Ziyu scratched his face and said with a flattering smile, "Didn't I earn some credit before? The emperor rewarded me with an imperial decree, but the crown prince gave me control over several gold mines, his private ones. What does that have to do with me?" Shen Donghua asked lazily. "That's why I'm asking how big your mine is. You could offer it to the crown prince and take a small share of the profits each year. Is that really possible?" Shen Donghua asked. "Yes, I can talk to him for you," Yang Ziyu said eagerly, hoping for praise. Shen Donghua nodded, smiled, and said, "Good work. Let's do it that way." What Yang Ziyu admired most about Shen Donghua was his straightforward and decisive nature, never pretentious or hesitant. Feeling pleased, Yang Ziyu was about to move closer when a burst of noise came from outside, and the door of the elegant room was suddenly kicked open. A beautiful young woman stormed in, her face full of anger, followed by a group of attendants. When she saw Yang Ziyu standing close to Shen Donghua with a smile, her anger flared even more. "Yang Ziyu, how dare you meet with?" Princess Li Qinghua pointed at him, then looked at Shen Donghua, and suddenly forgot what she was going to say. Shen Donghua's face was calm and confident, her expression bright and bold, full of spirit. Li Qinghua's words caught in her throat, and her face turned slightly red, making her look shy and flustered. Shen Donghua raised an eyebrow, a faint smile on her lips, and said to Li Qinghua, "Since the young lord already has company, I'll take my leave." Yang Ziyu panicked and quickly said, "Donghua, it's not what you think." Li Qinghua also blurted out, "You're leaving already?" Shen Donghua was amused by her reaction, leaned slightly closer, and said, "Miss, do you have something else to discuss with me?" Li Qinghua's heart raced, and she stammered, Who said I have something to discuss with you? I just..." Shen Donghua nodded knowingly, and said with a teasing smile, "Ah, so you were simply curious." Li Qinghua's face immediately changed, and he whispered, "What nonsense are you talking about? I want to punish you. It was my feelings for the young lady." Li Qinghua was stunned. Yang Ziyu was also surprised and felt a bit upset. When Shen Donghua left, neither of them noticed. Only after a while did they realize it. The little princess looked confused at Yang Ziyu and asked, "Just now, I was teased, right? Isn't that right, Yang Ziyu?" Yang Ziyu looked helpless and a bit frustrated, replying, "Princess, you misunderstood. It wasn't like that." The little princess tilted her head in doubt and asked her personal maid, "Was it not?" The maid stepped forward and said awkwardly, "Probably not." "Princess, that person was a woman." Li Qinghua raised his chin and said to Yang Ziyu, "Yang Ziyu, I want to know where that person's house is." "Princess, I have already told you clearly. It's about family arrangements and mutual feelings. Both sides need to be happy. I hope you won't make things difficult for me. You should know I have already asked the emperor for a marriage." Li Qinghua stomped her foot and said, "Are you deaf? I want to know where that person's house is. Princess, you shouldn't stay out of the palace too long. You should return quickly." "Fine, Yang Ziyu. I don't believe I can't find out. Let's go." Li Qinghua waved her hand, and her attendants turned to follow her. Yang Ziyu sighed softly behind her. A good chance for a private talk was spoiled. The little princess, Li Qinghua, is the emperor's youngest daughter and the legitimate heir. She is very favored, so she can be a bit spoiled. But she also has some innocent moments. She has beautiful clear skin, bright eyes, and white teeth. Truly a little beauty. The princess is just beginning to develop feelings and is emotionally attached to Yang Ziyu. When Yang Ziyu left to handle imperial affairs, he was gone for half a year. Surprisingly, he returned and immediately asked the emperor for permission to marry, saying he already had someone he liked and would not marry anyone else. The emperor asked Yang Ziyu who the girl was. Yang Ziyu only said that the girl had not yet agreed, and he wanted a blank marriage decree from the emperor. This caused a big stir. Everyone knew the princess had long admired Yang Ziyu. Many noble young women in the capital secretly liked him too. Now, all their plans were ruined. Recently, the little princess often went to see the emperor to act cute, hoping he would issue an order to marry her, ahead of Yang Ziyu. The emperor would never go back on his word, so he scolded the little princess. The little princess was unhappy and sent many spies to watch Yang Ziyu closely. Today, as soon as Yang Ziyu left, she came out of the palace to block him, leading to the scene just now. However, things might have gone off track. Meanwhile, Shen Donghua left Donglishan and was not in a hurry to pawn anything at the shop. Walking along the busy street, she looked at the nearby shops. After visiting a large pharmacy, she saw a carriage rushing from south to north, almost hitting a pedestrian on the street. People around complained loudly. "That carriage badge looks like it belongs to the princess's family," said a passerby. "I saw it too. I heard that this carriage is specially made for the princess's beloved daughter. Did you see that horse? It's a rare and valuable blood horse," another person said. "Are you talking about the always sick county princess? Keep your voice down. Be careful not to cause trouble." The passerby quickly covered his mouth and hurried away. Shen Donghua listened for a few moments, then slowly walked forward. As it started to get dark, she hurried back home. To her surprise, Yang Ziyu and the little princess were both there. "You're back." Li Qinghua immediately stood up and ran over to ask. Yang Ziyu also came closer. Shen Donghua raised an eyebrow and looked at Yang Ziyu, asking, "Why are you both here?" "I came to find you. I have something to tell you." Yang Ziyu and Li Qinghua exchanged a glance. Li Qinghua snorted and turned his head aside. Shen Donghua smirked and said, "Come on, one at a time." Yang Ziyu gestured for the little princess to speak first. Li Qinghua looked at Shen Donghua with a flickering gaze and said, "Your name is Shen Donghua, right? I want to tell you that Yang Ziyu has been promised to me long ago. You can't take him." Shen Donghua nodded and said, "As long as you can make him go with you, he belongs to you." Yang Ziyu quickly said to Shen Donghua, "I won't go." Li Qinghua stomped his foot and said, "That's not fair." Shen Donghua walked over, took the food from Shen Donghua's hand, and said, "What is fair about this? You were born a princess. Is that fair to others?" After speaking, she turned and went back into the house. Li Qinghua pouted and said, "Then I don't need to use my princess title to pressure you all, okay?" Li Qinghua then turned to Yang Ziyu and said, "I'm staying here tonight. You go tell my father and also prepare a room for me." She then jumped happily and ran toward Shen Dongning. Shen Dongning was startled, holding a handful of bean sprouts given by Grandma Zhao, feeling helpless. "What's this with a little tail? Huh? These are bean sprouts, you can eat them." Shen Dongning looked at Shen Donghua for help. Shen Donghua smiled gently to soothe her and then looked at Yang Ziyu, asking, "What do you want?" Yang Ziyu's face became serious and asked, "Can you treat illnesses that are inherited from birth?" Shen Donghua raised an eyebrow and suddenly remembered the princess's daughter's carriage she saw today, asking, "The Countess of Qing'an, you know?" "How do you know?" Yang Ziyu asked in surprise. "What illness?" Shen Donghua inquired. "It's said to be poisoning during pregnancy, and the toxins were passed to the child. After the princess was born, her health was very weak. She gets minor illnesses every 3 days and bigger ones every 5 days, which has caused her to be very short of breath even when walking." Yang Ziyu also knew that this kind of fetal poisoning was very hard to treat, and it had been over 10 years. It was probably too late now. Shun Donghua asked, "What is her current condition? Is she unconscious?" Yang Ziyu nodded and said, "Yes, she is now unconscious." The princess was brought into the palace by several doctors, but the countess still hasn't woken up. Shun Donghua nodded, walking inside while asking, "You know the Countess of Qing'an? Why should I go save her?" Yang Ziyu understood that Shun Donghua was speaking literally. "I have a good relationship with her brother. He is very worried about his sister. As for why I want you to save her," Yang Ziyu's expression turned serious and continued, "The princess is the emperor's sister. She holds a lot of power, and it's said she has her own private soldiers, which the emperor has approved. If you can get along well with her, it's like walking freely in the capital." Shun Donghua shot a sidelong glance at Yang Ziyu and asked, "Why do I need others to walk freely?" Yang Ziyu smiled slightly and softly said, "You can rely on me too." Wow. Shun Donghua noticed that Yang Ziyu was becoming more confident. Shun Donghua took a step back before speaking, just as the old lady, with her hands on her face, hurried out of the house. "Donghua, come help me knead the dough." The old lady squeezed between the two and pushed Shun Donghua toward the house. Shun Donghua looked at the old lady with a smile and then said to Yang Ziyu, "I'm preparing something. You wait a moment." Back inside, the old lady patted Shun Donghua a few times, startling Shun Dongning and Li Qinghua in the same room. "Why did you hit her?" Li Qinghua asked, confused. The old lady waved her hand confidently and said to Li Qinghua, "You little kid, what do you know? Go play somewhere else." Li Qinghua pouted, wanting to speak, but then kept quiet. Shun Donghua understood what the old lady meant and softly said, "I have an urgent matter, saving a life." The old lady was surprised and asked, "Who? What's wrong?" Shun Donghua packed a small bag and said, "I'll tell you when I return. That person is waiting for help." The old lady didn't stop them anymore and watched Shun Donghua and Yang Ziyu walk out one after the other. Turning back, she saw her little princess curiously watching Shun Dongning knead the dough. The princess didn't follow Yang Ziyu but stayed behind, feeling upset.
What is all this about?
The little princess was talking with Shun Dongning about playing with some dough, but Shun Dongning refused, saying, "This is food. We can't waste it. Many people can't afford to eat or drink." Li Qinghua pouted, looking at Shun Dongning with envy. Shun Dongning, feeling compassionate, said, "Wash your hands. We can eat the dough once it's cooked." Li Qinghua happily ran outside, asking Shun Dongli to fetch water. Shun Dongli muttered, "Really don't know manners." Shun Donghua followed Yang Ziyu onto the carriage. After traveling for over half an hour, they arrived. A servant went in to report, and soon a handsome young man with a jade-like face came out to greet them. "Ziyu, is this the healer girl you mentioned?" he asked. "Mu Yan, this is Shun Donghua, the girl I told you about," Yang Ziyu introduced. "Donghua, this is the eldest son of the Princess Chang." Shun Donghua nodded and said, "Lead the way." Chun Mayan stepped aside and said, "Please, miss." Shun Donghua was impatient. The house was enormous, and it took the time of a burning incense stick to finally reach the young lady's room. The room was brightly lit, almost like daytime. Servants were coming and going. As the three entered the side chamber, they heard several imperial physicians arguing. "The young lady is of noble birth. How can we use such a dangerous medicine?" "Absolutely not," said Physician Fong. Physician Fong had been specially requested by the princess and the emperor to care for her daughter and had lived in the princess's residence for years. "The young lady has been unconscious for 2 hours already. If we keep delaying, who will take responsibility if something happens?" said a bearded physician. "That won't do either. I've been caring for her health for years. Such strong medicine would be too much for her," Physician Fong insisted. "If you know her conditions so well, then find a way to wake her up first." "You, enough. All of you, be quiet," a beautiful woman shouted sharply. The princess had graceful features and an elegant air. Though nearly 40, she still looked as young as a woman in her 20s. But at this moment, her commanding presence overshadowed her beauty. "You've been discussing for an hour and still haven't come up with a prescription? Let me make this clear. If anything happens to my Wani, none of you will leave this place today," the princess said sternly. The physicians wiped their sweat and gathered again to discuss. Chun Mayan stepped forward and whispered a few words into the princess's ear. The princess looked up at Shin Dongyue. Shin Dongyue stood still and gave a somewhat awkward bow. The princess frowned slightly, then said, "Miss, please take a look at my daughter." Shin Dongyue smiled faintly. The princess was clearly desperate. She didn't even question who Shin Dongyue was before asking her to treat the young lady. Yang Ziyu and Chen Mayan were asked to wait outside, while Shin Dongyue followed the princess into the young lady's room. On the bed lay a young girl, delicate and beautiful, her face pale as snow. She had been unconscious for quite some time. Shin Dongyue stepped forward to check her pulse, then turned to the princess and said, "Your Highness, I need to perform acupuncture. Please prepare a set of needles and have everyone else leave the room." The princess clenched her teeth and waved her hand. Only she and the county princess's personal maid remained in the room. Soon, a maid brought needles for acupuncture. Shin Dongyue asked the maid to expose the county princess's back. The princess nodded, and the maid quickly finished the task. Shin Dongyue took a candle to light the area, then picked up a needle. Just as she was about to insert it, the princess stopped her. Her lips trembled as she asked, "How confident are you?" 70%, Shin Dongyue replied. The princess withdrew her hand and turned away. The maid watched Shin Dongyue work swiftly and precisely, finding each acupuncture point accurately. Because she often massaged the county princess, the maid knew many acupuncture points. Not long after the needles were inserted, the county princess let out a soft moan. The princess hurriedly turned around and rushed to her daughter's bedside, softly calling, "Wani, my child, you are finally awake. Mother, I caused you worry again," the girl said. Hearing this, the princess's eyes filled with tears. It's okay. Your brother found a great doctor." "My child, you're waking up now," she said. Chun Wani looked at Shin Dongyue. She saw a graceful woman with a straight waist and a brave, spirited face. Chun Wani felt a little shy and whispered, "Thank you, doctor." Shin Dongyue said, "The county princess doesn't need to thank me. After removing the needles, rest well. Tomorrow, take a medicinal bath I prepared. From now on, follow my prescriptions. In a few years, or even just one, the county princess will be as lively and energetic as anyone else." The princess suddenly stood up, hurried a few steps forward, and asked anxiously, You just said 70%. Does that refer to my child's health? Or to her waking up?" Shin Dongyue smiled and said, "If it was only about waking her up, I wouldn't have come." The princess looked at Shin Dongyue, trembling all over, and said, You know what happens if you deceive me?" Shin Dongyue nodded knowingly and said, "Deceiving the princess is probably a way to invite death." The princess suddenly sat on the bed, turned her head to look at her daughter, who was already crying. Shin Dongyue gave the county princess a treatment plan. She told her to take a bath for half a month, and every 2 weeks, she would come to check on her. It was late at night when Shin Dongyue finally rode in Yang Ziyu's carriage back to the village. Yang Ziyu took Shin Dongyue to the village and stayed there himself. The city gate was already closed, but the princess used her token to get it opened. The old lady left a lamp for Shin Dongyue. When she saw Shin Dongyue return, she immediately got up, dressed quickly, and asked, "Did you not eat?" Then she was about to get out of bed. Shin Dongyue stopped her and said, "I've been back for a while. I ate something before coming to my room. No need to cook for me." The old lady sighed and then asked, "Did you come back with Yang Ziyu?" Shin Dongyue nodded and smiled. "Don't always watch him closely. When there's trouble, you can't stop it. When there's nothing, you don't need to watch. I don't want to bother with you," the old lady said, giving Shin Dongyue a sharp look. Shin Dongyue got into bed comfortably and sighed happily. Soon she fell asleep. The old lady muttered, "Carefree girl," and also went to sleep. Early the next morning, Shin Dongyue hadn't gotten up yet when a figure rushed in, shouting, "Shin Dongyue, get up. Shin Dongyue wants to go fishing. Take me with you." Shin Dongyue rubbed her forehead and said to Li Qinghua, "Little princess, I only slept for 2 hours. Then you should sleep a little more," Li Qinghua said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Shin Dongyue was already awake and didn't lie down again. She got up and dressed. The little princess's eyes kept wandering, secretly watching Shin Dongyue. Shin Dongyue turned her head and saw the princess's unintentional gaze. She couldn't help but smile and said, "It's okay to look openly." Li Qinghua's face turned a little red. She asked, "You look very good. How do you train?" "Just practice martial arts every day," Shin Dongyue replied. "Really? Practice dance? Isn't that something only dancers do?" Shin Dongyue shook her head with a smile and said, "It's not dancing. It's martial arts." She pushed the sleepy princess out the door. Shin Dongli and others had already prepared their things, carrying water buckets and fishing rods, and went to a nearby lake in the village. The other young boys, knowing Shin Dongyue was coming to fish, eagerly ran over. But when they saw the princess's grand appearance and her close-made serious face, they didn't dare to come near. Shin Dongyue waved to them, and Shin Dongli stepped closer. Soon, a group of about a dozen young boys started joking and playing around happily. Li Qinghua's fishing rod hadn't caught any fish all morning. Watching the fish swim away suddenly, he got angry and shouted at Shin Dongli and the others, "Can you all be a little quieter? You're scaring the fish away." Shin Dongyue was dozing off with her eyes half closed when Li Qinghua's loud voice startled her awake. Shin Dongli and the others stood still, not daring to move. They saw Li Qinghua just scolded once, huffed, and then sat back down. The little princess was feeling bored when she heard someone shout from behind, "Huh? You guys played tricks behind my back and got caught." It was Yang Ziqing. Yang Ziqing ran over first to Shin Dongyue, smiling happily, and called out, "Big sister, I'm here." Shin Dongyue nodded and pointed toward Shin Dongli. Li Qinghua watched Yang Ziqing run toward Shin Dongli and paused for a moment, glancing at Shin Dongyue without saying anything. While everyone was playing, Yang Ziyu and Chun Mayan also arrived. Chun Mayan was followed by several servants, each carrying trays. Chun Mayan bowed deeply to Shin Dongyue and said, "Thank you, young lady, for your great kindness." Shin Dongyue stood up, clasped her fists in greeting, and replied, "It's nothing. No need to mind it." Li Qinghua also bowed to Chun Mayan and called out, "Cousin." Chun Mayan nodded at Li Qinghua, then waved his hand behind him and said, "Young lady Shin, I know no gift can fully express my gratitude. My mother thought about it and decided that you might need some silver and a house. She picked what she thought was the best. You can stay there for now, and if you see a better place later, you can move." The people behind stepped forward, lifted the cloth covering the trays, revealing several trays of gold and silver ingots and a land deed. Shin Dongyue shook her head, about to speak, when Yang Ziyu stepped forward and said, "On behalf of Dongyue, I thank Brother Mayan." Shin Dongyue raised an eyebrow in surprise and looked at Yang Ziyu. Yang Ziyu's voice was gentle, and he smiled openly, saying, "Dongyue, accept it. Otherwise, I'm afraid Brother Mayan might fall in love with you." Shin Dongyue, who considered herself quite thick-skinned, suddenly felt a little shy. Chun Mayan hurriedly waved his hand and said he definitely wouldn't. Shin Dongyue's head tilted slightly to one side as a gentle breeze brushed her hair, making her look unusually soft and graceful. Yang Ziyu stared at her, mesmerized. Li Qinghua watched Shin Dongyue and Yang Ziyu exchanging looks, as if they were secretly communicating. He was so angry, he stomped his foot and said, "No, you two can't be together." A few shouts from Shin Dongliang snapped Shin Dongyue back to her senses. She turned to Chun Mayan and said, "In that case, thank you, Princess Chong." Chun Mayan smiled and shook her head. She thought this girl had a cheerful personality. No wonder Ziyu liked her. Just then, they heard Shin Dongli from nearby shouting excitedly, as if he had caught a fish. Chun Mayan raised her hand and looked at Yang Ziyu, saying, "Let's go see." Yang Ziyu turned around and smiled. "Fishing, Dongyue is really good at it." Chun Mayan was surprised. Li Qinghua snorted and said, "It's clearly fishing. Where does fishing for work come from?" They all walked over and saw Shin Dongliang and others using broken pieces of bread as bait to catch fish. Meanwhile, Shin Dongliang and Yang Ziyu were tossing stones into the water, competing to see who could catch more fish. Shin Dongliang was naturally strong, so he had the advantage and caught several more fish than Yang Ziyu. Yang Ziyu wasn't discouraged and grinned. Next time, let's have an archery contest. You definitely won't beat me. Shin Dongliang nodded and said, I can't do that, but how about my older sister versus you? She hasn't even learned how to shoot. Yang Ziyu shrank his neck. Was it a matter of whether Sister Donghua had learned or not? She knew everything and was good at everything. I won't compete with Sister Donghua. Let's think of something else, maybe a sword fight? My brother gave you a sword, right? How about we compare that? Shin Dongliang hesitated, shook his head, and couldn't think of anything else. He looked around, and everyone looked at each other, all unsure. Why don't you two race? One's good at light skills, and the other's been practicing breathing exercises for a long time, Donghua suggested. Seeing that Donghua was the one to propose it, Yang Ziyu thought for a moment and liked the idea. He had practiced light skills for several years, so he had an advantage. But Shin Dongliang, with Donghua's guidance and his natural strength, could last longer, so it seemed fair. He said, Dongliang, let's have a rematch another day. Shin Dongliang nodded happily. The old lady was stunned when she saw so much gold. She quietly asked Shin Donghua, Is all this gold your gift? Who did you save? Shin Donghua replied, The princess's daughter. Wow, we even have a princess. What do you plan to do? That's not your concern. She's well-behaved and just a little girl. Once she's played enough, she'll go back. Besides, the emperor wouldn't let the princess stay outside the palace for many days. She might go back tonight, Shin Donghua said. Sure enough, in the evening, a man who looked like a court official took Li Qinghua back to the palace. The little princess left pouting. Before leaving, she said to Shin Donghua, Can I come visit you whenever I have time? Is that okay? Shin Donghua smiled and said, Of course, you can come anytime. Shin Donghua told the old lady about the new house. The old lady looked surprised and asked, You just arrived 2 days ago, and now we have a place to stay and money? Shin Donghua nodded and said, Tomorrow, we'll go see the house. If anything is missing, we'll buy it together. Let's find a good time to move in, the old lady asked. Should we move in now? Won't it feel unsafe? What about the villagers? Shin Donghua laughed. The old lady was very worried. She comforted her, saying, The house is ours now. There's nothing to worry about. As for the villagers, Yang Ziyu has already signed a contract with the village head. As long as they work hard, they won't go hungry. You don't need to worry about the rest. I have my plans. Actually, the old lady had relaxed. Her eldest granddaughter was very capable and could take charge. She just needed not to hold things back. The next morning, the family of 4 left the village. The house given by the princess was in the inner city. To be convenient, it was very close to the princess's residence, only 2 streets away, about the time it takes to burn 2 sticks of incense to walk there. Shin Donghua was quite satisfied with the location. It was quiet despite being in the busy area. The house was small with only 2 courtyards, but it was very new, clearly built not long ago. Inside, there were 4 rooms and a few side rooms. On the west side, there was a small kitchen. The second courtyard also had 4 rooms, plus a small flower bed in the backyard. Since there were only 4 of them, the house was perfectly suitable. The elderly lady was most proud of her small flower bed. She happily said, Now it's spring, and we can start planting vegetables soon. Then we won't need to buy vegetables anymore. Shin Donghua quickly nodded and said, Grandma, plant more. In autumn, we can dry the vegetables so we won't have to eat only meat in winter. The elderly lady looked very happy and said, I'll have your sister go buy seeds today. When she shops, she can bring some back. They both looked at Shin Donghua. Shin Donghua blinked innocently and nodded. Shin Donghua didn't mind. Although he didn't like eating meat every day, it was better than eating only vegetables all the time. The elderly lady checked every room and kept talking about what to buy. Shin Donghua took notes nearby. They needed pots, bowls, chopsticks, needles, thread, clothes, and bedding, all essential. They took Shin Donghua out to buy things, while the elderly lady stayed home to clean and tidy up. Shin Donghua thought it would be good to build a Kong bed, a heated brick bed for Grandma. It would be warm in winter. If they only had beds, they would need charcoal to keep warm. Everyone now had their own room, so they needed many things. Shin Donghua and Shin Donghua went to a large general store and bought a lot. In the end, The store owner promised to deliver the goods because they couldn't carry everything. Shun Dongli followed Shen Dongyue and said, "I wish we had brought Erwa and the others. Delivery costs 50 coins, which is too expensive." Shen Dongyue smiled and said, "They haven't seen us dressed poorly and come to visit. That's already good." Shen Dongli widened his eyes and asked, "We just spent over 20 taels of silver. Why aren't they treating us well? This is the capital city." "Exactly, the capital city. Here, even if a bun falls from the sky, you might meet 2 royal relatives. To live well in the capital, you need a good backing." A stylish person stopped them, blocking their way. Shen Dongli stepped forward and shielded Shen Dongyue behind him because the person's gaze made him very uncomfortable. Huang Yukai held a fan, acting charming, and kept glancing at Shen Dongyue. Shen Dongyue was pretty and elegant. She wasn't a stunning beauty, but she had a straight waist and a confident, proud air that drew attention wherever she went. Huang Yukai has always enjoyed chasing after women. He often teases young girls on the street or playfully flirts with young wives. He has even been involved in forcibly taking women before. Today, feeling bored, he took his followers out for a walk. Unexpectedly, he noticed Shen Dongyue. She is truly a rare beauty. Although not overly delicate, just looking at her makes it unforgettable. "Miss, this is the capital city. Since we've met, it must be fate. Why not?" Huang Yukai was about to continue. "Speak normally," Shen Dongyue said loudly from behind Shen Dongli. His attitude was bold and full of character. Huang Yukai stroked his chin and said, "Miss, how about we find a nice restaurant to have a drink?" Shen Dongyue frowned. Was this man trying to flirt with her? He patted Shen Dongli's back and asked, "Does he like me?" Shen Dongli nodded silently and said, "It seems so." Huang Yukai heard this and thought, "There's a chance." These 2 siblings looked inexperienced. "Miss, Huang, fell for you at first sight. My admiration is like a rushing river." Shen Dongli frowned in disgust and quietly asked Shen Dongyue, "What should we do now? Can we hit him?" "Hey, Huang, what's your family background?" Shen Dongyue asked. Huang Yukai wondered if she was trying to check if his backing was reliable. "My father is the Minister of Rights, a 3rd-rank official of the court," he said proudly. Shen Dongyue nodded and told Shen Dongli, "Not bad. Just don't hurt him too badly. Find a place where it hurts and beat him up." After saying this, Huang Yukai was about to step forward and ask if Shen Dongyue was interested in meeting. But Shen Dongli had already punched him. Shen Dongli, annoyed by Huang Yutsai's greasy attitude, didn't even want to hit him. In no time, Shen Dongli delivered a few kicks and punches, knocking Huang Yukai and his followers to the ground. After finishing, Shen Dongli turned around in confusion and asked Shen Dongyue, "Done? They're pretty useless." "Sister, what next? Should we wait for someone to come or just leave?" Shen Dongyue looked at Huang Yukai, who was clutching his stomach and crying out in pain. She tapped Shen Dongli's head and said, "Only a fool would stay." Under the frightened eyes of passers-by, the brother and sister walked away confidently. Shen Dongyue and Shen Dongli didn't walk particularly fast, but no one chased after them. They thought the matter might just pass quietly. Not long after returning to their home, the grocery shop sent over some supplies. The old lady hurriedly directed the 3 younger children to arrange everything properly. They worked until sunset before deciding to return to the village. When they arrived, villagers learned that Shen Dongyue's family was moving away. Everyone brought small gifts, mostly trinkets. Although modest, it was a kind gesture, especially since the villagers hadn't fully settled down yet. Li Ruin gave a small folding screen embroidered with a beautiful landscape painting. "Auntie, this was embroidered by the child's mother a few years ago. It was only recently framed. It's not worth much, just a token of my respect. It would look nice on the girl's bedside table. Please accept it," Li Ruin said. The old lady looked at her big nephew with mixed feelings. "Live well," she said, as if she had many things to say, but only managed this. Li Ruin left disappointed. The next morning, a carriage arranged by Yang Ziyu arrived. There wasn't much luggage, so they could have carried it on their backs, but since the carriage was here, not riding would seem strange. Shen Dongyue's family moved out of the village. While packing, they suddenly heard knocking at the door, accompanied by loud noises. "Open up. If you don't open, we'll break the door down," someone shouted. Shin Dongyue and Shin Dongli exchanged glances, both realizing the reason. Shin Dongli stepped forward and opened the door. Sure enough, a group of soldiers stood outside. "Who are Shin Dongyue and Shin Dongli?" a leader shouted loudly. "I am Shin Dongyue," she replied. "I am Shin Dongli," he added, stepping forward. "You were seen hitting the son of the Minister of Rights on the street yesterday. Now we are taking you to court. Come along." Shin Dongyue comforted the old lady, saying, "It's okay, don't be afraid or worried. Wait for us at home." The old lady nodded tremblingly and leaned on Shin Dongning. On the way, although they weren't chained, they looked quite conspicuous among the group of soldiers. When they arrived at the court, they saw Huang Yukai, who was proudly watching Shin Dongyue and her family, surrounded by layers of cloth. Shin Dongyue chuckled softly, just as the Jingzhaoyin sitting in the courtroom struck the gavel loudly and shouted, "Who dares not kneel down? Come forward." Shin Dongli took a step forward, about to speak, but Shin Dongyue held him back. "Sir, may I ask, why is the person next to me called Huang not kneeling?" Shin Dongyue asked loudly. "You." Huang Yukai gritted his teeth and glared at Shin Dongyue. The Jingzhaoyin shouted again, "Do you think there is a place for your words in this court? Is that so? It seems the words honest and fair hanging above your head are just for show.
You don't even allow people to speak.
Justice is clear, yet you are not afraid of being struck by lightning. Openly insulting a government official, someone bring me 20 strokes of the bamboo stick," the Jingzhaoyin roared. Coercing confessions, disregarding others' lives, aiding evil, corrupting the court's reputation. What a grand third-rank official, what a good officer who claims to love the people, Shin Dongyue shouted back. "You." At this moment, many villagers outside the courtroom had gathered, pointing and whispering. The Jingzhaoyin slammed the table and asked, "Let me ask you, did you publicly beat Huang Yukai yesterday on South Street?" Shin Dongyue nodded and said, "Yes, I did." There was a loud murmur among the villagers outside. "That's right. Since you admit it, this matter is settled," the Jingzhaoyin quickly said. "Wait a moment," Shin Dongyue interrupted. "Sir, why don't you ask me why I hit him?" Shin Dongyue pointed at Huang Yukai, who shrank back slightly. "Hitting someone is wrong. That's the first thing to judge," the Jingzhaoyin replied. "So, today you are determined to protect this person? Don't you know how much benefit his father, the Minister of Rights, has received? Don't you know how much advantage his father, the Minister of Rights, has gained? That's why you're protecting him today. How dare you? Deciding a case without knowing the facts is unfair and unjust. You're not punishing the real culprit. This is wrong and unrighteous. Such a bright and clear court, such a court of Jingzhao, yet you act like this. Are you not afraid this will get out and ruin your reputation? Are you not afraid of losing your official hat?" Shin Dongyue raised his voice, so everyone outside could hear. The Jingzhaoyin was furious, glaring at Shin Dongyue and saying, "You little village girl, how dare you, a noble official, daring to do this in broad daylight? Then tell me, why did you hit him yesterday?" Shin Dongyue slightly curled her lips, knowing that the Jingzhaoyin was softening. "He was harassing me." Shin Dongyue stood tall and graceful, showing no fear even while standing in the courtroom. Outside, there was another loud noise. Someone being harassed and speaking so openly was truly rare to see. The Jingzhaoyin was momentarily speechless. Looking at Huang Yukai, he secretly cursed his father for bringing such trouble. Now everything was on fire. How should he handle it? "You're saying he harassed you, but is there any witness?" Shin Dongyue sneered and said, "There must have been someone who saw it on the street, but now it's hard to find that person." She looked at the Jingzhaoyin with a meaningful gaze. The Jingzhaoyin was annoyed and confused. What did that look mean? "Sir, if I was harassed, does that mean I have to accept being humiliated? Should I end my life with a white silk ribbon just because of gossip? Is that what a proper woman should do?" Shin Dongyue looked at Huang Yukai and then at the common people outside, loudly declaring, "Why can't I hit him? He's just a superficial scoundrel, relying on his father being a minister of rights to do as he pleases." Now he's even falsely accusing others. Sir, do you know that this Huang person has no injuries at all? It's all a fake to deceive you. I am called Huang Yukai, not some worthless thing. My name is Huang Yukai. After saying this, Shen Dongyue stared steadily at the Jing Zhaoyin, ignoring the jumping and shouting Huang Yukai beside her. She thought, I've already given you a chance. Now it's up to you whether you take it. Oh? What do you mean by that? See, talking to smart people is like this. One is willing to listen and the other must be willing to speak. Sir, this person may look well-dressed, but he has no injuries. That day, he only tripped and fell. If you don't believe it, you can examine his injuries. Shen Dongyue spoke confidently, making others believe her. The Jing Zhaoyin waved his hand, and immediately 2 guards came forward to take Huang Yukai away. Huang Yukai desperately signaled to the Jing Zhaoyin, but he pretended not to see. He was already in a difficult situation, feeling helpless and unable to escape. Jing Zhaoyin looked at Shen Dongyue, surprised that this small village girl had such courage. Also, Shen Dongyue's rough cloth clothes didn't seem like she had powerful backing, yet she had such confidence. Shen Dongyue stood straight and let Jing Zhaoyin look at her. The more he looked, the straighter she stood. Shen Dongli only knew to stay close to her older sister, and now it seemed even officials were afraid of her sister. She immediately straightened her posture. Jing Zhaoyin felt a slight pain in his teeth from the tension. Soon, Huang Yukai was pushed out, his face smeared with some medicine. Shen Dongyue pointed at Huang Youcai's face and said, his face hasn't been hit, and those medicines are fake. They should be washable. Jing Zhaoyin saw that the situation was hopeless. He struck the wooden block and shouted loudly, what a wicked man trying to accuse others first. Come here, give him 10 big hits. Wait. Shen Dongyue called out to stop. Jing Zhaoyin looked at Shen Dongyue in surprise. Why did she stop? Even Huang Yukai, who was begging for mercy, looked at Shen Dongyue in confusion. Sir, I want to accuse this Huang of something. He harassed a young woman in the street and even allowed his servants to beat me and my brother. If it weren't for your clear judgment today, my brother and I wouldn't know what might have happened. Shen Dongyue's mouth twitched, and she said, there's definitely more to this Huang than just this. As long as you investigate, the truth will come out. Jing Zhaoyin gasped in shock. He had planned to let this go quietly, at least to smooth things over with the Ministry of Rights. But now, it seemed this village girl was about to cut off his escape route. Huang Yukai, hearing this, also became scared. He stopped trying to correct his name and looked at Jing Zhaoyin, begging for mercy. Jing Zhaoyin was caught in a difficult position. Outside, the common people cheered loudly, some even shouting, the official is wise. Shen Dongyue raised her eyebrows and said, Sir, your reputation is important. Jing Zhaoyin clenched his teeth and shouted, Come here, investigate. Yes, sir. Several officers immediately bowed and withdrew. Shen Dongyue crossed her arms, calm and composed. Shen Dongli, pretending to be powerful, looked fierce. Jing Zhaoyin felt uneasy and restless. The common people, unaware of the full story, kept cheering. Among the common people, there was one person with a gentle smile and eyes full of affection. Yang Zi looked proud, but no one shared his happiness, making him feel very uncomfortable. Shen Dongning was happy and said, It's okay, just as I thought. He wondered if they owed him a favor for letting the young master make a trip. Because the case couldn't be solved immediately, Huang Yukai was detained, Shen Dongyue was sent home, and the case would be reviewed again in 3 days. The villagers below cheered, calling out, Your Majesty is wise. The prefect of Jingzhou looked grim but forced out a small smile and said to the crowd, I am your official, and I will be fair and honest. Rest assured. Shen Dongyue also loudly said, The official said the case will be reviewed in 3 days. Everyone can come back then to hear the latest. The Jingzhou prefect clenched his teeth in frustration, shot a quick glare at Shen Dongyue, snorted softly, and went to the back office. Shen Dongyue, Shen Dongli, and Anren left the government office. They saw Yang Ziyu smiling warmly and Shen Dongning looking conflicted, unsure whether to ask for a favor. Yang Ziyu approached and asked, Is everything okay? Shen Dongyue nodded and smiled. Yang Ziyu took the three siblings home. He wanted to go inside but knew it wasn't appropriate, so he advised, if you need anything in the future, just let me know. You can come directly to Donglishan to see the shopkeeper. My house isn't fully cleaned yet and there might be obstacles. Today was lucky, or I wouldn't even know what was happening. Shen Dongyue nodded and watched Yang Ziyu get on his carriage and leave. She turned back to the house. The old lady was pacing anxiously in the main hall. When she saw Shen Dongyue return, she forced a smile that was worse than crying and asked, "Are you all right?" Shen Dongyue smiled and hugged her, comforting her. "I'm fine." The Jingzhou prefect was so scared after I dealt with him. He didn't dare say a word. "I'm quite powerful." Shen Dongli and Shen Dongning nodded vigorously beside her. The old lady finally burst into tears. After calming her down, they prepared a simple dinner. It was the first meal after moving to Qianqiao. That night, Shen Dongyue went to the old lady's room and stayed in bed, refusing to get up. Soon after, Shen Dongning also came. Shen Dongli was outside, impatiently shouting, "Why didn't my parents give me a brother?" Shen Dongning chuckled loudly, while the old lady's eyes welled with tears again. Shen Dongyue did not speak and simply closed her eyes to sleep. Seeing this, Shen Dongning also followed suit. The old lady's heart finally felt at ease. Someone who can eat and sleep well is sure to live a long life. The next day, an incident occurred at the court that caused a big stir. The heir of the king of South Town accused the son of the Minister of Rights of teasing his beloved girl in public. Everyone knew that the heir had gone out to serve the emperor and, after half a year, requested a marriage proposal. However, the proposal was just a blank imperial decree, and he kept saying the girl had not yet agreed, showing he was lovesick. People secretly wondered who this girl was. To everyone's surprise, today, the heir himself revealed her identity. "Heir, please don't spread false accusations," said the Minister of Rights, sounding confident but nervous. "Whether I am lying or not, just call the prefect of Jingzhou to ask," the heir replied.
You.
"Heir, I don't know what I did to offend you, but for you to slander me like this, Your Majesty, please help me." The Minister of Rights cried out. Yang Ziyu snorted coldly and said, "Your Majesty, whether I am slandering or not, just call the prefect of Jingzhou to find out." The Minister of Rights, worried about his son, was frustrated, and now Yang Ziyu was adding to his trouble. "Summon him," the emperor, intrigued, asked Yang Ziyu. "You say the girl was teased? Is that true?" Yang Ziyu's face turned slightly red as he replied, "Your Majesty, that girl is indeed the one I admire and wish to marry." "Oh, if she was teased, how can you be so calm?" "Your Majesty, yesterday I saw clearly in court that the Minister of Rights' son falsely accused the girl. Fortunately, Miss Shun was clever and perceptive, and the prefect of Jingzhou carefully examined the case, so the bad guys did not succeed." "Really? Such a thing happened? Then today, let's put other matters aside and first hear your story." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Soon, the prefect of Jingzhou was summoned without understanding what was happening and knelt to pay respects. "Prefect of Jingzhou, I hear you judged the case yesterday, where someone falsely accused another." The prefect of Jingzhou's heart skipped a beat. Such a minor teasing case was quickly known by the emperor. Seeing the tense atmosphere on the court, he looked worried. "Yes, Your Majesty, that is true. Tell me what happened." The governor of Jingzhou thought for a moment and said, "Early yesterday morning, the son of the Minister of Rights came to report that he was beaten badly by a woman on the street. I saw that he was indeed injured in many places, and they had already been bandaged. I immediately summoned the woman to court. But when she arrived, she claimed that the son of the Minister of Rights had first harassed her. After checking, we found that the injuries on the young man were not real. They were just covered with ointment, trying to fake the injury." "You are lying, Your Majesty. My son was carried home the day before yesterday, and he was in so much pain, he couldn't straighten his back. We called a doctor, and he said it was internal injury." The governor of Jingzhou had already argued with the Minister of Rights and no longer held back. He said, "From what I know, the young man came yesterday with his face covered and spoke confidently. I don't understand where this internal injury is. Also, the ointment on his face and head has been washed off and there are no scars. You The Minister of Rights was speechless. The governor of Jingzhou continued, "Your Majesty." After exposing the young man's trick, the woman said she would sue him for harassing her on the street. So, the case has been postponed for 3 days for further investigation. We are still looking for other witnesses. The emperor nodded and asked, "How is your investigation going?" The governor of Jingzhou felt tears in his eyes. He thought, it's only been 1 night, but he had to speak bravely. He said, "After investigation, I found that the young man has a history of similar behavior." The Minister of Rights was so frightened that he knelt down quickly and said, "Your Majesty, my son is mischievous, but he has never caused serious trouble. At most, he just talks nonsense and hasn't done anything serious." Yang Ziyu stepped forward and said, "Mischievous words are not harmless. A woman's chastity is more important than anything. Your son's reckless words have caused several women to take their own lives. And as for never causing trouble, Minister Li, I ask you, last month, you personally sent a servant to buy a life from an old man in the northern suburbs for 50 taels of silver. Do you remember?" Minister Li was shocked and sank to the ground. It was over. The emperor, having understood the situation, was furious. He said, "What a minister of rights! Such a disgrace to the word right. A high-ranking official, corrupt in morals, aiding evil, and even condoning his son's violence. Guards, take him away. Your Majesty, have mercy. Please, Your Majesty, have mercy." The Jingzhou secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking that luckily he hadn't hidden anything. The Prince of Jinan had already gathered all the evidence, and he had just guessed correctly. "Yang Ziyu, today we are just chatting casually in the court. How did your beloved girl injure the son of the Minister of Rights?" the emperor asked curiously. Yang Ziyu smiled and said, "Your Majesty, the girl I like is quite special." "Oh, how is she special? Tell me more." What was supposed to be a formal court session turned into a place for the Prince of Jinan to talk about his feelings. Prince Yang of Jinan, Yang Guangping, looked angry but dared not show it openly. He tried hard to control his emotions, noticing the officials nearby watching him. He clenched his fists, thinking that he would never allow such a girl to marry into the Prince of Jinan's family. After the court ended, the Crown Prince glanced at Yang Ziyu and then turned to leave. Yang Ziyu smirked happily and followed the Prince of Jinan. The Prince of Jinan snorted coldly and stormed off first. Yang Ziyu didn't mind and strolled out casually. Usually, Yang Ziyu didn't need to attend court, but today he came just to vent his anger at Shen Dongyue. Seeing Yang Ziyu in such a good mood, the nearby officials also came over to join the fun. "Young Master Yang, is the girl you like really so impressive? Won't you suffer later?" one asked. "Enjoy it as you like," Yang Ziyu replied proudly. "Isn't that just what a future wife might be like?" a small voice whispered from an official. Yang Ziyu overheard and nodded, saying, "The official is right. I'm afraid of my wife, and you know what? Sometimes that's a kind of happiness." The official immediately fell silent and quietly slipped away. Yang Ziyu didn't care and rode his carriage back to the prince's residence. As soon as he arrived, he heard the servant Yang say that the Prince of Jinan wanted to see him. Yang Ziyu entered the prince's study. Just as he stepped in, a inkstone flew toward him. He tilted his head and dodged it. The inkstone shattered behind him. Such a pity for a good inkstone. "Father, why are you so angry?" Yang Ziyu found a place to sit down. The Prince of Jinan's face was still angry as he scolded, "You rebellious son. Today in the court, you embarrassed the Prince of Jinan's family. And now you ask me why I am angry. How is my son embarrassing? I only filed a report. You still dare to mention this. Do you know who the wife of the Ministry of Rights deputy is? She is the daughter of the Marquis of Zhen. Today, you offended the Marquis of Zhen over a woman, and that's not worth it," said the King of Zhennan angrily. "Father, the wife of the deputy of the Ministry of Rights is just a concubine's daughter of the Marquis of Zhen. What's there to be afraid of? Besides, if I have to think twice before standing up for the girl I like, it's tiring. I should learn from Dongyu, be more carefree, and live longer." "You, how can you say that?" As the heir of the King of Zhennan, You keep mentioning a girl all the time, and now it's even known in the court. This is just a joke, said the king of Zhennan with a heart full of pain. Father, why is it a joke? The backyard isn't peaceful, so how can I stand firm in the court? Do you know that the little princess has liked you for a long time? Any man with a bit of ambition should know how to choose. Heh. Yang Ziyu chuckled softly. Father, I think that's what you really want to say. I won't marry the princess, and I've already received the marriage decree. You don't need to worry about it anymore, Yang Ziyu said as he stood up to leave. What's so good about that girl? A village girl, and you're so infatuated with her, said the king of Zhennan in disbelief. Yang Ziyu smiled, adjusted his clothes, and said to the king of Zhennan, Father, you're right about one thing. I am indeed very infatuated with that girl. But she hasn't accepted me. I am the one asking, not the other way around. Don't get the roles mixed up. The king of Zhennan took a step back and exclaimed, How ungrateful you are. Because she is so wonderful, at least, you could choose the princess or the niece of Sun-side consort's family. Or even the granddaughter of your grandmother's family. Aren't any of them better than that village girl? Yang Ziyu's face changed. He looked at his father and said, Father, do you really not know what Sun-side consort is planning? She's stirring trouble in your backyard. As a son, I can't interfere, but I only want a simple life with one person in the future. You'd better control that troublemaking concubine of yours. Don't overreach or don't blame me for being rude. How dare you? She's your elder, said the king of Zhennan angrily. But she's just a concubine. Does she even deserve that? Go away, go out. Son, I am leaving now. Yang Ziyu left the study of the Prince of Zhennan and returned to her own courtyard. Meanwhile, Shen Dongyue had not left the house for 3 days, kept confined by the old lady. She was tidying up the small flower bed in the backyard. Originally, one Shen Dongli was enough, but the old lady insisted there wasn't enough space and asked Shen Dongyue to expand it. Shen Dongyue had no choice but to remove some of the paving stones in the backyard and carefully turned over the soil. Fortunately, the backyard was still quite large, and leaving it empty was fine. The old lady came to check every day, which helped pass the time. Shen Dongyue and Shen Dongli planted vegetables together. The old lady then said the family needed firewood for the stove and asked her to get some. Shen Dongyue thought about it and remembered there was a shop in the inner city that sold firewood. She heard it was possible to pre-order, and it would be delivered regularly each month. The next morning, Shen Youfu brought his second son and some villagers to help prepare the stove for the old lady, bringing their own tools and soil. Seeing the neat little courtyard, Shen Youfu felt very envious and said to the old lady, Auntie, your good days are coming. The old lady happily nodded in agreement. The stove was quickly prepared, though only 2 stoves were made, which took some time. Both the old lady and Shen Dongning were afraid of the cold, so each had their own stove. At noon, Shen Dongyue went out to buy a lot of vegetables. Shen Dongning cooked a hearty lunch for everyone. The next morning, a carriage stopped at the door. An old maid respectfully said to Shen Dongyue, Miss, our eldest princess asked if you could visit the county princess. Although the scheduled day hasn't arrived, she feels uneasy. Do you have time to go now? Shen Dongyue replied, I can go now. I will tell my family. Please wait a moment. She went back to her room to tell the old lady, then grabbed her small cloth bag and followed the maid. The old lady sighed, called Shen Dongli to move the newly bought firewood into the shed, and then went to the kitchen to prepare her smoked and cured meats, seeming to feel at ease only when she checked them daily. Shen Dongyue visited the eldest princess's residence for the second time. The princess was already waiting in a side hall of the county princess's room. Shen Dongyue bowed with her fists clasped. The princess smiled and said, Please sit. I was too anxious this time and called you again. I hope you don't mind. Shen Dongyue shook her head and said, It's good to come and see the county princess. I also want to check how you've been resting these past few days. The Princess Chong smiled happily and said, Thank you so much for your amazing medical skills. Wani bathes with the medicine you prepared every day, and she hasn't fainted again. I finally see this day. Shen Dongyue also smiled and said, I'll go see the county princess first. The Princess Chong admired Shin Dongyue's straightforward personality and said, I'm tired of socializing and worried that being too direct might scare you. Actually, I wanted you to see Wani first. We can talk more when we're alone. Shin Donghua nodded with a smile. This time, the county princess was sitting on the bed, looking still weak, but with a good spirit. When she saw Shin Dongyue, she nodded and explained, It's hard for me to get out of bed, so I can't bow properly. Please forgive me. Shin Dongyue shook her head and stepped forward to check her pulse. The pulse was still weak, and suddenly she frowned and withdrew her hand. She asked the Princess Chong, Has the county princess been eating anything nourishing lately? The Princess Chong shook her head and said, Since you can treat her well, we will follow your prescriptions. She hasn't eaten anything special or very nourishing. Shin Donghua looked down thoughtfully, then carefully examined the princess's tongue coating and the whites of her eyes. County princess, I will give you another acupuncture treatment. The princess nodded and said, Thank you, sister. The Princess Chong had already prepared the needles. After inserting them, it was already noon. She said, By the way, yesterday the young master went to the village to fish a few fresh fish. You should stay and try some. Shin Donghua smiled and said, Thank you, princess. The meal was very rich, and Shin Donghua ate quite a lot. Seeing her eat, the princess couldn't help but eat half a bowl more. The old maid behind her was so happy. She kept saying, In the future, please invite Miss Shin to come often. Our princess's appetite has improved a lot. The Princess Chong nodded and said, Seeing you enjoy your food makes me hungry too. Shin Donghua grinned and said, I eat a bit more than most women. Don't laugh at me, princess. The princess replied, Being able to eat is a blessing. As soon as I moved into the side hall, a maid brought in 2 bowls of soup, bowed to the eldest princess, and said, Eldest princess, the young master says this soup is tasty and light. Please try some, princess and county mistress. The eldest princess's smile faded slightly, and she waved her hand. The maid placed 1 bowl of soup on the table and was about to carry the other into the county mistress's room. Shin Dongyue wrinkled her nose, stood up, and stopped the maid. The maid looked at the eldest princess but didn't dare speak. Shin Dongyue opened the bowl of soup for the county mistress, examined it carefully, took a sip with a spoon, and then looked up. The eldest princess hurried forward and asked, Is there something wrong with this soup? Shin Dongyue nodded and said, Princess, this soup is very nourishing, but since the county mistress is weak, I'm worried it might be too strong and could do more harm than good. The eldest princess's eyes widened in anger, and she said fiercely, I've already given orders that the county mistress shouldn't eat heavy, nourishing food. How dare anyone ignore my words? Come, check it out. Go to the young master and investigate. The old maid responded softly, turned around, and took the maid beside her away, also taking the maid who delivered the soup. The eldest princess held Shin Dongyue's hand and said, I've tasted it. The soup is very light. I thought it was fine, but I didn't expect. Shin Dongyue nodded and said, Don't worry, princess. The county mistress hasn't drunk much. As long as we follow the recipe I gave, it will be fine. The eldest princess patted Shin Dongyue's hand and said, You're so thoughtful, knowing what I want to ask. After leaving the eldest princess's residence, it was already evening. The street was busy with people hurrying home. Shin Dongyue refused the eldest princess's offer to send her home and carried her small cloth bag as she walked back. Near the gate, she saw Yang Ziyu leaning against the carriage, bathed in the soft, yellow sunset light that made his handsome face look even more charming. Shin Dongyue approached and asked curiously, What are you doing here? Is something the matter? Yang Ziyu straightened up, smiled slightly, and handed Shin Dongyue something. Shin Dongyue reached out to take it, didn't pull away, and looked up in confusion. She saw Yang Ziyu gazing at her intently. Dongyue, I haven't seen you for a few days. Do you miss me a little? Yang Ziyu's face was full of hope. Yes, I do. Yang Ziyu doubted whether he heard correctly. His face turned red with excitement, and he tried to stay calm. He gently asked, Did you say you miss me? Shin Dongyue nodded, and Yang Ziyu smiled happily. Is the gold mine all set up now? It's been many days. You're moving too slowly. Shin Donghua took the documents from Yang Ziyu and was about to open them to check. Yang Ziyu froze in place and asked carefully, "Are you asking me to deliver the documents to you? Otherwise what?" Shin Donghua replied. Seeing Yang Ziyu look disappointed, Shin Donghua burst out laughing. Watching Shin Donghua laugh, Yang Ziyu recovered from his disappointment and started to smile again. Shin Donghua peeked out from the door and asked, "Big sister, what are you laughing at? It's time to eat. Mother is calling you to come inside quickly. Don't stand outside. It's not good for others to see." Shin Donghua waved her hand at Shin Dongli and then looked at Yang Ziyu, asking, "Do you want to have a meal together?" Yang Ziyu quickly nodded, afraid Shin Donghua might change her mind. He went back to the carriage, took out a few boxes of food, and signaled the coachman to wait at the alley entrance. Shin Donghua looked at the boxes of food and raised an eyebrow at Yang Ziyu. Yang Ziyu's face turned red and said, "I prepared these early and put them on the carriage." Shin Donghua smiled slightly. When the old lady saw Yang Ziyu also coming in, she secretly glared at Shin Donghua and quickly went to the kitchen to cook a few more dishes. The meal was quite good. Yang Ziyu was careful and kept smiling. He kept stealing glances at Shin Donghua, then looking away. The old lady finally laughed out loud, thinking, "A noble son of the town's prince. Look at how impressive he is." After finishing the meal, Yang Ziyu didn't dare stay long, worried that the old lady might be unhappy. He smiled at Shin Donghua and took his leave. Shin Donghua also giggled foolishly, but when the old lady patted her on the back, she immediately stopped. "Have you forgotten what you promised me?" the old lady asked, eyes wide, looking at Shin Donghua, who was following behind. Shin Donghua went back to her room and lay lazily on the bed, saying, "Mother, I haven't forgotten. But we can't be the type to burn bridges after crossing the river, right? Turning hostile immediately isn't good." The old lady was annoyed and asked, "Come here and tell me, how did you burn bridges after crossing the river?" Shin Donghua sat up and looked at the old lady. "It's true that this house was given by the princess, but the person I saved was sent by Yang Ziyu. He used the trust of the princess's eldest son to get me the chance to treat the young lady. Yes, I'm good at medicine and would have become well-known sooner or later, but the reason we can live so comfortably now, doesn't Yang Ziyu deserve at least a little credit for that?" The old lady wanted to speak, but Shin Donghua stopped her. Shin Donghua continued, "Grandmother, do you really think anyone who calls themselves a miracle doctor could treat the young lady? Look at me, wearing plain clothes and still so young. Who would believe I'm a skilled doctor? Even if we didn't treat her and stayed at the old estate, whose property was that? Wouldn't it feel wrong to live there for free? And also, do you know why the local office hasn't sent any news after 3 days? Do you think the magistrate handled it alone? Or that my last explanation to the people was enough to stop him? No, it must be that Yang Ziyu has already helped settle the matter." The old lady was stunned. She had never known there were so many things behind it. Her mouth opened, but no words came out. Shin Donghua gently put her arm around the old lady's shoulders. "You don't have to worry, Grandma. I won't become anyone's concubine. Yang Ziyu has already gone to ask for an imperial decree. It's just that I don't want to marry right now. But since we've accepted his help, we can't pretend nothing happened." "What? Yang Ziyu went to ask for an imperial decree?" The old lady was so shocked that her voice changed. Shin Dongli and Shin Dongning heard the noise and quickly ran in to see what was happening. Shin Donghua scratched her face, regretting that she had said too much. The old lady's lips trembled. "Say that again. What did Yang Ziyu ask for?" Shin Donghua blinked playfully, but the old lady gave her a light slap to make her stop fooling around. "Yang Ziyu said he asked for a blank marriage decree. As long as I agree to marry, it will be official." The old lady gasped and sat down heavily on the bed, pointing at Shin Donghua. "Such an important matter, and you didn't say a word." Afraid the old lady might get too upset, Shin Donghua quickly patted her back to calm her down. But the old lady pushed her away and said to Shin Dongli, "Dongli, bring me a cane." Seeing that things were going badly, Shin Donghua dashed out of the room, with the old lady chasing after her, panting heavily. "Dongli, catch your sister for me," the old lady said, pointing at Shin Donghua. "Grandma, I can't catch her," Shin Dongli replied, feeling embarrassed. But in his mind, he wondered, even if I could catch her, would I dare? No, I wouldn't. In the end, the old lady didn't manage to catch Shin Dongyue and ended up tiring herself out. Shin Dongyue helped the old lady sit down and said, "Why are you making things so difficult? When something happens, you act so unsteady." The old lady glared and tried to hit Shin Dongyue again, but Shin Dongyue pulled and carried her into her room. The old lady sat on the bed and told the two younger ones to go outside. She looked at Shin Dongyue and asked, "Have you two decided to get married? How could that be? What are you thinking?" Shin Dongyue quickly replied. Seeing Shin Dongyue's reaction, the old lady felt a bit relieved. "You need to know where the line is. We are just simple villagers, and climbing too high is dangerous." "Oh," she said, getting anxious again. Shin Dongyue hurriedly comforted her. "Grandma, don't worry. Right now, I don't want to. But in the future, who knows who'll be climbing higher." The old lady couldn't stand her granddaughter bragging and felt uneasy inside, but she didn't say anything. The next morning, Shin Dongyue went out again, regardless of her grandmother's thoughts. Shin Dongyue had long wanted to open a small clinic. She planned to find some good doctors to work with, and if there was something she couldn't handle, she would look into it herself. After looking around for a while, she found 2 places for rent. One was a 2-story house with an attic. It was quite spacious and in a good location, on the busiest street. The best part was that this shop also had a backyard with several rooms for living. Shin Dongyue asked about the rent. It was 1,200 taels of silver per year. She counted her silver and thought the price was acceptable, but she wondered if her new clinic could earn enough to cover that cost. The other shop was smaller, only 1 floor, but still in a good spot and cheaper, 500 taels a year. Shin Dongyue thought about it and decided she still preferred the larger one. After discussing everything with the shop owner, she signed the lease directly. The owner smiled and said, "Congratulations on your success, shopkeeper." Shin Dongyue also smiled and replied, "Thank you for your good wishes." She closed the shop door, then went to buy some food and came back home. When the old lady saw Shin Dongyue return, she asked, "What have you been busy with these days? Going out early and coming back late and taking so much gold." Shin Dongyue hugged the old lady and said, "I open a shop planning to start a clinic. We can't just sit and do nothing." The old lady was surprised. "You're opening a clinic now? Don't you need to learn more first?" "Hey, old lady, do you still doubt my medical skills? Is your leg pain still bothering you after all these years? Is your niece-in-law's foot able to walk now?" Shin Dongyue said confidently. The old lady rolled her eyes at Shin Dongyue and said, "Who knows who you're showing off for?" Shin Dongyue laughed loudly. "I can't see everything, but I know you're a bit proud." The old lady didn't want to talk to Shin Dongyue anymore, so she went to the kitchen to watch Shin Dongning cook. Shin Dongyue called Shin Dongli over and said, "Tomorrow, go to the village and find some boys your age. If anyone is willing, find some girls too. The clinic needs people. If it works out, you can stay." Shin Dongli nodded and said, "Just our group of 10 or so is enough, right? No need to find more." Shin Dongyue shook his head, patted Shin Dongli's shoulder, and said, "You guys can't waste this opportunity. If anyone wants to come, let them. Just start working first." Shin Dongli grinned. He always knew his sister had plans for them, but she never said anything, and he couldn't ask. Now, she finally let it slip. The next morning, Shin Dongyue went to the shop first, while Shin Dongli headed to the village. Shin Dongyue was walking around the shop, planning how to divide the space, where to have consultation areas, where to put shelves, and what to do upstairs. Everything could be arranged. Before noon, the young boys arrived. Without Shin Dongyue saying a word, they picked up tools and started cleaning, sweeping the floor, wiping the windows. Shin Dongyue took Shin Dongli and Shin Beicheng to the carpenter shop, hoping to buy ready-made furniture if available. They bought about 10 tables and dozens of chairs. The medicine cabinets needed to be custom-made. Shin Dongyue paid a deposit and gathered the boys to help carry the tables. Having many people is always better. For example, when lifting a table, even someone as strong as Shin Dongyue can't lift 2 at once. But now it's good. One person carries one table, going back and forth until it's done. Seeing the clean shop, Shandongwa feels in a good mood. He gave Shandongli a few silver coins and asked him to buy some good food for everyone to eat at home. Shandongli happily agreed and took Erwa with him. Just as they reached the door, he turned back. Big sister, there are a bunch of people standing at the door, Shandongli said to Shandongwa. They had noticed earlier because of the noise inside. Shandongwa stepped outside and saw, wow, about 30 or 40 people, all dressed in tough clothes, looking like they had training. Is there something you want? Shandongwa asked loudly. I don't deal with women's business. I want to talk to someone who can speak properly, said a man who looked like the leader. Shandongwa snorted and said, if you're here to cause trouble, at least look like it.
Say what you need to say.
If not, just leave quickly so we don't waste time. The man sneered and said, listen up. This whole South Street is our boss Xiang's territory. If you open a shop here without permission, you better have a good explanation. Are they collecting protection money? Thugs and bullies? Shandongwa asked loudly. What about the government? I've already paid my taxes. Are you trying to collect money secretly? Everyone on the other side started laughing. The leader laughed loudly and said, yes, we pay the government and we pay here too. Shandongwa understood now. It seems someone in the government is protecting them. Maybe this boss Xiang is an official or someone working for the authorities. He looked around. The lively street was now empty. Some shop owners were secretly peeking out, but no one dared to come out. Shandongwa tilted his head. Shandongli stepped forward and asked, Big sister, what should we do now? The group of young men behind him looked eager to fight. Don't hurt anyone. They probably have weapons, so be careful, Shandongwa warned. Outside, the group was waiting for Shandongwa and his people to ask how much money they should pay. Suddenly, more than 10 young boys rushed out from inside. Oh, so you're prepared. Look at you. Don't you see I'm the boss here on this street? A stone flew through the air and hit the leader right in the mouth, making him shut up immediately. That person was also a tough character. With a wave of his hand, the people behind him started attacking with their weapons. Some had knives, others were unarmed, but all had practiced a few moves. Shandongwa took out a small stone from his sleeve pocket, feeling a bit regretful. He thought, it's hard to find stones in the capital city. Why can't I keep them? It's unfair that the other side has weapons. Shandongwa aimed at those with weapons, throwing stones one by one. Some weapons were knocked away, and others were kicked off by Shandongwa himself. Soon, the fight turned chaotic, and many people were lying on the ground. The leader covered his mouth and said, Do you know what happens if you offend us? This isn't something 200 taels of silver can fix. After speaking, he spat out some blood. Shandongwa nodded and said, Feel free to use any moves you have. Let's settle this all at once. Don't come back today or tomorrow. You're tired, and we're annoyed. The man pointed at Shandongwa, waved his hand, and led his injured followers away. Shandongwa clapped his hands and said, Let's go buy some things, and then go home to eat. These young boys usually listened to Shandongwa. When trouble came, they faced it head-on, covering each other, and didn't worry much. They were brave and bold. When they got home, the old lady saw so many people and didn't complain. She directed someone to set the table and another to bring the stools. Shandongli bought a lot of cooked food, so they didn't need to cook much. Meanwhile, the leader and his followers went straight to see Lord Xiang. Lord Xiang, we've had a setback, they reported. The man called Lord Xiang chuckled softly and said, Dongda, do you know why I've told you to be careful all these years? Dongda nodded and said, Lord Xiang said, there's always someone better out there. Since you know that and you lost so many people, go and accept your punishment, Lord Xiang said casually, holding a small teapot and drinking tea. Thank you, Lord Xiang, Dongda said, and went to accept his punishment. Just a girl. She can't really turn the world upside down. Lord Xiang squinted and pretended to be sleepy. Shandongwa had Li Chunlin write a sign to hang outside, selling medicinal herbs that were prepared and bought in large quantities. They also collected some strange items, like Sichuan pepper, beeswax, and fresh flowers. A group of people gathered outside the sign, all discussing the sign in front of Shandongwa's door. Wasn't it said to be a medical clinic? What kind of things are they collecting? After waiting 2 days, no one came to cause trouble. Shin Dongyue first took a group of people to the countryside to gather supplies. There are many strange things in the countryside. Many villagers keep some for themselves. Items like dried geckos, cicada skins, dandelions, goji root, and mugwort are all used in medicine. They sorted the items and told the villagers that if they had similar quality goods, they could send them to Myoran Hall Medical Clinic in the city. They stayed in the village for a few days before heading back. They went straight to the shop, planning to store the medicinal herbs in the clinic. Before they arrived, Shin Dongyue saw the shop window had been smashed. Shin Dongli quickly ran over and saw that the wooden door had a big hole in it, and the window was broken. Shin Dongli clenched his fists and turned to Shin Dongyue, saying, "Big sister, it must be those people." The group of young boys behind him immediately lost their temper. "Senior sister Dongyue, let's go break into their hideout." "Senior sister Dongyue, we can't just tolerate this." "Senior sister Dongyue." Shin Dongyue waved her hand, and everyone fell silent. She said, "The clinic has been smashed. How much is the door and windows worth? Let's go back and rest for now. Tomorrow, I will go and get it back." Okay, they carried all the gathered supplies back to the house. Luckily, there were still many rooms in the side building. Recently, 2 or 3 of these young boys were sharing a room and living at Shin Dongyue's house. The next morning, after breakfast, Shin Dongyue took them out. As they left, they saw several carriages parked at the door, and Yang Ziqing and the little princess stepped out of the carriages, followed by a group of servants. "Where are you all going with so many people?" Li Qinghua asked. Shin Dongyue scratched her head in frustration. What should she do now? Yang Ziqing had already come over and asked, "What's wrong? Do I have to join the fun?" Erwa and the others quickly explained what had happened. Yang Ziqing rolled up his sleeves and said loudly, "Let's go. Why are we just standing here?" Everyone looked at Shin Dongyue. She hesitated and told the little princess, "Dongning is at home. Go play with her." "Shin Dongyue, I came to find you. Are you trying to send me away? Are you guys planning something fun and not inviting me?" Li Qinghua looked at the people behind Shin Dongyue and pouted. "Then I will take you to have fun. You can't bring so many people," Shin Dongyue said. Li Qinghua turned around, pointed at an old eunuch, and said, "You can come with me." This old eunuch looked very skilled in martial arts. Shin Dongyue nodded and led a group of people to go. Li Qinghua was very excited and kept asking, "What are we going to do? A fight? Is it fun?" Shin Dongyue looked at the old eunuch, who seemed calm and kept his eyes down without speaking. He started to get an idea. "We're going to fight a group. Don't be afraid if you come along," Shin Dongyue said. "Great. I've never seen a fight. I've only seen 2 little eunuchs argue. When I try to go, they stop. It's boring." Shin Dongyue held the little princess gently and said, "Stay close to me and don't get hurt." "What's the use of staying close to you? Afyu is much stronger." "My dad said that as long as Afyu is here, I won't get hurt at all." Shin Dongyue nodded and said, "Then stay close to Afyu." Soon, they arrived at a big house they had heard about. The gate was large. Shin Dongyue kicked open the gate and went inside. The people inside looked surprised, then started cursing and came over, saying, "Who are you? Do you dare to break in here? Are you crazy?" Yang Ziqing stepped forward and kicked, knocking the person back several steps, causing him to fall. Others nearby saw this and gathered around. Shin Dongyue stepped forward and said, "Call your boss, Xiang Yi. Tell him the people from Myoran Hall are here. We want to see the real deal." Someone had already gone to the backyard to call for help. In a short time, dozens of people came from the backyard. Among them was Dongda. When he saw Shin Dongyue, he immediately understood what was happening. He sneered and said, "Someone really came here just to get into trouble." Without wasting words, Shin Dongyue waved his hand, and everyone rushed forward. They were outnumbered, with only 18 people. The little princess couldn't fight, and Afyu was only there to protect her. The rest didn't interfere. Shin Dongyue moved among them, kicking and punching each one. The younger brother used his skills to make it hard for the others to catch or hit him. Dongda watched nervously from the side. Last time, his group of 30 or 40 people had been defeated by them. Does he have enough people this time? Clearly, deep down, Dongda already knew his side was no match. He sent his men to call more people from the backyard. Soon they were all knocked down. Shen Dongyue stepped on a troublemaker and loudly shouted, "Is the person in charge here? If you don't come out soon, I will destroy this house. The young lady, please speak nicely." "I'll go call her Master Xiang," someone replied. Dongda waved his hand, and two men ran out. Shen Dongyue smirked and said, "Give you a moment to come out. If no one shows up, I will burn this house down." Yes, yes. The young princess was already stunned. She looked at Shen Dongyue with admiration. She was so impressive, and even fighting looked so exciting. Shen Dongyue waited less than a moment when a man named Master Xiang arrived. He was a thin old man who didn't look like he knew martial arts. Shen Dongyue frowned, but didn't speak first. Master Xiang squinted and looked at Shen Dongyue, saying, "Miss, today's matter might not be easily settled." Shen Dongyue snorted and said, "You are Master Xiang. Let's be honest. If you stop here today, I'll give you some face. We'll stay out of each other's way in the future. But if you insist on continuing, we'll see who's right." Master Xiang looked at his fallen men on the ground and laughed loudly. "Then, miss, you should pay the medicine money for my men first. Maybe you should settle the money for damaging my clinic first." How ungrateful. The young princess couldn't hold back anymore. She jumped and cursed loudly. Shameless. Afu quickly grabbed her and stood beside her respectfully. "Don't blame me if I get tough," Master Xiang said. Shen Dongyue looked up and signaled him to step aside. Just as they were about to continue, they heard running footsteps outside. A group of officials pushed the door open and entered. Shen Dongyue raised an eyebrow. It seemed they planned to go from sneaky to straightforward. She looked steadily at Master Xiang and smiled silently, thinking, "You're finished." Grandpa Xiang shivered and looked at Shen Dongyue's smile, feeling a bit cold. The officials from the yamen approached Grandpa Xiang and asked, "Is this all? Then we will take them away now." Grandpa Xiang hesitated and nodded. The officials waved their hands, and some people came forward to take the group away. The little princess wanted to speak, but a Fu pulled her back. She followed Shen Dongyue and the others to the yamen. The governor of Jingzhou heard about a fight that needed to be handled, and since it was ordered from above, he thought it was just a routine matter. He put on his official hat, took big steps, and walked toward the court. As soon as he sat down, he looked up and almost thought he was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes and saw the troublemaker he had seen a few days ago, smiling at him. The governor almost lost his balance. No wonder. Could he sit steadily in this position? Shen Dongyue bowed to the governor and said, "Sir, I hope you are well." The governor forced a smile that was worse than crying and asked, "Why are you here again?" "We had a fight," Shen Dongyue replied. The governor thought to himself, "I knew you fought again. A woman who fights every day and is brought to the yamen. What kind of thing is this? The problem is, you're still the girl the Prince of Jiannan likes, and that prince is quick to complain. This is really..." The governor felt bitter inside, but couldn't say anything. "Tell me what happened." "Sir, I found out that some people in the South City are collecting taxes illegally," Shen Dongyue said loudly. The governor knew Shen Dongyue wanted to tell the common people, and he wanted to cover her mouth. What does illegal tax collection mean? Can taxes be collected randomly? At most, it's a protection fee. A Fu looked up at Shen Dongyue and then lowered his head. "How do you mean?" the governor asked. "A few days ago, I opened a clinic on South Street. Suddenly, 30 or 40 well-dressed men came to cause trouble, saying they needed to pay 200 taels of silver, claiming it was a tax collected by the government, and they wanted a share too." Shen Dongyue looked at the governor and grinned, saying, "Sir, that silver is even more expensive than official taxes." The governor felt like he was in a bitter soup and really wanted to leave the court and walk away. "Indeed. Sir, the strange thing is right here. Today we fought over this matter. I didn't expect the officials to come so quickly, and they even knew those people. They only took us to the official office. Sir, this is unfair. Please help us settle this." The magistrate of Jingzhou had already given up. After thinking for a while, he finally stood up, left the hall, and approached Shen Dongyue quietly, saying, "Young lady, can we settle this privately?" Shen Dongyue looked at the little princess behind her and asked, What does the official want to do about settling this privately? What you want, we will do, the magistrate replied. Shun Donghua thought for a moment and said, that works. Let that Mr. Xiang come and apologize and personally fix the windows and doors. Once that's done, we'll consider this matter settled. I'm also giving you face, sir. Is that okay? The magistrate clenched his teeth and glared at Shen Donghua, whispering, young lady, I promise you'll be satisfied. Shen Donghua smiled. She led a group of people out of the official office. She looked at A Fu and said, going through the world means you have to endure some hardships. Today, we've had another experience at the official office. With a wave of her hand, she and her group returned to the medical clinic. Not long after, a carriage sped toward them. The man called Mr. Xiang hurriedly got out of the carriage and rushed toward Shen Donghua. Shen Dongli stepped in front of her to block him, glaring angrily at Mr. Xiang. Mr. Xiang knelt on the ground with a thud, kowtowing to Shen Donghua. As he bowed, he said, thank you, miss, for sparing my life. I apologize to you. Thank you. The little princess saw this and muttered, this is boring. Shen Donghua pushed away Dongli, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, Mr. Xiang, I dare not, I dare not. If the young lady has instructions, just tell me. If you want to stay alive, you need to get the people above you to hand over the money. Remember, the people above, Shen Donghua whispered softly. Mr. Xiang was stunned and sank to the ground. The windows and doors weren't repaired by Mr. Xiang. A few young boys handled it easily, and they finished quickly. Shen Donghua was taken shopping in the southern street by the little princess. This whole ordeal had long past lunchtime. The little princess was fighting and hadn't eaten yet. Shen Donghua took her to Donglashan, ordered some small, delicious dishes. The little princess wasn't picky and, probably hungry, ate very happily. Shen Donghua, how are you so good at martial arts? Will you teach me? Shen Donghua looked at Afu and said, you have so many experts protecting you. No need to learn. It's too tiring. The little princess pouted and said, watching you fight is so exciting. I want to try too. Next time you come, I'll take you hunting. Really? That's great. Shen Donghua, you're the best. Only you are willing to play with me. That Yang Ziyu always looks serious when he sees me and doesn't play with me. He even leaves me with Yang Qing. Shen Donghua blinked. There's no way to judge this. Everyone was happy after a good meal, both the eaters and the host. In the evening, Afu urged the little princess to return to the palace. Before leaving, she said she would come back in a few days. Shen Donghua waved goodbye and went home. Shen Donghua became very famous on the street. No one knew who this Mr. Xiang was, the person everyone avoided. All they knew was that now, no one dared to offend him. Shen Donghua was worried about finding a court doctor. Good doctors already had fixed clinics and rarely changed jobs for short-term benefits. In the end, Shen Donghua had no choice but to set up a medical friends gathering. She placed a table outside the clinic, inviting skilled doctors to exchange treatments. It worked to some extent, attracting many onlookers and spreading her reputation. But there was no good result. 3 days passed, and not a single doctor came to challenge her. Shen Donghua couldn't sit still. She thought if nothing else works, she would ask Yang Ziyu for a few doctors and wait until her reputation grew. Coincidentally, right across from her clinic, a patient was near death. His family was pushed and beaten out of the clinic. Doctor, my husband still has a pulse. Why are you forcing us out? We have money to pay for treatment. A woman in her 30s or 40s cried. Your husband is already critically ill. Just go home and wait. Don't come here to cause trouble, said the young clerk at the clinic. But he's still alive. How can I watch him die right in front of me? I can't bear it, the woman sobbed loudly. People around pointed and whispered. Everyone knew that many families would take their loved ones home when they were told they couldn't be saved. There's an old saying, even in death, they want to die at home. But now, the clinic refused to admit him, and the woman refused to leave. But this person isn't dead yet, so you won't accept him? Is this still a proper medical clinic? What should we do? Not all illnesses can be cured at a clinic. That's true. Shen Donghua pushed through the crowd, approached and looked at the man on the ground. His face was very red, clearly running a high fever. What happened to him? Shin Dongyue asked the woman. The woman, seeing that Shin Dongyue was a young girl, was still crying as she said, "My husband was chopping wood a few days ago and was cut in the leg with an axe. The wound was bandaged, but it didn't heal well. Then, starting the day before yesterday, he suddenly developed a high fever, and now he's starting to convulse. The clinic suddenly said they wouldn't treat him anymore. What should we do?" She started crying again. Shin Dongyue squatted beside the man, gently rolled up his pant leg. There was a large abscess, and his whole leg was swollen. People around gasped in shock, some worried about his leg, others surprised to see a young girl inspecting someone's leg in the street. But Shin Dongyue was thinking, "This is a good opportunity. I'll treat him. Take me to my clinic," she said, pointing to her clinic across the street. The woman looked up and saw Mingren Hall. She hadn't seen this clinic a few days ago. "When did it open? Do you think you can do it?" the woman asked. Shin Dongyue grinned and said, "They won't treat him anymore. Who else can you trust besides me?" The woman stared blankly at Shin Dongyue, then nodded and watched as she called some young boys to carry her husband into the clinic. People around started talking loudly. Everyone knew that this old, reputable clinic on the street rarely misdiagnosed and had a very good reputation. Shin Dongyue told the woman behind her, "To cure him, it will take about 10 or 15 days. Pack your things and stay here." The woman nodded blankly, watching Shin Dongyue instruct the others to boil water and prepare medicines, standing there unsure of what to do. She looked around. The clinic had the basic equipment, but it was very empty, no senior doctor to see patients, which made people feel uneasy. Shin Dongyue took a disinfected dagger and carefully cleaned the man's infected wound, moving quickly and neatly without any hesitation. Then she prepared a medicine prescription. Shin Dongyue hesitated and said, "Miss, it seems our clinic is missing a few medicines." Shin Dongyue smiled and said, "Go to the opposite clinic to get the medicine. Just need these few herbs. Don't take the recipe directly." Shin Dongyue sighed and soon returned with the herbs. "Big sister, they're quite nice. They knew I was from this place and happily gave me the medicine," Shin Dongyue said. Shin Dongyue nodded and told Dongyue how to prepare the medicine. She also muttered, "Remember to call Shin Yayan someday. He doesn't need instructions on how to prepare the medicine." Shin Dongyue nodded and agreed. "Okay, I don't want to do this delicate work anyway." After finishing the medicine, Shin Dongyue told the woman who was settled in the backyard, "Make the next dose yourself. Take 3 doses a day. Don't forget the medicine. We'll come back tomorrow morning." The woman nodded, looking confused. She watched Shin Dongyue wave goodbye. The clinic was empty, with no one left to watch over it. They said they were going home to eat and sleep. She looked suspiciously at her husband. In just a few hours, his high fever had gradually gone down. He sat nearby, crying loudly. The next morning, Shin Dongyue and her team arrived early at the clinic. After checking the patient's condition, Shin Dongyue told Shin Dongyue to quickly find Shin Yayan. He was a good doctor for ward rounds. They couldn't waste him. Shin Dongyue promised and left. By noon, Shin Yayan arrived with a bundle. Seeing Shin Dongyue, he smiled and said, I came to help." Shin Dongyue was happy and said, "Welcome." The patient was completely handed over to Shin Yayan. Shin Dongyue then relaxed. Early that day, Shin Dongyue arrived at the clinic and saw a carriage rushing over. She noticed the emblem of the princess's family on the carriage and thought something had happened to the county princess. She hurried to meet it. An old maid got off the carriage and said to Shin Dongyue, "Miss, our princess asks you to come and save her." Shin Dongyue nodded and got on the carriage without hesitation. The woman inside was very surprised. The owner of this clinic was connected to the princess's family, and they had specially called her back for help. What kind of medical skill was that? On the carriage, Shin Dongyue heard the old maid talking about the situation. The patient was the elder brother of the princess's husband, Marquis Weiwu. Marquis Weiwu had been gloomy and unfulfilled for years. He loved drinking and often got drunk. Yesterday at noon, Lord Weiwu drank too much and never woke up again. His family watched him sleep, and sometimes they could hear his snoring but no breathing. His wife was so worried she couldn't sleep all night, afraid he might stop breathing and pass away. They thought he would wake up after a few hours, like usual, but he slept for 8 or 9 hours and still didn't wake. The family started to feel scared. When they arrived at the Ho residence, Shin Donghua followed the old maid to Lord Weiwu's courtyard. Soon, a well-dressed lady came out. Seeing how young Shin Donghua was, she looked surprised and hesitated before asking the old maid, "Is this the divine doctor the eldest princess mentioned?" The old maid respectfully replied, "Yes, our county princess brought her here to treat him. If the lady of Weiwu Ho doesn't believe, I can take Shin Donghua back. But then, our relationship will be over." The lady of Weiwu Ho looked annoyed, but didn't dare to get angry because of the eldest princess. She snorted and turned back into the house. The old maid apologized to Shin Donghua, saying, "Sorry about today. Our princess once owed a favor to the lady of Weiwu Ho. She has helped them for many years, but they don't see it as enough. Today, we are here to repay that favor with Shin Donghua's medical skills. No matter if they accept the treatment or not, after today, our princess will still owe you a great debt. We just want to cut ties cleanly." Shin Donghua frowned and nodded without speaking. Soon, a maid came to invite Shin Donghua inside. The old maid followed closely behind. Inside, they saw Lord Weiwu sleeping deeply on the bed. Sometimes his snoring was loud, and other times it seemed he wasn't breathing. Shin Donghua saw 2 doctors standing nearby with medicine boxes, looking speechless. She stepped forward to check Lord Weiwu's pulse, then lowered her hand and said, "Lord Weiwu has alcohol poisoning." His wife frowned and said, "No matter what, I want my husband to wake up first." Shin Donghua told her, "There is phlegm in his mouth. Someone should help him clear it out, so he can breathe more easily. How about forcing the Marquis to take emetic medicine? But if we're not careful, he might choke," Shin Donghua asked. "No, that's not possible. The Marquis is asleep now, and we don't know if the medicine can be given. Plus, if he does swallow it, it will be very uncomfortable for him," the Marquis's wife replied. "There's another way. Let him lie down and gently tap his back, so he can vomit naturally. Our Marquis is delicate like a young lady. We can't treat him like that." "No," Shin Donghua chuckled bitterly and said, "I'm sorry, but I don't have the ability to help. I will take my leave." She bowed slightly to the proud Marquis's wife and was about to leave.
How dare you?
"A little doctor like you is so arrogant. Come, teach her a lesson," someone shouted. An old maid stepped forward and scolded, "Who dares?" The proud Marquis's wife glared angrily and said, "You a servant? Think you can speak to the master like that? Step aside, or I won't show respect to the princess." The old maid snorted and said, "Madam, you're just angry and taking it out on others. The princess calls you a big sister-in-law out of respect for the marriage, but if you continue to be ungrateful, we won't hold back. Today, I just want to keep this doctor here to teach her a lesson." "Who dares to stop me?" the Marquis's wife said angrily. "It seems you're angry and want to vent your frustration before considering the Marquis's condition. Fine. I'll come myself so you won't be able to hide your anger." The princess stepped in from outside. She first took Shin Donghua's hand to apologize, then looked at the proud Marquis's wife. The proud Marquis's wife didn't expect the princess to come. She clenched her teeth, took a deep breath, and bowed to the princess. The princess snorted coldly and said, "Since there's no need for treatment, we'll go back." She turned and was about to leave with Shin Donghua. The Marquis's wife stepped forward to stop her and said, "Princess, since this matter is settled, let this doctor treat the Marquis." The princess raised her chin and shouted, "Too late. Move aside." The old maid pushed away the Marquis's wife, and the princess took Shin Donghua and left. The Marquis's wife stomped her foot behind them, glared at the 2 doctors and shouted, "Hurry up and treat the Marquis." The 2 doctors bowed to Lady Weiwu Ho and said, "Madam, we are not very skilled. Please kindly find a better doctor." After speaking, they carried their medicine boxes and left. Lady Weiwu Ho was furious. She angrily shouted at her servant, "Are they all useless? Go and invite another doctor quickly." The servant hurried out. Meanwhile, Shin Donghua was pulled out by the crown princess. The crown princess apologized, saying, I didn't expect her to be so reckless, to blame you for her own illness. It was my fault. I'm sorry you had to suffer for it. Shin Donghua looked steadily at the crown princess and said, If you had come any later, it would have been the lady of the marquis who suffered. The crown princess chuckled and said, Look at you, telling jokes so seriously. Shin Donghua didn't explain. She leaned back lazily and sat down. Today, I owe you. If there's anything you want or need help with, just tell me. I will do my best to help, said the crown princess. Shin Donghua smiled and replied, Princess, you can hold on to that for now. I don't need it at the moment. The crown princess smiled and said, All right, then I'll keep it in mind. After sending Shin Donghua back, the crown princess got into her carriage and left. When Shin Donghua entered the clinic, she saw Yang Ziyu, whom she hadn't seen in over half a month. He was dressed in white, gentle and refined. Yang Ziyu smiled and said, You're back. Shin Donghua nodded and gestured for him to go upstairs and talk. Did the crown princess come to see the county lady? Yang Ziyu asked. No. She went to the marquis residence, Shin Donghua said as she washed her hands, indicating that Yang Ziyu should sit down first. Yang Ziyu frowned, clearly knowing what was going on, but he didn't say anything. Shin Donghua sat on a rattan chair and asked, Are you done with the tax silver case? Hearing this, Yang Ziyu smiled and said, It's finished. We've caught everyone we needed to, and the silver is in hand. The crown prince said he would reward you so you can make a request. Shin Donghua nodded and said, It seems the crown prince has gained quite a bit this time. Yang Ziyu shook his head and said, The crown prince isn't short of money. This time, he eliminated a strong rival and received a reward from His Majesty. Shin Donghua picked up the sunflower seeds beside her, cracking and eating them while saying, That's still a gain. With such a large sum of silver, it would be a real loss not to profit from it. But can things settle down over there? Things are never calm. They can't be controlled, Yang Ziyu said coldly. Shin Donghua nodded and said, Please tell His Highness the Crown Prince that I owe favors for now. When I need help, I will ask for it. Yang Ziyu smiled and nodded, saying, It seems you really like others to owe you favors. The villagers along the way, plus the current princess and the crown prince. Shin Donghua glanced at Yang Ziyu and said, And one more person you. Yang Ziyu chuckled and said, Yes, I owe you the most first. Isn't it because I want to repay you? But you don't want it. His eyes fixed on Shin Donghua. Shin Donghua shook her head and said, The heir of the Jinnan king was angry for a beauty, and the Minister of Rights was stripped of his official position. These aren't all because of me, right? The Minister of Rights is backed by the Duke of Zhenghua, who is also the maternal grandfather of the second prince. It's just a small warning breaking a little arm. Besides, how can you say it's not all because of you? Dare to tease you, he's got guts. Suddenly, a fierce aura rose from Yang Ziyu, startling Shin Donghua. Yang Ziyu then looked at Shin Donghua and said, The Weiwu Marquis' mansion won't come to invite you again. If you refuse politely, no need to be courteous. Feel free to vent your anger. A small, declining marquis can't stand up to anything. They don't know their place. Without Princess Cheng's support, they would have been divided long ago. Don't worry about anything else. If something happens, I will handle it for you. A slight smile appeared on Shin Donghua's lips. Seeing her smile, Yang Ziyu also smiled. I think your place is still too simple. You lack some doctors in the hall. Do you want me to find a few for you? Yang Ziyu asked. Shin Donghua raised an eyebrow, actually considering asking Yang Ziyu for people. I have a few doctors who follow the army. They're a bit old now and haven't gone to the border recently, but they can still treat common illnesses and fevers, she replied. Shin Donghua became interested and said, How many do you have? As many as I need. Yang Ziyu laughed loudly. 8. That's enough for now. They are all from the capital, and their homes are arranged. This way they can earn some money here. That's fine. I can pay them double what regular doctors earn. Good. Then I'll thank you on their behalf. Before leaving, Yang Ziyu said with reluctance, I wonder when I will be able to eat Grandma Shin's cooking again. Shin Donghua looked uncomfortable and said, The old lady is too lazy to cook. Now, the meals at home are made by those young boys. This was a refusal. Yang Ziyu smiled and said, "In a few days, I will send the doctor over." Shen Dongyue nodded, and Yang Ziyu got into the carriage and left. After Yang Ziyu left, Shen Dongli suddenly ran over from a corner. "Big sister," Yang Ziyu said he contacted some herbal merchants and they will come to talk in a few days, Shen Dongli said. Shen Dongyue was surprised and nodded, saying, "I understand." The next morning, the little princess came with Afu, holding a small bow and arrow, and blocked Shen Dongyue at home. "Shen Dongyue, I came out early on purpose. Father said I can go back tomorrow. You can take me hunting." Shen Dongyue hit her head and forgot about this. Thinking that her medical clinic still had Shen Yan, Shen Dongyue nodded at the little princess and said, "Okay." She told Shen Dongli and took Shen Dongning and the little princess to Yang Ziyu's estate. Shen Dongli said, "Why not bring a few more people? It's good to relax." Shen Dongyue looked puzzled and said, "They've been at that estate for over a month. Why go there to relax?" Shen Dongli looked aggrieved at Shen Dongyue. Shen Dongyue hit her head and said, "Tell Shen Yan about this. You come with me too." Shen Dongli finally grinned, but soon, the group of boys, about the same age as her, ran out and surrounded Shen Dongyue. "Big sister Dongyue, I miss my mom. Big sister Dongyue, I miss my dad. Big sister Dongyue, I miss my little brother." Shen Dongyue looked speechless at them. A group of boys, 1 to 4 years younger than her, acting spoiled. This feeling was just creepy. Decide for yourselves. Only 2 people will stay at the clinic today. The rest come with me. The last 2 unlucky ones were Shen Meng and Shen Beicheng. They looked sad as they watched everyone leave. Shen Dongyue didn't know how Yang Zicheng found out about her going to the estate. As soon as they arrived, Yang Zicheng came riding in a carriage. Seeing them, she shouted, "I want to talk to my older brother. I also want to stay at Dongyue's sister's house. You all don't call me when there's fun." Shen Dongli chuckled and said, "Your older brother probably won't agree. You still need to study every day. We don't even need to practice writing now." However, Shen Dongyue overheard this and thought for a moment before saying, "I almost forgot about this. I need to find someone who can teach you how to read and write." Shen Dongli looked confused, wondering if he was digging his own grave. A group of people headed toward the woods behind the village. "My brother used to come here to hunt," Yang Zicheng said. "But later, my father didn't allow him to come out often, so he stopped." "Your father is strict too?" "Back in our village, my parents wouldn't even let us go into the woods," Erwa added. Yang Zicheng nodded in understanding and said, "This time, I didn't go with Sister Dongyue. I didn't realize how fun the woods are. Every year during the royal autumn hunt, I wasn't qualified to go." The little princess overheard and said, "If you want to go, I will ask the emperor to let you all go." Erwa looked confused and asked, "Are you going hunting in the woods too?" "Why bother joining them?" Yang Zicheng explained, "Not for the hunt itself, but for rewards and reputation. When the emperor is happy, he likes to see couples, so the young men and women want to show off." The little princess looked thoughtful and said, "So, the reason my aunt married the prince was because of the hunt. Otherwise, how could a noble princess marry the son of a marquis?" Afu gently tugged on the little princess's sleeve, but she pouted and didn't say anything more about it. Everyone understood silently and didn't bring it up again. Soon, they reached the woods. Shen Dongyue told them, "Go explore on your own. You must return in 2 hours." Then she led Shen Dongning and the little princess ahead. Afu quietly followed behind the little princess, without saying a word. The 4 of them slowly walked into the woods. Before long, they spotted a rabbit. Shen Dongyue looked at Shen Dongning and the little princess and asked, "Who wants to shoot?" Shen Dongning immediately said, "Little princess, you go first." The little princess was eager and smiled at Shen Dongning, saying, "You go next." Shen Dongning nodded politely. Shen Dongyue saw the little princess pick up a bow and arrow, aim at a wild rabbit, and hold the correct posture. Clearly, she had practiced. After a few moments, she shot, but the arrow missed and hit the side. Startled, the rabbit ran away. The little princess looked at the bow and arrow, shyly looked up at Shen Dongyue and said, "I aimed. It might also be that you don't have enough strength," Shen Dongyue replied. When it was Shen Dongning's turn to hunt the next prey, Shin Dongyue helped adjust the angle and taught him how to aim properly. Shin Dongning then shot his arrow, hitting the rabbit. The rabbit kicked its legs and stopped moving. Shin Dongning cheered and ran over to pick up the rabbit. The little princess pouted and looked at Shin Dongning with envy. Afu looked up at Shin Dongning's bow and arrow, then lowered his head again. Shin Dongyue smiled and led the two young girls into the forest. Soon, they found a small stream with a few deer drinking water nearby. The little princess's eyes lit up. She pointed at a small deer and said to Shin Dongyue, "I want to raise one." There weren't many tools available. Shin Dongyue looked around and, unable to find anything better, tore off a piece of vine from a nearby tree. She made a rope loop and tried to catch the smallest deer. However, the vine was too stiff and didn't catch it. Shin Dongyue awkwardly ran over, grabbed the deer's leg, and lifted it up. The little princess clapped happily and said, "Shin Dongyue, you're amazing." She handed the little deer to the princess and looked at Shin Dongning, who didn't seem interested in taking one. Instead, she moved to another spot. Shin Dongning thought to herself that if they raised the deer and then ate it, she would feel too sad. It might be better to catch a bigger one directly. The little princess handed the little deer to Afu, asking him to hold it and saying, "Afu, hold it carefully. When we go back, help me make a nest for it. I want to raise it." Afu nodded respectfully. Shin Dongyue wandered ahead, while the little princess and Shin Dongning tinkered with their weapons. When they encountered a wild chicken again, the little princess grabbed Shin Dongyue and said, "Help me." Shin Dongyue held the princess and drew her bow, aiming at the chicken. She shot an arrow. "Great. I finally hit the target. Afu, take this chicken back. I want to stew it for my father," she said happily. Afu bowed and replied softly. Springtime wildflowers bloom all over the mountains, vibrant and beautiful. The little princess quickly lost interest in the prey. She picked a bunch of wildflowers and shared some with Shin Dongning, and they both laughed like silly children. Shin Dongyue suppressed her thoughts and thought that her own company was just as silly. At noon, the group continued walking and reached a meeting point. Looking around, they saw that others had gathered many things. This small forest didn't have big game, but there were plenty of small animals. Shin Shifeng was the only one who caught a wild boar. The others looked at him with envy. Shin Shifeng straightened his back, waiting for Shin Dongyue to praise him. Shin Dongyue smiled slightly and said, "Not bad." Shin Dongli pulled Shin Shifeng aside and asked, "Where did you find it?" "We looked around for a long time and didn't find anything." Shin Shifeng chuckled and said, "Sister Dongyue taught me. Follow the stream. There are more prey." "Ugh. Li Chunlin, it's your fault. I said we should follow that way too, but you insisted it was a bad idea," the second kid whined. Li Chunlin's face turned red, and he said, "Wild chickens and rabbits are enough to eat." Yang Ziqing sympathetically said, "Shin Dongli, it's your fault." Shin Dongli sighed and said, "Haven't you had enough smoked meat yet?" Yang Ziqing shivered and shook his head. When everyone returned to the village, they saw Shin Beiqing squatting beside Lao Zhuang uncle, watching him sharpen a knife with interest. Shin Dongyue raised an eyebrow, thinking it probably wasn't an urgent matter. Shin Beiqing saw them return and stood up, saying, "Sister Dongyue, the people from the Weiwu Marquis estate came to ask you to see a patient." Shin Dongli snorted and said, "My big sister isn't going." "Who cares?" Shin Beiqing chuckled and said, "I politely declined, but they wouldn't leave. So, I came to check on you and spend the afternoon playing." Shin Dongyue looked amused at their fuss and said, "This is a serious matter." "Why are you all so careless?" Shin Dongli muttered. "Everyone knows you weren't in a good mood when you came back yesterday. Why should we bother going to see him?" Yang Ziqing asked curiously. "That shabby Weiwu Marquis estate. They upset our sister?" "I'll beat him up." Shin Dongli got interested and asked, "How would you do that?" The group immediately started to gather around.
Enough.
"It's just anger from being blamed. We already asked him to come. If he doesn't want to see a doctor, that's fine. Pack up and let's eat." Shin Dongyue stopped her. "These kids are too mischievous. They're used to being spoiled and like to fight and test boundaries." Just as they finished eating, Shin Meng also returned. Seeing them eating, she shouted, Shin Beicheng, no wonder you rushed back. Shin Dongli was annoyed and said, Did the family treat you badly? Then don't go to the inner city. Shin Meng quickly apologized, saying, I said the wrong thing. You are generous. I just envy you all playing together. Yangzi slightly pouted and said, The one truly jealous is right here. After the fuss, Shin Meng ran over and told Shin Dongyue, Sister Dongyue, the noble lady from the Weiwu Marquis' house is here. She's outside the village now because the village belongs to the son of the King of South. Shin Dongyue nodded and said, Let's eat something first. Shin Meng sat among the others. The little princess leaned over and asked, Shin Dongyue, do you know medicine? Shin Dongyue nodded and said, A little. The little princess whispered mysteriously, Can you do me a favor? Shin Dongyue moved closer, teasing her. My consultation is expensive. The little princess giggled and said, Our relationship is close, so I don't need to pay. If you want something, I can ask my father to give it to you directly. That would be great for me. The little princess leaned toward Shin Dongyue and smiled happily. While they were eating, a farmer ran in, looked around, and Shin Dongli stood up and went over. The lady outside is making a fuss and insists you come out first. Shin Dongli thanked the man and looked at Shin Dongyue. Shin Dongyue had almost finished eating, stood up, and went outside. Yangzi saw this and also stood up to follow. The little princess joined in the fun and followed behind. Shin Dongyue smiled and said, It's not a fight. You should just eat your meal. No one listened. When the noble lady from the Weiwu Marquis' house arrived, she was furious and found 10 or more people coming out suddenly, which startled her. Shin Dongyue, I already showed you respect by letting you come for the consultation. If you delay my lord's illness because of this, be careful, I will hold you responsible, said the noble lady. May I ask what crime you want to accuse me of, madam? I didn't steal or rob anything. I just lack medical skills and don't want to see patients, Shin Dongyue said. I don't care what excuses you make. Today you must come back with me. And I tell you, if anything happens to my lord, I will hold you responsible, said the proud lady of the marquis. Lady, you have such a big attitude. Whether I go or not is my choice. Now, you're blaming me for everything. Why should I go? Why? Let me tell you, I can report to the authorities that you are responsible for this, and you won't avoid punishment. I suggest you be sensible and quickly help treat my lord. The little princess pushed her way out of the crowd, angry, and said, You are so arrogant. The proud lady of the marquis snorted coldly and was about to speak when she suddenly recognized the girl across from her. After thinking for a moment, she exclaimed, Oh my, it's the princess. The proud lady of the marquis was so frightened she staggered and knelt down, shouting, Greetings to the princess. The little princess snorted softly and said, What are you planning to do about Shin Dongyue's problem? Tell me. I will ask my father if this office has changed its name and become your family's. The proud lady of the marquis turned pale with fear and shouted, It's not our family's, it's yours. She was so scared, she almost collapsed and nearly fell to the ground. Shin Dongyue stepped forward loudly and said, Madam, I already told you. Sorry, I am unable to help. Since you don't care about Lord Marquis' condition, I see no reason to stay. Please leave. Miss Shin, I know I was wrong. I hope you will forgive me and help me see Lord Marquis once more. I'm worried he can't hold on, she begged. No. Find someone else. If you cause more trouble, I won't be polite, Shin Dongyue replied, and turned to leave. The proud lady of the marquis watched Shin Dongyue walk back to her estate, but didn't dare stop her. She scrambled onto a carriage, trembling all over. Hurry, go back quickly, she stammered. Meanwhile, the chaos at the marquis' house continued as they called for doctors. Inside, they worried about the princess's possible punishment later and were so frightened they fell ill. The man who had refused treatment at the other clinic earlier had woken up and was improving every day. The woman was very happy and kept thanking Shin Dongyue. When Shin Dongyue told her she could go home to rest, the woman was reluctant to leave. Although she made her own food here every day, she felt more at ease with a doctor nearby. On the day she left the medical clinic, the woman carefully supported her husband as they walked past the entrance of the neighboring clinic, surprising some onlookers. Many people had seen how sick the man was that day. Yet, in just over 10 days, he had recovered. This event made Myoran Hall very famous, but Shin Dongyue did not boast about it. Instead, she kept a low profile. A few days later, Yang Ziyu brought some doctors over. Shin Dongyue asked each of them about their specialties. She happily told Yang Ziyu, "You should thank yourself for this." Yang Ziyu smiled and said, "I should thank you for giving them a good job." Just then, Shin Dongli came in from outside and asked, "Big sister, the medicine merchant is here. What should we do?" Shin Dongyue waved her hand and said, "Go talk to him. Bring Shin Yan with you. He knows the approximate prices." Shin Dongli grinned and said, "All right." Then she turned to find Shin Yan. Yang Zi watched this and said, "You've done a good job bringing Dongli here. She dares to try anything and listens well." Hearing this, Shin Dongyue also seemed happy and said, "At this time, we should give her a chance to try and work hard. That way, she will become confident. My child is no worse than others." Yang Ziyu smiled knowingly. Recently, he also felt proud of his own child. Yang Ziyu had gained a lot of respect at the school, especially in martial arts. The martial arts master had praised Yang Ziyu several times for his progress. "This visit is mainly to talk to you about something," Yang Ziyu said. Seeing Yang Ziyu look serious, Shin Dongyue signaled him to go upstairs to talk. The upstairs was not fully arranged yet. Only a few tables were set up, and no messy people had come in. "Do you still have that snake gallbladder?" Yang Ziyu asked directly. Shin Dongyue nodded and asked, "For medicine? Someone got poisoned." "Yes, but the snake gallbladder needed must be aged." "I immediately thought of you. Is the snake gallbladder still there? Should I go take a look?" Shin Dongyue asked. "Not for now. The person doesn't want others to know he was poisoned. If needed, I'll come back to find you," Yang Ziyu replied. Shin Dongyue nodded and said, "I'll go get it for you," using an excuse. Shin Dongyue went to the backyard and took out the prepared snake gallbladder from her space. She carefully wrapped the snake gall and handed it to Yang Ziyu, who looked at Shin Dongyue with a gentle smile. Shin Dongyue rolled her eyes at Yang Ziyu and said, "Let's finish talking and then go." Yang Ziyu quietly left, unable to express his feelings in that moment, and decided next time to talk about feelings first, and then business. That day, 2 teenage girls brought some fresh flowers to give. Shin Dongli, not knowing what Shin Dongyue was planning, called her over. Seeing that the flowers were of decent quality, Shin Dongyue told the girls, "Bring more next time, and try to sort them nicely. Talk to him about the price." She then pointed at Shin Dongli. The girls were very happy, surprised that they could sell flowers they picked. When someone came to buy miscellaneous items that day, everyone was discussing whether the promises made to buy those items would be kept. To everyone's surprise, they actually were. Shin Dongyue looked at the flowers with a slight frown. She was skilled at this, but she felt a bit impatient. She took out the honeycomb from her space and told Shin Dongli to go back and call Shin Dongning to the clinic. Soon, Shin Dongning was brought over. "Big sister, did you call me for something?" Shin Dongning asked curiously. Shin Dongyue nodded and said, "I called you to give you a job. Come upstairs with me." Shin Dongning looked at the bunch of flowers and honeycombs, puzzled. "Big sister, are you making flower cakes or candied flowers?" Shin Dongyue shook her head. "Those don't make much money, so I won't do that. Just watch me work." Shin Dongyue carefully put the empty honeycomb into water and boiled it. She filtered it through cloth. While waiting for the wax to cool, she washed and dried the flowers. By noon, the wax had set, and the moisture on the flowers had dried. Shin Dongyue taught Shin Dongning how to handle the flowers, how to filter, and how to boil the wax. Finally, she made a finished product face oil. It was dark when the first batch of face oil was ready, stored in small white porcelain boxes. Shin Dongning looked at Shin Dongyue with confusion and asked, "Big sister, this looks really nice. What is it for?" Shin Dongyue washed her hands and said, "I added herbs to this face oil. It can also be used as skincare oil. It works very well. Try some." She then took a small piece and applied it to her hand. The product is very delicate and moisturizing, quite good. It also has a mixed floral and herbal scent. Shin Dongning happily washes her face, applies some, and finds her skin soft and tender. It really works well. Shun Donghua pats Shin Dongning's head and says, "From now on, this will be your responsibility. Since there are plenty of flowers now, make more. Tomorrow, let Dongli go find a place to make porcelain jars and order some small boxes to put inside." Shin Dongning nods and says, "Big sister, let's make more to keep for winter." Shin Donghua laughs and says, "We can't keep all of it for ourselves. We need to sell some." Shin Dongning looks at what she's holding and mutters, "Will people buy things we make ourselves? I'm worried they might fight to get it." Later, "Big sister will rely on you to support us." Shin Dongning blushes and smiles happily. "Big sister, supporting you costs a lot of money. Are these enough? Don't underestimate these. Not only can they support me, but your dowry depends on this too." Shin Dongning rolls her eyes at Shin Donghua and then looks outside, saying, "I need to go back quickly and help Mom cook. Otherwise, she'll have a hard time cooking for 10 or more people." Shin Donghua nods and says, "That's true. If you come back late, only Grandma will be left to cook. It's too tiring. Tomorrow, let's tidy up the backyard at the clinic and invite them to stay here with Shin Yayan. They can all live here." Shin Dongning doesn't mind and says, "Big sister, you decide. I'll go back first." Shin Donghua nods and, seeing nothing wrong at the clinic, also leaves. Grandma is cooking and has already steamed a pot of buns. She's stirring vegetables with a spatula when they return. She leans on her waist and says, "You two, have one each and turn them over." Shin Donghua steps forward but is pushed aside by Shin Dongning, who says, "Big sister, you go to your thing. I'll stir-fry the vegetables." Shin Donghua thinks to herself, "We're already back, so what's left to do?" Grandma pulls Shin Donghua's arm and takes her aside, saying, "You've been coming back late recently. I haven't had a chance to ask. Why didn't the young master come?" Shin Donghua looks at Grandma in surprise and asks, "He's coming to eat plain rice?" "Why?" Grandma immediately knows Shin Donghua is joking and frowns, saying, "It's hard enough to have someone who likes you. Now you're messing around again." Shin Donghua looked offended and said to the old lady, "Grandma, your granddaughter is such a fine young lady. What do you mean by hard to come by? Besides, I'm very busy right now and don't have time for romance." "You listen to yourself," the old lady said. "You're already 16. If you don't get married this year, you'll be considered an old maid next year. That young lord is 18, isn't he? Isn't he in a hurry?" After saying that, the old lady paused, slapped her thigh, and whispered anxiously, "Could there be something wrong with him? Why else would a young man his age still be unmarried? Don't noble families usually arrange childhood engagements? How come he doesn't have one? No wonder he likes you." "Oh, dear." Shin Donghua looked speechless as the old lady continued her dramatic monologue. She thought to herself that she should have come back with the boys. Yes, she couldn't let them move out if they did, who would help her deal with Grandma's endless nagging. While Shin Donghua was lost in thought, the old lady grew more suspicious. She gave Shin Donghua a light slap to get her attention and said, "No, this won't do. You must invite that young lord over. I'll ask him myself, understand?" Shin Donghua nodded perfunctorily. "He's busy and so am I. We'll talk about it when there's a chance." The old lady had no choice but to wait for Shin Dongli to come back so she could ask him instead. When the group of young men returned, the old lady saw her eldest grandson chatting happily with them and couldn't find a chance to interrupt. Shin Donghua thought to herself that she really couldn't let them move out. Or maybe she could at least have two of them come back early every day to cook. The next morning, as soon as Shin Donghua arrived at the clinic, the young princess came in, followed by a beautiful girl. She had willow-shaped eyebrows, a delicate oval face, bright eyes, and a calm, gentle air about her. "Shin Donghua, I came to see you," the princess called out as soon as she entered. Shin Dongli stepped forward and said, "This is a clinic. Please keep your voice down." The princess quickly covered her mouth and nodded. She looked around and whispered, "Shin Dongli, there don't seem to be any patients right now, do there?" Shin Dongli rolled his eyes and ignored her, turning away. The princess didn't mind. When she saw Shin Donghua waving to her from the stairs, she pulled the pretty girl along and went upstairs. "Shin Donghua, are you busy?" the princess asked first. Shin Donghua waited until Shin Dongning finished preparing the flower extract before replying, "Not anymore. Please have a seat, Your Highness." I tidied up my things briefly before Shin Donghua went to see the young princess. "Shin Donghua, this is my best friend. Her name is Wu Qianyue, and she is the legitimate daughter of the Anning Marquis' residence," the young princess introduced. The beautiful girl quickly bowed, and Shin Donghua also clasped her hands in greeting. The girl looked at her curiously and then shyly lowered her head. Shin Donghua knew that the young princess wouldn't bring this girl here without a reason. The last time she mentioned needing help probably referred to her. Sure enough, the young princess straightforwardly said, "This time, I want you to help look at something." "You." She then looked at Shin Dongning. Shin Dongning tidied up her things and said, "Big sister, you all go ahead. I'll go downstairs and see if anyone needs help." The young princess smiled apologetically. Shin Dongning also returned a sweet smile. Shin Donghua smiled and said, "Let me see what?" "Tell me." Wu Qianyue seemed a bit hesitant to speak. She looked at the young princess, who was watching her calmly, then gathered her courage and said, "Miss Shin, do you know why I often feel itchy all over my body, especially when I eat fish or crab, or when I encounter cold wind?" "Why is that?" After speaking, she looked at Shin Donghua. Seeing that she didn't show any disdain or dislike, she continued, "Not only does it itch, but when I scratch, it leaves marks. Although they heal quickly, sometimes the color stays different for a while." She rolled up her sleeve as she spoke. Shin Donghua looked and saw a large light brown mark on her smooth, white arm, resembling a scar after healing, but it wasn't a scar. She examined the discolored area carefully, then lightly scratched Wu Qianyue's arm with her fingernail. Soon, the scratched area swelled up. Wu Qianyue allowed Shin Donghua to scratch her without moving. The young princess looked at Shin Donghua and then at Wu Qianyue. "How long have you had this condition, miss?" Shin Donghua asked. "It's been 5 years. When it itches, I feel like tearing my flesh off, and I often can't go out because of it. I'm afraid of losing face or being embarrassed," she said, her mood sinking and almost crying. The young princess sympathetically said, "No wonder you haven't gone out to play in recent years. Was it only severe at night before? Now it itches during the day too. Because of this illness, she can't see a doctor, only a female healer. However, good healers are very rare. I've met a few, but none worked. My mother even postponed my marriage, claiming she couldn't bear to part with me. Now, my sister is of marriageable age, and I worry I might hold her back." After saying this, tears finally fell. The young princess looked at Wu Qianyue with sympathy and then pitifully looked at Shin Donghua. She asked, "Can you help her get better?" Wu Qianyue held the young princess's hand and said, "Don't make it too hard for Miss Shin. It's not easy to treat. She is allergic to cold wind, seafood, and even hot weather. Her symptoms are clear hives and scratching causes scars, indicating she has scar-prone skin." Shin Donghua frowned. Wu Qianyue and the young princess looked at her expectantly, but when she frowned, they looked disappointed. "It can be treated, but it will take a long time, and she must pay attention to many things and be persistent." Wu Qianyue was very excited and nodded, saying, "I can do it. I can." The young princess also looked happy and said, "Shin Donghua, you're amazing. No wonder I brought Wu Qianyue out." Wu Qianyue nodded vigorously and said, "The princess said someone is very skilled. I didn't believe it at first. Over the years, I've seen too many rejections." Shin Donghua stopped the two excited people and said, "This illness requires constant attention. The bedding at home should all be cotton, free of dust. Of course, as a young lady from a noble family, these are easy to do. But when going out, you should be more careful." Wu Qianyue nodded and asked, "Miss Shin, can I write this down?" Shin Donghua smiled and said, "Just tell me these things, and you'll remember most of it. I also need to prepare some herbal medicines for you." She then got up, took 2 boxes of skincare oil that Shin Dongning had made yesterday, and handed one to each of them. "You can apply this first to prevent dry skin and reduce symptoms. In a few days, I will add 2 herbs to it and you can come back to get it." The young princess looked confused and asked, "You knew we were coming and prepared this in advance? Why do I also have one?" Shen Donghua smiled and said, "It's good to apply after a bath. You can try it." The young princess looked curious and started fiddling with it. Shen Donghua advised, "Don't use water that's too hot for your bath. When you have free time, walk around more. Walk briskly for half an hour each day, and don't stay inside all the time." Wu Qianyue nodded obediently and replied, "Yes." Shen Donghua went downstairs to get a prescription and asked Shen Yan to buy the medicine. As Wu Qianyue was about to leave, she softly said, "Miss Shen, the 100 Flowers banquet is coming soon. I'll give you an invitation. Will you go?" Shen Donghua was annoyed by such events and shook her head. "I'm just a farmer girl. It's not suitable for me. You all go ahead and enjoy, but I heard the crown prince's son will also attend," and Wu Qianyue looked at the little princess's expression, hesitating as she spoke. The little princess snorted and said, "Shen Donghua, I used to think Yang Ziyu wasn't good enough for you. He's always scowling, like someone owes him money. Can't you just not be with him?" Wu Qianyue tugged at the little princess's sleeve, and she pouted. Shen Donghua blinked.
Yang Ziyu always scold?
No, he was always smiling foolishly. The 100 Flowers banquet is mainly for young men and women of suitable age from each family. Every year, it leads to some good matches. Since the crown prince's son is determined not to marry anyone but her, does she want to go? Shen Donghua shook her head. "I'm tired of that. It's not like I have to go." After they left, Shen Donghua took some herbs upstairs, thinking of adding them to the skincare oil for Wu Qianyue. Shen Dongning also came up to help. Soon, they heard hurried footsteps coming upstairs. Shen Dongli ran in, panting. "Big sister, something's happened." "What is it?" Shen Donghua asked, stepping forward. "Bandits are here," Shen Dongli said. "What?" Shen Donghua doubted she heard correctly. "It's the bandits from the forest. They've come down the mountain." Shen Donghua frowned and asked, "Tell me what happened." Shen Dongli explained, "Today, Shen Meng and I went to the village to buy some things. We unexpectedly met dozens of disheveled people. One of them recognized me and called my name. When I looked closer, I realized it was that bandit called Li Ergo. They all looked very thin and ragged. I almost didn't recognize them." "Did they say why they came down the mountain?" "They said they wouldn't come down before. Something must have happened. I didn't ask, mainly because they don't have a travel permit or household registration now. I didn't dare take on any trouble." When the bandit leader recognized me, he grabbed my hand and started crying, Shen Dongli said helplessly. Shen Donghua nodded and walked outside, saying, "I feel something's wrong. Find someone to send a message to Yang Ziyu. Ask him to come to the village." "I'll go check first." Shen Dongli nodded and ran down the hill. Shen Donghua said to Shen Dongning, "You stay here. I'll go to the village. Don't worry if I come back late." Shen Dongning nodded and said, "Big sister, stay safe. It's fine." Shen Donghua replied and went downstairs. By the time Shen Donghua reached the village, it was past noon. From afar, she saw the bandits sitting outside the village wall, some eating dry food that looked freshly made, probably given by villagers. When the bandit leader saw Shen Donghua, he quickly stood up, looked at her with a sad face, pouted, and cried, "Miss Shen, I thought I wouldn't see you again."
Shen Donghua.
She wanted to curse or hit someone. What should she do? "Come inside. Sitting outside like that isn't proper," Shen Donghua said. The bandits followed her into the village, but didn't dare to move around. They squatted in place again. They looked like lazy men. Villagers saw Shen Donghua returning and thought she might not have had time to eat. Many brought food to her. Finally, Shen Donghua was pulled into Grandma Zhao's house. Right after dinner, Yang Ziyu arrived in a carriage. Seeing Shen Donghua, Yang Ziyu asked directly, "Why didn't you wait for me? Did you come walking?" Shen Donghua didn't expect Yang Ziyu to come so quickly. If she had known, she wouldn't have walked here. Grandma Zhao looked at Shen Donghua and Yang Ziyu, feeling something was off. Their mutual kindness seemed to cancel each other out, yet they still appeared so familiar. Shen Donghua and Yang Ziyu talked as they walked outside. They reached the bandits squatting at the wall. Wang Laoda hurriedly stood up. Yang Ziyu asked, "Tell me, what exactly is going on?" "Neither of you knows," the bandit said. 5 days after you left, a group of barbarians suddenly came around from the cliff side. We were in such a rush that we didn't have time to pack up and had to come down from the mountain. Shin Dongyue and Yang Ziyu exchanged a surprised look. Both felt shocked. Are you saying the barbarians came around from the other side of the cliff? Shin Dongyue asked. Yes, that's right. They came from there, Li Erga said, also coming closer. How did you find out? Li Erga hurriedly replied. We had a piece of land behind the cliff. When you just left, the snow on the road was muddy, so we didn't plan anything. But after a comfortable winter, we thought about planting more. Before we even reached the field, we saw a group of barbarians climbing over from the foot of the mountain behind the cliff. I was so scared I ran back to the village to report. Yes, as soon as we heard, we grabbed some food and ran. We didn't bring enough supplies, and on the way, we even encountered some robbers and lost everything, Wang Laoda added. Shin Dongyue said in frustration. You bandits are so useless. Wang Laoda shyly scratched his head and said, It's been many years since I last did this. I'm out of practice. Are you sure the people came from behind the cliff? How many are there? Shin Dongyue continued to ask. I'm sure. I saw them with my own eyes. There were quite a few, more than 100. We think we couldn't fight them, so we ran, Li Erga said. I think you were outnumbered. Were you chased? Yang Ziyu asked. A few elders couldn't go on because they wanted to save food, Wang Laoda said sadly. Everyone was silent for a moment. Shin Dongyue said to Yang Ziyu, It seems some barbarians have already come over. Someone needs to check what's happening behind the village. Yang Ziyu nodded and signaled Shin Dongyue to step back a little. Do you suspect these barbarians are the same group that chased you before? Shin Dongyue asked. No, they probably aren't the same group. Why would the ones chasing me come from behind the village? I'm worried there might be a path behind the village that allows the barbarians to enter, Yang Ziyu explained. Then you should hurry and make arrangements. These bandits can only be settled in your village for now, Shin Dongyue said. Yang Ziyu smiled and said, That's fine. I'll ask Uncle Hai to register them and mention it to the prince. The Jinsha mine is nearby, so for safety, we need to be careful. Shin Dongyue nodded and Yang Ziyu hurried away. Before leaving, he also arranged for a carriage to take Shin Dongyue back. Shin Dongyue went to find the village chief to help arrange accommodations for the bandits. Old Master Wang followed behind Shin Dongyue closely, not leaving her side. Shin Dongyue helplessly said, Your household registration will be sorted out soon. For now, just stay peacefully in the village. Old Master Wang finally relaxed and said, Miss Shen, thank you. Shin Dongyue shook her head and replied, Don't cause trouble. If you want to work, find the village head here and sign a contract. Old Master Wang hurriedly nodded in agreement. In the evening, Shin Dongyue returned to the medical clinic. Shin Dongli quickly came over and asked, Is everything okay? Shin Dongyue nodded and said, People are settled. We don't need to worry about anything else. After you went to the village, the old maid from the princess's residence came by. She said she wants you to visit tomorrow. Shin Dongli said, That's the day. I'll go tomorrow. Shin Dongyue went upstairs to see Shin Dongning working on some flowers. She only left when the clinic closed and she went back with a group of people. While having dinner, Shin Dongyue suddenly remembered something and said to Shin Dongli, Tomorrow, you should go to the village again and ask Li Chunxian to come to the clinic to handle the accounts. In the evening, I'll teach you some characters. Shin Dongli almost dropped his bowl, looking at Shin Dongyue in disbelief. Had she not forgotten about this? The young men nearby groaned and said, Sister Dongyue, we've already learned quite a few characters. Shin Dongyue nodded and said, About 1,800 characters. You need to keep practicing. The ones you learn quickly, I worry you'll forget in 2 months. Anyway, you seem energetic, so go learn for an hour tonight and come back. The old lady asked, Where will Li Chunxian stay? Shin Dongyue wondered. Of course, in the clinic, so he can keep company with Shin Yan. The old lady relaxed and said, Don't worry. How could I not trust you? You're quite capable. Then she took her bowl and went to the kitchen. Shin Dongyue looked confused and asked Shin Dongli, Did the old lady already reach menopause? Shin Dongyue stared in shock at her back. Shin Dongli also looked confused and asked, Sister, what's with that look? What's wrong? Shin Dongyue straightened her expression and said, I'll be very busy these days. Remember to come back on time every day and help Grandma with some chores. Shen Dongli nodded blankly. The group of boys had already finished eating quickly and were eagerly helping the old lady. Shen Donghua looked at Shen Dongli with disapproval. Can't you learn from them? Shen Dongli gave her a disdainful look. Big sister, Grandma treats you that way. Maybe you should be the one learning.
Oh.
That was bold. Shen Donghua stepped forward and grabbed Shen Dongli's arm, but Shen Dongli twisted away and dodged. Shen Donghua kicked again, hitting her target. Shen Dongli quickly countered with a punch. Shen Donghua dodged to the side, grabbed Shen Dongli's ankle, and flipped her over. Shen Dongli rolled forward, crouching on the ground, ready to strike again. Hearing the commotion, the others rushed out. Shen Donghua smirked. Come on, all of you. The group spread out, surrounding her. Shen Meng threw a punch, and Shen Donghua kicked back. Before her foot landed, Shen Beiqing attacked from the side. Shen Donghua quickly dodged and countered with a side strike. Shen Dongli kicked again, but Shen Donghua swung her arm and blocked it. Pain shot through Shen Dongli's leg, and she fell back, defeated. Shen Donghua smiled slightly. You've lost your coordination. Looks like you're out of practice. Let's go again. Li Chunlin charged forward. Shen Donghua aimed low, and within a few moves, kicked him out of the circle. Then Shen Shifeng attacked from behind. Hearing the rush of air, Shen Donghua rolled aside and avoided it. The group realized they couldn't win one-on-one, so they all rushed at her together. Shen Donghua moved swiftly, her hands and feet striking like shadows. One by one, they were knocked back. She flexed her ankle, stopped her attacks, and said, "You all lack real combat experience. Starting tomorrow, get up an hour earlier to practice sparring. 2 people per team, switch partners every 3 days." "Yes, ma'am." The old lady peeked out from behind the door, thinking thankfully that the yard was big enough. Otherwise, the house might have been torn apart. Shen Dongning's eyes sparkled with admiration. Her big sister was amazing. The old lady pulled her into the kitchen and said, "Don't watch anymore. One troublemaker at home is enough. Please don't cause more trouble." Shen Dongning pouted but didn't say anything. The next morning, after breakfast, Shen Donghua went to the medical clinic. The senior maid from the princess's residence came to pick her up in a carriage. The county lady can now get out of bed and walk a few steps on her own, and she no longer often faints. However, walking too much still makes her feel dizzy and short of breath. Shen Donghua checked her pulse and said, "The county lady should take a half-month bath, and then we will change the medicine. I will come back then." The princess smiled and said, "I also think Wani has been eating a bit more lately and can talk with me for a while. It seems she's back to how she was 2 years ago." "That's wonderful." Shen Donghua nodded and said, "With consistent care, the county lady's condition will improve a lot." The county lady thanked Shen Donghua, saying, "Sister Shen, it's all thanks to you." Shen Donghua smiled and said, "It's nothing." The princess reached out and took a card from the old maid, then handed it to Shen Donghua. Shen Donghua looked down. "It's an invitation to the 100 Flowers banquet." Shen Donghua frowned. "Not this again?" The princess smiled and said, "The 100 Flowers banquet is held at my house every year. It's for young ladies and gentlemen like you to come and have fun." Shen Donghua frowned and said, "Princess, I am not part of the noble circle, and I don't have the grace or manners. I probably won't fit in, and I don't like socializing." The princess laughed and said, "It's okay. I just want you to come see. You and Wani can find a place to sit and watch the others play. It's a lively event for young people. I heard the crown prince's son will also come." The princess teased Shen Donghua with a smile. Shen Donghua responded with a blank expression. "If he wants to come, it seems easy enough to see him." Shen Donghua told the princess, "Princess, it's just to look at flowers and listen to music. I won't come. Actually, I mainly want you to attend with Wani. She hasn't participated in the event for 2 years. Since she can come out this year, I want her to enjoy the fun. But I'm worried she might get upset outside, so I want you to watch over her," the princess said sincerely.
No wonder.
Shen Donghua nodded and said, "All right, I will come then." The princess smiled happily. A few days later, the flower banquet was held. Every spring, The princess hosts a flower banquet at her residence. Watching the flowers is just an excuse. Shin Donghua sees it as a big matchmaking event where powerful and influential people in the capital exchange marriages. Many people desperately wanted an invitation. Shin Donghua woke up early, washed up, and wore the clothes sent by Yang Ziyu. She stood straight, looking elegant and beautiful. The princess also sent some clothes, but Shin Donghua felt they were too fancy and not suitable for her. She preferred simple and neat outfits. She didn't wear complicated hairpins, either because she didn't know how or because they didn't suit her. She only used a jade hairpin to hold a simple hairpin in place. Soon, the princess's carriage arrived to pick her up. At the gate, an old maid took her inside. After waiting half an hour, Shin Donghua followed the county princess into the garden. The flowers were blooming everywhere, and many beautiful women gathered there. Young ladies sat on one side, with a carpet laid out in the middle, and young men from noble families sat on the other side. Shin Donghua sat next to the county princess. The main table was still empty, probably reserved for the little princess and the princess herself. She also saw Wu Qianyue, who was wearing a veil, at a nearby table. Wu Qianyue smiled and nodded at Shin Donghua. Soon, a very beautiful girl approached the table next to the county princess. She had clear skin and a graceful figure, with bright eyes that seemed to speak. Shin Donghua couldn't help but look at her a little longer. The county princess quietly leaned over and whispered, "This is Insijia, the eldest granddaughter of the Marquis of Jinguar. I heard the second prince is very interested in her and wants to marry her." Shin Donghua raised an eyebrow and looked at her. The granddaughter of the Marquis of Jinguar. Huh? She did have good manners. The little princess also arrived, dressed beautifully. After sitting down, she noticed Shin Donghua and blinked at her. Then she sat up straight, looking forward, not at all like her usual self. Before the banquet started, many young ladies exchanged greetings. Some noble daughters came to pay respects to the princess and the county princess, but they were politely dismissed with a nod. Not long after, there was a commotion across the garden. 3 handsome men approached together. Shin Donghua only recognized one, Yang Ziyu. The other 2 looked a bit alike, probably the crown prince and the second prince. Everyone stood up to bow, and the crown prince loudly said, "Please sit down. Everyone can relax." The eldest princess also arrived, and the flower banquet officially began. The eldest princess loudly announced, "Today we hold the flower banquet again, mainly to give everyone a chance to gather. Now, let's start the talent show." A young girl was the first to stand up and bow to the main seat, saying, "Then I will go first to set an example." The eldest princess nodded with a smile. This girl played the piano, and her skill was quite good, earning applause. Soon, more than 10 girls finished their performances. Then, a girl in a light yellow dress stepped forward, bowing and saying, "Annie, I hope my performance isn't too bad." Shin Donghua slightly raised an eyebrow. "Auntie?" The Marquis of Wu. Sure enough, the county princess stepped closer and said, "This is my older sister, the eldest daughter of the Marquis of Wu." Shin Donghua nodded and asked, "How is her father doing?" The county princess quietly replied, "I heard from the maid that he has woken up, but he is paralyzed all over, with no feeling, and his mouth is crooked with drool." Shin Donghua looked sympathetic and said, "That eldest daughter of the Marquis of Wu must be very sad. Look, she's here performing to forget her worries." The county princess chuckled softly, quickly covering her mouth, and shot Shin Donghua a sharp look. Shin Donghua looked at Chen Lanshou with sympathy, shook her head, and muttered, "See? She's in deep sorrow but still performs." Chen Lanshou's performance among the noble ladies was not very good, only average. After finishing her act, Chen Lanshou did not return to her seat but instead said to the eldest princess, "Annie, today at the flower banquet, many young men and noble daughters are here, but there are also quite a few new faces. Why not let these newcomers perform to add some sparkle to our event?" The eldest princess smiled and nodded, saying, "No pressure. Anyone willing to perform can do so." Chen Lanshou turned to Shin Donghua, smiled charmingly, and said, "This girl sitting next to the county princess, I'm not sure which noble family she belongs to. Could she come out and perform? Oh, now she's provoking. Shun Dongyue stood up, bowed to the princess, and said, Princess, I don't have any talent. The princess nodded. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Lanqiu said, Miss, since you are here, how can you not have any talent? Even so, if you are good at something, you could perform it for us. Shen Donghua thought for a moment. What am I good at? Breaking large stones with my chest?
No.
Maybe swinging a stick at a wild boar? Shen Donghua shook her head and said, Performing here isn't suitable. Miss, you should let someone else perform. She was about to sit down. But Chen Lanqiu continued to press her. Could it be that Miss looks down on performing here? The little princess snorted and said, Auntie already said not to force it, but some people just like to cause trouble. Chen Lanqiu's face changed. She didn't expect the little princess to speak up for Shen Dongyue. Chen Lanqiu forced herself to say, Miss, you can choose from many talents like playing the zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, or reciting poetry. Don't you know any? At this moment, Shen Dongyue was being teased. The crown prince slightly shifted his body across from the second prince and said to Yang Ziyu, The girl you like is being teased. Won't you help? Yang Ziyu slightly smiled and said, I'm worried she's going too far and might scare these noble ladies. Oh, the second prince looked puzzled. The girl you like is this Miss Yu? Truly different. The second prince wanted to praise Shen Dongyue, but seeing her bowing politely and her somewhat awkward dress, he almost lost his words. She didn't look like a proper young lady at all. Shen Dongyue looked at Chen Lanqiu with a calm expression and said, Miss Chen, my father is ill in bed and not at home to care for me. Why are you concerned about whether I have talent? Since that's the case, Dongyue will humbly perform today. I don't know how to play the zither, chess, calligraphy, or painting, but I can perform something else. Ignoring Chen Lanqiu's barely concealed anger, Shen Dongyue walked over to her and said, I hope Miss Chen can cooperate with me. She didn't wait for her approval. She grabbed Chen Lanqiu's waist sash and suddenly lifted her. With graceful flips, like a startled swan, Chen Lanqiu's yellow skirt fluttered, blooming like a flower. She was holding someone, and Shen Dongyue swung her with a sense of beauty. The noble ladies and young men were stunned. Even the crown prince's chopsticks fell onto the table. Shen Dongyue gently set Chen Lanqiu down. Chen Lanqiu suddenly collapsed to the ground, her face pale, covering her mouth, afraid she might vomit. It was already embarrassing enough. Shen Dongyue bowed again and said, Sorry for the trouble. A loud noise of discussion arose. The little princess secretly gave Shen Dongyue a thumbs up, while Wu Qianyue also quietly covered her mouth. The county princess held Shen Dongyue's hand tightly, squeezing and tapping it, then quietly asked, Are you a disciple of a great master? Why does lifting a woman feel like lifting a silk scarf? The eldest princess was stunned. No wonder when she was at the Marquis of Weiwu's residence, Shen Dongyue had said that if she got angry, the trouble would fall on the Marquis of Weiwu. Miss Shen, I meant well, but you are insulting me. Chen Lanqiu kept crying and complaining. Is that what you call an insult? Do you want me to take responsibility? Just so you know, I won't be punished by my father. Chen Lanqiu pointed at Shen Dongyue, trembling with anger, but unable to speak. The second prince clapped his hands and said loudly, Miss Shen has great talent and strength. Her natural power is extraordinary. No wonder the heir of the king of Jinan has admired her for a long time. This seemed to confirm that the two were secretly involved. Yang Ziyu squinted and smiled, saying, Second prince, you're mistaken. A gentle and virtuous lady is a good match for a gentleman. I've admired Miss Shen for a long time, but she doesn't look at me now, which makes me very troubled. I need to become better. Oh? The noble heir of the king of Jinan, and Miss Shen doesn't like you?
Yang Ziyu's face darkened.
He said to the second prince, Second prince, be careful with your words. If Miss Shen doesn't want to, that only shows her worth. Are you saying women only like those of high status? You. The second prince was furious and ashamed. Everyone knew that not long ago, a big incident happened at the second prince's residence. Before his wedding, the second prince had already taken several concubines. One of them recently became pregnant, which made the second prince very happy. After all, the crown prince was still single, without a wife or concubines. Having a child first was a great achievement and earned him many rewards from the emperor. But shortly after, it was revealed that the concubine was actually engaged to someone else before, and in her desire to climb higher, she had seduced the second prince. The second prince accidentally discovered the truth and suspected he had been betrayed, so he personally ended the life of that child. When this happened, everyone was shocked. All right, Miss Shen is so talented that it makes us feel inferior. Why are you all arguing? It's not proper, the crown prince said, trying to calm everyone down. The eldest princess clapped her hands and asked, "Who will perform next?" This flower banquet was indeed boring. Shun Donghua sat down. Soon, it was Sishua's turn to perform. She drew a picture and added a poem at the end. Shun Donghua looked on and thought that after seeing so many performances, Sishua was truly a talented lady. A few men also performed, mainly sword dancing and flute playing, which added some fun to the event. By noon, the eldest princess prepared a feast. At this time, everyone sat in groups of friends rather than according to their ranks. The little princess pulled Shen Dongyue and Wu Qianyue to sit at one table. The county princess also came over and said, "Are you excluding me? Why didn't you invite me too?" The little princess smiled and said, "Cousins sit next to me. I thought you want to find Auntie just now. It's rare that Auntie let you join us." Wu Qianyue quickly stood up to give her seat, and the county princess thanked her. "Mother was worried about my health, but now I feel better. With Sister Dongyue here, I can come out and sit for a while." Wu Qianyue looked at Shen Dongyue gratefully and whispered, "Dongyue's medicine really works. It's only been a few days, and although I still take medicine daily, I can go out now." The little princess looked proud and laughed happily. "Of course. Shen Dongyue is amazing. Look at how she cured Qianlanshi. She can't even speak properly now." Shen Dongyue watched everyone praise her and shook her head with a smile, saying, "These small tricks are not worth such praise." The little princess whispered to Shen Dongyue, "My Annie dotes on you a lot. Didn't you notice that the princess has a title? Usually, the daughter of a princess wouldn't be a county princess, but Auntie loves her daughters so much that she went to the emperor to get one, and even managed to get a title for her. The emperor is quite annoyed with Auntie." The county lady heard this and joked, "Mother didn't think I would survive that day, so she went to scold Uncle. Now that I'm getting better, I just worry that Uncle might regret trusting Mother." The young princess smiled and said, "That won't happen. Father loves you very much and makes me learn from you every day, but I just can't seem to do it." Wu Qianyue pursed her lips but couldn't hide her smile. In the afternoon, men and women still sat on separate sides, but the atmosphere was more lively. They played a game where the man gave a couplet and the woman responded. Then the woman recited a hidden acrostic poem, and the man guessed it. Shun Donghua sat nearby, not participating but not bored either. She watched the shy ones and those exchanging meaningful glances. She held a fruit in her hand, eating slowly, occasionally peeling one for the young princess. The young princess also didn't join in because her marriage wasn't something she could decide herself. It was different from choosing a consort for the crown prince or the second prince. If a prince participated and liked someone at worst, he could make her a side consort. Maybe she could even become a princess or a crown princess. But the princess was different. If she liked someone, that person might not want her. Becoming a princess meant a lifetime of limited opportunities, mostly just a ceremonial role. Shun Donghua observed and seemed to notice a few pairs who seemed to genuinely like each other. After a lively afternoon, the 100 Flowers banquet ended in the evening. The old maid sent Shun Donghua out and arranged a carriage, repeatedly thanking her. Shun Donghua smiled and shook her head. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a sneering laugh nearby. An impoverished village girl attending the 100 Flowers banquet? She's just relying on her charm to seduce the Prince of Jinan. She thinks she's become a phoenix, but she should look at herself. Shen Donghua tilted her head slightly and saw Qianlanshi standing with two young women, loudly talking as if about Shen Donghua. Shen Donghua smirked and asked, "Miss Chen, since you can attend the banquet, you probably aren't betrothed yet, right?" What's that got to do with you? Chen Lanxiu replied. I was just wondering if you get married and then speak too much or cause trouble, do you think you'll be abandoned? Shen Dongyue asked.
You.
A small village girl, full of herself. Today, I must teach you a lesson, Chen Lanxiu snapped, furious and embarrassed. Shen Dongyue looked steadily at Chen Lanxiu and said, Do you know what? Chen Lanxiu was stunned and asked, What? Shen Dongyue said, I really don't like hitting women. Chen Lanxiu sneered and said, You still dare to hit me? Just a small village girl, relying on being the son of the South Town king, thinking you can really marry into the family. Dream on, Shen Dongyue chuckled softly and said, Hitting women isn't satisfying and they cry. We agreed that after I hit you, you can't cry. Then she stepped forward and slapped Chen Lanxiu. Chen Lanxiu was stunned and surprised, saying, You actually dared to hit me? Before she finished speaking, she charged at Shen Dongyue. Shen Dongyue kicked Chen Lanxiu away. Chen Lanxiu was kicked back a few steps and fell to the ground. People around saw the situation escalate and quickly tried to stop the fight. Wu Qianyue held Shen Dongyue's hand and said, Don't be impulsive. It's not worth arguing with her. Shen Dongyue smirked and said, She's fine, just a light kick, using some clever tricks. It's just embarrassing for her. Chen Lanxiu was pulled up and started crying loudly. Shen Dongyue frowned and said, See? I knew she'd cry. I didn't even kick her hard. Shen Dongyue looked a bit wronged. The crown prince and Yang Ziyu watched from afar, both frowning. Ziyu, this girl's temper. Yang Ziyu nodded and said, Yes, that's how people like her get attention. Today, there are too many noble children around. Hopefully, no one comes to compete with me. Then he strode forward. The crown prince wondered if he had just heard wrong. Yang Ziyu approached Shen Dongyue and asked, Are you angry? Didn't you get enough? Shen Dongyue nodded and said, She cried. Yang Ziyu nodded and said, It's okay. Want to kick her a few more times? Chen Lanxiu suspected she had misheard and tearfully asked, Son of the South Town king, are you going to protect Shen Dongyue today? You're just bullying with your power. Yang Ziyu turned to look at Chen Lanxiu and said, Aren't you also relying on your paralyzed father? Today, let's see who has more influence. A fierce look made Chen Lanxiu step back a few steps. Bullying women is boring. Let's go. Shen Dongyue turned and got into the carriage. Yang Ziyu smiled slightly, turned around, and went back to see the crown prince to say goodbye. Your Highness, I want to escort Miss Shen back first, Yang Ziyu said. Does she need you to send her? Of course, after all, Miss Shen is unfamiliar with this place. The crown prince looked a bit troubled and waved his hand. Yang Ziyu got into his carriage and followed behind Shen Dongyue's carriage. The next morning, the crown prince's heir went to court again. Everyone looked at Yang Ziyu with suspicion. Clearly, what happened at the flower banquet the day before had already spread widely. As soon as the emperor sat down, Yang Ziyu stepped forward and loudly declared, Your Majesty, I am wronged. Everyone. The troublemaker is the first to complain. The emperor looked a bit tiredly at Yang Ziyu. This stance felt strangely familiar. Tell me what you're wronged about. Your Majesty, I want to accuse the daughter of the Wu Marquis of bullying others. How shameless. The heir of the South Town king is too shameless. After the court session, people started avoiding Yang Ziyu. No one wanted to get close to him. In the afternoon, Li Chunxian came from the village to the medical clinic. Shen Dongyue nodded at Li Chunxian and said, Usually you handle the accounts. If you have any issues, discuss them with Shen Dongli and Shen Yayan. In the evening after dinner, teach them some characters, idioms, or simple stories. The wages can be discussed with Shen Dongli. He is in charge of this. Li Chunxian nodded and asked, Where should I live? Live with Shen Yayan in the medical clinic. There is a room in the backyard. Pick the one you like. Li Chunxian replied with a yes. When Yang Ziyu arrived, Shen Dongyue was with Shen Dongning making skincare oil. Yang Ziyu handed Shen Dongyue a small box. Shen Dongyue opened it and saw a set of acupuncture needles, finely crafted, clearly made by a skilled artisan. Shen Dongyue liked it very much, smiled, and accepted it. Yang Ziyu signaled Shen Dongyue to go upstairs and talk. The crown prince knew there was gold sand there, and sent people to check. They didn't encounter any barbarians. It seems the barbarians didn't stay long at the mountain stronghold and have probably already sneaked into the capital. Shen Donghua nodded and said, "That's possible." "What does the crown prince say?" "Right now, we don't know the barbarians' whereabouts, and there are no signs at all. It seems someone in the capital is colluding with the barbarians. At this moment, we can only wait and see what happens." However, the crown prince has already sent someone to check behind the mountain stronghold. "We will soon find out if it is a real path or not," Yang Ziyu said. Shen Donghua pondered. Who would be foolish enough to conspire with the barbarians? There must be a great benefit involved. The two looked at each other, and both felt shocked. After a while, Yang Ziyu said, "We no longer need to worry about Marquis Weiwu. He is now bedridden, and his power has been completely divided. I reported to the court today, and he's no longer a threat. Does the Princess Chong not protect them?" Shen Donghua asked. Yang Ziyu shook his head. "Probably not. Maybe the Princess Chong is also involved in stirring things up." Shen Donghua raised an eyebrow. Yang Ziyu leaned in closer and whispered, "Years ago, the Princess Chong was tricked into marrying Marquis Weiwu's second son, which was a loss for her. Later, when she was pregnant with a county princess, her husband's concubines secretly raised her outside and poisoned her, but Marquis Weiwu's wife saved her life. Because of this, her child was lost." Shen Donghua couldn't help but laugh. "What a coincidence," Yang Ziyu nodded. "It's not just that. It seems the Princess Chong was also involved in the conspiracy, with Marquis Weiwu's wife playing a part." Shen Donghua asked curiously, "A noble princess being repeatedly targeted? Can the royal family really tolerate this? The princess was only 14 when she married, and she chose to marry herself. No wonder. So young, and she met the wrong person. Later, the Princess Chong dealt with her husband's concubine and child, which made her husband resent her. They have lived apart for many years, and only occasionally does her husband try to please her." Shen Donghua's lips twitched. "Pleasing? That's unlikely. The county princess's soup was sent by the husband. It seems the Princess Chong still has feelings for him, otherwise, she wouldn't keep falling for the same person again and again. Even the wisest person can become confused when love is involved. Marquis Weiwu's wife seems to have been heavily involved in the schemes," Shen Donghua said. "Once the princess is involved, the second son can't take the family estate. Making the princess owe such a big favor is like giving her a protective charm," Yang Ziyu explained. Shen Donghua analyzed. Later, the Princess Chong realized Marquis Weiwu's wife was too involved in her schemes, and she tore apart their relationship. Once again, it is about kindness and design, truth and falsehood. Only the eldest princess can tell the difference. "This backyard is too complicated," Shen Donghua sighed. Yang Ziyu's face changed and he whispered, "Forget about others. From now on, I will only have one mistress in my backyard, no one else." Shen Donghua looked up at Yang Ziyu, seeing his face reflected in her eyes. Her face felt a little warm, and she slightly turned her head to the side. Yang Ziyu slowly took Shen Donghua's hand and whispered, "Donghua, Donghua." Shen Donghua quickly pulled her hand away and stood up suddenly, saying, "My grandmother said you should come over for a meal when you have time." After speaking, Shen Donghua strode down the stairs. Yang Ziyu chuckled softly, and his laughter grew louder. Shen Donghua looked up at Shen Donghua coming down the stairs and asked, "Big sister, what is Yang Ziyu laughing at? Who knows? His head must be full of holes," Shen Donghua said gruffly. Shen Donghua scratched his head, looking puzzled at Shen Donghua, who was in a bad mood. Shen Donghua thought to herself that she might also have a hole in her head. After a while, Yang Ziyu came down from upstairs and sat close to Shen Donghua, as usual. Shen Donghua had returned to her usual calm appearance. "I plan to find a chance to give the crossbow to the crown prince," Yang Ziyu whispered. Shen Donghua nodded and said, "Feel free, then I'll go back first." "I'll visit Grandma another day," Yang Ziyu said. Shen Donghua lowered her head, flipping through some herbs, and responded with a hum. Yang Ziyu looked at the girl with her head lowered, a slight smile on his lips, reluctant to leave. Noticing Yang Ziyu's gaze, Shen Donghua pretended to be calm and kept busy with her work. When Yang Ziyu turned to leave, Shen Donghua looked up briefly. Shen Donghua muttered, "Everything is so strange." The weather was gloomy, as if it was going to rain. Shin Dongli looked outside and said, "It's going to rain. Pack things up." The young boys and girls tidied up the items at the door and in the backyard. Shin Donghua waved at Shin Dongli and the others, then left with Shin Dongning. Now, every day, the two of them went back early to help the old lady cook. The young boys and girls ate a lot, even exhausting their father, especially since those who practiced martial arts could eat more than others. The old lady was busy almost every day steaming buns and preparing food. A single meal requires 2 pots of steamed buns, so Shin Donghua has heard that some people still feel hungry afterward. Therefore, Shin Donghua prepared 2 more pots in the room next to the kitchen, where she usually steams buns. When Shin Donghua and the others returned, the elderly lady was picking vegetables. Shin Dongning quickly took over her work, while Shin Donghua went to knead the dough and steam buns. The elderly lady leaned on her waist and said, "I used to be able to work all day in the mountains, spending 5 hours there, and only taking a quick bite at noon. I could still finish all the farm work." Shin Donghua felt a little guilty and said, "Tomorrow, let those young guys stay at the medical clinic and cook for themselves. It's also a good chance for Shin Yan and Li Chenxian to cook separately." The elderly lady replied, "Actually, they come back early every day to help me cook. I feel less worried when I'm busy with other things. We all come back every day, so you won't be alone." Shin Donghua comforted her. At night, it started to rain and kept raining until the next morning.